Hello? Dude, that's crazy. It was everything was working 3-4 hours ago. Okay, mic's now working. Hello everyone. How are you all doing? It didn't even turn off the PC and mic just stops working. Caramelks with a tier 1. Thank you for the 23 months, mate. I appreciate that. You just turned 22. How do you deal with getting old? I mean, first step is acceptance, mate. Dude, if you're worried about age at 22, holy.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2000.
You got a rough ride ahead of you.
Another chance for NONGSHIM REDFORCE to show what they've got on the Pacific stage, but in their way stands RRQ, a team that's been looking better and better the more we see them. And RRQ, they've always come so close. Is this the time for RRQ to finally get to the front of the pack?
No, I don't have a headache.
Or will NONGSHIM continue to surprise us?
I think
for me, this is a
true
battle of the underdogs. A lot of people had both
Sheriff,
these teams
hello, good morning.
as their dark
Lexi,
horse to make the
good
bank
morning.
So
Well
I think
done.
this is a really big test for both of them. We've seen both of them fall down to this lower bracket in games that they definitely could have won, so everyone wants to take revenge and move forward here.
Even Saints
Yeah,
here.
I
hello,
totally agree. I think
Saints.
RRQ have been a team that a lot of people are highly rating. I think both of these teams play some different
with the
styles.
Prime.
You know,
Thank you so much,
RRQ can
dude.
be a little bit more standard, but they mix in some
Welcome
of
in,
that double
welcome
duelist
in.
aggression like on
Let
the
me turn
Pearl,
this
and
down
NONGSHIM play
slightly
their
so I can-
patented style with the Neon, although I agree
Yes.
with the nerf, it's on
Sherbet
the Neon,
Peeps
it's
as well.
looking a
Hello,
little
Sherbet
bit
Peeps.
more tame
for the
from them, and
25
particularly
months.
on Bind, I felt like there wasn't as much aggression.
RRQ
They
look
felt
good.
very
Honestly, both of
stagnant.
these teams look pretty
It
good.
felt like some of
I do
those
think
slower
RRQ
agents in the back line
has
weren't able to make as
looked-
many plays without Danby's
They look
unnerved
better
Neon running
than
around and
NONGSHIM?
wreaking havoc
Yeah,
on the
I
map.
think so.
So they're going to have to unlock some of that playmaking potential for NONGSHIM to make it further in the tournament here.
Yeah, but one thing you mentioned before is that you think this veto is quite good for NONGSHIM. It gives Danby a lot of freedom on that Neon across all three of these maps if they play what we expect them to.
Yes.
Well,
Have a good
I think
nap.
that
Yeah, we had a
NONGSHIM
good
even
sleep.
acknowledged, when Francis gave
We had
his
a good
interview
sleep. We'll
last
have
week
another-
that
we'll have another one
RRQ
after
is
this
not
as well,
going to
so.
be an easy opponent. They wanted Team Secret actually to make it because they thought a Team Secret would be far easier to deal with.
Yeah, I mean,
Vito
that
was
makes
good.
sense. That's the way this goes sometimes.
Lotus,
Where you're always, if you're in the bracket and you have a chance to watch the game before you always have a preferred option. It's not
Of
always
course.
what people think is the favorite.
And of course, it's going to favor you.
This should be close to be a blowout. No, this should be close.
As well. So
Who did you
can
think was
play
gonna
against a team that people might perceive
dominate
as being
this?
better than you, but you will know that
Like,
your
I
own
think
style
this should
matches
be
up well
close.
against them. So I think that must tell you something about how they view themselves.
I think this first matchup is already going to be a banger. You had the Teo pick with the Neon over on the side, or was it the Rays that they played on
with
Danby
both
on
meshed
Fracture last
together.
time?
I think that's the
it was
best
the
idea,
Neon,
Sheriff.
yeah, and
I
they
think
played
you
with Black
already
Mirror
have like
up
a
against
good
the
base
side
at one
of,
point.
DRX
We're
last time.
restarting
This
the
time they're playing a
stream.
different style. It's
I
going to
think
be
you
the
gotta build that
Sober
all
pick
up
from
again.
RRQ.
I
So
think that works out
let's see
really
if
well.
they
I think
both
that's like the
stuck to
best
what
idea
works
for
for them
sure.
over on the side of
Ooh, the Rays
RRQ.
is back.
They are sticking it, and then yeah, you're getting the Rays on Danby instead of
Okay,
the Neon on
NONGSHIM.
Monette. So
This is one of
a
the better
change-up
Neon
of that
maps.
duelist. It was a agent that Danby did underwhelm on
As we can
Bind,
see.
but let's see if we can pick it up here on Fracture.
Yeah, RRQ
So there is
sticking
a-
with
dude,
the tried
it's
and
kinda
trusted
wild,
that
isn't it?
they've
There is
been
a Neon
running
being
with,
played,
which
but
have
it's
a
not-
Cushy staying on that
Danby.
Sova, and Xfero and the Killjoy, which might be tough against this Teo.
Well, it's looking like both of these teams have something or have had rather
This time from
polished
tonight. Thank you
these
so much,
competitions
Sheriff,
up
man.
for
Thank
this
you for doing
very
that.
match. We are about to step
Yeah, I
into
think
Fracture,
that's
and
a
it
good
looks as
idea.
though, a lot of people favoring RRQ for this, but NONGSHIM has always surprised us so far. I'm prepared to be surprised once again because I want that 3-mapper coming in actually for this series. So we're going to toss it over to your casters, Paperthin and Achilles, to take us to Fracture.
Thank you very much. Yes, surprises abound. We get Jemkin coming
Took
out
the Neon
on Grim,
allocations.
Monette
Nah,
back over
I mean,
onto
you would
that
just
Neon.
ignore
Some
it.
changes here and there,
You would
but
never do it for that.
I think at the end of the day, we're just going to get round after round of average APAC play. It is going to be crazy. I'm also hoping for 3-map sets, not just in this series, but in both, because we
Vic,
have
thank you
elimination
for saying
on the
that.
line. So we want to
Even if
maximize
you're lying, I
the
appreciate that.
exposure and screen time for all 4 of the teams here today.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think absolutely the 3-mapper is the most likely outcome based on the maps that we're seeing being predicted. Like, this is a great map for RRQ in Fracture, not so good for the side of NONGSHIM. And then we go to our second map where it's been Lotus, a great map for NONGSHIM, not so good for RRQ. Then we go to Pearl, where they have both been absolute world beaters on that map.
We got
so this is going to
NONGSHIM
be
on attack,
a really awesome battle.
RRQ
but a big change
on
up for NONGSHIM
defense.
here. We do have
On
Dambi on that raise, and the desk was talking about it. You know,
on
on Vine, we
raise.
saw it. It didn't look so impactful compared to his Neon. So now we got to look and see. All right, what have they dialed up? What do they think they can do
looking like
against
they're
this
going to do the old
RRQ
school
sort of high tempo play based off of like Manya's
A
Neon,
main. Yeah,
the
they
ability
do.
to gather information with that Sova.
They did
use a
stun,
lot of that
Silver
against
Shock,
you,
smoke
stall
deep
a lot
over
with the
towards A
Killjoy.
main.
They're gonna have to find
They
ways to
are
break through.
early
Setting
wanting
up
to
for
make
this
sure that they can't
four-man
go A
push
main.
towards B. Jemkin
Jemkin's got a lot to do here.
Off by the util.
Little shots
Whoa.
being exchanged here. Quick
I mean,
tuck
they
back.
tanked a lot of damage there.
Too
Fair
much,
play.
but plenty of damage. Splash across onto the players here from NONGSHIM.
Yeah, and we've been holding here the whole time strong,
Worked
so
down to 45
this might
health.
be a little bit rough for Margaret if he actually
Fourth
sends
all-time
it.
performance on Brimstone here for Jemkin.
Seismic Chef, thank you so much, dude. Hope your stream is good. Thank you for the raid.
Map, and
I appreciate that.
still a lot of impact he can have for sure. Seems pretty calm and confident, waiting again for some of that contact. Xfero's going to find it. Smoke should come down.
Meanwhile, back
Gonna
across
say
outside of A main, some pressure
spamming this could
coming
be
over
good.
towards Margaret. Fault
Ow.
line, sending into the corner of the cage to try to go ahead and obfuscate a
I was
little
going
bit
to
more.
say, how aggro do they go with this? Because they literally just deterred everyone over from B.
Now the lineup coming through is straight, not quite able to confirm more than just the one kill.
Look at these
Though
HPs, and they
on
do
the pivot, but
not
it's not
expect
ready for
Dambi here.
Repositions down by the rope.
Felt a little bit odd, no, from RRQ. Right, they literally spot a couple here. Well, maybe they only spotted one here. But then they put the smoke down, and then they decide to push, so it's like you forced them away, kind of into where you're pushing.
No util to speak of here for Jemkin. So it's just going to come down to this ghost. Everybody's beat up. So Jemkin can isolate a fight to get the kill.
Finds the first one, Margaret on the floor.
I mean, equal HP.
6 HP separating the two. Smoke coming down, Persia playing
No
up here.
idea. And it's a good plant for main, so you're probably considering main first.
No mollies available, but now footsteps going to be heard, going to be made. Tap of the spike coming through. Jemkin's sights turned over towards main. Persia with a peek, knows that he's not on it, knows that he hasn't held at the half, and he knows that time is working against him. Jemkin will be able to get the shot, going for the defuse, but
it's close.
as you can see here, not quite going to have it.
Yeah.
A knowing little
It's a nice
sigh
attempt, to be
at
fair.
the end of that round.
Yeah,
Pistol
the
goes
push
the way
just
of
felt weird.
NONGSHIM, but
Honestly, the
already
push just
a
felt
fairly
weird.
bloody
But
brawl
they
on that
full
south side of the map.
committed when
This
they
is just really
cancelled
good
them
anticipation
here.
from NONGSHIM. They're seeing that, you know, there's kind of an antsiness behind RRQ. And this is really good
Will the
stuff.
caster slightly?
from
Okay, it should be a little bit better
Margaret.
now.
The way that he's able to use that smoke to cover himself while RRQ is pushing out of A main and set up
Well, I
his
think the
teammates while
Sentinel's
they're
loud
wrapping
match,
back through
it was a
after
banger.
Two sets of
It was an
contact
absolute banger.
over towards B. That's a really good kind of patience play.
Is this
from
continuing
NONGSHIM
from
to
the
start here.
Americas tech
Really
pauses?
utilizing some of that aggressiveness that RRQ
One of
wants to
those
set,
days.
that high tempo neon play behind that A
tell you
main
what,
control that you can establish.
Pacific, not had many tech pauses, so
I don't
we'll
believe
give
it.
him this one.
Well, if it's a timeout.
It's ticking. Haha.
Okay.
Oh,
All
okay.
right, good. Just a quick little, you know, make sure everyone's paying attention, make sure we're all still awake here. Tight pause, it would seem. You get the green light.
Checking my pulse. Yep, we're good.
Yeah. Well, for the age.
Yeah. Yeah. It's still beating. That's all that matters.
Jemkin still just with a classic. 3 charges in the last round to try to get towards that orbital. Dambi, however, over halfway towards his showstopper.
No buy-ups at all to speak of. Push back onto Cushy. He's just going to duck out quickly, but just classics. Margaret going to do a little exploring. Should have a free kill and a headshot onto Xfero.
Yeah, just
That's
twisted
a
back and
nice
forth
shot.
every which way, but as he pivots around, catches a glimpse of that scope before the bullet connects across.
Oh my
Kashino,
goodness.
swooping down in towards Dish, able to find Francis.
Man, he's good.
Very nice
I mean,
pickup there.
there is a gun there.
As
I have
Estrella-
no idea about numbers, but
I think a lot of eyes on this player right here. IGL for RRQ had a
Yeah,
hell of a performance
not a great
in their last
start.
series. Looking to see if a bit more of that firepower can be delivered from the driver's seat.
They're not clearing out tower at all. So this is a little bit of confidence from NONGSHIM that they can get through and just deal with it on the other side.
Quick bounces forward, swing out. Estrella will get cut down. Dambi able to find one. Jimkin looking for the trade out, but Dambi quick on the pivot. Persia ready for the lurk. Cleans up the
maybe I
other two.
would have
Fairly
liked
clean
an
here, just Francis
instant
taking it down.
reaction
NONGSHIM move up
to
2-0.
Dish
Yeah,
to get the
that's
gun.
really nice stuff from NONGSHIM. Doing a great
Once they
job
head
of
over
cutting
towards
their
the
sound,
site.
getting underneath the noses of RRQ, not really
It's all
giving
good.
them much in the way of opportunity
Yeah,
to do any more
probably
damage outside of Cushy's.
2 questionable things from
Solo
RQ
kill.
at the moment, in my opinion.
So now let's see what RRQ can dial up some rifles in hand. So keeping 4 guns over as well for NONGSHIM. That's a really nice setup for them. So far, so good. A map that's given them some grief. They have a and they have a showstopper already too.
And
All right.
having that going into the bonus to try to get a conversion.
We
The
got
RRQ are going to be very cognizant
big
of
buy rounds
around
and
it. Playing against it can prove to be very
taking
difficult.
leaf out of NA's book a little bit
Falling up over through
with the
Dish.
NA buy,
towards
but
drop.
again, it's only one that buys into it, so it's not too
Over on
bad.
this side of the map.
Danby with the ult, we got a free side here in reaction.
Hold the line, and with that Guardian in hand, doesn't manage to find one. Gets a shot across.
It's still nice though. Margaret did great.
Very,
very nice.
Bars, what I was gonna say, but now it doesn't exist anymore. Danby.
Dude, RRQ gonna have a rough time at the moment if it's their map pick.
You just have to make a very
it's a
difficult
perfect
decision here.
snowball.
He can find some kind of opening pick in the next few seconds. Call to save might just have to be made.
I think that's the wiser
Yeah, I think
decision
you
here
gotta,
for RRQ at this
gotta
point.
chill on this one. I'm not sure you
Try
can
to
go for it.
regroup and figure out how they can maybe get a little more pressure, get a little bit more information. You have the Sova. Shots are going to ring out from Danby.
Rafu, of course.
Trying to punish. They are going to get that kill.
Able to find it. Jimkin
Try my best.
Minor amount of damage. Aftershock now, as well as the Molly.
Yeah,
Yep,
that is nice from NONGSHIM.
The rest of the team will rotate out. Yeah, Persia taking the rope. Says, well, I've just got a Bulldog. I'm going to look for a little bit more value here.
I
He's
mean,
managing to
that's
find one. Xpero
rough.
taken down is catastrophic. As it will just be Jemkin and Estrella carrying forward their rifles as NONGSHIM get a bonus conversion.
Yeah, I mean, NONGSHIM is...
This game is easy to
It's a lot of
snowball.
different looks you're seeing every single round. The
It's
first
definitely...
round, it's a lot of push and pull on the pistol.
It's definitely
and
something...
it's just working from their default side, from the attack side.
I don't know. In my opinion,
And
it's
then
something
the
that doesn't
next
get
round,
spoken
they slow
about
it up,
enough.
They go to the other side of the map.
Like how
They
snowbally
go
this
over to
game
the
is.
bridge side, and they kind of they work that side a little bit. This time it's a quick hit
I
through
think,
ditch. They receive 0 resistance.
And maybe
there was nobody from
maybe
RRQ there,
Riot
so they
like
just
it
keep
because it
pushing
means
forward,
that the game's a little bit
make their
more
execute,
unpredictable.
Get that showstopper in a position
Means
where it
that
can find value because of
upsets happen
that
more, which
space
means
that
that
was given up
the
by
skill level
RRQ.
gets
They're
closer
allowed to
together.
get deep enough that
Means
they
that
can
it's
force
then
the issue
pretty
with
fun.
Margaret still holding outside of A main. Really, really nice stuff from NONGSHIM so far.
There definitely is an issue in this game, but with snowballing, no
This looks
doubt.
like maybe, well,
Starting to drift back.
But,
away
I mean,
from
it's
this
the whole
position.
reason we count pistols.
NONGSHIM not liking the silence on the opposite side of the dish.
They're the best team in all regions. Yeah, from where I'm standing, yeah.
Shots ringing out though. Jemkin going to be taken down on the corner. Now be able to find one. Swing out. Xpero forced
Yeah,
forward.
this is real nice
As
right
the
now.
aftershock comes his way. Kill will be found.
Can they get
Requires setup
the
here from Munier.
Brimble online?
Jump over it. Well, either way has been
They just
spotted,
picked
so
up
yeah,
the
can't
extra
hop
orb
the
over
rope, but
towards
either way has been noted.
Tree. They will. I mean, no matter what, there's 4 orbs next round. They'll be able to get a Brimble.
Work cut out for him and just the stinger in hand here at the range. But Danby on the jiggle peak hasn't actually spotted him out. We'll hear that he's coming his way now. Forced back by the relay bolt. And Ivy's unscouted. Well, shots to the rear. Monyet taken down in this site. Absolutely
Yeah, and
choked
we're
out here from
gonna
NONGSHIM.
start
RRQ.
looking
No real access points whatsoever. Estrella trying to take the tool here
at
at range.
3,000 for everyone here.
Flash will connect, but Estrella
And
will
they
find
got 1
target.
death,
Danby will get yet another
2
multi-frag
armory
round
buys.
already
They're
halfway to
in
that
an
next
incredible
showstopper.
spot.
As NONGSHIM start things off 4-0.
I mean, so
And then
far
they're
for me,
one
for
away from
NONGSHIM, I know
Tail, one away
Danby's
from
having a
Brimble.
hot start on this race, but really,
Do I have
I
making
am
out
super
blows in
impressed with the play
Pacific?
calling
That's
right
a
now.
good
So
question.
Francis has to be given a lot of flowers here because he is keeping RRQ completely off balance, and he is
I don't know.
pushing and
It's
pulling
honestly
them
really
in
open.
very different ways.
I might
And
be
last time, or
tempted to
2
say
rounds ago,
PRX,
they go
but
through dish, nobody's there, they get the free plant, they get deep
some
where they
of
can
their
get
maps
value out of
worry
the
me a little
ultimate.
bit.
Then this round, they go towards dish, they don't receive any resistance, and he says, I bet they're setting up something here this time because they didn't last time. I was thinking maybe there'd be a timeout from RRQ, but so far, Ewok gonna trust.
Okay, and that's a free
Estrella
orb if you want it. And do you
to
get
be able to
Tail
find
or
the
do you
right
get Brimble?
read here. And once again, gonna send.
Yeah, we've got
Reaches
Tail
the
here.
Neon out.
And then do they
Yeah,
under
start to get it out
pinch
online.
Tree to get
Yeah.
Brimble?
Francis.
Oh boy, I wonder if RRQ are giving them too much space there.
Slow triple creep through the sewer here.
Yeah, they're getting a ton of info. And they're gonna get a little bit more on a Cushy. He's solo trying to hold down A main. They're doing such a good job of dissecting this. I mean, kind of expecting that it's gonna be the Killjoy over towards B.
Sonia, hello. Good morning as well.
Nobody's pushed out yet, and it's just this death ball of NONGSHIM. Send out the stealth drone to clear. It's gonna give a little bit of info there now once it pops. But
not found, no suppression.
Yeah, time gets low on this one. Side hit goes in. Brim smokes are a little bit late. Wait, Brim smokes, dude.
Fast lane coming through. Manya
has
going
no
down
Brim
off the drop.
smokes.
Able to find one Sparker. He's going to hit the floor. Estrella able to find another, but Ivy cleans up two. Swing down around the bottom of the stairs. Cushy.
Okay. As much as Jemkin worried me a little bit smoke-wise, he's fragged out pretty heavy. That's maybe something that I'll have to keep an eye on. Jemkin used 3 smokes in this round, and honestly, there wasn't too much pressure.
Like
other than this orb getting taken, they put a smoke down on B.
You know, we've been trying to kind of cut them off before they can really even set up their executes. Let's this time play a little bit further back. Let's get a little bit more info. Let's make sure we know where they're committing to, and then we can use our util. We can use this Neon to kind of dissect their attack. Let Monyet run through. Jemkin swings in, gets 3 big kills. It's more of a timing thing this time from RRQ.
Wait, Fio's here? No joke, I didn't see it.
And now,
I'm not even like adding to the meme at this point.
The orbital here is Persia just trying to clear out rope. Manya in the meantime, going down the weapon, and Margaret just not quite ready for it. Can't get the adjustment. Manya does well to come away with that kill.
Hello, Fio.
Now going to come to play.
Hello, Fio. I need to add Fio to the fire. 100% serious. I didn't see it. Dude, he needs, Fio, you gotta get this other green working for you.
And they are coming out on top in a major way. A flawless, nearly on point for them, but Francis will be able to
The
steal that
sword
away
of invisibility. Oh, okay.
The last few bullets does manage to get a wall bang shot
I mean,
across onto Xfero.
we got a breach that's 21 HP. This might be doable.
That's Noise here alongside the door. Fault line at the ready from Estrella.
Nah, I saw Sonya's because, dude, the green writing, that's so easy to see.
Yeah.
I know his position.
I think it's the color that Fio has on his text, dude. I can't.
Francis looking to try to play here within this angle. A couple shots coming
It
through.
doesn't stand out enough.
Connecting. Finds a headshot onto one. If he can
Crack
get
the code, yeah.
and all of a sudden this is on. I mean, Estrella.
What about
down
Red?
to
See, Red's
21
pretty
HP.
good.
They're both stacked up. Risky. Spots the first.
Dude, that was
quite get that ace
that was
Damn good effort
insanely
from Francis to get
close.
4, but
It was a
Jemkin
good try in
RRQ
that
afloat in the
1v5.
round and get them up to 2.
Yeah, this was quite an interesting round from NONGSHIM. Just it felt like a very set execute right off the rip. Monyet able to find Margaret and take him down all on his own this time, but then it's the combination there with kind of RRQ playing a bit further back than I think NONGSHIM was expecting. They're able to put their ults to great use. Use that rolling
thank
thunder
you for that.
into the Hunter's Fury. I'm pretty sure the Hunter's Fury hit one of the
Not gonna read that one out,
well
but thank you so much,
from the
Anon,
rolling
whoever you
thunder.
are.
So you're able to combo that really nicely for RRQ.
Okay,
Now they're able to grab
we
an
got
op for Monyet.
Op coming out from Monyet.
Kind of try to
We got
dissuade
money
NONGSHIM
real
from
low
going
for
forward.
RRQ. Round on the board.
Absolutely aggressive. Swing coming through up the back of the flash, and Tommy able to collect.
And, I mean, yeah, the
Sure what the play
the
call was
overwhelm
here
is
from
so
the side
strong.
of RRQ, but either way,
It's time the smokes go down, but no
wide
one's here
open.
to
Now
like
there's a neural
help
depth
flood
revealing
for
all.
RRQ.
Estrella noted here backside. Swings onto
He's
the corner.
in so much
Smattering damage
trouble.
gonna be found. Snaps onto the headshot, finding Dambi, but Francis and
He
Ivy
did
get
great
one
to get
apiece.
one.
Jemkin and Estrella get taken out of the equation. Monyet, he's got an op in hand.
Yeah, and they're just
Taking
gonna
the
have to
site,
save
would be nigh
instantly.
impossible, so the call to save has already been made.
Let's have his all, but this is way too much to ask.
This time,
NONGSHIM are
Just
running
a little
away
bit of
with this a little
misstep
bit.
here from RRQ's Cushy, who's generally been very, very good this year.
Because she got heavy
Kind of not giving up
overwhelmed.
his life easily, but this time around, he's just caught in a position where he has
They
no
kind of
backup.
picked the right
An easy
side, I
flash
guess.
From Ivy, kind of just smothers him out of the round.
I would say people
And
may
it's
be out
just an
position.
acceleration from the side of NONGSHIM. You know, a nice attempt by Estrella underneath the bridge, but with all that information from the neural theft and everything, they could really just throw bodies at the
timeout?
problem
I mean, it's
there
probably gonna be
underneath
timeout now.
A and take him down. And really good start for NONGSHIM. I mean, I don't know how much of this is down to having Donby on the raise. He's been great. He's been fragging. You know, the showstopper has already gotten some value, so seems like for now the changes are starting to work for NONGSHIM. Have a little bit of extra time this past week to kind of workshop some of these ideas. So far, mostly so good. Doing a great job there, spraying through the smoke, reading these positions. I mean, you can see so much of this from NONGSHIM. What they're trying to do on the map in the last couple of rounds are just hard reads. They're trying to isolate and
In
eliminate
fact, to
players
use a
from
rework
RRQ.
feels like it's
give
too
themselves
often
that
to
man
get
advantage,
3v5s,
to get the plant down,
2v5s,
get through,
2v4s.
scale into sight.
It's more just
And, sometimes it's worked,
teams
sometimes it hasn't, but
understanding of the map, I
you get a
think,
timeout from RRQ.
really.
Gotta stop the
Like
bleeding
a
as
lot
much
of
as you can here. This is
time,
your map pick, and going into that
I
Lotus where
think you should
haven't done
be
so great this year.
reacting
It hasn't
better.
been, I mean, the round
Like
scores haven't
RRQ are
been
very
that bad or
stale
anything,
right
but
now. We can't
Hasn't
really
been
be
a,
using this as like a
map they
base
won,
of
so
the
it's a
map.
Far cry from
Like
2023
they're just sitting there
So,
in a
those
3-2,
improvements are there, and they're
and
feeling more
then
comfortable
either the
on it,
3
but
is getting overwhelmed or the
yeah,
2 is
not
getting
big
overwhelmed.
down this
Whereas
early.
like they could
fashion that
push
they've been
parts
down.
of the map
That's
and then
definitely a cause
react
for
to
concern,
losing
so
certain parts of the map, so they
I think
actually have like
ultimately
number
the right time
advantage.
Call this timeout. Question is, how many more
I think they need
rounds
to be
can
way
get
more
in the half?
proactive, is essentially what I'm saying.
Otherwise, still carry over that operator. You have that in the
Well,
hands
so
of
far,
Money, yet you
if
have an extra
RRQ keep
rifle.
playing like
See what
this,
the
they're
money
gonna get
looks like when we
wrecked.
get back
That's my
into it,
thoughts.
but I believe they should be able to widely afford a decent weaponry here.
Yeah, I'd like to see more of the kind of
Board Aviator,
delayed
5
defense
gifted.
style from
Thank you
RRQ
so
that
much,
we
dude.
saw in some of the rounds that worked
Thank
for
you,
them,
thank
where
you.
they kind of get a little bit of contact,
Okay,
get a
you know,
little
just get the slug
information,
oiler
fall
spam
back.
going.
You know, maybe setting up a pick
Thank
for
you
the
so
op would
much,
be fine.
Board
Well,
Aviator.
they're
I
going to
appreciate
pass it
you.
over to Jemkin's hands.
Oh,
What am I drinking?
There'll
Literally
be
just water
the
and honey.
rim opping as Moneyette wants to try to take some space on this south side approach.
Ooh, wanted to
He's
go
got
for it,
nothing
but
noted. Margaret
decided not
Persia
to.
just staying tucked away over
Board
towards that
Aviator, thank you
backer
again. I
spawn.
appreciate you doing that. If
Jemkin
anyone got gifted,
on a
please
line,
at
staring
Board
in
Aviator
towards
and say
Dish.
thank you.
Ivy nearby though. Do they fault line this? Do they flash through for him?
Yeah, do we use util for this?
Armageddon. Jemkin
It's a nice reaction.
Snapping with a shot. Takes down the
Yeah,
out.
it was fast.
that's great.
And the
Margaret
ult
still hadn't
goes in
cleared
and
a
they...
gate, so he's not able to swing
Yeah,
in to try to
it
punish
kind of
that or
worked out
try to set
brutal
up
for
a pinch or anything.
NONGSHIM on
Francis
this
clearing out a
one.
little bit more
Like they
util.
wanted to do the
A little
ult
bit more
fake.
information
They
for
put
his
the
team.
ult in, but
Doesn't really like what he
just
sees.
get spotted over
Gonna
towards
double
Dish.
back. Now you've got Estrella, so you know the Op and Estrella are over on towards A. KJ likely on B.
Oh, the change up. That's exactly where Market's at, but the door does shut. There's the
Nice shot again.
Open it. Jemkin very much on point at the moment. Another snappy shot. Comes up with 2. Big player advantage now here in the hands of RRQ as they look to get the 3rd round win. See some change ups. Looks like Francis is going to try to sell whatever fake he can. The Salo's going to be used over on
Yeah,
this
this
A
time
side
they
of the
go
map.
for the other fake over towards
Meantime,
Saint.
Ivy creeping forward.
Does
Sparrow.
pull out a
Ooh,
rotate,
not
but
quite getting
Sparrow
caught there
again
on the
kind of
exit.
gets
Pops
free
that
info
nano,
and he's
swings
hitting an
back up, finds the
absolute
headshot.
shot.
Spike now dropped.
That's too
Persia
much from him,
wanted to
but
try to push through,
still
but he's
did
not
enough
ready
to
to
bait
push.
on
He's still
Saint.
lingering here outside of tower. Francis now on his lonesome just does not have the time to get anything done.
Just
And
gonna go down to the
Jemkin is
op.
out
3
here
kills in the
hitting
round for
shots.
Jemkin with that
Yeah,
operator.
the
So
op
a
is
nice
looking
change up
nice.
again out of the timeout for RRQ.
Yeah, give me the brim op.
Just really putting Jemkin in spots
Means
where
that
he's
Moneyette
not
can rotate a
anticipating
little
with
bit
that
faster.
operator. And he's able to find huge value. You know, like you were saying, they've got the breach there, but you know, a lot of times you'll see
think
teams
Tetris isn't as bad as
stun
everyone
up in the
thinks they
drop
are.
there,
They
right?
faced
When they're trying to
NONGSHIM
make
and
that push
PRX.
forward, but
Yeah,
usually
they had a
the
rough
combos
run.
had been
I agree
right
with
around
that.
the corner, not where Jemkin was all the way up and drop.
They definitely had a
for the
rough
side
run.
of RRQ, so he's able to take a position that isn't expected by NONGSHIM.
I think the problem is
And they're able
the
to capitalize
level
on
in
it is
Pacific is
RRQ.
so high
Jemkin
now.
11 and 3 on the
It
brim.
does feel like the
The battle
individuals
brim coming in big right now.
struggled a little bit.
You do have that rolling thunder again. The
I agree that they
showstopper
play two
again.
teams that are at least in the
Orbital
like
strike
top
and the
5,
lightning fingers
6.
for Moneyette, so they're going to pass the op back over to him now that he has the ult to back him up. Execute comes through, just clearing a little space. No one's holding tower itself, just using this for info.
Showstopper drawn out. Dampy.
Yeah,
clipped.
so
Sparrow
Farah
is
takes
taken
the
down.
hit. Can
Just fall down to
Estrella
5 HP.
capitalize off of the
Clean
fact?
up there for
That's
Estrella.
lovely,
Counter-strike
dude.
comes
That was
through,
so
and Ivy
nice, though.
It's
Danby
down to Persia,
satchels
finds
out,
Jemkin
throws the
at the same time.
crosshair
The raid
away
boss effectively dealt with.
long enough to actually be able to
Moneyette
get a
just
trade,
way
get them
open,
through the
still
smoke,
only
or
has
at least
that
in
op
the
in
smoke,
hand.
got the info.
She's spotting one, but Persia unscouted here. And it's just going to be a triple face. And
Nice
for a second, I
triple
thought
swing
Sushi
on
was at
this.
least going to be good for 2, but now that Moneyette's all on his lonesome, we'll have to just slowly drift
Yeah, and I
away.
think saving on this is going to be so fine again.
Not wanting to have to reinvest for
NONGSHIM,
another
first time they were
operator
close to
here. As
actually
much cash as they
losing
can.
and
Margaret's
having
down
to
with Seward, so
eco.
no chance of him pushing
But
forward. So 3
I mean,
players
this was a
surviving here
nice
for
round.
NONGSHIM, just
Danby just
not
did
allowing
incredible
for
work.
RRQ to string together another 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, this time around, NONGSHIM's able to find some space by
Karen, of course.
quietly
Thank
pushing
you.
up towards that tower. None of the util that Xparrow has down is really set up to give them an early read. Instead, it's more to just, you know,
How many
let them
rounds
mentally
okay? Like
prepare
5 is pretty
by
good.
the time that NONGSHIM is going to be on site. The issue
4
with
is
that this
doable
round
if you
was,
win
of course, is that the
pistol.
showstopper is there. X-Barrel tried to play
And
up
this could be
close
the
to it to see if
downfall of
maybe
the Gen G.
at least trade it.
I
Could not do
think
so.
they got some
That
work to
actually is a
do,
big
no
deal
doubt.
because that means that your raise, Donby can
I think
break
it's starting
out
to become
and
pretty
give you
clear
some
just
info of
how
what's going
much
on around
Meteor
those
did.
smokes. A great anticipation of Persia for Jemkin to step out when he did.
I'm
when
also
the
starting
contact
to think
made.
he was pretty
holding that smoke,
vocal.
holding that angle, and was so ready. That's huge for NONGSHIM, as you do have a ton of ults. I mean, of course, there's a Teho, so the lockdown is kind of meh.
Lakia, yeah, Lakia did a lot
But-
of the secondary calling, right?
There's a few
Catch
other
your timing
things.
when the salvos are gone.
Yeah, if you can find the timing, that's what you got to be kind
So-
of aware of.
Yeah, we saw some questionable
It's always a little bit tricky with it.
eye gelling stuff.
Stealth drone taken out. Extra presence here on this A side of the map from RRQ. As Francis looks like he wants to call forward.
They're trying to play a trap play here with the turret info to use the breach util.
It's
set up
this
X-Sparrow.
is the. I mean, this is right here. This is the
Line connects here.
Fnatic.
Dambi, flash packing forward, snaps over, he's able to find
And
one.
it looks
Sam
like NONGSHIM read it
Doors
pretty
able to trade it
well.
back.
This is turret
holding
into
off the rest of the
stun
team.
into
Selena Dambi,
damage,
so
and
Indiana
then you
1 for
breach
1.
damage
Straight
on
from
top of
the
it.
corner, spotting one. Francis.
They did
immense amount of
very
damage now, down to
good
32.
to actually trade
To
the
save
one.
the fault line there.
Honestly,
It's pushed
NONGSHIM did very good
close.
to
Rolling
get
Thunder.
one.
Was a cross, but
Recon's
it's not
cleared
gonna
over
connect on
towards
everybody.
here, all gets used.
Successfully tucked back as Margaret comes out of drop.
Oi,
Jemkin
dude,
guns down
Jemkin looks
two.
incredible right now.
Now all of a sudden, just Ivy here at main. The spike stranded
30
just
seconds
in
left.
front of the defender side spawn. And Ivy
DRX players are
effectively
looking
having
insane. No, DRX is looking
realistic
very
opportunity
good.
to try to isolate from here.
I mean, freeing
Fault line.
has Teo
positioning.
down.
And Chickle Peak not quite wide enough there from Cushy. There's just no time. Would have to kill them all.
10
They can
seconds
scatter the
left.
wins. In fact, you see Jemkin already tucking back just in case that push comes through. Pulls off the angle.
Yeah,
Bump
no
shot
time
not
on
going to
this,
come
but
through. Ivy will just go ahead. Stay
why
put.
not?
Maybe get some plant money here for the squad, but will not be finding another round win. RQ up to 4, a chance at a 6 and 6 half.
It's just so many kind of minor
Are we
adjustments
fans
that
of the
both
neon
teams are
showing?
making round to
How
round
much have we seen
that
of the
are
neon?
really, really good, and
This
it's
isn't the
keeping
best
this so
example.
close. This time around, it's
For
RRQ's
sure.
Estrella.
But I will
With a
say
great
the
dial-up
neon,
of a
I
play
thought the
call.
neon would
Trying to set up
be
X-Sparrow. Now, you know, props to
not as
NONGSHIM.
impactful
Gets that
as
fault line to
teams are
land to set
making
up
it
down
look.
Donby for the kill, but Estrella's there for the trade, and then he gets all the info.
The neon,
he knows
because I thought the
how
nerf
many
was
players there
way
are
too
at
big.
A,
Well,
and he's
not
able
way
to
too
use that
big.
information
Honestly, I
against them
thought
to
the
get
neon
his
was
forces
just
into
completely
place
overbuffed
from
and
drop, from
busted.
link.
That's
And
expected.
then you
some,
read the neon
I
nerf,
should-
you're
I
like,
should have
okay,
known better
that
than
is a
Jemkin.
lot.
Yeah, no,
But
no,
I think it
no,
needed to
right, this is a
happen.
quick cough.
Jemkin is
Teams still make the agent look
one of
like
the
really
least
good.
flappable human beings I've ever seen.
So they might have got it spot on with the
Yeah.
nerf.
Now, 4-player push-up. Nice set on this side here from Cushy. Drone up over the top out of Sands. Will get the spot onto the entry, but cannot prevent it. Right now coming through, shock dart up and over the top, looking for some contact. The bullet is what's gonna find
Yeah,
him.
and this is looking very
Into the side
similar
of the skull. Damn,
to
gonna be taken down. Rolling Thunder now used to try to push them back here from
a
Tish.
pistol
So
that we saw
RQ
yesterday.
swung forward, get themselves
Damn,
into the
look
site.
at this
Jemkin
though.
continues to press onward,
Bro,
taking more and
there's
more
no
space.
way he looks this good right
He's
now.
held the half. The
Look at
salvo
him.
will not stave them off long enough, and Margaret, I think, is going to be far too
He's
late
just,
on this arrival.
he's just aimbotting everyone.
Yep. I know exactly where he's at. Jemkin will find
What
it. A
the
4K
hell? He's
here
17
from
to
the beast
4.
himself. 17-4-3 as RRQ are now just one round away from tying it up.
The Terminator,
Again,
dudes.
just really good
What is
understanding of the
that?
map by both teams. Honestly, I think
This
NONGSHIM
is
does a nice
insane.
job of re-aggressing towards Dish. They haven't been kind of playing this part of the map recently, and RRQ is a better response to it this time. They say, all right, we're going to give up that space
QEON
again.
are supposed to be
but this time
favorites.
we're gonna play
Yeah,
for
they're
the
probably
retake.
favorites in the
We've got
region at the
our ults,
moment.
we've
A
got
D or
Jemkin.
Rex.
They understand that they pushed back to Dish to play a deeper
I think
post
QEON
plan,
still are
and
favorites, but
RRQ
honestly, if you
isn't
watch DRX, you're
hesitating. There's no
probably
weight
thinking
in that
DRX might be. It's
decision
definitely
to
more
make sure that they're
consistent.
clearing that space where they
think
know
EDG
that
could
it's
do the
very
same
likely
as
because of the
last
map
year.
info they had on the rest of the map
Winner
where
Masters
NONGSHIM
are
was
a
going to be.
champs.
They can
think
push
you
in
can
there and clear them
Never
out.
count
Jemkin leads the charge.
EDG out. I think they're
It's
always going
absolutely
to be.
destructive.
I think even
Phenomenal
if they've
stuff
looked
from RRQ.
rough,
God,
they
Jemkin's too
they
away
can
from
just
another
flip a switch and look
orbital
good.
strike.
Smoke's coming down
So
for maybe a quick hit.
I
but
think you
widely
can
they do get slowed
always
up, and now
they'll
that
always be
lockdown going to
contenders.
infested. They still want to try to hit the go button here. The sun connecting with Sparrow with that judge around the corner. It's going to be so damn difficult in this place. And he's got another one in the back pocket. Draws
Judge
out the
into the
shorty,
backup
gets the collapse
shorty.
for the 4K,
That's
and
so
RRQ
sick.
tie it up 6-6.
Judge into the
Brushing
backup
aside the
shorty.
attack of
RRQ managed to squeeze out 3
Yeah, I don't know what to
rounds
tell
at
you
the
about that one,
end.
folks. That was just
That was incredible.
one of those.
Dude, I've never
shotgun
gone to
moments.
that.
He's
I've never
found
gone
you're playing
to these
Reaper.
lengths
Just throws the
of having a
shotgun to the
backup
floor, and he's
shorty,
got
but
another
honestly,
one.
it's incredible.
Unbelievable.
He got a collat. He got an actual collat with it.
It's like something you'd see in a Fallout
It's
game
nice
where you're
though,
just, like,
because if they
recycling
go over
guns.
towards arcade and start pushing
Oh my
tree heavy,
goodness.
also he can
Still,
go heaven.
you know, that's-
But he had double
do
molly.
be
I
like
think he had
that
double molly
sometimes,
heaven or
but
one
I
molly
think a
heaven, so he didn't have to
6-round
worry about
defender
heaven
side
as well.
For RRQ, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable with that. After
No, RRQ should be
NONGSHIM
happy
came
with
out
this.
hot, had 4 in a row. Looked like they were reading the
For
map
sure.
really well. But credit
could
to
have been
both
a lot
IGLs.
worse.
This is such a tough map to navigate your team on, to make sure that all your pieces are in the right place, to make sure you've got the info you want and that you need because of the nature of this map. And they both did, I frankly think, a great job countering each other, throwing some different looks, trying different strats and stuff, and all of it looked really good in my opinion. So now coming onto this attacker side, you've got that Neon for RRQ. That's where I'm really gonna
What's about the
look
upcoming
to see Monyet now
Sensi 2
start to
match?
accelerate. It's where he's really annoying. Because in the post
It's
lanes
gonna
in particular,
be
he's actually
the
really
best test
uncomfortable to deal
for
with.
Sure.
G2.
Can be, but
I
right
think
now
G2
we're
will be
not
fine,
seeing that Neon
but-
come online. I believe just the 1 kill to his name.
It'll
at the
be,
moment. Not something that you want to be seeing.
hope
from
Sen
the
get off to a
coolest
good start.
even on that defense, especially given that he's able to pivot around the map so quickly
Alu-
and has
wait.
been given this operator
Aliaka?
for so many rounds.
Is that how I
right?
say your name?
That impact has not necessarily been there, but at the same
1
time,
UKR.
without Monyet
Mika,
having
thank
his
you so much,
performance,
dude. Appreciate
RRQ
that.
still
Thank you,
do
thank you.
manage to make it 6-6
Thanks for the
after
prime.
losing the pistol, after having a bonus conversion. So for the rest of the team, especially Jemkin, that is a very good sign for them. Monyet starts coming online here.
Okay, NONGSHIM
RRQ are
to
going to be in a
damage
very good
over
spot to try to
towards
take
A
this
main.
I think that's something that has been so scary. Clear the turret.
And
predominantly
then
about this RRQ
Insta
team.
push
Barrel
3
right now
person.
effectively stranded.
Oh boy.
And
But
Zafira's
pitching in
reacted
from behind,
well.
doesn't necessarily
They have
know that, though,
no
so just
info
moves
or
ahead,
no
tucks back
idea
down the
how
stairs
many
and towards
numbers
sewer.
pushed.
That's not a ton of info for NONGSHIM to
Fire
work
underscore
off of,
Seeker,
other than
thank
they've
you so
cleared
much.
the
Thank you,
bridge.
thank you.
So now they go back to A. They're like,
Why
well, we don't know
Sentinel's
about
so
A
high on
main. We
Euro?
have to clear that. That gives
They
time
just
here
lean
for
heavy
RRQ
into
to
the
make their move.
Teo Euro combo.
Stun gonna be sent across, Xpero
They
taken
wanted to
down.
play Teo every map. And
They're taking down Persia, I should
Euro's
say. As Margaret is gonna
probably the
push
best
out
combo
power
with
here,
it.
double face coming
Or
around
at
the
least a
corner.
very
Monyet
good
with that
combo with
frenzy in
it.
hand will be able to find that
and then
kill.
you got the
Straight out,
flashes, so it
gets hooked
opens up a
against
lot more.
Three-man fan out. Double push through Canteen, it would seem here. As Dombey tries to lead the charge. Sheriff in hand, swinging on the corner. Reads the position, but cannot get
Ow,
that headshot
where'd the
lined
bullet
up.
go?
Dombey will peel off one more kill to stop it from being a flawless, but
All right.
RRQ tie things up in pistol count.
It's,
And they take
one
the
more.
lead here.
Yeah, and they're setting the pace in terms of how they're using their information and how they're understanding the map. And NONGSHIM is just having to re-clear so much space with this 3-man push. And the only player that ever got revealed was Xfero. He was able to tuck in his
What do you
sewers.
think of the
That doesn't give
Demon
you
one,
much as
Yori?
NONGSHIM.
I mean, we
By
only
the
saw
time
one
they
map
kind
of it.
We're starting to clear A main. That's when RRQ was making their hit. There just wasn't much outside of a tremendous outplay that NONGSHIM was going to be able to do in that
So
scenario.
I don't think I can judge a whole
So again, map movement, good
one
map
agent off
presence.
of.
Now you've got a few extra
Off of
guns
one
in
map.
hand compared to your opponents, of course, so a little bit of a spray down there, but the orb got grabbed. So NONGSHIM
Okay, on RRQ they're allowed 2
find
deaths.
a little bit more info. Just Monyet with just a ghost, and he baits out a lot of util.
And he does. Dalbo sent.
Shot.
Pushing though, pushing forward. Instant headshot there. Take down Persia. Rotations now starting to come through as Margaret's going to be tucked back over in Canteen, waiting for the rest of the team to join in here on this B site. But Plant now coming through. Over halfway towards that Hunter's Fury here as Monyet finding another with that Phantom as Xfero cleans up too. Ivy out into the open, nothing more to be
I mean,
done.
very
Ends up
nice.
falling. RQ.
Double armor rebuy,
Very
that's it.
clean, flawless take here in
It's,
the anti-eco.
The strong bonus to go up against. It's basically a full buy.
Looking really solid right now. Just understanding where the positions of the players could be. They get a couple pieces of util to come out. They know the breach and the Teho are on the other side of the map.
I think EDG
That's
and
both
Trace have an
initiators.
advantage
Those are kind of
finishing a week early.
Generally, some of the danger
Yeah.
pieces in, going against ecos where you get
It-
flashed,
it-
you get
it's
stunned,
definitely very
and all of a
nice.
sudden that gun advantage you had gets, let's say, minimized compared to what it would be. And they were able to
You get
dodge
time
that.
to watch
and
everyone.
that's just an instant
You,
goal pushed for Australia Company. Go to the other
You
side
at
of the map.
least...
Take over B. Really great stuff
Mm,
that we're seeing so far.
you're just going to change up some of your own stuff as well.
12. There's such a hot start.
But it's like, then they celebrate it pretty heavy there. But they're not going to be practicing too much.
Over at Arcade, Estrella lingering behind a bit is pushing up the smoke and push up through the cyber cage. Margaret's able to find one. Estrella does take out Persia, however. Breaking things open a little bit more, but now Dombey, the rest of the team arriving. Find a solid amount of kills push up into the tower. Margaret, not anticipating
Another
the
one
crouch
in you?
clearly. Is up on top of the rope here. Goes down beat. They try to shove back with that pain shell to drop down.
I was gonna say, where's the rest of his team to help him?
And now, once again, the salvos are trying to force
Okay,
him
nicely
forward.
done from NONGSHIM in the end.
It
It could have been way worse.
Too bad here on the bonus denial.
It's a week-long holiday, so they get like an extra week head start. It's
Yeah,
not too
it's
bad.
very similar to what we saw.
It's definitely an advantage, but it's not
Except
too
this
bad.
time they just fully commit to keep pushing through bridge to completely collapse. They
The
get a
good
little
news
bit
is that
further
no one
forward
knows that
on
they're
tower
playing
as
yet.
well to try to delay this as long as they can for the reinforcements to arrive. And they arrive just as Margaret thwarts that initial attack. A really important
Fio,
kill for
still
Margaret in that moment
the
to
same.
make sure that RRQ can't break out onto the site.
But I saw this
Set up
one.
their defensive lines. So now they go back into a couple-man push. The Tejo util to really clear a ton of space. Drone for drone. Gotta be careful you're
Oh,
pushing.
he is in trouble. Yeah, that breach
Beautiful
done on
trap play
top
set
was
up here from the
awesome.
side of
Yeah,
NONGSHIM.
they take a lot of space, and
Springs.
they're going to get the plant
Because you
down.
pays
I
the
like
iron
this
price.
from
Still
Zafero.
ushered
He's made a
forward
really
Francis
bold play,
way
but it
out
might
here
be like
on the
winning.
corner.
He went ropes all the way to the area that got full
Sparrow
cleared,
on the wraparound, goes
and
in
meant
on
that they
the
could
strike,
pinch
and
over
Monyet
towards
swinging
here.
forward.
And
We'll
obviously,
find Francis as well.
the rope
A-main
legit
completely
could have
cleared out.
been
Ivy looking for
being
timing,
held.
opens the door, but nothing there to greet him. At least not yet. Second peek could be a very different story. Flash through the turn, gets the spot out on the one. Margaret still making his way across. See if he can try to upset them, but
Whoa.
Sparrow, the quick turn.
Okay,
Flicks
that
onto
really
the
is the
headshot.
round-winning play.
Shuts him down.
Fair
Now
play, man.
Ivy
He's got
is
two of them in him.
completely surrounded. A 4K
Dude, what's
for
going on
Xsparrow
with
once
RRQ?
again brings the lead to 2
What
rounds
happened in that
RRQ's favor.
timeout?
X-Sparrow just the king of A-main. Just turreting there.
Just everyone's
Knocking
popping.
players down left and right. Great start for NONGSHIM. A combo play with the util. So effective. They've done that a couple times in this map where they set up either with the Tejo or with the breach.
Calm little reset.
Nasty stuff. But the setup
Dear
with
underscore
either
Faye
the
with the tier 1.
breach or
Thank you so much
Tejo
for the
for
10 months.
Dami
Thank you, thank
in
you.
a position where they expect RRQ to be, and they've done a pretty good
Thank you,
job
thank
of
you.
getting through and getting those initial first kills. But then after that, the plans just kind of start to fall apart. They get a little bit disorganized, discombobulated. RRQ was able to punish that.
Yeah, they
really
need their own
nicely,
kind of
so
miracle timeout, really.
So far, so good for RRQ on this attack side, and this is where things get really tricky on this map. It's hard to defend. There's just so
Sleep
much
in the
going
day?
on. You have
I mean,
to
it
be
depends,
so
dude.
aware of the map.
Depends if
And
Americas
that's why,
goes
you
2-0
know, for example,
all maps.
RRQ's comp going back to the old days of the EG team that started to run the Sova on this map and really show you why it's so valuable.
I'll
because
sleep
you have
after
that
this.
extra layer of info gathering. Now the Tejo does offer a little bit of that as well, not as much, but
This double
obviously with
duelist
stealth drone,
viable on
but you don't have the
Fracture.
auto
No,
drone,
you
have
can
the recon
send
dart,
it.
so, the space
I
and
think
the
with the options
information
you
is able
have,
to be
it maybe
understood a little bit better by the set of RRQ.
you would probably get
So
wrecked by
NONGSHIM
like
has to
ops and
sometimes
stuff,
just
but
make gambles. They have to make hard reads. They have to go for these trap plays. to
they
try to give
wouldn't have
themselves
much setup.
advantages. Even with that Cypher there,
But you could do it.
still a little bit tricky. This RQ has been really fantastic
Like, you
about
would probably just run a fade if you wanted to do it, I guess.
or at least minimizing
Then you
the
lose
damage
breach.
to just one player.
Monyet straight through.
And then it's a nightmare.
Tripwire.
Okay, double kill
Does get the
trips.
catch.
And NONGSHIM's whole thing here was let's just play full off-site kill trips and push as well in reaction. They didn't really get anything for their kill trips, but they do have just one hero gun.
But for now, Spike going to be planted.
Yeah, maybe they felt like they were getting overwhelmed on sites and they want to play like fight one, retake the other.
Just looking for that timing to shove them back. Go button's going to have to be pressed here, but ooh, Estrella does end up getting full caught. Still just
It
sprays
is a
away
good flash.
blindly to find one. And then Margaret's just not ready for Monyet down below there at Sands. Swing onto the corner, Jemkin.
Yeah, not
catching
sure
him
about the
unawares,
ult into
not
the
knowing where he
eco.
was at. He's going to look for that third and final. Monyet will take
Oh,
it
into
away.
the eco is
RQ not going to allow for the thrifty attempt to find purchase.
a little
As they
rough.
now stretch the lead by 3.
Now, I like the ideas here from NONGSHIM. There's some good thought
It
process
would just be
into
nice if it was in a buy
how that
round.
Trapwire set up into the cyber cage to slow this up to allow you time to get in for these retakes. A good
There's been a
flash,
single good ult in
get that one kill.
VCT. Yeah,
and then
we're on
they
like
use the
3.
Tejo ult to
We're
clear
on like
out
3 or
A-main so they
4
can
at the
drop
moment
from drop,
from the
get into the
tails.
site.
Yeah,
However,
G2 did a
nobody
really
checks
cool one
on the site
yesterday
itself.
on Lotus.
And as you say, they pay
on
the iron
defense,
price.
if you wanna check
iron's
that.
not that expensive though. It's kind of cheap.
And then
Just saying.
I am make the saying.
I'm trying to
I
remember
know,
who's
I
done the
just use it.
others.
I know.
100 Thieves had
Platinum
one.
price.
There you go. Platinum's very
And then there was one in EMEA, but I can't remember who did it.
To go like real nerd.
But they are very
Diamond
rare.
price,
I
yeah,
agree.
heavily
They're very
inflated.
rare at the moment.
You know, it's all just fake.
It's all just fake. Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, slide out of the corner, playing off the stun, Monyet.
Dude, nice
Well-defined
trades on this
Persia
one.
flushes him out,
And it was
going
weird
to be
because
the
it felt
B-side
like we were
broken
going
open
for
completely.
playing fully off-site.
Ivy
But it feels like after this timeout, have
nearby,
they not
over
just gone
by
back to
Jen.
playing exactly
Time.
how they were playing
tucked
before?
away from Cushy, but seems like has been decently red. Paint shells will go at his feet. Does get taken down. Downbeat planting his feet. It's able to find Cushy.
Yeah, but they
Suddenly,
have
there's a
no
player
idea
advantage
about
here for
this.
NONGSHIM. They have a
That's
showstopper online,
one.
but Xfera once again is going on alert timing. Swings around the back. Showstopper
He's
sent
got
his
that.
way. The damage not quite going to be found. Francis does manage to find the headshot. The defuse now being held. All down to Estrella. But he's just going to stick
Okay,
it.
not a believer.
A chance maybe to
Not
take
a
some
believer or
weapons away
didn't
from their
hit.
hands here and will be able to do so.
I'm
But
not
that
sure
round
which.
gets away from RRQ where Estrella maybe had a very solid chance.
He must
clutch it
have.
out.
We're just going to go with not a believer.
And it's just
Breach damage there. So he wants to try, like honestly, if they don't stick it here, he has a good attempt. Because he's hasn't given away his pause, he can like isolate a 1v1 and then he has breach damage to delay.
You can just hold that defuse.
Yeah, he just he took the gamble that they weren't
I'm not sure
full
if they had
sticking
the
it.
read on where Australia was or not, but regardless, NONGSHIM there, full confidence in that round. Something this team has shown us in spades in their entry into Pacific. Even though they are an Ascension team, they look very unfazed from a lot of the
Tail ult and
difficulties they have
spawn.
faced so far.
Pow? That's
You
Sentinels.
want this orb for Australia.
Liquid did a
You wanna
good
get that
one,
rolling
good set
thunder.
strat on
Ivy
Haven.
does have his as well, and he's
Yeah,
waiting
maybe we've seen 5 or 6.
right outside of Canteen. So I'm kind of curious
But
if they're
again,
going to
considering
try
how
to
many we've
send
seen,
this rolling
it's not
thunder
the
off of
best
the Cypher
with the
utility
tail ults.
towards B. If that's the
Right,
plan there.
let's not talk about tail
It's
ults.
more
We
of a
got
just wait
1,
for the
2,
retake.
3,
Stealth
4
drone.
people
Oh, about to get the ping
that
out there.
cannot
Two
buy
players actually
next.
gonna be spotted and
We got
suppressed.
RRQ
So deep.
with 2 ults.
Necessarily tell
They get
much
pretty
to
tempting to
NONGSHIM.
use, especially as they combo incredibly
Had they
well.
not been detected, they might have anticipated that it was going to be a full send on B.
Now they're switching sides. Is this all just a play for this rolling thunder, maybe to set up Dombi?
He's going to say just initial contact here.
Yep, timing of that is great.
Starting to go for the sprint.
And that's one of the
Not ready for
ults
that
that
peak
combos
whatsoever.
with the
It's
other
getting
ult that
shut
we're
down.
talking about, so that pick is everything.
Looks like RRQ's going to set up for a crunch. Xfero's taking a ton of space over at Dish. Just have to get through Dombi and company.
30 seconds left.
Blast back to try to offset.
great
Wide
stun,
swings out,
great
finds
satchel.
Cushy, looks for a little bit more. Another blast
Oh
back.
my
Sent
goodness.
Estrella dead. Paint shells built
Making,
back up. Sent Jemkin's way. The salvo to
Making
try to push you
satchels look
forward
like the
into
best
it.
util.
It's a decent amount of damage out. The shot going to be coming through, but Damn, he does not need assistance.
Ah,
He's
it's a
looking for
shame,
an ace,
bro.
but
1
Xfero
HP?
will seal it
No
away from him, but he
way.
cannot
1?
get RRQ back into this round at all.
It would have been a
Does manage to
it
make
would have
a
been
little
a
bit more
sick
costly
ace as
Francis will
well.
fall.
That's so
He himself
unlucky.
at
Like
1
so
HP.
unlucky.
We'll just try to stay tucked here at backside. Actually goes for a swing out. Make it a little bit
Dude,
more
imagine if
expensive,
that
but
was
eventually
texture.
will
The
fall.
cam would be
NONGSHIM now
incredible.
Bring the gap down to just 1 round.
These are fantastic.
Because he'd
timing
insta look at the
swings from
damage
Dombi.
after getting the headshot.
Just understanding where the acceleration point for Monyet would be, shuts it down, gets a little bit of help here from the breach.
Yeah, Breach did great.
Great setup from Ivy. And Dombi can just
Okay,
keep
best news
knocking
about
them
this
down.
is
They
that
have
they
a
keep-
great combination with all those mollies.
Best news about this
But
is
all that
just
util
how
that they
many
can use
people
at
they
the
kept
end to
alive,
smother
so
the
their money's
players
really
out.
good. Last time out
The
for
whole round
RRQ.
there, I like the way that Ivy's playing that. Francis is playing that. He's doing a great job of just, with that breach, mirroring the sides that RRQ is going to, and he was there one way or another to use that util to stop them, either when they're trying to get up the ramp at B main or come across that door at A hall. To really shut RRQ down, and he was spot
He
on.
said
with
something
that
like,
breach
for
util.
real?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
Down
dude,
to
it's
like
crazy
those 4.
unlucky.
Still some frustrations,
It's
but
so
sure, he'll be able to
unlucky.
shrug those off.
But
I mean, every Korean
in
player,
terms
I
of the
think, at this
impact,
point,
it's
as they
incredible.
come up into tier 1 or they look forward to trying to compete, says like, I really want to play like Texture, but this isn't necessarily what they had in mind.
I was thinking that. I was like, oh, now Dombi knows what it's like to be Texture.
The monkey's paw curls another finger. I'll never get an ace.
They-
Either
Same
way, though,
thought.
has helped NONGSHIM Get into such a fantastic position as they try to overtake, to try to tie things
again,
up once
they got the ult to the combo well.
and get this map
Does
out from underneath
NONGSHIM go super aggro? Yeah, and they take the big jewel and they take the brim out as well. They can insta-react, but we got that a whole double trip set up here. If they don't go through now, they're done.
Towards the spawn, but look at his HP.
No way, he jumped over it. Did he con? Did he hear it? Oh, they did great. Wait, how did the second trip break here? Was this breach damage or something? Either way.
But not in a position to use it, so
getting over towards the site with no brim is impressive on its own.
RRQ trying to fan out.
Rolling Thunder going to be sent. Hits onto one. Cushy, however, covering fire is going to be good for two.
No, not like this for NONGSHIM. This is devastating. Look at some of the HPs.
Xpharaoh is able to find another. Francis gone. Margaret creeping forward. Will end up falling. Persia comes away with two. Narrow margins there, given that
I mean, Estrada's ult is incredible, and normally most people play over towards A main and they prioritize this as the crossfire, right? And so they were so scared of what teams normally do, prioritizing deep over towards spawn. And the timing of that breacher was also incredible.
You know, you might see teams try to do that to avoid the Rolling Thunder, the Showstopper. Instead, they just fan out, and they just give so many different options that, okay, even if your Showstopper connects onto one player, the trade should be there. If the Rolling Thunder connects, it's only likely going to hit one. Another early push out from NONGSHIM.
This time.
Yeah, this time is good for one, but they still take down the smokes.
Take considerable damage alongside
and this time they got the double kill trip, setup, but they got two playing on site, and one's the bait. One's just hiding.
For the win, not for the draw.
Look at them tucked in on the site. Haven't seen this look from NONGSHIM yet on their defender side.
Relay bolts sent. Monyet on the slide through. Pumps the ultimate. Almost a dangerous timing. Persia is so stunned up. She cannot line it up.
You could also see RRQ here. Just get a good understanding of what's happening, right? They saw the push down towards B, instead of pivot over towards A, and we're using shock straight away. Like, they know as soon as they see some aggression, the other side is Cypher trying to get kills off of trips. Like, they pretty much have the read, or at least once they get the info, they know exactly what's going on and who's where, to an extent. Because obviously this time NONGSHIM kind of mixed it up with double on site.
More shots onto the angle. Cushy ends up getting taken down.
You'd imagine they're too low here. Yeah. Okay, still impressive from RRQ. They had obviously it was 4-0 at the beginning of this, so to come back in this fashion is really good.
Able to isolate some fights, win some battles. It's an early hold. This time Jemkin's like, all right, you guys want to come at me? I'll be ready for you. It's going to ADS. Monyet, though, the timing there. Great util from RRQ. You know, you're seeing a different look there from NONGSHIM. Maybe they're hoping that they haven't really tried to just tuck in on the A site and just turtle and wait it out. Still, though, the util is on point from RRQ to make sure that it's clear to set up Monyet for that overdrive double kill. And from there, they should have been a little bit more comfortable, but again, isolated fight.
Keep winning without smokes. Yeah. It's just but honestly, it kind of works out okay going over towards the site where the kill trips are, because normally Cypher's playing like behind the smoke with a combo anyway.
Good for RRQ.
They also didn't have guns on this one. That was
their last time out to see if they can find a way to do what
that was the thing that owned him as well.
Able to string a bunch of rounds together in a row to force
you say there's much of a regional diff in how APAC uses Teo. I think it's really dependent team by team.
But the thing that we were talking about at the half was Monyet.
Yeah.
Does he come
but it does look like the teams that pretty much just use it for space instead of kills. Like that's the one.
In the half.
And now he's positive in the KD.
Yes. So a big swing back. Jemkin, though, still kind of the
not too bad, Fio. Not too bad.
Right there alongside him, down on the opposite side.
I'm obviously excited for later. That's going to be a good sleep.
Let's find out.
You would love to bait out.
I woke up feeling like pretty awake, so that's good.
Try to get a window for that lockdown. Still, though, you would have to then, at least you could trade the orbital strike. That would be the ideal outcome, essentially, for the side of RRQ. And then you have your own orbital strike to clear some space, and they're all over the map.
Push up. Monyet not ready for the angle.
This is like, it's like the exact duel that happened earlier. And Margaret is not ready for this. And Cushy.
Going to be taken down at the same time, so player advantage now in the hands of NONGSHIM as Cushy tries to stave them off, but cannot. Spike still not ushered forward onto the site either. Just sat here right
I play games in my free time. When the season's on, I don't really have much free time. I don't really play. I'll play Valorant in the off season.
Estrella down as well. Francis finding
But other than that, I don't really get to play.
Just on to Jemkin, who's had.
I don't miss it too much. I get like a good fix when I play in the off season.
Bridge too far for him.
He's considering trying his luck going for the fight there against Francis, but I'll have to back away. Question is, does he actually go for the plant on the opposite side of the map?
Yeah, he's just gonna be saving on this.
Remaining. If he starts running, he should know. But looks like he's widely just gonna end up going for a save here.
Do I even like Valorant? Yeah, I like Valorant. Dude, I wouldn't do these hours if I didn't like Valorant.
We go onward. NONGSHIM will get themselves to double digits.
Yeah, this makes sense because, I mean, RRQ has plenty of money to buy for him.
You wonder if I have more free time now or when I was a coach? 100% have more free time now.
Another orb for himself. No reason to fork another orb over to NONGSHIM.
It's like the only reason that I can actually even go to the gym now. When I was a coach, I felt guilty taking 1 hour out.
You know, one player each direction, and it doesn't really pan out. NONGSHIM's winning all their duels.
Valorant or CS overall? I prefer Valorant.
So
CS is fun, dudes, but I just prefer the brain games in Valorant. I'm in for the chaos. I'm in for the ults, the util. You can like, I like the little brain games. CS is just too same stuff. But CS is still very fun. I put a lot of hours into it and watching playing. But I do like that this game changes up.
Xpharaoh not really in position where he could. Kind of pinned out at arcade.
The jump spot. I didn't see him.
Tripwire's going to be sent. There's the reveal. Monyet taking down the neural depth immediately going to be invested here as Persia sprays across and finds Jemkin to boot. Straight out.
Yeah, this is interesting because no one went aggro for NONGSHIM. So they didn't really get to feel out anywhere and find out where the cipher is. So they ended up just sending it into the cipher.
NONGSHIM's telling them the answer is you can't.
NONGSHIM don't go super aggro. They don't really know where that cipher setup is.
Just great.
First tripwire value. Yeah, it's like the first time that the NONGSHIM haven't shown their hand early, right? So you don't know where the actual cipher is. It's like the first time they've actually disguised where Margaret is.
Then that is the neural theft in play. Makes it so easy there for NONGSHIM to just start spraying through smokes, finding kills.
Cushy one away from his ult. Danby one away from his ult.
Biggest piece of this round.
Is there an orb anywhere for Danby to get?
He wanted to get into sewer potentially. Just was never
I have
comfortable.
more hours in Valor or CS? Oh, for sure CS. It's not even close.
They really could not find anything in that round that they were looking for. So NONGSHIM doing a great job here. Starting to hold the line, and they're going to be 1 round away from sending this to overtime.
It's being, okay, well, Danby going to be taken down. Still has decent amount of money of Persia. Purse string's a little bit tight, but just saying, been keeping it kind, haven't been giving it a mention, but at this point, I think that it's worth mentioning. If somebody
is old now, yeah, he has old now.
He's co-streaming at the moment. Make sure he's doing all right.
Don't choke on the ramen.
Yep.
One last chance.
I mean, unfortunately,
double
it's been a problem
ult.
for RRQ.
They got the ult to cancel the main ult.
Closing out maps.
So they can't go for the simple play.
Something we heard in the pre-match kind of B-roll where you could hear Ewok talking to his team,
use it in
confidence, guys. You need confidence.
After plant.
They haven't been able to get over the line. Now, frankly, in some of these rounds,
okay, both spotting
that's a great
the jump peak. They see
that.
after the shock as well, the trip go down.
That's way too easy.
Ron spots the one over towards top side.
Francis just going to be taking the angle here with that operator. Let's look at Xpharaoh backing off as all of RQ just going to be cutting noise, sending the drone forward here.
Doesn't have his ult for this, so can't pull him.
His ultimate actually off the back of that final death. So now has that in play in this round.
Yeah, here we go on site. Let's see. Oh, that is unlucky timing for Munya. Yeah, Margaret just tucks into the corner as well. Dude, that is the 3 chances gone for sure. How'd they even get on site here?
Right here at main. Slow creep across from Kush. He tries to get himself towards that arcade side. But how are you meant to take the site? He's still watching for any kind of backpedaling, any kind of flanks. He kind of rotates out, is into the shoulder. These shots go, the elbow rather, they're onto Estrella. Cushy just doesn't know which way to look. One by one, they fall.
Hey, very nicely done. Three chances for RRQ, fully gone. And NONGSHIM looked pretty convincing in them as well.
Just starting to find their groove, starting to understand the way that RRQ is trying to work the map. They started fanning out, getting a little bit more information. Francis with the operator, just holding the line at Dish. That allows them to really put their attention towards B main and A main a lot more.
When you were coaching, was there a team you would look forward to prepping for? Oh yeah, crew. Dude, I knew we would win every single crew game.
It's heartbreaking for RRQ.
Dude, our anti on crew is incredible. I think we went 6-0 against crew.
Into this team already. You know, we saw it at the Ascension Grand Finals. We're seeing it again here today.
I mean, you mentioned.
Dude, I had that team sauced out. Like real sauced out.
NONGSHIM, they've gotten that first step.
Why is it always crew? Yeah, that's
take the map from here. RQ on the defense, looking to try to stave them off. Thrown up over the top, quickly cleared here by Xfero, the Nano. Stopping any further presence from pushing forward. Fault line going to be going up. Alarm bot there around the corner. The push coming through with the shorty, able to collect one, but Francis otherwise flushes him out. Jemkin, the attention being paid away from main. He's going to be good for one, but then Margaret.
3v3, no one's gonna get an all. If Ivy gets a kill on site, oh, that's the big one. Dude, and the stun is incredible. Ooh! Dude, no trade? Okay, I was gonna say, imagine it. Okay, RRQ get another go at it.
RRQ take the opening round here in OT and once again get themselves up to match point.
What a victory there for RRQ. Everybody getting involved. Just a lot of back
we were
and forth.
3-0 against them, 6-0 in maps.
The tower push.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
there with the shorty. And that time NONGSHIM was very ready to trade it
quickly. That was like,
right at
dude, I looked at that anti every time and I was like, well,
to find more value out of that shotgun. Come on, yet. It's that relay bolt. That's important for the follow-up kills. Makes it a lot easier there. Margaret
I wish there were more teams that were like that.
React and swing as quickly as he would like to. Maybe try to bail out his teammates. We're getting gunned down by the rest of RRQ. NONGSHIM gonna take.
Dude, honestly, all of the Sen loud maps are really good.
Try to make sure that they don't go down in 14-12 fashion. Looking to at least drag this out for another 2 rounds minimum. If they win.
I was gonna say, there's no such thing as early if it all ends in this next one. I can't even
find Fio's message.
And you'd be kicking yourself for not using it.
Exactly.
So, needing to invest here to extend this. See just how deep they can dig. The run back.
Pagan 5507 with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 17 months.
To this overtime.
Thank you, thank you.
Real question here. I think RRQ probably.
What do you think is what do you think is my best quality as a coach? I think I've got one of the best work ethics you can have because I just know life. So that's definitely the best thing. Like, it's hard to put in more time. What's something I'm not great at? I'm not great at working with people sometimes. I expect people to put in as much time as me and know a good amount of stuff if you've been playing the game for a long time. If you don't know it, I get annoyed pretty easy. I'm not like the best people person because I expect a high level.
Yeah, gets the catch.
That was while he was on the rope. He's like, I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, rotate back around the
never
other way.
see this coming.
Look at the pings though here on A main. 2 players pushed up. Some noise made as the door opens. Cushy thinking about sending out the drone, but Domby's just gonna go for the fight. Does well to actually come away with one, but now 2 players gone.
They get the advantage on this, and we are straight up wrecked.
Ivy in the corner, forced to try to clear out the drone. Gets the headshot, sends out the aftershock, trying to save him off, trying to soften up these players, but they're able to storm past it.
Push this hit early.
Falls on his shoulders. Margaret getting into position to try to reinforce. Blast through. He catches
That
the full
flash
blind,
is
still comes away with one.
disgusting,
Rolling
dude.
thunder across though.
Okay,
Shirley
nicely
spells
handled from
Margaret's
RRQ
demise,
in the
and it
end to
has.
close this one
Estrella
out.
with 3 will get RRQ
It was close,
over the
though.
line
This
in
was
OT.
real close.
14-12. They start the series off with a map win.
What a victory
Yeah,
here
they didn't
for
get enough for that
RRQ.
push.
What
I
a
think they all
great
had to
map.
commit or just
I can't stress enough
pull back
how
up to the first go.
well thought out this was from both teams. The IGLs, tip of the cap to them.
I like the
There
question
were
though,
some
yeah.
great adjustments made on both sides. And I like the way RRQ played that
Yeah,
last
I'm not
round.
the best
a little
at
bit of patience
working with
there.
people sometimes,
Again, they're
no doubt
setting
about
up
it.
for
Like, I
that
like working on my own.
initiator into Donby execute
I
to
like
find
not
that
having
pick,
to rely on
but
others.
the numbers advantage is so high for RRQ. They're able to trade the whole way through, find a freebie along the way, get that 3v2
Which is not
advantage,
great when you're a
and they're
coach,
starting
to
to
be
make their way to
honest.
the site. Lock things down,
Because
but
you're pretty much
man, oh man, that was a lot of
consistently
fun.
relying on
NONGSHIM
others.
comes out just absolutely crying. Then RRQ able to punch back. Dude, that was a good one.
Yeah, a fun one for us. I think the team's going to be a little bit less entertained with how back and forth, how crazy some moments have gotten.
Well, too bad.
But yeah, for us and the viewers, I think a very fun one, especially rounds like that from Xfero, who, worth mentioning, after his performance, his bounce back in that second half, is now 18 kills away from joining the 1K club. So is very much teetering on the edge of joining that prestigious group of players.
Did
But you
Lev
would like
play
to do
well
it
yesterday?
in a win in keeping RQ afloat here in the tournament.
Their
That's the
Fracture
first
is
step,
good.
but that's also
They
RQ's
actually had a
map
good
pick.
chance
Now
on
we look
Fracture.
over towards Lotus, which, as you have already mentioned, Paper Thin, has not been the strongest map.
Yeah, this has been one that's tough for them.
Will make
so
crew
let's see if they've
easy
dialed up some,
to
something
anti
new.
their
But with how
ults.
good NONGSHIM pressed
They
them on a
didn't
map
mix
that's
up their
been bad
ults
for
enough.
NONGSHIM,
It was
good for
like
RRQ. Could be
it
interesting.
was so
It
easy.
certainly can be, but let's
And
go
then
ahead
they
and
would
send it
only
back
ever
over to Analyst
have
as a
like
breakdown
2
the action from
defaults.
Fracture.
And their defaults would always normally have
I feel
some
like
kind of
almost
flaw.
every map
in it.
does this. It's back and forth. One team is about to win, and then it just goes this way and that way, and you just can't
They
tell
were
who's
they were
gonna
at
win.
ult
At
heavy
any one
team.
point,
Like
we've had
if they
so
were
many
one away
matches
from
like
an
that.
ult, or if
Why
they
are
had
we
an ult,
surprised even that this
we
match
would
is
know what they were
ending?
doing.
Can we get a heart rate monitor, Arnie? What
I know,
They
right?
didn't
Who's
do
going
too much.
I mean, even on Chobra,
Very
I
similar
did,
to
by the way,
Sentinels
for
at the
fans,
beginning of
like
the game,
kind of
but they were
check
just way
in
better
on
than
Chobra,
everyone.
and by the time it went to overtime, he kind of had his hands up in the air and everything. I was like, okay, there he goes. That's it. But yeah, I mean, this was very, very
Are there any
close.
coaches that I
What
don't
happened,
like
do
and
you
don't
think, to
agree with?
RRQ? Just
I like
as,
that. I
you know,
pretty
it
much like.
looked as though they were going to
I
close it,
rarely meet
but
people
they
that I
had them a
don't
little
like.
trouble.
Closing games is really hard. It's honestly such
be
an
honest.
underrated
I get on
skill
with a good
where
amount of people.
it's like, so one thing all these mental coaches, like
There's
we
probably
saw
coaches that I
Ewok
don't agree with,
talking about in the
but I wouldn't-
pre-show, is that you have to be in that
just
present
wouldn't
moment,
talk to them
focus
that
on the
much.
round that you're playing. But it's very easy when you get to 12 to think about like you've already won. It's not a conscious thought, but it's like deep in your subconscious. So it's more about grounding yourself, staying in that moment. But props to them because they managed to close it in the end, even if it wasn't OT.
That's the
Touch a little bit on
coaches.
NONGSHIM's adjustments
I'm
going
sure they
into
had
this
a lot
game
on
of
their
Fracture.
plate.
Danby over onto the Rays from the Neon, which he had an underwhelming performance on Bind recently.
Any
and-
team you
and some
dreaded
people were kinda
prepping
critical of
for?
that.
Yeah.
They also
Doom
swapped their
Bros'
initiator
team.
roles. Ivy was on the
Doom
Teo
Bros
last
and
time around.
Angels, a
Francis is on it
duo
now.
would just
They've
change
thrown Ivy
everything
on the
up
breach, and
until
they've
you
also
would waste
changed
your whole
Margaret
night
onto the
prepping.
Cypher. They were running some kind of similar setups to what we saw, I think, T1 the other day doing, like Meteor with that cyber cage on top of the stairs. That was actually quite problematic for RRQ to deal with, and I think maybe it might be a little bit of a soft counter to the Neon, which is something that's actually been used against NONGSHIM in the past a little bit. So you can see that NONGSHIM are not quite comfortable on this map. They're still making some adjustments, but they're still very competitive and still very difficult to put away, even for DRX or RRQ, who are fantastic teams.
I mean, speaking of switching things around, you just look at
Do you think
Jemkin, who
Paper
was
X needs
on
a coach
Brimstone,
change?
by
Nah,
the
I
way,
think
and we
Alex is
pointed out earlier that, you know, this isn't exactly his main, I mean,
okay,
for
chat, let me
obvious
spam
reasons,
some
right?
ads. Maybe I
But
can
he
love
was
that.
delivering.
Yeah, Brimstone's really quite simple. So we saw this a lot. Think about like Demon 1 last year. You can move your Star Fraggers onto the Brimstone because it's quite...
Demon 1.
Yeah. Demon 1. You know what I mean. But it's very easy to put your star players on Brimstone because you're just dropping those smokes on the iPad. You got the Molly to play with. You remember 1 or 2 lineups and he just thinks about getting those kills.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, Jemkin, you have him on your team.
Yeah.
You're definitely smiling.
I'm happy.
Yeah, yeah.
there's a reason
you're
I
as
went for
happy
him.
as Jemkin is in this photo. You know, he's very, very proud of that. But there were a lot of, you know, really, really good rounds here as well. We saw that both teams were very well prepared for each other.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the first round I think you wanted to talk about was just one of these ult timings where, we talked about Forsaken with the Armageddon. This time, the Raze ult is a round that just plays itself when you get an early timing with it, right?
This is what you should be doing in your ranked games. If you're on that Raze, you want to be farming these kills in the pistol, in the eco, and then as they come into round 3, he has this showstopper. And this is where it's kind of nice having the Raze over the Neon, because he manages to get the kill here long distance without exposing himself. As he fires it around this corner, get ready for it, bang! So getting that ult up so early gets you this round 3, gets you the bonus, and that's where you really start to snowball. RRQ did really well to equalize after.
Look at Dambi, I mean, mini texture. Look, he even has the Recon Phantom with the same gun buddy and struggles to ace, and then, the same reaction. So, yeah, I think it was pointed out in the cast, a lot of teams, a lot of players in Korea wanting to be just like texture. You even saw Margaret with a little bit of a Cypher cosplay from Meteor. This was a moment that I wanted to highlight as well, because I've already seen this from RRQ earlier on against Gen G, where they used the KJ ulti as a bait. You even saw a Sova ult from downtown in response to the stairs aggression. And this is a round we also wanted to highlight here, as the salvos of Teo, and when they're used, really changes the decision-making for a lot of players, especially KJ players, right?
Yeah, so we see Francis try and cancel this plant here, and then we see Xfero immediately drops the ult because they can't cancel it. So then Francis has to invest that Armageddon to get rid of it. So that's a great trade for Xfero. And if you are playing in ranked, if you're that Sentinel, you need to be baiting out those salvos before you can really use the big hitting util like that lockdown. Yeah,
I mean, you just see this round turns into an absolute mess, and NONGSHIM, they feel like they've got a decent chance of winning it, but they invest a lot more than they might have wanted into a half buy like that. They had to burn the Armageddon, and they didn't even really have that much success at the end of the day. They did trade out the Sova ult that you saw coming from Cushy there, so trading out ults as opposed to taking away the financial economy is something that sometimes you can think about on your half buys, really trying to bleed out as much from the other team as you can and trade down all of that ult utility so that you can actually come out ahead in the long run.
And you just really, have to, commend Ewok and the rest of the team at RRQ, just because, even with, Dambi just bringing in a lot of first kills, he got like 10 first kills, but RRQ just managed to stay, stand firm, stay true, just keep their calm, and just know that they didn't need to, over peak, they didn't need to over aggress at any one point in time.
Yeah, shout out Estrella again. I feel like he played a great game and his calls were really on point. This is what Ewok spoke about in that in the little pre-show, where he's saying, now Cushy's taking over some mid-rounding, they have Warbirds to help. It's now a big supportive staff instead of that one-on-one relationship, as I mentioned earlier, and that frees up Estrella to be a little bit more impactful in the server, so I'm really happy that we're seeing that.
Yeah, he's got a little bit less weight on his shoulders in that IGL role, and he can shine a little bit more as an individual.
Yeah, I absolutely love it, especially since, these are micro adjustments, right? It's not something huge, like, oh, we're gonna change our comp, and, suddenly, this guy, Cushy is on Duelist or something. It's not anything big, it's micro adjustments, but it lends to the sustainability of the team. Now, going over to Lotus, what are we expecting here? Especially since, NONGSHIM probably noticed that RRQ hasn't been the best on this map, and NONGSHIM may be probably feeling a little bit more confident.
I mean, you talked about the small adjustments. That's something we've seen from NONGSHIM. I would say that last map was a lot of big adjustments with the roles and changing a lot, but this is a good example of the small adjustments we talk about. Changing what Sentinel you're playing based on the team, maybe changing up the duelist and things like that. In this case, the Vice versus the Cypher for Margaret on Lotus, which is a map that they've played quite a lot, especially over Ascension Jakarta. They got a lot of reps on it. For RRQ, it wasn't bad on Lotus, and I felt like that game against Secret, I think it was pretty winnable for them. They were just a little bit too slow to start and couldn't quite close it out in classic RRQ fashion, even though they ended up winning that series.
Yeah, but I mean, they bled on that map. They showed weakness, so it's easy to see why NONGSHIM would pick this up, because if I'm going against RRQ, I don't really want to play Pearl. I don't want to play Fracture, and so I don't hate this pick to NONGSHIM, and I think, as you said, NONGSHIM have real pros on this map. They've played it so much. I really like the swap to Vice, as you mentioned as well. Margaret played it very, very well, so I think he needs to have that little bit of a performance boost. It wasn't his best showing in map 1.
Yeah, but I feel like, NONGSHIM, they are invincible on this map, right? We did see that TRX were able to, one-up them. Of course, they had Freeing, who is like the Teho of Pacific at this point in time. Right, exactly. But, that might show like some weaknesses in NONGSHIM's playbook.
Yeah, best Teo in the world from Paper Thin, who's known for his level-headed takes. particularly when it comes to Japanese teams. So
What's
I've been taking his
Riot's
word
biggest
for it.
We're
red
gonna get to that
card?
later.
He's playing
No
very, very well.
replay
That's true, that's
system,
true. We do
chamber
have that
meta,
later on.
release
We
of
won't play
power.
any spoilers just yet. Yeah, I
It's
agree with
a
you. I think that
solid
this could
mix
definitely be a
between
2-0 for RRQ, but they're going to have
how
to step
long
up their
it
level
took
of
to
performance
nerf
from compared to
Astro
what we saw in
Chamber
previous series
and
for them.
Jet
Lotus doesn't feel like it's at the top of their
and
map
their
pool by any
maps.
means, but at the same time, it doesn't
I
feel like
guess
there's
it's
any
a mix
huge
with-
gaps
it's
for
a mix
RRQ. The same, I
between
feel the
that,
same
really.
for NONGSHIM. I feel like neither
Those
one of these
metas
teams
went
is
on
just
for
going to
way
melt
too
away
long.
and be easily beatable. You have to play very, very well to put either of these teams away.
Probably
And
that,
you
but
have Lotus and then
honestly,
you have Pearl. Do you feel like RQ maybe
the
have a
maps-
little less pressure on their
the fact that
shoulders
the
now
maps are
because
still
the map pool
like
might
they've
be
learned from them,
getting easier, so to
but the
say?
maps are
I don't
still
think so.
not
We
great.
disagree
That's like
on who's going to take Pearl if it
That's
goes
why
like
Both
it's
of these teams
probably
look amazing on Pearl, though.
the worst one.
Like,
I
and
agree, but-
look, NONGSHIM beat DRX on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the RX as much as the next
think
guy.
Leo's
NONGSHIM
the
played
missing
great, but
piece
it's
for
can you deal with
Fnatic.
that Phoenix? But that's a story for map
I feel like
3.
Leo's a
Lotus,
missing
I
piece for
feel
every
like
team,
What I
probably.
want is that same level of closeness that this first map has, because it was very back
Yeah,
and
maybe,
forth, and it felt like
but
it was won based on
they
those
lost a
micro
lot from
adjustments,
Darker as
very
well.
calling, and
They
that's
gotta
a
lo-
real
they gotta
marker
get a
of
little
high
bit of
level
time
Valorant.
to
So if we get that for map 2, that's all we can
get
ask
everyone
for,
into the
Not to
system
mention,
and
you
kayak
did
up
have,
to the.
Xferro stepping up.
I mean,
We
Kike's
did
been
notice,
getting
of
there.
course, previously he wasn't feeling well, so that kind of let, there's a little less energy in his performance. Now, though, it's stabilizing right there. You had a lot of, Il David moments, and I feel like this is actually an RRQ that has everybody on board. It's just a matter of, like, those times when it gets really tense.
I don't think.
Can they actually,
I think
like,
having no
mellow
replay
down a bit,
system
just calm
isn't
down, and that's where it gets really,
as
dicey.
Well, the fact that they were
big a
able to
deal
close
as
out that
what other
first map,
people
especially
think.
when NONGSHIM started coming back,
I
is a
wouldn't
good
even
sign that
say it's that.
they struggled with this a lot. They struggled
I
with it
wouldn't say
against
it's that
Genji.
bad.
Closing out maps
I don't
has
think
been
it
a
comes in
problem, but
line
they
with
closed out that map
how long
one,
that
which
meta
should
was
inspire a
out
lot of
for, like,
confidence.
Chamber or
If
Astro
they get
or
to that 12th round,
Jet.
then they should be able to close it out going forward.
Should be
And-
able
and
to
the
close
map
it
was-
out, right?
It's always a should. You never know with stuff like this.
I think you should definitely pay a lot of attention to the macro and the tendencies of these
What
two teams.
team
We've
would
already
win
seen
a
both
best
of
of
them make
5?
a lot of
5
adjustments, even in
Chronicles
that
or
first
5
map, despite the fact
Forsakens,
that
dude, it'd be
NONGSHIM's
it
changed
would
their
be a
comp and their
banger
roles
game.
quite significantly. I think we've already seen teams
Who
try to
wins
clear
it?
out front B
I have
and
no
isolate
idea,
both
dude.
Margaret
I mean,
and
you
Xferro
probably
when
have to
they're
back
lurking front B. It's
Chronicle.
what you expect the Sentinel to
He's
do
the
on this
one-
map.
he's
You
the
see
one that's
NONGSHIM
been
already run a
proven
lot of traps
to
over
win a
on the
lot
A
of
side of the
stuff.
map. They are running, you're used to seeing the paint shells of the Rays, for example, but they're running the Neon where you could just relay bolt, fast lane, cut that whole area in half and try to isolate one side of it. And I know that the boys on NONGSHIM love their set plays, they love their trap plays.
9
We'll
side
also
shows
have
of
to see if
5
they are gonna commit
Forsakens.
to the Vice
You
or the
would
Cypher,
need. We
'cause you
spoke
could
about this on
definitely do a lot of
Plat Chat. You
trap
would
plays
need
off
like
the Cypher
12.
camp.
Well, a question is,
shows.
if they were willing to swap off the Neon on Fracture, do you see them playing the Rays in this Lotus?
Maybe
Yeah,
less.
I'm surprised they even did that,
Maybe
and it
less.
went quite well for Danby, to be fair, especially
you
after he's
get
been
to
leveled
stack
a little bit of
so
criticism
many
for his
angles with
performance on Vine,
judges.
where he was opping a bit. So I could see it happen. Like we said, it's a small adjustments for NONGSHIM.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, Lotus, I really like the Neon. I actually really like the Neon on Fracture for the same reason. It's the rotation timings. It's the
it's
ability to
fast.
run around the map. We've already seen NONGSHIM.
rather
A lot of their
fight
game
one
plan is running these really elaborate
sideshow-sized
fakes where they
egg?
send Danby in on one side of the map and then they leave
One
these
sideshow-sized
good backline
egg
players
or
in the clutch
100
like
egg
Persia.
sides.
Ivy is one of the most
Dude,
clutch
fighting
players in the tournament at the
100
moment. Like, he's got the
egg-sized
highest,
sideshows would be
by
pretty
far the
fun.
highest clutch rate, which previously Persia was in Ascension, Jakarta, and VCLKR.
I would
had
probably go for
insane
the
clutch
100.
statistics, and that is a big
I
crux
know you should go
of
for the egg,
NONGSHIM's game
obviously,
plan,
but
is just having Danby send it in, create a huge distraction, create a
Would
lot
be
of
pretty
space that these
fun.
couple of players can close out the mid to late round if they get into a post plan.
But hey,
Favorite
we
snack?
had
I'm not even sure.
Jemkin as a big problem on the
I don't really have
Brimstone
like a
earlier
favorite
map.
one.
He's most likely going to switch over to Duelist again, going into Lotus. And, Jemkin on the Duelist, that's just...
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason he goes in the Duelist slot, not the Smoke slot. He's as
How'd
great as
you
he is on
defeat an
Brimstone.
egg, crack
I would
him?
be happy to see him
He's
back in the
home.
race.
He's home here.
Oh,
mean,
absolutely.
I'm more scared of Jemkin on the Jet,
5
to be
Mies
honest,
against
on
6
Haven or
sideshows?
something like that than I am of anything else right now.
I don't play enough,
Yeah,
man.
but, hey,
I don't
Jemkin
play
on the
enough for me
Rays
to
is still
confidently
frightening
feel
in
like I
itself,
could
and then you
take
have
6 of
One
them.
Will probably most likely be on the
I reckon
Omen,
I
which
should
is
be able
also
to.
pretty scary, right?
Yeah.
So jumping into Lotus right now, we're gonna see. I'm not expecting anything major here. These teams are running
Okay.
pretty much what they have been.
Double control well, NONGSHIM, they have changed into a pretty significant different comp. For RRQ, they're backing themselves. They are still running the different flavor of the double controller, the info denial of the Viper, but the Astra's going to be
surprised RRQ didn't like lean into a Cypher, knowing that it was going to be a Neon, but I will say the whole Viper Vice is pretty strong.
I'm curious as to that change because Moniet's been a very aggressive Omen.
It really does lock down C.
A much more passive role, so I want to see how RRQ have worked this.
Yeah, this could add a new pace, a new flavor.
Rank am I in this
especially
new
since you don't
episode?
want
Mate,
your
I haven't
bodies
played it.
working.
I haven't played the game for...
That
We're gonna
doesn't
see
sound
more
right.
yellow.
Am I right?
I haven't played the game for like 2.5 months. I played one game where I stood in for Liquid Academy. That was it.
Maybe that's a flavor
That's all
they're
I've done
already,
in
you
the
know,
last
looking forward
2
to.
months, I
And,
think.
you know, on side of NONGSHIM, I'm excited to see, like, both of these teams are so interesting to watch because it's just these tiny adjustments. But hey, it could change the
Top
game
frag, no,
completely.
solid
We'll toss it on
bottom
over
frag.
to Paperthin and Achilles.
It was a solid bottom frag
Change the game
performance.
completely, indeed. Let's
I think
see
I got
if it
11 or
does.
something. It wasn't great.
Plenty of swap arounds here. And Downby, of course, back over onto the Neon, but both teams in that vice.
Okay, NONGSHIM on
the
attack,
fight. Let's see how
RRQ
the
on
Lurks do, in
defense.
fact, look here.
And we are going for a trap play, late, swing, flash out, nade deep, stun, hit everyone. Stun, hit everyone, 3 assists, 12 HP, 22 HP.
Swing around the back here
Duel.
from Cushy, eventually able to find
It's
the headshot.
doable.
Brings it now into a
It
2v3,
is
but a stiff
doable.
breeze would take Francis to the ground.
Do I enjoy solo queuing or playing with Sideshow more? No, playing with Sideshow is
That
fun,
set up the
dude.
rest of his team. That completely stalled that RRQ push out the back of that
It is
blind.
fun. Plus the elo is
Straight
like
up
significantly
noted.
lower, right? So the
Pushed
people
away
you
with
play
the
against
util.
It's a paranoia
not
out.
as good.
In the meantime,
Nice.
Cushy's already gotten himself forward here into the site. Francis, ooh, around the corner. Not quite spotting each other here, it would seem. Push up over the top. Doesn't mention they come down. It seems like Francis had absolutely no idea. In the meantime, push out of the smoke.
How
Estrella
have they
skipping
made
up
that
kill,
look
and that's going to be RRQ
that
coming away with a
easy?
pistol despite the wonky
Like
start.
it's a 2v4, and it
Crazy good
looked
stuff from Estrella.
incredibly
Honestly, he's the
easy.
one who really sets that up
Smoked
because
them
he's
off,
able
isolated the
to buy
1v1.
so
Obviously,
much
got the
util
1v1 over
in
towards
his
B
direction,
from earlier.
dodge it, push NONGSHIM to C Hall. They're all on the back of this site, and that allows for the push-up from Cushy to get in there and take control of that space. That's just a phenomenal relay ball.
It really is, but
Sorry, I just sneezed.
no, you're all good.
I mean,
But yeah, that attention paid, everybody rushing towards.
I think T1 is still the
Estrella
top
there.
team in APAC, or maybe now DRX. It's
that
close,
forward
man.
push from
It's
Cushy.
close. DRX look pretty good,
being there.
to be fair.
Undoing, so still round win here for
Freeing
RRQ,
is
2-1
great.
in that regard in the
I'm really
series.
excited for the DRX
Against Francis
T1
is
game.
gonna
I
be
don't even know who I
grabbing the
pick.
orb
I would
outside
probably
and get
still
Some pistol buy-ups,
just
though,
go with
for
my
Senate
original
NONGSHIM.
T1
See how scary they can be.
picks, but
Those sheriffs.
I think if
even,
you were to
Frenzy
actually look at
or
everything that's
Dombey,
going on, DRX probably look
looking to do
better.
a little bit of damage. See if they could break through.
But I
Find
think I'm
out.
too
Let's see what we
stubborn
can do
to
as a site
switch.
holder. Be that anchor along with the vice.
I think APAC can win
Wow.
anything this year.
Ball away.
Yes, but I'm not saying I don't think
Some
they
added
can
presence on that
win
seaside as well. See if they think about
Bangkok, but I
going
think they're the
elsewhere.
least
Francis
likely region at the moment to win
some thorns here,
Bangkok.
but-
Gotta be careful. He's got the spike.
Because I think
Indeed.
and I think there's like
Able to go ahead
5, 6
and
of them
drift away. Estrella
that can eventually start
on
winning
top of rubble.
Masters.
Just a ghost in hand.
I think they all need
Very
time
easily be
still.
overwhelmed here.
Yeah, as far as reads go, this is about as good as it gets for NONGSHIM.
Just have that paranoia at the ready. Is Haunt. Oh, gets the reveal.
But
Straight up
I
in the
think
back
definitely
down,
like
drops down.
after Bangkok, I think they should
Just
be fine.
managed to go ahead, TP to the side. It sees, looking for the connection.
That's pretty much the first time I've ever fought that, because I've always
More
said
than slow
Americas
up a
and
couple of
Pacific
players here
like
on the
have
approach,
better
but
chance than
already
EMEA
opened
in
the
the
door
past year.
Are NONGSHIM. Straight no eyes on anything. Cushy here at backside.
This is the first time where it's like
Mitchell's going to be lobbed in.
The
spot
top-
up onto
top
one.
teams?
Dammy
I don't
gonna be
know.
noted
It
there,
looks
pushing
like everyone
forward
needs
into the
time.
smoke, and as Cushy tries to go on the fight. Navi's able to take him down with that frenzy at
What
close
the hell
range.
are these
Ivy
jaws?
similarly just barrel stumping Jemkin, takes him out.
it
Sparrow
doesn't
now arriving.
it doesn't stop as well.
Brings it back to parity, but there's still a bulldog here in the hands of NONGSHIM. Now the Guardian as well scooped up. They've actually outdone them here as far as the firepower is concerned.
Yeah, it's a rough retake still. Molly's
So one
great.
gets cleared. Snake bite on the
Molly out
corner,
into the
swing out.
open, it's
Monyet
good.
gonna be
Do
for that
they?
kill. Dead, however, mid-air as he goes for the drop down and experimental.
Very
Gonna be
nice
suffering
from
a similar
Persia.
fate. Persia with 8 bullets
Yeah.
remaining. Snaps over, looks for his drag, cannot make it
Smoke,
happen.
but we still got Astra
No matter
Sun.
which way you end up cutting it, though, this is already fantastic damage for the side of NONGSHIM. They still have an opportunity to try to close this
Right?
one out, but the stick is just coming
God.
through. Ivy trying to go for the center. Oh, he gets him off in time.
was close.
Time ticking, the tap coming through, and Ivy will be able to put him down. We are tied up 1-1.
What? Hopefully he wasn't
Oh
worried,
my.
because I was.
This is just
Nice
a
eco though.
beautiful read from
Yeah,
NONGSHIM.
it's a great
They're doing a great job on
round.
the early part of the map, baiting out some of that vice utility, identifying there's a couple players over there.
Is counting in his head?
Slow
Yeah, I
creep
think
up to the
so.
other side of the map.
But the DRX always managed
That's
to
where the
provide
defenses are
good
ultra
teams of
weak
literally
for the side
rookies
of
every time. I
RRQ.
think
They've
it's got
only got
honorable
Estrella with
coaching
the ghost,
staff, to be
and he has
honest.
to play super defensive,
I think they
and
gotta
that allows
we gotta respect
NONGSHIM to
it.
get into positions where they can
Impressive.
use those pistols in favorable battles. Those point-blank range battles that RRQ has to try to take.
Would you
to try
agree
to
that
prevent
G2
them
is the only
from
team that
getting
so
into
far
the
that's
site.
played clean Valorant?
And they nullify that
They're the
gun
team that have
advantage
like
that
looked the
RRQ
most
has
put
early.
together, but there's definitely
Donby's
teams
got a
that have like
shotgun.
really nice
He's got
maps
plenty of
that
space on the B site.
I think they would.
Left wide open, just a
It
Guardian
would be like
being bought up for the
close,
side
and
of
like maybe
RRQ.
even you would favor some of the other
To try to
teams.
play retake.
Top of the door.
Like G2 are in the spot
Slams it
where
in their faces.
let's see who
Players
gets all
down
the
on the
ecos.
ground. Ivy
It's just
way
an
out wide.
omen or
Persia.
early. G2 are just in a lovely situation where they're like min-maxing a lot of
They
stuff.
bolt at Manyet's
And
feet.
that's awesome.
Quick tuck back from him.
And they probably
Guardian
have a 7
needing to
map
be
pool
reloaded.
and they're confident on 7 maps, which is
Keeps
sick.
this thing swiveling.
But again, there's like, I think there's teams that would take them on certain maps.
Francis finding a timing. Xfero now. Last one standing. Just that. Judge swaps over. Oh, there's the slide out. Dambi swoops in from behind. Takes him out of the equation.
Leaf's
2-1.
rating? Yeah, Leaf's
NONGSHIM
been
now in the
incredible.
lead.
Now NONGSHIM,
Leaf solo
Fast
bringing back
execute this
Chamber,
time.
and I'm here for it.
he's very likely to be left pretty wide open. See if we can go through
I
it.
thought it was
Seen a
going to
lot
be
of the
Ye
util
this
being
year that was
committed
going to
towards
do
the
it, but
C-site so
I'm
far.
down for Leaf to do it.
See if we can take advantage of that. They do.
I don't think this door ever stopped moving once it had gotten started.
It's like one of those revolving doors that just keeps going. It never
On
stops.
singular Leaf, they do it. Why is
Not
he
an
so
automatic
good?
one, just a perpetual motion
Apparently he doesn't
machine
play that
there.
much outside of prac, but I guess if they prac
Now,
enough,
a lot
then
of
it's
work
so
to do
good.
for RRQ. Able to buy up into guns again. See if they can find some way to stop the bleeding. They're gonna leave Manyet over on C
Yeah.
and the wall.
People talking about G2 remind you how
Just there,
people
just
talking about
behind
PRX heading into
Where that
Shanghai.
Viper's smoke is gonna
Yeah, but
be
their map pool isn't great. I get what you're saying
for an
though.
opportunity to see if he
I
can
was pretty hype on PRX.
cut the NONGSHIM forces apart. They're gonna know.
I think I'm
should be
always
able to
hype
get
on
this wall
PRX though.
popped.
Waiting for it, but Manyet that far
I get
forward.
carried away
Goes
in the
for
enjoyment of
spray.
watching
Does
them.
so, and there's the punish. Solid kill collected here off the rip.
It's great placement of that smoke. Makes it so that the reveal has
Oh,
to
he
come
saw
through
him.
on Donby.
Ivy noticing. Oh, turned away.
That's 2.
Tries to go there for that haunt. Can't find any kind of punish, and instead it's just going to have his own
Yeah,
presence.
I
Noted
thought
that
with that
does
info
get
they might just try
information
pass
on
B.
2 players being outside of A main here. It's a respawn. TP forward into tree actually here for Persia. Tries to send out the paranoia, but already
Dude, 1,
Estrella
2,
has since
3, 4
relocated.
for RRQ.
A little bit of spray through. As the Nightfall comes crashing across, that's going to connect onto 2 players. Jemkin losing out on his audio, but has the paint shell, has the timing, throws it, holds him at bay at tree.
20
The
seconds.
push forward here, or NONGSHIM.
Pivot into B is incredible.
Eventually cut back in
No
towards
way. No,
B
chat,
side,
imagine
but
they win this round.
looks like
I
they will
actually
be
think they
taking
might
it
do
now.
it.
Gonna wait through the baby door, 10 seconds remaining. Manyet not gonna be in a position to try to deny this.
No way.
Horns as well popped.
That's
This
crazy. They're
leaves
actually in the
NONGSHIM
best pass.
Very well entrenched.
That's insane.
Don't have any utility here as RRQ.
Yeah, the
really
blind
speak of.
pivoted 16 seconds over towards
Smoke,
B has
that's
owned it.
Still on cooldown are some of the other abilities. So maybe gonna wait this out a little bit longer. Not sure what it's gonna be on Cushy's Prowler.
Oh, well that
Yeah.
should just basically be a call to save, but they've already dropped down into the site. Jump out, Shorty.
Pretty
Up close
nice.
and personal, Francis able to take out Jemkin. Estrella, however,
Maybe.
does well to fight back, but he's only got 5 HP. Around the corner
Okay,
mark
nicely
goes.
done from NONGSHIM
As
as
Estrella
well.
will
RRQ gonna be
tumble
guarded with that
3-1.
one.
NONGSHIM,
The over
narrow
rotate
margins, but
came
they get
in.
the win
B
all the
was
same.
open.
They're doing
They
such a
locked
good
them
job.
in.
I thought RRQ was gonna be able to lock them out of rubble.
Yeah, it's just B
But then
was
they had to back off because of Persia's
B was
TP,
weak
and they
as the
didn't
perfect mid round.
really ever regroup in a way that I
probably had
thought
to have
was really
someone
going
at
to
least
work
ready
that
for
well
this.
because of that Nightfall. A lot of their players were shifting back towards the A site itself, try to play a little bit of up close and personal, but instead that gives a huge reveal over to NONGSHIM and allows them to pump the brakes, kind of reassess the situation and realize, oh yeah, we've got A rubble control. That means we essentially have B control. Let's swing over there, deal with that. Prowler reveal, shotgun, I believe, yes. It is gonna be the Bucky for Cushy. It seems like NONGSHIM against an eco doesn't want to take a risk trying to push up towards B main through pillars.
And Dambi is the shotgun whisperer. It seems like he might have a decent idea that there's one around the corner. Ivy, however, may not have gotten that relay of information as he continues to push forward here, looking to challenge into the angle. Here comes the swing. Cushy able to cut him down to size.
Nice
Corner,
shot.
Chemkin, solid with a
Oh,
headshot,
he's
finds
actually
Francis,
gone for
up and over
another.
top, he goes to Showstopper, Howard, not gonna find the kill.
Wait,
Finds
what
his
even
feet.
went down?
He guns it down.
He just appeared on his screen. There's no way they're going to kill every single one. They're going to lose someone though, right? Someone's going to go down.
And my God, this round from RRQ, a fantastic way to get themselves back onto the board.
Okay.
That's Persia.
Damage is
Somehow
big here,
shut them
dudes.
down.
Oh
Flash will come
boy.
across. The Thrifty
Well,
will be
RRQ are back in it.
confirmed
That's
off
a
the
lot
back
of guns
3K
to pick up.
Chemkin.
Does Omen get there as well?
RRQ
Yes.
get a much needed round win.
So Baki
Oh my
into
gosh.
nice shots, really.
Unbelievable shots. This one, sure.
Sure, but Jemkin, this is outrageously good. Even though the showstopper doesn't get there, it doesn't
Dude, how
matter.
did
It some
Danby even
damage to
tank the
Danby.
ult there? Like, how is Danby
just
even
able to
alive
land
to
and
survive the ult here?
Put the sheriff right into his chest.
Okay, money's now
Absolutely
really good for
ridiculous from
RRQ,
RRQ. That
and
is
money
a
for NONGSHIM
huge breath of fresh air
is
for
the
them. Now
complete
they've got their own
opposite. They got to
Nightfall.
win this one. They got Astra
Astrea's
ult.
ult as well, one away from the Steel Garden, couple away from a Viper's Pit. Could be looking with a lot of ultimates in hand here relatively shortly. Going to try to fast track some more Nightfalls into Francis's hands.
Would you say any map relies more heavy on
Motivated
gunfights than
utility.
others?
Of course, we know
I mean,
the Vice
yeah,
wall is there.
Breeze is gunfights.
now NONGSHIM has to reassess. How are they going to get that Vice utility out of play and not allow RRQ
And then
to
out
kind
of the other normal
lean in towards the
maps,
other side of the map?
Icebox to an
Well, that
extent.
helps if you just get a Guardian kill through the wall.
Oh, it's that probably then.
Great target as well. As there's the bait out. Wall now popped. Yeah, Chemkin
Abyss?
dead.
Abyss is like side XX more than
It puts RRQ
aim
on the
jaws.
back foot here. Sparrow nearly with that Steel Guard.
Then that mid's a lot like that.
Retake, but oh, I really love the timing of this. The Nightfall
Yeah, and
goes across.
don't hit
and connects on
don't hit
four
the drop
players.
down at least. The fatal confirms
Ivy,
that
the
there's a
only one
lot
unnoted
of
by this.
people here. 40 seconds. And
Now they're
with
using
that,
some of that other
NONGSHIM want to go back over
utility to try
towards
to confirm
A.
if it's C or not. It's
And
not.
Estrella might.
So you gotta shift back over.
Dude, it's going to be
Immediately,
all about
they're
his Omen
starting
flash.
All back towards A.
Gonna be very slow rotations here to try to get.
He has to like
reinforcements
get
towards
something
Estrella.
off the Omen
Doesn't have any
flash.
ult if he needs to get out of a sticky situation, but instead he wants to try to go on the fight. Paranoia sent onto the corner. Danby desperately strafing.
Wow,
Francis
what is
comes
that
to the
angel?
rescue. Troops through finds the kill, but there's the interrupt on the plant. 12 seconds remaining. Danby covering fire, able to find one. Spike's gonna be recovered. Shifted into a safer
Whoa.
position as we continue to go back and forth. Spike now in play. Cushy. Last one standing here for his team. Up close
Okay,
and personal
very
is
nicely
Persia,
handled in the end from
finds the final
NONGSHIM.
shot, gets
Yeah,
the
it was
team
still
ace,
doable for
and
Estrella, but he
keeps
went for
NONGSHIM in the
the
lead.
jump
It's just
peak instead
One
of
of those
like maybe
kills on
going
the
off his
Jemkin there at
sounds with the
beginning of that
flash
round
commit.
with the Guardian. I think it was Ivy who got it. Not exactly sure what happened. Didn't get to see it on screen. No, no, no. Oh, no, no, no. That is unreal. Just knowing those angles through that wall.
Can you call it a wall?
What do you
When
mean?
you shoot through it so effectively, so easily.
It's one of those.
They're just a mere concept of a wall.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is
it's like the walls
hates
It's like being in an
anything
IKEA.
that
It's like in a
is close to a
Japanese
wall
house,
bang
right?
or
The walls are
heavy
made out of
pen.
paper.
Yeah. Lotus is just one big IKEA, multiple rooms.
What big IKEA.
Multiple rooms on display, but none of the walls.
It reminds me
Wait,
of
too much for the Omen blind there.
Get into
It
security
was like a good example
SCP.
of
yeah.
There's one that's all about a
like a
giant IKEA
neon
that you
messing
can't
everything
escape
up
from.
timing wise. Like he can do that against every other comp, to be honest.
That's every IKEA if I go shopping with my wife.
Holy hell,
on the
look
entry,
at
able to
Danby
find one
go,
Chimkin.
though.
Looking to try to further shut things down.
Big Joe.
Going on to Francis and Persia,
Great
so
nades. Does he
dangerously low
consider-
pace shell forces him to go ahead and reposition. Woods taking additional damage, taps the door,
Damn, I
rotates
like
out.
this
Looks
from
like B,
Persia, though.
given the information, the lurk forward here from Margaret will end up being the target. However,
And at the
Sparrow
moment, they love like
obviously nearby, but cannot find
they
the
love
flash.
an
So
A
Mike
fake
come
into
through,
the
and
B
Margaret on
pivot
that
works
lurk.
so
It's just
well.
Monyet in transition.
Like RRQ
Now
definitely
set.
don't prioritize Hobbit enough.
Taken away. There's a spot out. Back onto the corner. The swing forward. Xpero deals with Persia. Around the corner. IB pressured out. Can't quite find the timing there. Get the weapon drawn back through. Now it's all on Margaret. Swings in, finds the first. The hold to half. Chimkin. He's just going to be sticking in for the sweep forward
Ooh,
from Margaret.
nicely done from Margaret.
Gets the
Hey,
3K and the Red Bull
looking,
clutch.
starting to
Does
look
NONGSHIM
like
move
we
up
might
5
be
to 2?
going or looking
This
at
is
pole
something
because
the
some
desk
of
was talking
these
about
rounds are
with this
convincing and they
role
got 5
swap
ults
for
to play with.
RRQ's Estrella and Monyet.
I definitely
how are
didn't need
these
a
lurks gonna
timeout.
look? It's gonna be
It's
so important
literally
for him
every single
to kinda
time
be that
there's a
guy
giant gap
maintaining
over
the flanks
towards
of the
B.
map, and he loses out here, knife in hand, as he comes running around the corner, not expecting that Margaret could already be there. This is only, I think, the 7th game ever for Monette on Viper, and I have no idea what the official, in a actual VCT match number is for him on Viper.
Yeah, I would talk about this because they over-rotate to like the back of A
A
too
little bit of
much.
shakiness there.
They
So,
might
the last time
they
were
might just
playing
try
on
and
this
cover
map,
it up
he was
by fighting
doing really
more
well as
on
the
rubble.
Omen. Some of the other players were struggling a bit against Team Secret, but for Monette, he was 22 and 15, +7 on the KD, and this
Do you
roll
think the
swap so
Odin might
far
get nerfed? And we
seems
were
to be a
speaking
little
about
bit
that
shaky.
last year. The
NONGSHIM,
problem
it's
is
just business as usual for them on this map.
it has to happen on
Using
like a
that
big
neon to take
stage.
space,
And I think with the
doing a great job
pings, the Odin's not
understanding the
used
map,
as
doing a
much,
little bit
so
of
I
pushing and
think the
pulling.
gun will probably stay the same.
bringing out some utility from their opponents as well. Someone wants to
Like
see some
for
spicy
guns to get nerfed, it
NONGSHIM
has to
wins.
happen like in champs, and someone
Forward
has
towards
to
it. At least they're on Lotus, but
like
very
100%
similar
just
sequence.
use it
You can see
non-stop
exact
on the map.
Same score, exact same position that we saw the timeout call over on Fracture here from RRQ. And they're down 5-2. I'd say these rounds a bit closer compared to what we
We
were
need
seeing.
an NRG Billy game. It is like that.
We'll see.
Wizzy was the
intervention
reason.
here from the coaches. Can
Wizzy was the
get
reason it
another round
received.
win.
The judge received the second nerf.
You've got a Viper's Pit. Kind of curious what their plan is for it. They've got,
5 ults though from NONGSHIM.
yeah, I don't think you're going to see the Viper's Pit this round.
And over oh, TP
shots.
out. Not yet. Does find a crispy headshot on the Dombie, but the return fire from NONGSHIM is just a bit too overwhelming. 3 players left on the ground as Monette silently
Yeah, it
tugs
feels like
back
they
over
might
towards
run
A.
away with this,
Goes
honestly.
back
They
on the peak.
don't have to use
Now
too
it's just
many
a little bit wide.
ults.
Sparrow planting his feet, trying to stave off Margaret here, but he's able to just overwhelm him. The jumping right clicks, looking for the kill, and eventually Avi will find it. So just the one casualty off the
So many
rip. Persia
lunatics
surviving
in
with
this
6
team.
health.
It's sick.
NONGSHIM will get their 6th round win.
RRQ, not a bad idea here to just send 4 sheriffs into that door outside of A lobby and just hope that with that combined fire you're able to break through, but good angles being taken here
DFM to make champs.
by the NONGSHIM players.
But
to not really
to
offer
get the
up
Odin band, yeah.
easy
Pretty much.
angles
It has to be
combine
something like that,
fire.
and then he has to farm
They're able to
in a
isolate
big
few
game.
players here and there. Use their
Yeah, I think the
upgraded
Odin
weaponry,
stays the same for a
get
while.
some damage done, and now, yep, ult across the board for
But at least they
NONGSHIM.
got rid of ping, so it's more.
Viper's Pit still not popped. off
I
the
don't want
rip.
to say
Ooh,
it, but
Margaret.
it is more skill based, even though it's not.
Oh,
It's on
about to
barrel.
go down
Even though
That's
it's
a
not
headshot
the
there on
most
the
skilled
Jemkin.
thing.
And now there's just no recourse for the rest of the players here. Margaret
You at
back,
least gotta
goes for
put the
repeat,
time in.
Finds Cushy. Kind of caught up here in the crossfire. Monette will be able to find one poking out from C.
Dude, it feels like no matter what
Down to
RRQ
players,
try, they
Jemkin
get wrecked, and this
HP.
is them trying to go heavy over towards B, and then they'll react if they lose A
Margaret
main by
just
pushing
playing those
behind.
angles Better than his opponents. He was able to isolate some of
But
those
every
fights, a
round
little
so
bit of a
far is
positional
so
mistake from
convincing.
RRQ.
NONGSHIM.
Set up a trap outside of B. Sparrow with an Odin. Gonna try to find some value out of it.
Why don't
This
they
is all
nerf
fake.
Vandal or Phantom when they
Cosmic
get
Glide looks
abused
like
by
it's set
every
up for
team?
A.
They're not getting
The
abused, that's
Nightfall
just
as
the
well.
standard
It's
gun.
gonna commit all of
It's
RRQ
like this
over
in
to the side of the
every
map. So
FPS
Francis
game.
working his
You have
magic,
to have like 2 primary guns that get
pulling
pulled
the
the
strings
most.
of the puppets that are RRQ in this map.
Spike planted.
He has them completely bamboozled.
Yeah. And from there, just no money, heavy investment with that Odin. I mean, already RRQ just staying tucked back here
Saving?
over at A.
Yeah,
to
it's
hold on to the weaponry.
it's just trying to get some
Question
rounds
from
on the
here is
board.
NONGSHIM, are they going to go on the hunt? We'll have to wait and see on that front. But for now, 7-2.
It's tough to play NONGSHIM on this map. They're so well coordinated. And again, Francis is,
Oh no, they look
such a good play
they
caller.
look hard to play against for sure.
even though they lost on Fracture,
This is
Oh,
one of the
great
maps where it feels like
improvements from them
Danby
in that
makes so much
department.
space,
on that map, he's really put in some
but
time and
every
effort
single
here
time
to prepare
he's
for
getting a
RRQ.
trade, and it's just so
He's got
hard to
them
retake.
On the ropes, throwing everything at them in this round in terms of making it unbelievably difficult to read what the hell they're doing.
Cesar with the prime, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
as
you,
RRQ,
thank you, I
you're gonna
appreciate
keep some
that.
guns,
Thank you, dude. Welcome
but
into the
you are
Slug Club.
once again on the outside
What type of
looking
map
in.
would I want to see Riot
Haven't
make?
been able to
I would
find
be
that
down for a
bounce back
freestyle
yet,
map again.
like
I
you
just
did
think that
on Fracture.
I think
So-
that because there's 3 side
Listening from
maps,
Cushy, trying to figure out exactly
it forces them to think
what
about some of
the
the
rest of the team is
areas
thinking,
where you
them
fight for
getting
map
involved.
control and can have reactions
some of the
better,
ideas they're thinking
right?
about.
In terms
3 men
of
on B
like
again. It's
these.
like some kind of like rotational
So
play off of
I think
contact
that
for RRQ, where they
normally
just wanna be
makes a
able to
better
pivot
map.
to
But I would either
wherever.
like them to do the
have a
3-side
shotgun
map
for
or
Estrella.
just heavy focus on,
He's all the way back.
if they
heading
did a 2-side
stairs.
map, like making sure that the
Just
defense
kind of
actually
hoping
has
that
reactions that they can have.
NONGSHIM will continue to press forward. Look at this
'Cause I
Odin
think
here.
that's,
All these bullets
it's
out of
only
this Odin,
really
but
there for the
Estrella's the
3-side
one who's
maps,
gotten
and then you
tagged
have
up.
like stuff where you get a
48,
bit and there is no,
rotating
you
out
have
of
2
stairs
options,
over
that's
towards
it.
B upper.
Like you want to have options on defense.
You're trying to, in a way, push them towards B. See if you can get some value out of that judge.
Why not a 5-side map? Just force teams to play triple
It
sentinel.
happens.
Thinking about the peek out here, but just a tap on the door.
Just waiting for Dami with that shotgun.
Thorns out. Oh, Estrella with a shotgun, able to find one person. You're going to be taking down Xpero. Does find Dambi in transit.
Dude, the
crosses
spam
the
through
B.
as they pivot over towards
We
B,
just
that's
have
kind of
to way
sick.
through. Natural form into the
It's
plant.
still
setting
a
up for the smoke.
relatively hard retake.
Francis, fade forward here into uppers. Going to continue to try to swing on the angle. Cushy, there's a Guardian around the corner. Did he spot out the barrel here?
Nice shot.
Either way, has the headshot. It's going to be Francis on the floor now. Just
Yeah,
two
they should be
players left
fine
standing
now.
here for
Viper
NONGSHIM.
can lock
It's
them
RQ.
off.
Look to get themselves a 3rd round win.
Gonna be a bit of a spam fest. They got Astra Sack.
Forward, nothing spotted.
shot.
Margaret swings in. Cushy going to be taken down. 2v3 now. Tap at the defuse. The push forward from Xpero. Looking clean. Gun barrel spotted. Ivy with everything to do. Knows now that they're going to be sticking to it. The wall falls. Defuse held to half. Knows it's going to be tapped. As he swings
Okay.
back out. Jemkin will be able to find the headshot. 2 players left standing.
Let's see what they, let's see if they can get 2 more. If they lose this, the money's gonna be
This is a
so
super
low
neat
that
idea.
NONGSHIM are ending
Given
on
the
9.
weaponry that RRQ could afford, right? You stick that Odin in tree. You have the shotgun either at stairs or A-link, kind of depending on where you can find the space to fit it in. And then when they push through towards A-link, towards the B site, you have that Odin lineup as well to spray through the wall to hit them as they're coming through the door, through the breakable door. That's a really interesting idea from RRQ and ends up getting them a big round win. So that's not something you see every day. A lot of times, you know,
Dambi
you'll
with
hear
the
coaches and
judge.
players talk about how important it is to have rubble control because
Has
it
enough
gives
money
you
to
the
buy a
ability
normal
as
gun,
the
but
attackers to pivot into B easier. To kind of
in
split your
theory the Vice stuff
forces,
should like
split the
own them. But
attention of the defenders.
the
I should
Neon's
say.
so good at baiting out the
And
wall.
this time around, RRQ actually uses that against them. That's super interesting. I really like that.
Warp taken by Cushy over on that A
Well,
side.
here we
Just
go.
getting the nightfall here, but
There's-
there's a slide forward to
They
Dambi.
isolate the 1v1
Behind
and
him
he's
this
just
entire
one-shot
time.
him.
Now brings out the judge. And showstopper from Jemkin is going to be popped.
Ooh.
Just gets a direct hit here. Air
They
shot
have
onto
Fatal,
Persia.
but do they expect the Astra Lack?
Slow things up a bit. The plant not yet
Yes,
coming
they
through.
do.
Ivy does end up getting noted here on the flank. Estrella looking like he's going
Dude,
to be
look at
left.
this guy go.
Trying to watch the angle, but with Bonyet taken down. Now they all have to turn their sights forward into Z. As Nightfall goes across, Dambi, long last going to be felled. As paint shells up over the top will get a nasty hit there on to Francis. And in fact, confirms the
Ooh,
kill.
Fatal takes him
Jemkin now
down.
Looking, waiting
Nade
to go on the
finishes
peek.
him
As the
off.
blunt reveal comes through. The swoop across.
Couldn't
and
hear it
Estrella
until it popped on
is
his
good for
head.
the kill.
Damn,
both.
dude.
That's going to be 2
They
in a
might
row
get
now.
5
for the first
here,
time
which would be
on Lotus
nuts
for
considering how
RRQ.
one-sided this has been.
As they look to try to get themselves into position, 7-5 at the half.
Whoa, that got scary there. You know, Dambi creating so much space. This time around, they haven't shown this yet. This is the first time we've seen this look where they disrespect
Serious
the
question,
wall.
why is Riot
Send
pulling
Dambi
maps if
on
they're going
his
to add
own.
them back into the pool with no
Prowler
changes
leading the
later?
way.
It's
Over that
the
wall, the
TikTok
rest
effect,
of
man.
his team is cut off, but he's able to take some space. Monyet
We got
seemingly not quite ready
unrealistic,
for him to be pushed up
unrealistic
that far.
dopamine
Fortunately for them,
levels
Jemkin's
that
able
we
to
have
deal
to
with
hit.
it. Great
We got to
season
change the game
combo there
uploads.
to get a kill on the back of sight. That's going to force the timeout. I'm assuming on a NONGSHIM, yes indeed. Try to reassess. Make sure that no
Sheriff, that
final
one's
round
good.
on this half is
There he
taken.
goes again, talking about
Very,
TikTok.
very important here. You know, as the attackers, you really want
Yeah,
to
they're
run
back
away
in
with
my
things
day.
if you can on Lotus.
Time out for the last round. I think that's so fine.
That final round is so important. Maybe even talking about a pistol idea or two. How you want to play the next half a little bit.
Livesy. Is that how I say
Right.
that? With the Prime?
Once
Thank you
again,
for the 3
good
months. Thank you,
change-ups
thank you.
From RRQ. Good plays by Jemkin, frankly. I mean, his control of C Hall there, those 2 kills, the showstopper, and then making sure that Dambi can't run around for free anymore. That was the difference maker in that round. That breaks open a lot of space, extra angle for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, the recovery after Dambi was just doing Dambi things.
Yeah.
all the more important
Why
here
not
for
just
RRQ
pull one map?
as they look
I
to
thought they
make
were going to
this
change
as
only one map.
balanced of a half
The
as
two
possibly
maps
can.
is
More swapping
really
over
big
onto the
for
attack
teams.
themselves.
It's a lot to work on.
Can they make it
Okay, they
7-5?
get their
Obviously,
own
the cash
judge
is never
out.
gonna be a
Wait,
problem here for
Estrada's
NONGSHIM.
got
They've racked it up
Estrada's
nice
just
and
going
early.
through all the guns in the
So
game.
still full
Okay,
purchases,
attack
full
judge is
armor.
still here,
Zombie still
and I think
with
they
a judge.
settled.
Pit
I think
immediately
he's
gonna be investing in
settled.
Roman over on C.
Sonia, thank you so much. What
Little
up?
poke and prod perhaps here.
What? There's too much
the
going on.
side of NONGSHIM.
Sonia, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. I was gonna say, I think he has a backup judge somewhere. Sonia, 140 altogether, 5 right now. Thank you so much. Chat, you know what to do?
They've got great util combos.
Get the
with the Vayne,
slug
with the
boiler
Astra,
spam
with the,
going on.
used to not
Thank
be
you,
the
thank
Astra,
you,
but
Sonia.
in
Appreciate
this
it.
case
If
it could be
you got gifted, please
to
at
really
and say
clear
thank you
all
to
that
Sonia.
space inside of that
Are they
Viper.
really
They
just
still
gonna
choose,
force
but
B?
instead-
Haven't been cleared yet. There's the pops coming through.
Oh boy.
Trying to slow him up. The flash connecting as well. Xpharaoh trying to play off the back of that one. Jim get on the crossfire. Gonna be good for one, but
And they're
Persia
done alright.
finds them both.
Persia cannot move
Take it low,
because
down
he's
to
26
HP.
HP.
As the thorns expire, Spike picked up once more.
Sonia, I
Screaming
appreciate
forward
you.
where
Thank you,
possible.
thank you for doing that. Again, we're hitting some nuts
When
numbers for me.
interrupted as the sync fight goes in. Margaret, however, looking trying to push the pace, but cannot quite find a target. Ends up getting split
12
attention.
HP. Yeah,
RRQ
I'm not
will
sure
gun
about,
down the
dude, I'm
rest.
not
The
sure about the
team ace to
timeout
close out
into
the
the
half. They do
insta
get
hit
their
over
fair.
towards B without any kind of
exactly what
default. I
RRQ
think you
wanted
have
with
to
that setup.
default against a Vice,
With the
otherwise you get
Viper's pit,
wrecked.
with the Vice util
I
on
think this
B.
was a prime
Just
example
smother
of
them
it.
as they try to get into the
The
site.
deadest
Got
fish
the
as
Odin
well with
the
the
Stray
prime.
this
Thank
time
you for the
instead of
3
Xpharaoh
months.
over at A
Also,
main. He's able to swing
thank you.
through. Even though there's some good punch back here from Persia.
Again, Sonia, thank you so much,
They're
dude.
just stuck into those razor vines. And RRQ's able to come from
Subathon? Dude, I'm not
almost
doing the
every angle
subathon.
except from attacker's side.
Subathon will
Just
completely mess
smothered
up
them out
every
of
event.
that was a great bounce back there as that half rolled on from RRQ.
NONGSHIM maybe starting to feel the pressure a bit. It's another strong start to a half. Where RRQ get themselves into a run pack position. Not tied up 6-6 this time around. A little bit of wiggle room. But they themselves now need to pilot this defensive half.
We're gonna do that anyway.
perfection.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, the only thing
They wanna
that would
take
be
this all the
different
way
is
over
like
to Pearl.
I would stream me sleeping. I just find that weird.
RRQ in the lead
We'll
with
go do
pistols. They
that.
can find another one. That much closer to closing this out 2-0. Punching a ticket into a matchup versus Talon.
Look, from a selfish point of view, I really wanted to see Pearl because both these teams have been really damn good on that map.
I do as well.
And I want to
You can
see
do
which one
subathons
has
without
the
that.
higher
Wait, I
power
thought
level right
subathons were
now.
just 24 hours.
But I mean, with this 5-7 scoreline, this is very doable for RRQ to close
Maybe
it
I
out
don't even
two
know what it
potentially.
is,
We'll
to be
have to
honest.
wait and see. NONGSHIM's still fearsome no matter what side of the map they're on.
Do I sleep talk? No, I think I'm a pretty
Zombie is
peaceful sleeper,
so
but
annoying. A lot of RRQ fans, a lot of NONGSHIM fans. Both sides being heavily represented here at the Sangam Coliseum today. Of course, PRX and DFM up next. Gonna be a
stream
lot of
stays
fans for that one,
24/7,
too.
not you. That's
Early
true.
pop
I
of
could get to
a flash
bacon to
just in
do
case there was an attempted
the times when I'm
fast hit
sleeping.
from RRQ through B, but instead, it's a slow creep up. But with this Astra Star here, you have to be very, very careful. Just being used as a
What do we
smoke,
got?
so they're gonna take that opportunity to pivot over to
Gemkin,
C,
raid boss.
give that a little bit of an
Okay,
exploration.
Gemkin, raid boss, and they go for a
Bit
BC
of a punch back
default.
the Vice wall. A little bit
Get
further
artists
back.
to run the channel, yeah.
You want to get close
a good
to like
idea.
that separation with the smoke in the Vice wall.
Keep the ideas coming.
Makes it a lot
Might
more
not stick
challenging
with
for
that
the
one.
opponents to
Might go
take
for the
that
next
util
idea.
out. So good placement from NONGSHIM. A little bit of an explorer of A. So far, RRQ, they haven't met too much resistance. They've seen some smokes, heard a shot or two, but so far, you haven't been really
They
given the
gotta
info on
commit
where
at
the
one point.
commitment
We've got
is.
40 seconds on this
NONGSHIM,
one. I'm a little worried
they're the
for
haunt.
RRQ.
Persia
It
at the
looks
ready,
like they're
takes
just
some
going to
damage
have
from
to
the
accept
snake
that they've been cancelled here, and then we've got a Neon fast rotate, and they're going to have to force through
And though
into C with a
Xpharaoh
Visor and
will
probably a
try to break
fade that's
things
going to be
open.
here pretty
This
early. I
wall
say
is at
Visor,
C.
Vice wall.
So annoying.
And it is. Flash going to be coming through. Gemkin trying to bounce his way over towards water. Cannot do some. Market able to find the kill. Do they read though? There's one tucked in along the side here by the box. Ultimately, it might not
This
matter.
is-
Ivy still here. Swing
This
on the
is
corner.
not the
Margaret
play.
shuts them down.
This
finds
is not
the
the
third. And it's
play.
going to be a
I was
flawless
very,
pistol
I was
win here
very
for
worried
NONGSHIM
early on,
to move up to 8.
and rightly so. So this is the thing about Vice, and
That
this is why a lot
wall,
of people are using Vice,
it's
and this is
just
why teams probably
so insane.
need like a lot of
Flash too.
practice against Vice, because you gotta
So
bait out
Margaret
this wall.
switching over to the Vice. Just to be on a
Like
cypher.
you gotta default, you gotta find this wall, you
Really
gotta
well
bait out
prepared,
this wall.
Really well studied. This agent.
And if you
12 and
don't,
6 as well
stuff
on the
like that
scoreboard.
happens, or what
So he
happens
and
over
Persia.
towards B
Persia's been a
happens.
player who people have been looking to start to pick
It's
it up. Or NONGSHIM.
yeah,
Here on
it's
this map.
it gets
He's
really
definitely
really
starting
rough.
to frag out like we were used to seeing last year when he was on Shinprisa. Just a quick push out, slow push out.
David,
There for Ivy.
David, thank you so much for the
Immediately
prime.
smoke up the
Appreciate
reinforcements
that.
from Francis and
Welcome into the Slug
the
Club as well.
scattering of the players of RRQ. Don't want any of this. Oh,
Margaret first shot goes wide, backs off the angle.
And now we're finding the wall.
they're looking for that wall.
It's like,
We should know pretty much
can we
exactly
bait this
where
out
it's
because
at.
of the smoke?
Retap on the door. Francis pushed forward. Supporting fire from Ivy. Back of that C connector. There's a jump forward. Looking for the kill. Xpero will be able to go ahead and trade it back. Gravity will. Holds the rest of the team.
Oh,
Here's
wow.
that babe. Oh, my goodness.
That was not even a
Ivy
headshot.
drags across the ball and is in. And he takes advantage of it. Smoke now dissipating. And he'll
Okay,
find the
well, he
fourth.
gets an Astro ult pretty early, and that's lovely for the
shutdown.
retakes.
Here in the anti-eco. NONGSHIM now up by 4.
Not sure I got the third one, but
That third kill, I'm not even sure he registered it. That was crazy fast. Let's see that again. Look at this. 1, 2.
Oh, I mean,
I love
he got done dirty. That's just a random stray, but
Hey,
thoughts
either
on the
way,
Sen Loud game yesterday?
if Ivy hadn't
It was
gotten
such a
it,
fun
somebody
game
else
to
would have
send.
been
yeah,
straight up.
they were just dead.
Underperform, did Loud
There was no
overperform?
hope there. But I
think
love the
Loud's
way
just
that
better than
NONGSHIM
I
is set
thought.
setting up these defenses. The walls are in really annoying position.
I've
This
actually
almost a little
thought it
bit
was-
further forward, though.
I mean,
So this
there were
does give
some
the
rough
opportunity
rounds,
For RRQ to bait it out a little bit.
but
You
like,
could play. You would need a deeper
there was
smoke
also
from
some
Estrella
impressive
here
rounds from
to clear
players.
this out, and that's what they're doing.
I don't know.
And I assume Margaret's like very.
Like,
happy
obviously,
for
like, the
that.
2v5s
That's what he
and
was kinda
1v4s
hoping for,
and
'cause he's got
stuff
a judge. He wants
shouldn't
him
be
to push
going
forward
down.
to bait out that wall, so he can use this judge effectively. This is exactly what he wants.
Loud should have won. I mean, Sentinel's won from hero plays.
There's the bait out.
Nice,
Very
Jemkin.
clean there from Jemkin.
Great movement.
Gets away from the trap. Still, though, if the defenses hold up at B and A, there is very much a possibility that the spike still ends up going into C.
Okay, this is
Clock
nice
is
though.
not
Early
on
fade
RRQ
eye
side. 44
out
seconds
over
remaining.
towards B. Clears everything. Kind of like this attack T4 with the wall. Interesting.
They've got to make a decision here quickly, and it looks like it's going
Yeah,
to be
it looks like we're going to see
trying
a
to buy some
similar
attention on the other
situation
side of the
though,
map
where
towards
they
Rubble.
cancel
They get ready
they
to set up
cancel
for an
their
execute,
A
but
pressure.
the defense is at
The
C.
Neons then can fast
Really
rotate
annoying.
over towards the
Francis
site
can
that they're
pivot
going to
pretty
hit.
quickly to help.
They're looking for the collapse
And they're
down
gonna
into
run out
B,
of
but
time
Lawrence
again.
greeting them here at
Did
the
RRQ
doorway
get
and all ready to
wrecked
push
by
forward into that
Vices?
A connector.
Look at
Sees
this
at the ready,
util.
sent the
Oh
jump
my
out from Jemkin
goodness,
to
they've
try to
all
open
tanked to
things up,
Tether,
and
they
this
can't
round's
go
just
into
gone away
sight.
for them. 10 seconds remaining, and there's nothing more that they can do. They're gonna have to just go ahead and sit back and try to hold on to these weapons. The door now tapped. Margaret approaching from behind. The swing out. Nick Sparrow gets cut down. Now they're out for blood. They're out for more. Estrella will be able to find 2 kills. Backs away. Desperately trying to keep himself alive. Last
I mean,
bullet comes through. Does man.
Very nice shot at
Take
the
out
end,
Persia,
but
but
overall, I'm
they
not
let
sure
the
they
clock,
can.
they let the
I'm
round
not sure they look comfy
absolutely
to
get
play
away from
against the
them here.
Vice right
And
here.
that is now NONGSHIM doubling the score line 10-5.
Time is
The
an
way that I mean,
infinitely
I'm at
sharp knife.
least
It is always
A
cutting
defaulting
against you,
now because they
especially
can't
when you're on the attacker's
re-clear
side.
A.
RRQ succumbs to that. They'll cut through everything in the long run. And RRQ are going to be the ones who are diced
Yeah, the
up.
problem is it's gonna be a little bit obvious.
What strategies we're
But
seeing.
they can
This
at least
change
late
up
take A if
here from NONGSHIM.
NONGSHIM go aggro.
The way they're using this utility, the way that, in particular, Margaret is making C-Site an absolute nightmare. For
See,
RRQ.
wrong about
So
Vice.
RRQ has to find
See,
ways to
I thought
control
more
Rubble
people
a
would be
little bit better.
using the
So
Yoru
much at
stuff
the beginning
against
of their
Vice
rounds
on
is
maps.
trying to deal with
And
Margaret's
EMEA
util,
is
try
at
to bait
least
it out,
so
try to
the
force
Vice
it
stuff
out.
looks easy to play
Try to see if they
against
can
there.
get, you know, Margaret
But
caught out
it's
of
definitely
position,
not as
find
one
that
and
pick,
done as
maybe
I
break
thought.
open.
It's definitely way harder
And
to
they're
play
just kind
against
of
than I
left stranded,
originally
pivoting
thought.
between B and C.
Like, I thought it was a pretty solid
no
one and
real
done agent, but
Solid attempts towards
it
a
does
Rubble to
look
clear
like
that
it's
space,
hard
so
to play
that has
against.
to
You
be
got
thought
to default
about.
all the time, and that's so
And if
annoying.
I'm NONGSHIM, I'm leaning extra forces in that direction. I'm leaving just Margaret and
Did get
the
buffed
Astra on
as
the other
well.
side of the map.
Yeah,
The
that's
Vice
true.
and the Astra hold B and C. Let the other three set up for these combos. I love
I think
this.
it's a mix of both.
From NONGSHIM.
Mix of me
Absolutely
being
love this.
wrong and
Just smother. You
the
know
buff
RRQ
as well,
has to go for aerial
helping.
control. Just smother him out of it.
All right, well, here comes the explosive action as Jemkin just gets absolutely destroyed. Stunned up, dead, Estrella here on the corner of rubble, able to find one. Monyet gets another, but Persia comes away with two. Does get marked, looks for the
Nice
third,
shot.
can't make it happen. Monyet, snappy with a headshot, puts him down, brings it into a 2v2, potentially rescuing the round.
did the right call
Already
from
so
RRQ
much
though.
blood shed here.
It's just
Outside of A, the spike just now
it's just
being brought
gonna
forward
come out
past
on the
Drake.
2v2.
Had to be
Yeah,
done
it's gonna be
for
so
both
hard for
teams.
them to win this map. I don't even know
RRQ
how they win this map, to be
Get
honest
a
with you.
slight better individual. Ivy's so far ahead of this.
Swing around the corner, looks for it. Monyet, however, still alive.
Nice.
Now finished off Margaret.
Instant reposition. There was
Kill,
no
spike
hesitation
planted.
here. He's gonna get there pretty fast.
Vise v Vise.
Oh,
Still have the Wraither Thorns for Xpharaoh.
One available, Margaret with the flash. Checking in towards backside, Margaret. Peeking, having to clear every last angle, but is starting to isolate, is starting to figure this out. Hold on to the spike, Xpharaoh finds the right timing.
okay.
Catching him
Well,
before he can get the hold to half.
Let's see if they can win more of
RRQ
these.
Scrape by with
I'm
an
still
A
not
must-win
convinced, but
round.
at least they know that they can
Still
go at A
beaten and
now.
battered throughout it.
But this is
Monyet kind of
this
kept
is
them
a
in.
good, really good thing for RRQ. Obviously, you win the round. But now you're going to have to force a little bit of respect out of NONGSHIM. You can't just have Francis running around over in C-Link, kind of pivoting between two sites to really
Split screen stuff.
back up.
Yeah, split
either the
screen's good
Astra
until
or
they
Vice.
actually go in for a
Give them
duel.
that
Then I
extra
think you
layer of
gotta
util
pick.
to slow down the attacks. And you've got to keep forcing a little bit of utility out of them early. To
Okay,
start
this
the
is
pause.
it's a big change
love
from
this from
RRQ.
RRQ.
Instead of going out early, they
Give
go
up a little bit
late
of space.
take.
Now if you have a little bit of
So they want to wait
timing on your util,
a little bit, wait for
Clear
the
out
smoke to go
rubble.
down,
My
wait
God,
for
it's
the
so dangerous.
rotate
The
to go
spray is
over
there.
towards
Monyet was
B.
just waiting
And yeah,
to send out that bite.
I just think
And
there's
as he
a.
does, a bullet
I just think there's just a team diff. They just
right
understand the
between
map
eyes.
better.
Jemkin as well, tagged up down to 61.
Damby's just like, this is taking too long. They're setting up for something. And he nailed it. And that's completely thwarted the plans that RRQ was trying to set up. I mean, you can use some of that util to clear. A little damage done both ways there in that fight.
Solid swing there from Jemkin. Does get quite a bit of damage over onto Francis. You can see here, RRQ starting to run out of options, really scratching their heads here and getting frantic as far as where they can take this spike. NONGSHIM just aren't giving them any easy access across the map. Looks like with 35 seconds remaining, it's just going to be a cluster up over towards A. TP up, checks out rubble, drop down,
Not
nothing
much
spotted.
time on this though. At least Persia doesn't have any util to stop them
fast
from
lane.
hitting site.
Peeks out, Jemkin,
Ooh.
however, finds a headshot.
Dude, this kind of feels like they're staying alive
Set
because of
lead off to the
individual
Nightfall, go
angels.
crashing across,
That
connecting
fade
on
out.
multiple
Dude,
players.
this
Persia
fade out
still
was
gonna be tucked
sick,
away.
by the
Front
way.
plays out patiently. Play this out quietly. Spike being planted. He swings. He goes on
Oh
the attack.
my
but Jemkin
goodness.
comes to the rescue.
Just got the kill before
Another
the Astro
critical
went
kill.
down. This guy
Francis
cannot move
locked
from
in
the
place.
fawns.
Here it drop. Playing it as quietly as he possibly can. Pharaoh takes a forward position. Lurking, waiting, nothing spotted. She watching over towards Shop. Pharaoh able to find the elimination. Margaret going to be taken down. Francis Ivy.
Francis is
to try
so
to
low
bail them out.
HP that
Ivy
Ivy
able to
has to
find
do
the
it all.
first. Pushing, holding close.
Whoa,
Dead as
whoa.
Ivy finds all three.
What?
NONGSHIM
Show me the
will get
POV. How's he
views,
done
rescue
that?
the round,
It was pretty
and move up by
fast.
5 once more.
My word.
Okay, I thought
Ivy
maybe
there.
RRQ were gonna delay
And
the
just uses
inevitable
all.
here,
Now
but
he's only
looks like it's
3
gonna be
orbs
pretty
away
fast.
from another one.
Dude, this is nuts.
Absolutely insane.
Posture check? Oh.
What a retake. I thought this was looking pretty good for RRQ. Seems like they had a pretty good read with that Razor Vines there. You know, Xpharaoh watching from a top
Okay,
from the
let's
drop,
see it.
from the rope, and then he just gets swung on by Ivy. Just goes absolutely nuclear
Oh my, that
there.
little sidestep ride as well
Play
is
from him.
lovely.
And NONGSHIM
They are mine.
seemingly looking to close this map out here relatively quickly, send us right over to Pearl. Weaker buy for RRQ. Zombie out
They pull
front.
out.
Oh my god,
Looking
they
for a collapse
tanked
here.
the Omen
Gabby Sunny
flash.
across, able to find one, but Jim
Ooh.
can X-Pharaoh answer back. Kills a piece in kind.
Was the strat
Wraparound
the
Howard
best
still
goal against an
coming in
eco?
from
No,
the
but is
backside.
it still going to work?
Smoniette,
Yeah, Margaret probably has a lot of kills
there.
there.
Protected, and Margaret's about to swoop out, try to deal some damage. Finds the first, is trying to take it down. The showstopper sent his way, ends up falling. As Smoniette
Okay.
will be able to find Francis,
Well.
and suddenly it's Ivy once again.
Didn't exactly go how I thought it was
players.
going to go.
So very low on HP. Spots out the first, tries to tuck back,
Dude,
sees
look
the
at the
second.
HPs. Oh my god.
Swoops in, but thinks that he's confirmed it on the Jemkin. He has not.
Imagine being Monyet here.
Boy. Sigh of relief here from RRQ.
Dude, poor
They
guy.
managed to win out the round, and they finally force NONGSHIM onto an eco.
It's just a stray bullet. And I thought for a second that might have led to the
Dude, they were so
snowball.
low. It was so doable.
RRQ responds to this aggressive play from NONGSHIM so well.
Incredible.
It's one of those plays, again, NONGSHIM will love to do when you're on
I
a
think
weaker
May will
buy.
perform against
RRQ
PRX.
very
Dude,
well
it's
prepared
May. Of
for
course
it.
he will.
Good job from the coaching staff preparing them for this map. Understanding that when
Depends
they
what
have
levels you want him to perform to.
close to
But
ecos in that
he'll
round with a
definitely
full
do
eco,
good.
but still able to
Okay,
understand the
now
tendencies of their
NONGSHIM go
opponents.
for their
Use it against them.
punish over towards A.
Just fan out there, find some big kills. It had to invest the showstopper, but it's worth it because you're likely going to get
RRQ
another
here.
one
It's a good time to
online
go
if
for
keeps
this.
dragging out. Still a
The
lot of room
default looks like we're actually
for
just gonna be
NONGSHIM
ending
to
over
maneuver,
towards
though.
C.
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
especially with this
Zombie.
push, we're gonna be ending over towards
running him
C.
down,
Oh
is able to
boy.
find it, suffers minimal damage.
Does he show the discipline? Oh my
He's just going to
goodness.
dip out.
Lannon, no more red
This
cards?
kill gets out scot-free.
Crazy.
RRQ now down to 4.
He's fearless. He's a phenomenal Neon player, and he knows it.
Great jump spot.
Even when they're on an eco now,
They spotted two
just
on
come right
radar.
at you. Shot rang through, so that's going to be the position of Persia revealed. And around the corner is Zombie. Oh my God.
Singer, widely blocked out by the Prowler. Jemkin able to collect the kill, only down to 88. As the Nightfall goes across, and Jemkin finds a second, gets a spot onto a third. And Shell not going to be deep enough to actually collect the elimination there, but still does force Margaret to reroute. Persian, in the meantime, the wall used. 2 players trained here on this door. Wall bang attempts, nothing noted there. Ivy pushing up. It's a little bit of damage. Blast back now to try to offset. Swing is Sparrow. Quick to shut down the approach. Margaret is able to find Cushy.
Yeah, they actually handled this.
Someone more than that.
Yeah, they handled
Just
this
over the
nicely.
shoulder. So now, just Ivy on his lonesome, and looks like he's widely going to be content to go down to the spike.
I
So
still
RQ
think.
fighting
I
back,
don't know.
managing to win a second
I would
round in a row here in
would
this
be
half.
massively
Get themselves
surprised if
up to
RRQ
8,
can
still
win this.
3 to go to tie it out, however.
The rounds they win don't feel
Still a
crazy
lot of work to do
convincing.
for
This
sure,
one
but-
obviously because they had the lower guns, but
I feel like they're getting some confidence. They're starting to understand that
the yellow card,
Gotta
red
work
cards
a lot
overlay.
more.
Put them
gotta
like
keep
next to
pressuring that
people's
part of the
names.
map.
That would be
That's where
pretty
we're
fun.
getting our
We'd
opportunities.
have to be way more
Zombie,
stricter. Problem is, I feel like
shuts
there's so
down
many cards
that push
flying about in
initially,
some
but
of
then
these
they're able
games
to
if we were being
re-aggress right
strict.
through.
What are my
Nightfall
thoughts
there,
on esports
invested.
betting?
Again,
I
just
mean,
to make
betting
sure you're
kind of
getting
has to
these
happen in
rounds.
every
At this
sport
point,
to an
these
extent
ults
for it
have
to be
cycled.
successful, which
Because if
isn't
it goes
great, but
long
it's
enough,
also
if you're able to push this to
reality
the
we
point where
live
it's
in.
11-11, 11-12, you might be able to cycle into another set of ults. So, well worth it to use against that eco. Don't give NONGSHIM any hope, any chances.
betting is fun. I mean,
the
yeah,
ones with
until
the
it goes
lead.
wrong, mate.
That last timeout going to be used here from the side of NONGSHIM.
Depends on how it's regulated. That's also
Wanting
true.
to
I
maintain this,
mean, nothing
just
should be
2
like the
rounds
CS
away.
stuff, though.
taking this over to Pearl.
I'm really curious about the adjustments for NONGSHIM.
The Masters, we can
they
do
had
an
a good
actual
read
card
initially
stat.
after
Yeah, we could
RRQ's
probably be
last timeout.
stricter in Masters
Just couldn't
because the
win that
team
battle
levels
over
have been
Ray Rubble in
crazy
the long
high.
run. Just all those bodies that RRQ is able to throw at
Am I
it.
satisfied
Just
with my
enough.
coaching career if I ever did it
Break through.
again?
The trades were even. It was a 3 for 3,
No, because I didn't win a
That's enough to get the
Masters or a
plant down.
Champs.
Get
And
yourself
that's
into
like
that
why you do it.
nice post plant
I
position.
don't care about the regional stuff.
Toxic screen going to be set up.
So, no, but is the pull of that enough to
Positioning.
bring me back?
But the Pucky has the
That's the real
overdrive in the
question.
back pocket as well.
Yeah, he's gonna go. He's gonna go fast for sure.
But it's also like, I don't think there's an age limit on coaching, so I'm not worried.
Up and over the top goes Jemkin. Doesn't land on the site, but ooh, the TP forward. The spot out, and Ivy completely blinded up Estrella. Able to stabilize, gets the paranoia across. Now the TP in. Persia just looking to join the fight a little bit faster as the spike gets ready to be planted. Margaret, Steel Garden at the ready. Needs a little bit of damage to
The Viper, oh my god, it's going to be absolute mayhem. Dude just got him before he started going crazy with the ult, and everyone was about to have a pistol. But that kill might have actually just really saved them.
Trying to play together, the spray somehow now connecting. Does take Jemkin down to 33.
Got to save. No hope.
Yeah. If they
Yeah,
maybe had gotten that
they're
kill,
making it
perhaps
close.
they go
This
ahead
is
and try to
incredible for
play
their
it out,
money.
but given the economic situation, this timeout is not going to be delivering the result that NONGSHIM would have liked. RRQ will
I think the
continue to fight
BBL
back.
bind comp isn't that good.
3
Wait, what's
rounds
the
now in a row
BBL
for them.
bind comp?
With
I
just
don't
2
even
more
remember
to
the
go to
comp
tie
talking
things
about.
up.
Just a couple of really good things for RRQ in this round. A, the play call itself to just, okay, if the Vice Wall is there, we're going to disrespect it. We're going to make sure that the blast packs are high and they're over, and then everybody's flooding in right behind it. So if that wall is there, it's not going to be too big of a deal. And then
The Sage,
Estrella,
so
when he
only the
TPs
Sage
in,
one?
his immediate reaction is to have that paranoia
Where they do the
available to
Sage
shut
instead
down
of the
Ivy.
deadlock?
Ivy's trying to play off those
I think
razor
you would.
vines.
I think you would always
Can't
just
do
run
so
the
because the
deadlock
paranoia lands
because
before
you
he's able to
lose
really
the easy
steady his
map
movement
control.
and aim. And then Jemkin with the shorty, understanding
Yeah, I think
they need to deal with Dombi, and Jemkin has done a great
think
job of that. We've seen it a couple times in this.
if you,
where he's able
I
to
think that
stop
comp
that
can
Neon
work, but you
before
got to
it's
use
able
the
to really
Sage more
start
like a deadlock in terms of
do damage to just run around and cause chaos on that
like
site.
cross, not necessarily
wanna
cross
do.
map, but
It's gonna be
slows
Ivy
in
with a
similar
stinger,
places
Dombi
you
with a
would use the
Guardian this
deadlock
time.
slow to take map control.
Showing a
Otherwise,
bit
I
of a
think it's
different
way
look in
too
terms
hard
of the
on
weaponry
tank.
compared to what we've seen from that duelist.
Problem is, I think the Sage does the
Razor
same thing that the
Vines
Vice
up on
does.
up on the box this
I'm
time.
not sure you want that.
They're trying to bait him out a little bit. Wall's still there as well.
I do like their Sage
Power to
on.
check close, or excuse me, behind the site. Ivy
Abyss,
is close.
Just here around that corner.
Jemkin can't get close enough.
Not going to be able to try to bait it out here. I think a bit more than that.
Oh boy,
It might still just be
not this
one
again.
big strike as the smoke
This
does
wall is gonna
dissipate.
own you guys.
On
Okay,
in the
2
back,
pass.
Getting cleared. They get caught on the corner, but Jemkin draws up the short. He's still going to be able to find one. Margaret going to be taken
We'll
down.
still
Ivy on
own
the
them.
repeat.
They
Finds
tried to
Estrella.
TP in a reaction
And
to
advantage
it.
now.
They were gonna do that, but they should have
Here
smoked
in the
top the
hands of
side and
NONGSHIM.
TP'd into the smoke.
Morales checks the corner, the push up, and Moniette. Oh, the quick pivot. Finds 2 for his trouble. Dombi whittled away at eventually. No, not going to be flushed out. Jemkin
Yeah,
cannot
that's to
steady
do
the
it all.
spray.
Nightmare.
Tammy's
He
able
did
to
so
collect it
much
now.
to even
Moniette
get
on
this
his
one
lonesome.
close.
The tap at the spike. Approach from multiple angles, and oh, the sliding shot into the
Dombi.
follow-up
As
peak.
if it
Dombi
hits
with
as
3
well.
gets NONGSHIM
Okay,
up to
nicely
12.
done. Monyet actually made this one
round to
doable.
go. The push is over to Pearl. RRQ.
Yeah, if they
Gonna be
wanted to
looking
hit,
to do,
and they're
much like
good
we saw
to like
from
get 2
NONGSHIM on
people
Fracture,
past.
and win
The
3 in a
Omen's
row
got a
to take us into
TP
yet
like
another
middle of
overtime.
sight with the
It's
smoke. They were
doable.
doing great
RRQ gives
pressure.
themselves a darn good chance here thanks to
what?
Moniette.
What keyboard do you want? English.
Wait, is my camera blocking it? The keyboard thing came up.
My Korean typing skills are no bueno.
Same.
I can write very well, but I've never really
It
sat
does
down
feel
and
like this
practiced
was
typing.
always
Yeah, anymore, so it
relatively
makes it a little more
difficult. I can do it on my
inevitable,
phone.
though,
Yeah.
I would say. Like this,
Well.
the rounds that RRQ win,
Could very well be the last round of
Just
the
felt like
round.
angels.
Dabby able to find the kill, and Moniette similarly whittled away at. Still does manage to find one, but Francis quick to capitalize.
can you get another? You got no help for
Angels
ages.
lobbed in,
No.
flushes him out into the open Xpharaoh.
Dude, imagine
Gets
they
the
win this to
headshot,
force them down
3v3
to an
now.
eco, then they
RRQ
only have to
still
win
in
one more
with a
5v
fighting
buying.
chance.
And again, Purge is going to be so quick to lurk. It never came to fruition in the previous round. He's got free reign over the flanks. I do see Xpharaoh keeping track of it now. So good awareness from RRQ, kind of understanding the situation. But now they've got to find a way to get the spike down. They go for A. They've already got Margaret and Ivy on site. Look at Xpharaoh.
Big Joe.
Oh, both of them eating a bit of damage here. Xpharaoh, however, on the back foot.
No
still
way.
manages to persevere.
So surprised he wins
Kill
that.
found.
17
Needs to join in with the
HP,
rest
they
of
managed
the
to get
team.
over
Swing
towards
coming
him.
through. Margaret
And
catching
did
a glimpse there
Jemkin
of
spot him?
Jemkin.
I want to
Blast
say
back
he
forward
did.
onto the
But
site. Arcro's destroyed.
no way, they both.
Hook set up. Xpharaoh on the peak end.
He gets another kill at
Finds
17
him, and
HP. Instant
it's all on
decision
Ivy
to
in a
go back
1v3.
over towards A to have the luck. Dude, They only have to win another bye v bye.
Not win this. The team again is going to be pushed back onto an eco, but he's already been spotted and dealt with. 10-12 RRQ. 2 more rounds.
They force him down to an
take
eco.
this into back-to-back overtimes.
Oh, this is just all Xpero. He's doing such a good job containing Persia, reading that there's going to be a lurk. Is aware of it the whole time. Like, he's checking that box right outside of C lobby right away.
And if my math is correct, with that last kill in the round, Xpero has reached 1,000 all-time in Pacific. Congratulations to Xpero, but I think that he's going to be looking for a little bit more than just that individual accolade. He wants this map win. He wants a 2-0.
That probably isn't even on his radar with how close these matches are.
Oh, bro.
We knew
I would
this
say
was
it's
going to
on
be a
no
good
one's
one
radar.
today. It's going to be an eco for NONGSHIM.
Honestly.
Way far back.
I'm not even sure
RQ
you would even come close to
scanning out
counting
the
it.
A area. No real contact to speak of just yet. So I'm kind of curious how they're going to continue to work off of this. Going to see that Prowler come through. So you know at least Francis is on B. That would likely lead you to believe that under normal scenarios that it's going to be 2 players on B. Because usually there's kind of either Ivy or the Vice Margaret.
Why is NONGSHIM going to win this round?
So
I
that's
mean,
gonna allow them to
RRQ have
lean a
no
bit more
backup.
towards A, probably thinking,
So
at
if
worst, there's probably
NONGSHIM get
2 here,
info
maybe
at
3
any
if they
point,
just left C completely
I do.
abandoned.
They got 2
Yeah,
classics.
likely.
I don't think so. I
Shells
think you're
stop
okay.
peak. Out
Gonna go
forward
to the
from
big buy
stairs.
rounds.
Wall goes up. Jimkin in the side. Slow push up here from Cushy, trying to make his way in through tree. The shot eventually will be rewarded with that kill. Estrella able to answer it back. Zombie tries to go pushing out of the smoking Sparrow, gunning him down 1,001 kills to him.
Dude,
There's
Fawns
Manya.
are a nightmare, man. It's so
Behind the
funny.
other. All
It's
of a
so
sudden,
funny
it's
seeing
once
the
again
Fawns
just
down
Ivy
and
on
everyone's
his
just
lonesome.
like
1v4
stuck in the
this
middle of
time
the util.
Is what he is asked.
They're so
What he is
incredibly
tasked with.
strong.
They get the spot up onto each other. Swing onto the side. Snappy with the adjustment.
That
is able to
everyone
find
freeze,
one,
yeah, it
turns
is.
from
You just look at the
flash.
minimap and everyone's just like stuck out in the
Finds
open.
one, and for
Nice
a second
shots,
I
though.
started believing. He makes it bloody, but RRQ make it to just 1 round separating.
Sure, why not? Let's do a second overtime. This has been such a good back and forth. I mean, RRQ here reading the map really well throughout. Ivy, though, God, he's hit some nasty shots on this map.
Yeah, I mean, that one was
Really
lovely.
comfortable on this Astra, but ever since RRQ took that time out and realized that we need to maintain a steady amount of A pressure.
We got
That
Fatal.
has to be done to force
against
NONGSHIM
Astro.
from really heavily investing
Look at Persia.
onto the other
So
side
again,
of the
they
map.
can,
Last cannon going into the
they can
round.
retake on this.
One in the firepower, but could not afford the armor. Even with that previous attempt at a thrifty.
Yeah, it's a similar setup to what we've been seeing, but the good news for RRQ,
Exactly.
maybe good news, we don't
Now
know
you got
yet,
the Nightfall
is the
too
wall's
from
over
Cushy.
towards B.
Could set up for one of those big executes.
The wall's been here
Just take
so
their time with
much
this.
that they're gonna
Trying to
think
clear
that
some
it's here.
util.
This is great. We do a
managed to get the thorns
scatter
in the
nade to
end.
break all of the util. That's really nice. Broke the flash, it broke the thorns. Moniette is in
See if he spots anything
deep
out.
trouble
Ball
if
goes
he
up,
tries
fight
to do
comes
anything
through.
crazy,
Gabby
but he
sending out some
shouldn't.
warning shots. Moniette immediately looking to bounce away.
As we can see, they're gonna force it in, and it
There's the
could work
Nightfall
out
into
really
the
well.
showstopper,
2
Up
people.
and over the top. The rocket landing at Ivy's feet. Margaret, however, able to find one on the peak. Has the backpedal. Re-peaks, looks for some more. But
Very,
ends up
very
falling
nice,
to the
man.
floor. Cushy
It's
able
great
to find that kill.
trades. If
As
Francis
now it's 3
gets a
players
kill, he
left.
gets his
Trying to
ult. That's
stop
about
this
it.
fight from getting planted, but they
Hard
cannot
retake.
stop a damn thing. Now we're checking to the back. Gets the spot out. Francis going to be noted.
Oh,
Persia.
Oh, that is straight through
Finding one, a 3v3
the
now. Their own prowlers going
straight
on
through
the
the
hunt.
floor.
The haunt's going to be cleared out. TP forward.
TP
up into
over
the smoke here
towards
from
site.
Persia. Slide onto the corner. Eventually, Cushy able to find the kill. Now it all comes
Honestly,
down to Francis.
how
Swings out,
Cushy has
gets
dealt
shut
with that, I have
down.
no idea,
And
but
here
fair
we
play.
go again.
Dude, how
We
did
are
they
tied up
manage to
12
do
as we
this?
once again dive into the
I'm
depths
actually
of overtime.
impressed. I thought they were really
we're in a
struggling,
mirror dimension here
but
from what we saw in Fracture.
they
It's
just
the
started
same
clawing
results,
rounds
just a
together.
different
There was a good
team
amount of
coming through with 3 in a row.
there's a good
to
amount
send
of
it to
hero plays that were
overtime.
kind of close, but
Love the setup, and again, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. When you use those ults against ecos to make sure you could cycle them back in for this round. So smart. Such great long-term game planning from RRQ here that comes to fruition. That Nightfall into the
Timeout?
showstopper,
No timeout.
and they are pumped up in those comms.
into the
go for
overtime
the
and get
Odin
the
as a stray
Odin
on their
out.
defender
And
side.
that's definitely something that was mentioned
That's
in
gonna
the
be the only
timeout,
change
I
up. No op.
think.
don't know if we even see
Like
it on this
the
map.
original timeout on defense.
Didn't
He
think
started
so.
getting Odin out, and then he was getting
Everyone
kills
there,
as
you
they used to pivot over
As
towards B.
starting on the defense. Odin, of course, there in the hands of Estrella. Damage not going to be found. NONGSHIM for now paying some attention over
Hey,
towards
Prowler
C.
went all the
Wall
way
is
down
set
as
up
well.
here.
Like they cleared A control. So lost C control, but RRQ got A control.
Slow from NONGSHIM. There's been not much A pressure, so already Jemkins.
Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God!
That is Danby
What?
just
Danby just
feeling
sensing
it.
timing.
Just feeling the timing.
find that kill,
Smoke
Monyet
goes
now
down. They want to see if
slowly
anyone
a bit
with
of
this
damage.
smoke has timed it
Taking
and
it down to
walked in.
79.
And
He's
he
done that
is
a couple
just
times on
straight
this
up
map.
gone for the spam where most people would
Scan
sit.
straight out against this guy.
He did the Sen. Yeah, this is what Bang did,
Devastating
right?
start
But
here for
Bang
RRQ.
got spammed. This was just him spamming fast.
On
Dude,
struggle
what a
street.
pick as well. It's on the
Defendant
Vice.
half
I do like
all
this
the way through the
change
5
up from
rounds.
RRQ though. They 3-pass and stack
This
it,
here
thinking
be a
that
huge
there's
boon
going to
for
be the
them to
site
close
hit.
this out 2-0.
Ball's still there.
And they're going to gamble, and they have gambled right.
Well, here comes the push through. Ivy on the swing, able to find one. Margaret getting another. Jemkin, however, holding it down now. Showstopper!
No
Collected
way!
together.
There's
It is
no
an ace
way!
from beyond the grave
There's no
to
way!
take RRQ up to series point.
He dies and takes down 3.
Unreal.
Dude, when they
Absolutely
went to the
unreal,
overview
Jemkin.
of just all of them sitting
The
there.
setup here, it's such good
Oh my
understanding of the
goodness.
map. Yeah, Donby, you get yours. Jemkin's had enough.
The
This
stack,
is over.
dude.
He's
Look
got
at
all
it.
3 of them.
Holy.
Right underneath the rocket.
Monyet on his feet as Jemkin knocks them to their asses. That is a timeout call.
That's
And
one of the most
NONGSHIM
insane rounds,
are
though.
shook.
Dude, chat, we
One
rarely,
round away
rarely
from being
get
eliminated
Rays
here at
multi-kills.
kickoff
Sometimes you see Rays
In
doubles.
0-2 fashion.
Rays triples.
The man
When
is
dead
Mr.
as well, like
Overtime.
from the
Remember
grave,
last
that's
year,
incredible.
He had that ace in overtime on Icebox.
In
and he's done it
overtime, like
again.
what a time to do it.
Unbelievable. He is just so good.
That's
and he has
insanity.
given
It was a
RRQ a
great,
chance
it
to
was a
close
great
this
gamble
out.
stack from them,
2-0.
and oh my god, it really paid
The
off.
determination, the grit we're seeing from RRQ today. This is a new looking squad this year. Yeah, maybe they lost to Gen G, but now they're bouncing back when the odds are against them. When they're against the ropes, they're able to start
RRQ
bringing these
timeout,
matches
yeah,
over
they
the
wanna,
line.
they wanna finish that.
Still some smiles here.
Yeah,
on
at
the
least I was
cam
gonna say, at
of
least NONGSHIM are laughing about
And
it.
he could just be able to shrug that off, saying, "Yep,
Dude,
we were
they all
stacked."
grouped.
Splash damage caught us."
Normally
but
you
it's
want
not
someone to
every
like take the
day
head and
we
W
see a
key at
Rays
the
ultimate like
Rays,
that. It feels like it's been
but
maybe, frankly, several years
no
since
one
we were
wanted
seeing
to
that
do it.
level of value coming
Oh
through
my
from the
goodness.
ultimate. But now
That was nuts.
we reset. NONGSHIM resets as we go forward into what could be the final round of this set.
Nice setup there from NONGSHIM to make sure that they're able to take control. Deep smokes, relay bolts. Now they're able to pivot quickly, kind of anticipating the response. You know, the last time RRQ stuck around at that door, Donby just sprayed down Monyet. He's got to be a little bit careful here. They're remembering that. A little bit of damage done to Monyet. He's going to backpedal. You have no ults this time to try to break through this C site. You can't utilize that
Ziha,
combo.
thank you so
Cushy took
much,
some
dude.
damage
Appreciate it.
there as
6
well.
months. Thank you, bro.
I think I'd like to see
Yeah, it's
RRQ
a little,
work
but not
maps
too
a
bad.
little bit
I
more
appreciate
here.
you, dude.
Don't have that same ability to get through that Vice Astra combo. It's going to be a lot harder. And Francis is pretty well aware of this.
Monyet having a rough time just trying to play inside of a lobby.
This looks rough in general.
Look at his angle. Look at this cross.
That
and
the
walls are
celebrations
there
might be
too.
short-lived
They
on
don't
this.
have the wall at C this
Double
time.
stack. They got a wall here, so
Looks like
Jemkin's
we'll
just
change
on his
up as
own.
Jemkin this time going to be dead on entry.
Yeah, and now you got to
Balls go
pivot over
up.
towards C, where you got two people.
Blocking everybody out of that B site. Tap onto the door, Monyet.
Did they not have
Push
to go
forward
for
here.
the A default that was working every single time?
Smoke across, shots exchanged. Persia able to find one. Looks for more. They all line up. Nearly finds
we
an
go
ace of his
again.
own, but it will be Francis
We go again.
to tie things up.
And the
13-13. We are not
Jemkin
following the
round
same
doesn't
script as
really
Fracture.
do too
This
much.
time we will go a bit deeper into OT.
The whole round here, RRQ is just one step behind.
But why did they
NONGSHIM is
not
doing a
go for
great
the
job. It's
A
the A-Rebel
default?
control off the rip. It's a change-up of where the wall is even. It's not in front of C. You know, you're seeing all this smoke, you're seeing all this pressure. RRQ flirts with it a little bit to try to keep a couple players planted there thinking, okay, you know, they've been
Danby with the
leaving an
judge
extra
in
player
overtime.
over at A to control that.
Of
Sometimes
course he
maybe
does.
we can sneak through into B. But NONGSHIM's so ready for it with a wall of their own with 2 players, and Persia makes the most of it. We go again.
This time just Manya solo on the C site. Not going to be giving Tambi that opportunity to just go for a timing spray and get a free kill. Flash through, confirming some presence still though. Outside at C Mount.
Looking for the util is Margaret.
Desperately hunting for it, but
It's around the corner.
not being spotted.
They're trying to find the wall.
Yeah, but
Again,
they found the wall, right?
it's far enough back that you would have to reveal your position to get the wall to pop. So Dombi's already paid the price for that once. Bit of stall, a little bit of delay for RRQ, but NONGSHIM looking towards B, it seems like. Finally
B
found that
pressure
razor
to
vine,
make
got
the
that
rotate.
pop,
Wait,
so that's gonna
wait, where's the
divert their
call?
attention away.
Wait, the call's to go to
No
A?
fast hit. Looks like it's gonna be an A call.
Dude, Cushy still has
Be on
tether.
Cushy to try to play a little bit of defense. He gets a spot of a couple heads.
Nah, he didn't. I think he...
He's noticed quite just yet, but now will absolutely
Okay.
have confirms the pass lane.
Oh
Gets
man, the
bombed.
util's really good.
Can't see
Try,
a damn
keep an
thing.
eye on
He's
the
still
time
sliding
here.
forward, but Straya puts up with the Odin, is able to find one. Sees, gets the connection. Cushy, however, needed to hold his ground, and he managed to do so for 2. Straya finds another Margaret now on his lonesome at 53. Finds the first, but the time is just not there. He's got to hold for it, and now will not be able to get it done.
Okay, RRQ
wall
get
bank
another
shot
go
from
at it,
Sparrow
and
will once
the call
again
from
put
NONGSHIM
RRQ
didn't
up
feel
to
great.
match point.
I do
Both of
really
these
wonder
teams have gotten
if they
such
just
a
didn't
good
hear
read
the
on their
wall.
defender side now.
Because they went close in the
Control of
C
map
smoke
is
to
so,
hear the
so
vice
good.
wall.
Cushy doing
Then
a great
I'm
job
like,
of knowing how to make sure that
did
he
they
isn't
not
giving
hear
up
it?
his life for free. To retreat with the haunt out first.
Because
Then he
they've
rolls
got to
back
at
and
least
just
fade it out.
holds
And the
it
only
down
reason
on
I'm
that
guessing that
angle.
they didn't is
Even though he got caught
because...
by the seas,
What is going on?
Estrella
The only
so
reason
good
they didn't is
with that
because,
Odin. You know what,
in
he's
my
like, I
mind, they
like it
maybe
enough,
didn't
I'm gonna
hear
bring
it.
to the attacker's side. Francis has one as well.
Especially if you want to hit over
Side of
towards A, they
NONGSHIM.
should have faked it
That
out.
same stack up for NONGSHIM that they've been using, trying to use their Odin of their own to punish it.
Haunt reveal. Now nearly swinging back
Oh
out, but
god,
that's a
look at the
headshot
HP,
onto
10.
Francis. Now finds himself
7.
at
Oh no, he
7
hit the wall,
HP.
okay. 41.
Bit of decay there as well. We'll go ahead, drip back up to 41.
Dude, Dabby must be like,
Neither of
mate,
them backing
stop
away from
spraying
his
back.
angle.
He's
Banyet on the
popping
jiggle.
me.
Get the spot
Every
up
time I
onto
get
Dabby,
close, he's
realizing
popping
how
me.
close they are, decides to just go ahead, back away a
Speaking of
bit,
spam as
gives
well,
up some
Market
more
takes a
space.
little bit over towards...
This is a perfect call.
Dude, they're
from
taking a
RRQ
lot
to
of
bring
chip
out this
damage.
Odin to try to put some pressure towards A main. I was curious to see if they're going to try
Similar
to
story with the
shift
wall
back
over
to
towards
the other
C
side of
though.
the map. Still,
Like,
they're-
can they
they're
actually
really
bait this
keyed
one
in on
out?
this
What
C
is
hit.
this Odin duel on A? It's
Or
so
maybe just trying to get
stupid.
the wall out. They got the wall out.
Ball's out.
Whoa!
And Ivy's in
Whoa,
front
what
of
is
it. They're
this?
not ready for that.
He's locked in!
He's trapped in.
He got
He
another
still
one!
manages to come away with the
The
second
wall
kill.
pushed him forwards!
Player advantage now here in the hands of NONGSHIM as they look to extend this even further. Margaret waiting, the paranoia not
The great Omen
colliding.
flash. 35 seconds on
The
this.
Prowler, the thorns popped. A wrap around the back side here of the C site. They know where Margaret's at. The flash comes through, but Manyet is able to find the kill. The relay
Wait,
ball,
very
however.
nice. Dude,
Sets up
Pudge's
for Persia, get the
popping
1-2
in
tap.
overtime.
Exparo now here on his lonesome. With players ready to surround. Grabs the spike, tucks back over here towards water. The plant coming in. The haunt gets the reveal.
Yeah,
the
Haunt
sees,
into the
gets
spam.
the grab, and Persia
There we
has
go
the shot.
again, and it's,
14-14, we
it's
keep
who can
going.
win the attack round.
This is insane stuff from NONGSHIM. I thought maybe RRQ was going to be able to break through this A-Rebel chokehold, but they never
Dude,
tried
this
to
was
reclear that
crazy.
space.
I don't know if it was
They
like
just sort
a
of stood
play by
outside the
him
door.
or if it was an
Ivy, what a
accidental
smart
play
play
and like that's how
to
the
get
wall
ahead of that
interacted
wall
by
and catch
pushing him
RRQ
forwards. I have no
completely
idea. Either way, he
by
did
surprise.
incredible to get to.
That is the way they have all these different setups off the back of the Vice wall for NONGSHIM has really given RRQ fits on this C
Is a
site.
play, and he looked
there's gonna be
comfortable,
another
like
timeout.
he was meant to do it.
I assume it's NONGSHIM's. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
NONGSHIM making the call here.
Yeah, but with how he
From
entered
here on
the
out,
smoke,
no
that's
more
what I'm
intervention.
thinking as well.
Nothing remaining other than the player's wits and aim. Once this timer hits 0.
He's been there all the
Gotta
time
dig
on
deep
defense
now.
side. Yeah, but you
See
play
if we
like that
find
anyway
that
just to
one
punish a
weakness, that
jumpy.
one extra moment, plays like Ivy just made. are difference makers.
Like you play like
He's
that
like
to
with
punish the
Jemkin,
person that's jumping
the
to
ace.
trigger the wall anyway.
Can completely change the tide. But who is going to come through? One more defender side for RRQ. It's been both teams finding great
Yeah, with his
success
movement, it looked like it
on
was
that
intentional.
half.
I agree.
I'm looking at the map and I'm looking at maybe.
Okay, now we got the
attempted
attack
breakout here
Odin,
by
but no
NONGSHIM.
defense Odin.
Let's see what the response is going to be from RRQ. No Odin this time for the side of RRQ. There is one for Francis. He's going to try to spam to open up those angles potentially if they get any contact, but none found. There you go, right in a tree.
Yeah, they go for the punish.
Paranoia sent across.
Neon's out here tanking it.
Trying to fill some space. Persia able to find one, but Maniac comes up with two. Persia, Ivy pulled on the floor.
The
Down
great trades. Does he send this?
There's that one. Jemkin forced away. The blast pack.
Dude,
taking him to safety.
look
In the
at the
meantime,
timing
he
from
is coming
Margaret.
down.
Margaret.
Seems like they are reading this.
Did they hear him?
They pick
Oh,
out
it's
up front.
weird.
They know
It's
that
getting
Margaret might
really
be there,
weird.
but he still might be able to win the fight if he finds the timing here. Jemkin running down one. Margaret swoops in, finds the other. It's Tumby. Collects Jemkin, and now it is all down to Experiment.
No way.
Hot on their heels.
Is that where he is?
Shots firing out. They know exactly where he's at, and they're pivoting across over towards the A site.
And we said it was all about who can
Spike
get the
now
attack
being
round.
planted down to
And you gotta
59.
imagine, especially with this pause,
the rope up.
this is probably it.
As Margaret checks back over towards the attacker side spawn. The drop down, the collision, inevitable.
It's not
But
the
instead,
best
Xfero
block.
able to find the headshot. Not even suffering any
great.
damage. Perfectly even, 91 health on both players. Buys v buys, Phantom
Can be
v
around the
Vandal.
corner.
The plant here in his favor, trying to get it through the corner. He's holding for it.
You can see the spike going
And
up,
now
my guy.
he's just gonna hold it. The
Oh
whole way through!
no! Oh no!
Margaret cannot make it happen. Xfero gets the Red Bull clutch, and RRQ
Oh
scrape
no,
by to
dude!
once more get up to match point.
No, man, he's just watching the spike
That's
just
everything.
slowly raise higher and
Just
higher. Come on, man.
Clutches, holes, aces, everything you could want. This round begins by
I thought he was
a
going to go for a
delayed
little bit of a
re-hit
spam, maybe
the
on the
A
side of the
by
wall.
RRQ that does some damage to NONGSHIM, but they recover so nicely. Margaret, even though the lurk is identified, there's nothing
God,
that
he gives
RRQ
him an
can do
insta
about it
wave
because they
as
pushed
well.
down to B site. They're trapped between the forces of NONGSHIM. They're going to once again contest.
Flash
Oh, the
out, sees
tether's
connecting.
legit.
France is so very low. And just the tuck back gets over to safety.
Yeah,
No
and
damage
this is the
taken.
thing that was working for RRQ, and this is, in my
a huge
opinion, what they
win for
need to
RRQ.
do.
This
Like
is
the A
space
default,
opened up,
this is
but
why
they're
they
not
were
scaling
winning
forward
rounds.
off of this.
That's okay.
They go back towards the A
They
default,
just
they
need to
actually
get
get the
control of
map
this. They
control
need to
early.
force NONGSHIM
Now they
to
can,
respect this a
now
little
they can
bit
start
more.
defaulting
They
over
can work
towards
the other
C
side
and
of the map
pressure
if
the
they so
wall.
choose. They need to keep showing some attention. See Monyet be a little bit active with that Odin. Keep those extra forces planted. Just keep making noise over here. Throw some smokes.
Cover going out.
And maybe, just maybe, they can break through onto that C site this time. It's gonna be tough. Still have all that Vice utility to worry about. The Astra util. About to try to check. A bit wary. Maybe they're gonna set up for a B crunch.
ACB default.
Another option you have available to you.
Margaret's here and gets a spot out there. As he drifted down through the pit, smoke going to be cycled over from Persia. As they investigate, trying to see
Okay.
is there a wall on the opposite
And
side.
here the
Instead, doors get
fawns.
closed out, cleared out rather. but
Yeah,
Margaret
and
line
obviously
straight
to hear
forward.
the fawns,
Xfero,
you
the
got to
hero
go
of the
close,
previous
so he just spams it.
Dead on the ground. It's Francis trying to hold things down here on that baby door clutch. It's going to be good for one push up from
Dude,
Persia.
Persia
Finding two is
sends it
Debbie
through
now.
heaven and got
Easy to deal
both.
with Estrella when he's stunned up like that. 15-15. This is nowhere
That
close
was,
to being
that
done.
was crazy.
Unbelievable.
Overtime.
It's just such
Oh,
good
we
reads
go
from
again.
NONGSHIM on the
that
timings of when
attack round.
RRQ is going to be in those smokes and when they can punish it. It's again Margaret this time. Great push out there.
It was unlucky from Persia as well.
RRQ
The
trying
flash
to
was
hold the
really
line,
good
but
from
Persia
him.
has been absolutely monstrous for NONGSHIM. He has really stepped up in this overtime. We go again.
I'll try anybody
Yeah,
who
we
is
got the
saying, like,
Odin out on
just gonna watch
defense
this
this
one
time.
series
They
and
were
then go
setting
to
up
bed.
for a recon
hope
as
you're
well,
wide
I think.
awake now.
Oh no, it's setting up for the spam angle.
Otherwise, hang in there, buddy.
Whoa.
As Persia taken down to 51 from the Odin spray.
Shadows traveling.
See how vital
It's a
this
big
game
change
level
up from
control
RRQ
has
chat.
become for these teams.
Big change up.
So on the
And we
defender side,
invest the
allows you to get
vice
better
close
reads
as
faster
well.
to
Like they're
smother the other
really
side of the
trying
map,
to.
but, ooh, just
They're
dodging
really
that
trying to
seizes
bait in
X-Barrel.
the fact they're
So
not
back.
playing someone
Here's the
there,
Prowler,
and
really
Vice
well
is
protected. Oh,
committed,
this is
and
Damn,
that
getting
is
one
the
above.
attack round for sure this time.
His attacker side has been the bane of both squads.
Yeah,
But right now,
and
NONGSHIM
RRQ went
in
for a
fantastic position to
giant
close this out
gamble
and
by
get
playing
themselves
close.
to map point.
This one feels so difficult for RRQ. Still have the paranoia, still have a little bit of fade util to clear some space, but 5v3.
Yeah, as soon as they try
Very,
Exec,
very
they got
challenging.
Omen Flash on defense, which they just used, and then they still got Fade Eye.
Francis swing onto the corner. He's snappy with a
Like,
headshot,
no
shuts
matter
it
what,
down.
they're
Cushy
so
on
fine.
the floor. Downbeat trying to stabilize. Can't quite do so.
Probably
Jimkin
should use your
applying
Fade
pressure
Eye,
from the flank.
but
Trying to go here for the tap, for the hold, but Gravwell interrupts, has to wait it out, and Margaret is here, ready to strike.
okay,
The
that is the
closeout
attack
there.
round.
NONGSHIM gained the lead.
Fast attack round for a
16 to
while.
15.
First one in overtime.
The map now in their hands.
Oh, finally, somebody was able to win an attacker side in overtime. It's gonna be NONGSHIM. That
Whoa,
shot from
that's
Francis
the kill.
is ridiculous.
But he knows they were playing
They are
close, so it's like
really
obvious
dialed in.
that,
Both
that
teams
someone
are.
wants to help his teammate out that's aggro.
Dombey able to follow up so quickly. Kind of a
But
crossfire behind Mount,
it's
trying to
it's
be set up
incredibly
for
smart
RRQ, but
from
they can't
him.
get it going. The Busan viewing party loving what they're seeing.
Having heart attacks all the same.
Yeah.
Jemkin goes for the attack judge. Oh god, and
Looking
NONGSHIM
a
go
crunch,
for
but
their
gonna
own
be held at
aggro.
bay. Just too many flashes coming through, but it's
no.
going to be spotted off onto that right side. Paranoia now across.
I can't believe both teams went aggro. I can't believe both teams went aggro on their defense.
No Pearl,
They've been winning
no
every
victory,
single
zero
round
Lotus.
by
This map
turtling.
keeps going.
And both teams go aggro on their defense and they both
It's just
lose.
RRQ
There's
answering
no
right back
way.
at C-Mount. It's just blow for blow, punch for punch.
It's such a bold
Both
call
teams
from
keep
both of them, and it's
landing
backfired
heavy
heavy.
hits,
Okay,
but the
no
other
one's going
one's able
aggro
to
anymore.
withstand and respond.
Or do you double down and do it again?
Not yet, winning that
The
flank
pure
angle.
risk play.
Very nice, but really the story of that round was just that C-Mound crunch. Saw it earlier, seen it
Yeah,
a
you
lot
just-
on this map
Like
from
just a
NONGSHIM.
3-person walk see.
RRQ thwarted it this time. They had the right response with their paranoia. If they could get this defender side win again, they've been able to push out. They're controlling so much of this map. They even left C completely abandoned.
I
That
can't believe
confident.
that this game is delivered like
And
this. It's
NONGSHIM will still be
crazy.
fighting early for that
This
level of
Lotus,
control.
it was looking
was a lot
so
of noise being
one-sided,
made.
and it's just turned
Dombey
into such a
Didn't go all
banger.
the way in.
He's on his lonesome.
I can't believe they went double aggro. That's nuts.
All
Okay,
is
they
set,
spot
but
the
he
wall,
continues to swing out. Oh,
and
swapped
Jemkin
over
gets to a
the
lovely
Phantom. Does
off
he read it?
angle,
No,
and he's
Jemkin
absolutely owned them.
able to find the punish. Nothing else going to be spotted out. The strike now coming through onto the seaside.
Yeah, but they
Paranoia
don't
sending
actually
Sparrow
get
to
anything
back,
for
gets
their
away
wall,
from it.
so honestly, NONGSHIM
Zombie tries to
take
open up
one
a bit more space. He's
kill,
pushing forward.
or one death,
Shots
sorry.
into the shoulder, a double face,
The
getting ready to come
space.
Sparrow's way. He's backpedaled out, got
Or
him out towards
spots
safety.
too.
Dombey wants to try to
Look
hunt him
at
down with
Dombey,
that shorty, but
mate.
the distance is just going to be too great to actually find
Chill.
lethal damage here. He's going to push forward, and Sparrow finding it on yet two off screen. Persia dead. There's the cleanup. The fuse coming
He's
through.
so
RRQ
crazy. Like at
once
one point
again,
there, you can
back
go
in
back.
control.
You can go back over
That
towards
was
site and like
absolutely
double,
beautiful
triple
from
face
X-Barrel.
waterfall. He keeps
Never
going.
gave NONGSHIM the opportunity to get two guns to bear down at him at the same time. It was just
So funny
backpedaling,
to
waiting
watch.
for the reinforcements to arrive. He kept buying more and more time, more and more attention. Huge win for Jemkin off the rip as well to open up some space.
Like
on
here,
the map.
imagine a triple
He was
swing.
immediately
They could have timed the
on his
triple
horse
swing
to
on
lurk,
one
and
yet.
that sent
Would have
the
been
other two players
awesome. And the
quickly
pressure
over
was still
towards
over towards
waterfall.
heaven. They wouldn't have been able to
That
trade
Sparrow,
back no matter
man.
what.
That was all him. What a round. Everybody's having their moments here
He
in
gets the
overtime.
judge out again, which means that he wants to force it over towards
We are getting
C.
close to shattering records here. Couple more rounds played. And that'll be the most that we've seen in Pacific.
Yeah, Jemkin's
The
gonna
hard clear out,
absolutely
but
send this.
RQ, a quick push, disrespecting their way
Ooh,
forward into C.
he
Jemkin
didn't trigger
eating
the
quite a bit of
wall.
damage, Margaret.
Oh, gets a little bit
One up
weird.
for the moment,
Dude,
but
just
Ivy,
tries
shooting
to
ahead.
TP
One
top
pump, two pump,
sight
two jumps on
with
the
no
floor.
smoke.
As like Sparrow tries to claw their way back into the round.
Everyone's
closing
losing their
out.
mind.
Snake bite down, Francis noted.
I can't believe it's a
Spike now being
3v3.
planted, the 3v3 coming through. Spray across, and he just catches a stray.
Whoa, that is
Player advantage now here in their
devastating.
hands.
Yet looking to see if there's any lurks. It's going to be the Haunt out to check. Still the Paranoia in play. Dombi thinking about popping the speed.
Haunt cleared. Dombi looking to try to rush forward, slides across the drop down, trying to play distract here.
Okay, nicely
Francis
handled.
split the difference. They picked their
Of
targets,
course we
cut
go
them
again.
down. And we keep going. 17
Dude,
to
got a little
17.
bit scary.
Y'all talking
I
about
can't believe
Zen versus
Estrella
Louder
sent
today.
this. Dude, if
Best
Estrella
in
wants to
here.
do this play,
You can get the hell
he's
out of here with that nonsense.
he's got a
Welcome
smoke
to
top
Apex.
side.
I thought this might be RRQ's chance, but this one stray shot. I mean, obviously this is annoying. Ivy's so good on that timing with that shorty.
It's
Then X-Barrel,
gifted.
once again, trying to be the hero. This shot from Francis, just heartbreaking. That shuts X-Barrel down. What a reaction there from Persia and Francis. Covering different angles. That just shows that tremendous coordination.
What's going on, man?
That
When's
experience
it
that
end?
NONGSHIM has playing together. They're able to do maneuvers like that so
No more
effectively.
timeouts? I think
RRQ
NONGSHIM has a
having to
timeout.
cede some mound control.
Ooh,
Able to push out,
boy.
able to find one. Dombi still sliding
Nice
forward
shot.
and snapping. As soon as the blind dissipates,
They
is able to find Cushy.
what did
That's a lurker dealt with.
Chat, what
Can
util
lean
did
in a
they
little
eat
bit
to
more
not
towards
send
the C
this
site.
from RRQ?
Kind of have to wait to see if there's
I
going to
thought
be
they
any more
wrecked everyone with
contact
an Omen
before he
flash. I
sends
don't know why they didn't send
players
it.
out. Yes, you can send X-Barrel to do a little
Maybe
bit of lurking
Fade
of
Eye?
his own. Right now,
Because I thought
NONGSHIM
these are the two
decided
utils
to
that would
cut
make you
sound.
not send it.
Try to go to the other
Neon
side of the
stun?
map.
Oh
It's
yeah,
kept
yeah, it would be
three
neon
RRQ
stun. You're right.
players stuck. Francis, if he can do any damage here.
Oh, triple face out. Ready to come through.
He
Francis
did good to
still
get one.
Doing well to come away with a kill in that position.
He did good to get one. Looking over
Damage on
towards
him
the
again
A
as well.
site,
Either way,
completely
3v3.
empty.
Sparrow
Ivy,
loses one,
no
gets his pressure,
hesitation
but
on
Ivy
this.
maybe slipping the net once again.
No
As Ivy
hesitation
scraping
on
into
this. That was
spawn.
awesome from him.
Meets his demise.
Yeah, he had that plan in his head early.
Strayanix Pharaoh out with everything to do. Noted and trapped here at drop. Stray, does he read this at all? Shadows traveling. To offer up the smoke to block off tree. Ivy tucking back.
Oh, God.
Straya
Not like
snapping
this.
with it, brings it to a 2v2, but time is starting to tick. Downby now. I believe the shorty in hand. Waiting here. The other side of the
No
smoke with
way.
Straya
Shorty?
pitching from the flank.
Shorty.
Able to find one. It all comes down to Downby. Swoops out. Slides back around the corner. Overdrive in hand. Zippity
Damn,
zap.
bro. Nicely done from Zambi. Managed to win the 1v2. He
He
realized he was in the smoke, isolated, one either side.
It just
And
comes
then
down
just
to the narrowest
straight
of
up
margins.
Took the jewel instead
Ivy
of getting
Finds
wrecked.
such an impactful kill in this round. When he
Okay, they win
lurks
an
into
attack
spawn
round.
and cuts off
Surely
Maniette.
they don't go aggro on defense,
That's a
right?
difference maker. He's been so crucial about finding those high impact kills. The turnarounds around for NONGSHIM. Another chance.
Cobra?
Still
Oh, dude,
plenty
I forgot
energy
about
there for
Chobra.
NONGSHIM.
Chobra
And
must
we
be
go
close to tears.
again, 18-17, round 36.
RRQ game, of course it is.
I believe that this is the record.
Okay, and they don't go
Perhaps
aggro,
side
and
may be
NONGSHIM have
broken
done
if
something that
RRQ
has
can
pretty much
continue.
rewarded them with a win every single time they do it, and that's holding aggro
I
A.
believe RRQ were a part of the original record set. I believe it was them versus Zeta on Ascent.
They spot the wall. They
That
can at least bait the wall
19-17
out early,
scoreline,
though.
in fact, it was.
Guys, please bait that wall out early.
Somehow
Did we not
tested.
hear it?
For scorelines of this
Maybe
magnitude,
they
when
need to
tournament
up the
lives are on
sound of the
line.
Vice wall. I feel like people aren't hearing it, but they're like
Difficult
close
start
to
to
it.
this round, trying to figure out where that
Oh, it's
vice
their
wall
wall.
is.
Oh, okay, chat. Ignore me. I'm losing my
Checking
mind.
B. Now
Let's
they're
get some sleep,
moving in
man.
towards
Let's get this
C.
game over and done
Combo
with.
attempted, a lot of damage done.
Yep, it's getting quite a bit there on to Margaret. Sees that the ready here from Francis could certainly disrupt if this wall, or rather if this push into B comes through.
We got another map in the best of 3.
They're lining up for the execute. Most of their util is going to be
Quick,
available.
yeah,
Francis
dude, I'm
trying to cut off
delirious.
the point of attack.
Yep, there's
Whoa,
the
that's a
scene
nice
with
pathing
Jim.
though. He
Francis
landed
is
so
able to
fast
find
that he's
one.
accurate.
Get the reveal out. Francis trying to cheat forward, trying to
No
find
way.
something.
There's
So
no
we gotta
way.
find death.
This is the round they finally get to do their attack. It's the never-ending game.
The
The Fawn, the Fawns are back, bounced back, and it's landed on 2 of them.
To get themselves a 2-0 win. The slow creep up here from Persia. He's been such a hero here for the squad.
The
Round over
Omen
round,
flash
but this time
is
it's gonna be Hunter
incredible.
Davis, the
Hit
words go through.
4.
Tries to send to the Paranoia. Ivy tries to play off the back, but Jemkin says no. Margaret swinging through, gets the headshot through the
Can't
wall,
believe
but
they won
Expero with the
this, though. Fair play.
shorty.
Wait, dude, this
Go ahead and
pathing
collect it.
the Jemkin did was
Persia in a
awesome.
1v5. has no hope of bringing
Double
this to a
satchel to back a
conclusion.
side, but you land on the box, so
18.
if someone tries to swing you when
As
they're
this
following
map
you, you're accurate.
is a never-ender.
Like, it was really nice.
This is just madness. RRQ here makes a good read on this.
I can't
Tries to put some
believe we
pressure
go again.
towards C.
Switching sides.
They don't really feel that it's the same kind of
What's my prediction for the next
response that they
match?
received
Dude, I
earlier.
can't
So
remember who's
instead
playing
they make
next.
the-
I'm
they make the
barely
gamble
keeping
that
up
the
with this
vice wall
one.
isn't in
I'm
front of
thinking
B.
the
That
attack
hasn't
wall's
been
a
play
defender wall.
that has been consistent for
You want me to
NONGSHIM.
think ahead?
So you keep a few extra players
My
over
brain
in that
can't compute that
direction.
much stuff, dude.
Jemkin does such a beautiful job on the entry.
PRX
3
DFM? Okay, of
kills in the
course it
round
is.
for him.
I mean, PRX should be
Well,
alright.
We go again.
Yeah, to quote Tug Speedman from Tropic Thunder, here we go again.
Again.
And it's
again.
not even about who wins the attack rounds now, really, because they're getting all of them.
This has been a fun one, to say the least.
I ran out of Red Bull way too early.
Yeah, we're gonna have to reload after this.
Desk, if there's any laying around, don't mind. That would be appreciated. Either way, though, flash out, double face coming through, Dabby sliding forward.
Yeah, and
not
this
gonna be
time they
rewarded.
actually managed to dodge the stun.
Ends up getting taken down.
Yes,
Couldn't
the stun went a
solve
little
everything
bit
from
too deep.
RRQ.
Margaret, in
Margaret
reaction to
pushing
losing
forward,
this,
takes some control over
sends
B.
it over towards B, wins the duel. Like,
Slay
dude,
attack,
look at him
Sparrow.
go.
Trade it up.
Dude, there's no hesitation. Everything is just so instant. It's so sick to watch.
Couldn't get that same play off the relay bolt they could previously, but Margaret's been so good on these lurks.
Uh-oh.
Oh no! Oh,
Dude,
Cushy
please
gets
go
one.
with your team.
Find it, Ivy. Taking down Francis. Just trading out the Prowlers here as they get cleared. Cushy.
Surely not,
trying to hold
guys.
things down, but
Okay,
he doesn't
it's all
read the
good.
pressure from the back.
Dude, Margaret's a beast, though.
three
Solo
here.
round win in overtime.
Sends out the ultimate. The plant now coming through over onto the A site. Moniette, Jemkin glued at the hip. Francis tucks back behind the wall. Gonna have to make this clinical. They're gonna have to make this clean. Calling. SWAT team playing off one another. The shots ringing out, but Francis unable to find the contact. Means that Jemkin gets a second lease on life. Margaret still holding though. Now on
Dude,
for an
look
ace
at him. He's actually had
to
enough.
take NONGSHIM up to map point. Can he find it, or can Jemkin somehow dig himself out of this hole? He's
He
anticipating the
actually
jump peak,
just
but Margaret
solo
swings out. It's another ace.
won a round
As
for his
NONGSHIM
team in
Get
overtime.
up to 19.
Walks into B in reaction
He's all over the
to
map on
losing
this
the
one.
duel on C.
And he is
Wins the
just
50-50, and then
a nightmare
everything
to deal
from
with.
then
This is a
is
good
just
response by
instant
RRQ to start the
decision
round.
making. Like, look at this.
Deal
There's
with
no
that early
hesitation.
Dobby pressure
Even
on
puts the
down, something
forms
that
on the
has
floor like he's not going to
befuddled
push.
them and caused them
Then can
kinda
pop
lose
it
an early
after.
fight.
Oh man, it's
But
so
then Margaret
nice.
is just
And then goes
so
back once his
difficult to
team
track.
starts dueling as well.
RRQ gets lost in the middle of all of it.
Dude's got some crazy
it's just
posture, but fair
Margaret.
play, man. It's paying off.
So good. Another player standing up tall. Who's up next? Whose turn is it?
There.
It's been just madness. And RRQ thinking, well, let's pause a little bit. Let's make sure there's not going to be another aggressive push.
The red
Wait
guy
to see if
actually
they
is
try
the
to
red guy.
clear
Red
a
guy kind
rubble.
of fixed
They
his a
don't.
little bit, though.
Calmest start of the round that we've had.
Yes, and that's concerning.
NONGSHIM
NONGSHIM went for
reason.
the...
take their
There's a
time
wall.
with this. Wall does get tripped.
Oh god, he's
Horns out,
isolated back
Margaret.
aside, but the forms just mean
much
they
here
can't
from the
actually
Paint
take
Shells this
in
time,
much
3
space.
players.
We've definitely got to keep an eye on the
Held it
B
big for
luck,
now, pushed
and
their way out of tree.
Tefero's heard
Starting
the
to work their way
flank from
forward,
C.
Blast packing, swing onto the corner, Jemkin, Cushy, one
Oh
pop.
dear
Margaret
god.
trying to get something done,
Tefero
but
gets
can't
the
quite
kill
line
as
it up.
well, yeah.
Sparrow finds another Tabby. There's still plenty
Whoa.
of time. Snap
Maybe?
for a second repeat, but now his ult
Damn,
is
dude, he
out.
gave it a good
Brings
go.
it so very close.
Of course, we're going
But in
again.
the end, we keep
Dude,
going.
poor Margaret.
Switching sides.
He did the insane round
This is awesome stuff.
for
Production,
this.
can we
It's
check
forgotten
with the
about.
all-time
It goes in.
record
It goes
VCT
in there with the
pre-franchising,
Jemkin ace with the
21-19,
ult.
I think. If I'm not mistaken, Fnatic and or is it 23-21?
Being told 40 rounds.
40 rounds.
We are 2 away.
Well, we're
Tying that up.
we're
We're
good to go.
guaranteed 1.
Yep,
So
we're good to go.
we're saddled. We're good.
I'm having fun. I like the setup here from NONGSHIM. Even though they lose this round, that wall, the Vice utility is set up to force RRQ into that position. They've got the angles. It's just RRQ wins on the swings. They're swinging the corners and knocking players down.
Yeah, I mean they
It's-
did get double
So
entry.
much of this is coming down to just individual moments. Who can hit their shot? Who can break things open? Because the playbooks are out the window. This is just on your own
dude, this is long.
individual
Yeah,
skill
hold up.
and
How long has
reactions.
this recording been? It's a
No, yes, there's
1
some micro
hour,
calls here and there,
1
but
hour 23-minute game at the
Everything
moment.
you prepped for. Let it go, because it's time to rock and roll. Looking for that wall. Didn't get it, too deep. So Donby,
2 hour map. You want it to go for another 40 minutes.
Planted for RRQ.
Oh
Got a
god.
decent read that this could
NONGSHIM are
be
going to go back into the double A stack.
Instead, there's nothing
This is rough
really
for them.
going on at B. You have the toxic screen to cut off
Okay,
the front.
B is definitely the right
Jemkin's
call.
watching
They have a good chance.
from a link.
Pressure over towards
That's all
C
you're
is
gonna
going
be
to
able
keep
really
double
do. You
here.
might have to just see this side over. Play for retake.
And then we're going to have a late lurk
exit.
from A as well.
Paranoia comes across
Yeah,
B
this is
side,
nice from
opened up flank
NONGSHIM.
coming down. Swing onto the corner, Donby. Oh, has the sprint ready. Looking like he wants to take this
Please stun
aggro.
before you do this.
3 players here.
The distraction is big,
Got
but
Ivy
she's
help.
kind of on
Some
top of
pressure
it.
coming in from the back. 2 playing forward, swings out. Jemkin strikes him down. Ivy.
It's because she's still on top of it. Kind of. I mean, he was watching it the whole time still.
Eliminated. The 4v4, Moniette still held at bay, but the B side being
No
broken
way,
open.
they
as
lose
the Stranding Sparrow.
double
Find these
50-50
kills,
duel on
Francis.
site.
His attention's being tied here. Moniette's just got him locked.
And we're
in,
just
taken
blocking the
down.
Astra Suck as well.
The defuse will just be
They
held.
blocked it.
Nothing
The Astra
more
Suck
than
was
Ivy can
good, but they
do.
just blocked it the whole time.
RRQ once again have match point.
Holy.
Switching
Just
sides.
great communication, great awareness
Yeah,
from
a nice
RRQ in
double
this
kill
round.
on B side, to be honest with you.
They're understanding that a player could be behind them the whole time Cushy's watching for Ivy. Even though he loses this battle, that's still good information. They're able to anticipate Donby being aggressive in towards A-Link and shutting that down without him being able to find a kill. There's still some energy.
That is a lot of energy, if anything.
I mean, for both teams, you need there to be.
Jemkin, again, buys the judge. It means they want to force over towards C, and it's going to be a similar situation. Surely Estrella smokes top of site if he's going to TP into it this time.
Have the upper hand.
Or maybe he
Jemkin
TPs
blasts back and forth,
before.
Judge in
Dude,
hand.
Jemkin has
Trying to take him out. Decent amount of damage there onto Ivy, but can he confirm the kill? The rest of the
saturated
team
every
cut off.
single one of his
Tip of the
team
spear.
before he
Broken.
went. I can't,
Considering
dude.
a-
He literally
swing out
pushed
for
him
Brazil
away,
there.
man. Get out of here, I'm sending it.
Back off the
Trying to show a
Oh, wait,
change
you
of
want a
pace.
coordinated site hit? It's not happening.
Got
Saturated
thwarted.
them all out of the way as he
Oh,
sent
Moniette
into
cleared out of B
sight.
as well.
Francis finding it. Ivy up over the
That's
top.
so
Sparrow
funny,
having
bro.
No idea. One after the other.
Oh,
They push into the
man.
smoke. One after the other. They end up falling, but Estrella managing to persevere for a bit, but at 30 HP.
Hey, you got
It
your
is
ult
all-
with
he
this.
does
You're going to
the
get there.
ultimate off of this one. It's going to be a quick little TP coming through. Rotation's already beginning. If he canceled it now, it would actually be genius, but he's going to
Dude, a
stick it.
1v5 to finish it would literally make
Right
it
from
the best
corner,
game
8
we've ever
seconds
seen.
before he has a smoke.
He's 30
Persia
HP though.
encroaching on his position. TP's away, the haunt. Not getting the reveal, but he sends out some shots. The paranoia coming
Okay.
his way, but so too is Damby. 20 to 20
It's 20 to 20.
with
That's
no
insane,
end in sight.
dude.
This is far from over, but we'll go ahead and say it now. You all were here for this moment. You all were here for this series. History in the making,
Oh,
round
man.
over round.
It's incredible.
It has been just such a treat to see both of these teams. Again, I tip my cap to the IGLs on Fracture, and they have to dig deep, but it's the players stepping up for both sides.
Dude, that entry with the
Across the
Satchos
board.
really got me.
They've got another reset. They've got another
We got
chance.
like a perfect
Trying
view
to
of
seal
him
the deal.
sending it.
Ivy has been so instrumental. The controllers, Persia and Ivy, have been devastating for NONGSHIM. RRQ, Jemkin, Moniette, everybody stepping up. Xpero. Don't forget, folks, the first map was overtime as well.
Yeah. A little bit faster.
A little bit.
Just a tad bit briefer.
Okay, BC
Oh,
default.
Jemkin.
But we wouldn't have this any
And it
other
looks
way.
like
Jemkin
RRQ want to do
playing
something a
forward.
little bit different.
Peek
Oh
out.
god, that
HL's
nade's
gonna go in
incredible.
As well as that Prowler. Quite a bit of damage across, and Tommy in transit. Trying
Had to
sprint
get out of there.
Ends up getting
Francis
taken
tanked
down.
it a little bit. I say a little bit, he's on
Just
55
great
HP.
instincts from Jemkin there, sensing that
It was a good mix-up
might
from
not
RRQ on
recognize that
this.
they can push that far
Lose B
forward, use their
control,
util to get a kill.
and then just 3-person aggro.
Ivy trying to go on a bit of a lurk. But Estrella's right around the corner. Holding close. Delay over with
Big
the
kill
device
for
utility. Ivy wins
yeah.
again.
And,
Sleep at the wheel here is Ivy.
dude, he thought he was
Comes up with
way
two.
further back there.
Continues
See
to
that
just
pre-aim
deliver
swing?
in the biggest way possible.
And
When
Jemkin's not
NONGSHIM
going to
need him the
expect this,
most.
you would imagine.
And he is not done
Dude,
yet.
are they taking turns of acing on attack?
The
What's
third
going
for
on?
him.
Enemy remaining.
Persia will stop an ace from coming
30
through,
seconds
but he
left.
certainly is assisting in Pearl getting closer on that horizon.
Every single time the casters like have to hype it up because it's
Just
overtime.
unreal.
Sparrow with a knife in hand.
And
Has no idea,
And then
no
every
read.
time it just goes to another one.
NONGSHIM,
This,
can they
the
close
fact
it?
that we're hyping it
Can
up
they
now and
make it
talking
a
though, surely this
22
is the
and 20
end.
scoreline?
It's the controllers
22,
again.
22-20 sounds pretty good.
I love this move from RRQ, but then Estrella just gets outdone by Ivy.
Yeah, I mean,
Tries
this
to
was
hold an
individual
off
again
angle.
though.
Ivy's just so ready for it. He's ready for everything. It's Persia's turn. Come in and find two for himself. No timeouts to speak of.
Okay, Danby gets the
Just have to
defense
keep
judge
going.
out.
Try to find some way through. Domby's got a judge. See if he wants to.
I've never seen so many
get
judges in
aggressive. No, just
overtimes.
looked like he was going to try to hold that angle.
It's a
right outside of
consistent
the
buy.
main.
Oh, Persia. Such a ballsy play here. Given the odds here. given
Incredible,
the numbers
dudes. The
against him,
Astra
but he's
stun
still
was
somehow
sick.
persevering. 2 kills bound, and he's not done yet. He wants to get back up on top.
Ooh, I don't know about that one, but the trades are
will
great.
deny him. He's taken down, but Francis here in range.
Spike down
Comes up
A.
with 2, and
9
Jimkin now,
HP and he's up against the judge.
the last one standing.
He's done for.
And no health, no hope, no way.
We go.
Locked here behind rubble. The shorty drawn out, but the
Okay.
judge
Dude.
bends it. 22-20.
What an
We are far
absolute
from done.
game
Map
this was.
3 coming up
This was
as
pure
NONGSHIM
cinema. It
extend
really
the
was. That was
series,
incredible.
And they take us over to Pearl.
They all look they look knackered.
What a show that we
Look at
have
him.
witnessed. These two
Stumbling
teams,
around.
absolutely no give up on either side
was
today.
Chat. VOD ends
And I
at
thought
1
Pearl
hour
was gonna be the best
30.
map, but maybe it could be.
It very well still could be.
Insane.
There's plenty more Valorant on offer between these two teams. But good God, what an all-time banger of a map here for Pacific.
And of
The
course we
back
got a
and
third
forth
one
the
coming
whole
up,
way
so that's
throughout.
sick as
The
well.
record-breaking
Hey, what
number of rounds. The aces
He said Pearl,
from
Pearl,
multiple
Pearl.
players
Okay.
throughout this.
The crazy 4Ks, the crazy 3Ks, the lurks, everything. This map had it. The sticks on the defuses, everything
well,
you could
this
want.
VOD may
Look, chat,
take
I
a
know
while
you
to
had some
upload,
friends
but
that
it's
watched that
happening
Sand
now.
Loud series and they went, right, it's not going to get better than that today. Wrong. I'm going to go to bed. Call up your friend. Hey, Jim, I need you to wake up real quick because this series is a banger.
No doubt about it.
Okay,
Get out of bed, roll over, open up your phone,
Guys
whatever you
going
got to
crazy.
do. Get people tuning into this series because this is absolutely cinema.
Chat. I'll be right back in
How
a
do you
little
have
bit.
the stamina
Gonna
of these
spam some
players to
ads.
play
Dude,
another map?
even the replays are going to be like 20 minutes long.
It's already been
Surely they gotta cut his load at one
essentially 3
point.
maps. We're basically playing a 4th at this point.
Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
So how many rounds have been played in Pearl? Both of these teams have been electric, folks. I expect more of the same, to be frank.
I absolutely do as well. They both look so damn good on Pearl, but for now, let's pass it back over to the analyst desk who've been waiting with bated breath to finally get a word in edgewise.
2025.
I mean, we've been holding our breath at this point for what seems like 2 hours because 42 rounds. I mean, we went up here. We were like, we got into position and it felt like it was like,
Yeah.
you know, oh, okay, this is probably going to close up. And then we were here for what seemed like the length of one map.
I mean, who could be really too surprised? This is like a certified like hood classic from NONGSHIM coming straight out of Ascension Jakarta. But the same thing can be said about RRQ, a team that, you know, people say struggles to close out series, plays out very long drawn out maps. And this is another example of it. We've had overtime in 2 maps in a row, and both of these teams heading into Pearl have been fantastic on the map so far this tournament. This might be the series of kickoff.
This is insane. This has been an absolutely insane series. That was an absolutely insane map. The craziest overtime. The longest, the longest map.
Right,
in
just
Pacific
try read the
history.
stats page, bro. Just try to read it.
The lowest kills in the server is 20. What do you mean?
Oh my gosh. I mean, okay, we just set a record here because this is the most rounds that has been played on that Pacific stage. It's absolutely crazy, especially since, you know, you take into account the stamina of these teams. You try and you flash back to that first overtime, and just that ability to keep going and keeping that headspace in to be able to close out one round, at least one round.
I mean, it's so hard in games like this where it goes on for such a long time. That Red Bull that they drank before map 1 is fading away, the same as it was for our casters.
Yeah.
You're getting tired and you're so locked in the moment.
Yeah.
So for both teams to have the stamina to take it that far, but especially NONGSHIM for coming up with the upset map too. And we have a whole nother map, people.
Yeah. Forget a second win. They need like a 6th win at
Yeah.
this point. It's really dragging on into the late stages, and
Yeah.
there was just so much that happened that map.
I wasn't informed that NONGSHIM only play best of 5s, by the way. It seems that way at this
Shim was
point.
memeing about it, but it's
Yeah,
it's actually
apparently
happening.
it's true, especially since you had so many. You guys must be happy, by the way, with the players that you picked on here, especially you who picked like double an RRQ, because look at just how many stellar moments we had on this one map.
Yeah, this was in regulation, and I was saying, man, how many clutches are you going to get? Margaret won multiple clutches. I wasn't even ready for the plays that were to come later on in the piece, and you even saw some of these moments where you get these A executes. Like, this game had everything. Margaret on the lurk was fantastic. You had some of the other backliners for NONGSHIM having a lot of impact with some of those lurk plays. And the reason why I wanted to highlight that as well is this exchange we kept seeing at front B every time.
Yeah, they love this default. We see this a lot from these different teams where you're controlling B and you're trying to control C to restrict them up.
There's the progression smoke. You see the double controller from NONGSHIM. They're actually able to do things like that a lot more. You can see them investing dark covers, investing Astra smokes, and then you see actually here on the defense, RRQ is looking to isolate the lurk. It's something you see a lot of the time with the fade. You prowler front B to try to get the kill on that lurker. You move from like a 2-1-2 or a rubble control into a 1-3-1, and you try to push out the lurk front B. But that's when NONGSHIM opens the door and springs the trap on RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even know. I feel like I could talk about every single round in this game.
They literally did everything.
Yeah.
They extensively went through the entire playbook. Then we started to mix gimmicks in there, like, I don't know, Sheer goes up and Ivy goes in front of it. Like, they tried everything to win.
Yeah, this was a complete playbook from both teams. I mean, there's just so much to look at. And another thing I really want to highlight was actually the role swap from between Monya and Estrella, because we saw a lot when RRQ were attacking now. The big difference is Estrella's in that pack, so he's able to call, and I felt like his calling was very sharp the whole way through.
Give the MVP to anyone at this point. I mean,
yeah.
That 10 players deserving.
That last replay, RRQ just kept sending it C. Like, they just started saying, we're just going to execute C, even into a team that's running this double controller style, and you got the Vice wall every time with the shear that goes up on front C. Then they started moving it to B. There's just too much to break down, and really what I want to highlight is just the individual plays and the prowess that you got from a lot of these players. But Persia, who's had some up and down games. He hasn't been the same Persia that you saw at Ascension Jakarta or VCLKR Stage 2. The initial game on Split, I think it was, he had some big clutches, but since then he's got a little bit more quiet. This was definitely a game where he was back on form and having impact again.
Yeah, most of those, big clutch moments, it boiled down to like, Francis or Ivy, right? Who had so many multi-kills. I feel like RQ is going to be dreaming about Ivy so many times, tonight, especially when they get done with this series, because we're not done with this series just yet. Believe it or not, we're going into map number 8, apparently. We're going into Pearl, and this is interesting because both teams, they do have their moments here on Pearl, and we were debating earlier about how, which team is actually better on this map.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely disagree on this, but both teams 2-0 on Pearl. This is the map we were actually hoping for at the start of this series, not even knowing what was about to come.
And look at that graphic. Defense first win rate, 100%. Attack first win rate, 100%. One of these will not be true after this game. RRQ has barely had to play defense. They just run people over with Jet Phoenix. They run it down, and no one can stop them. NONGSHIM needs to be able to stop them, especially with these much slower comps. This is classic NONGSHIM, folks. This is double Senti with an Astra, single Init. Neon runs around and tries to cause a distraction, make space. Maybe Danby can get a little bit of multi-frag on if he gets the right entry pathing or gets set up well by the initiator util. So you're going to get a big clash of styles here from both of these teams.
Absolutely. RRQ have only lost 1 round on each of their attacking halves, by the way. They've 11
Pick
won
one.
2
Okay.
times. So
this should be awesome.
I think the onus is all on NONGSHIM to try and stop
3 AM, do you stay
the
up?
Jet Phoenix combo coming up from
Secret tried to,
I mean, we
they
won't
saw
get that
the
again.
entire attack
That's probably
side.
good for your
They
sleep.
started defense first. They had some anti-strats. still couldn't win.
It doesn't matter. I mean, I can only predict this map getting crazier. Right? I don't see this going...
There's no way this
more
map
than
gets
42
crazier.
rounds? What are you asking
If
for,
this is like
Morgan?
a 13-5, I'm going to be so disappointed. Give me another overtime. Another overtime.
Suddenly, it's like so one-sided, right? No,
I don't want to go home.
We might as well send it all the way, right? But that's another big question that I have in my head because, you know, you just went through this, one of the longest maps that we've ever had in VCT history.
Yeah.
How do you reset for this? How on earth do you reset?
During the
You need the strong mental
Lev,
here. This is why
D2.
these players have mental
You
coaches.
didn't miss
because
too much.
if
D2 looked
you
very good
lose
still.
such a close map there, it's really hard to not have that eat away.
Lev have an
You
alright
have to very
fracture.
much have
That's about it.
Okay, next round mentality, next round. And you know you could have closed that out, but it's about knowing, hey, we got Pearl. We're still fine with Pearl. I mean, it's incredibly hard to rationalize. For both of these teams now, it's a real test of stamina, it's a real test of their mental fortitude. And that's what it comes down to on this top level. Both these teams are evenly matched, but it's going to come down to who wants it more.
Yeah,
A
for sure.
6-hour tech pause would go hard
deep
here.
into the series.
Just straight
People
into
start wishing
Americas.
Classics become impossible to kill. Sometimes teams are winning ecos because you just can't get the spray
Yes,
downs.
yeah.
Like, that's the kind
Pretty
of thing
much
I'm
on the
watching
same
out for
wavelength.
because this is no longer at the peak level full focus from both of these teams. This is going to be a little bit sloppier because we're getting very deep.
Well,
into
you
the
know what?
rounds.
I
Chat,
feel
what
like
are the
everybody's
Americas
running
games
on
today?
adrenaline right now. I feel like it's been 10 years, so we're long overdue for a short break. We're going to be
Jamaican has a
back
chance to
with
break the highest
100th map
kills
in
in a
this
free
series. So
map
don't
series.
go
Wait,
anywhere if you
chat,
wanna
what's the
find out
record
who
at the
takes
moment?
this series. Just a short break.
NRG crew. Okay. Whoa. I mean, honestly, everyone just played an hour. Everyone just played an hour 10 minutes. I mean, an hour 30-minute game. So giving them 10 minutes is fine. Dude, this game is gonna start crazy late. No, what's the time over there? Understandable. Yeah, probably gotta get some food or something. It's 8 p.m. Oh, that's okay. Well, is that okay? I say that's okay because games, I guess, in EMEA are ending at like 1 a.m. The game is it's fine. That's true. There's no EMEA today. It's all good because we and that works out great because we need to be able to sleep at one point today. Still can't believe the EMEA finals start at 9 p.m. That is pure madness. A best of 5 starting at 9 p.m. is wild. Like I can't believe they're not going to put it forward to the earlier slot. Who have I got for map 3? I mean, my original pick was RRQ, but no, I mean I'll stick with my original pick. I'm just saying, I don't know if you lose an overtime game like that to just lose the third map though. I want to say because there is a league playoff happening on the same day. Yeah, I could see that being a thing. Is Neon still meta for Pearl? I don't think so. I think Yoru is like the one, to be honest. The only thing that makes Yoru a little bit hard. Whoa, the timer just changed. Unless we're time traveling out here. Unless we literally insta-napped. The timer went down a lot. Yeah, I think the Yoru is really good, but it does struggle a little bit at just straight up E hits, in my opinion. The Yoru is great also at defending B, because you can actually play like way more aggro and have the faster rotate, so... Time traveled is the only logical explanation, that's what I'm saying. He naps? No, I feel great.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of an extended break to get the players all nice and rested and ready for this third and final map. Elimination still on the line.
Oh yeah, they used the double duelists on this. Honestly, the double duelist, how RRQ use
which
it is
one
really
will have
nice.
their kickoff cut short.
So
I mean, I was so looking forward to this map because of how.
I mean,
good
I like
both
both of
teams
these
can
comps, to be
on it
honest.
so far this year, but
The Sova,
didn't
wait, let's
expect to
think.
get here quite in that fashion.
Vice, Sova, Teo, Neon.
Crazy amounts
I definitely
of
prefer
overtimes.
RRQs, but
It all comes down to
at
Pearl.
least the Nongshim
We've
comp
seen it
is
in the
Parma
past.
gonna take A
You know,
main
both these
control.
teams, no strangers
The
to
Teo and the
overtimes.
Astra and a Neon
RRQ,
behind it.
They've been there before many times in the past at the Ascension Finals against Boom.
Demkin only
Nongshim
needs
at the time,
18
Shinpriza,
kills for the kill record.
Same thing.
Wait,
they were
really?
able to barely squeak it out. Who's going to come through on here?
Dude,
on
dude
Pearl?
can get
I don't
18,
know.
right?
It is a very different clash of styles between these two teams with the way they pilot this map.
Put that last map a little bit into perspective for you. We were already in overtime when Jemkin got that ace with the triple kill on the showstopper.
On
How
that?
long
I
ago
honestly
do
have
you
no
think that
idea. You might be
No
right,
idea.
dude.
43
Okay,
minutes.
RRQ on attack,
I
Nongshim
don't-
on
I don't know where
defense.
I am right now,
And the
so-
game just kept
Double
going from
frenzy.
there. Anyway, enough about
Triple
Lotus.
ghost.
To be damn sure that both teams have ejected that from their brains. Because it all comes down to this right here. Salvo's going to be sent out. Cutting off a little bit of the push down towards this B link, but RQ widely still just storming their way past this one. Margaret planting his feet, able to find one, finds two as Monyet and Jemkin both get taken down. Fast on the rotations here on Nongshim. As the remaining 3 players from RQ get the spike planted.
It's a huge play from Margaret.
It's a very deep entrenched plant here, and right now no one's watching over towards Club.
Uh-oh, Persia.
Straya gets his sights back there for a brief little moment.
Oh, he considered it.
Dambi trying to drop out.
No
Persia
way,
does
he
get
won
caught.
it.
Straya able to find that kill. Swing onto the corner with a frenzy in hand. Kushi going to be good for one. Dambi brings
Strata.
it back as Xpero.
Dude, the HP is just too
With
low,
a
you'd
massive
imagine.
advantage
Okay,
and
nicely
with
done
the
from
win,
RQ.
pistol
I think it's
goes
been a
the way
while
of
since we've spoken
RQ.
about pistols.
3-2
I'm
in
pretty
that
sure it's
regard.
3-2.
They take the opening round here on Pearl.
It's
think
so
that's
back
right.
and forth again. It's so close. Crucial moments in this round.
The real best of 3
Margaret
kill
just holding that
record
angle.
is
I
Team
thought
Liquid Scream
At best, he was going to
in
get
Fast
one with the
Strike.
way that RRQ had him isolated.
Wait, against
Still able to find two, and then
Heretics?
it's Estrella
Ooh.
watching
Against
that
Nisao?
flank, being so aware of those lurks.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna...
That's going to be huge.
Doesn't matter
saw
how many you
that
drop when that
cripple
guy's playing.
RRQ in a few crucial rounds where somebody, whether it be Ivy, Margaret, was able to
Scream
slip
Scream
to
could
that
have had
on
120
Lotus.
kills and we still would have lost.
And that
Not gonna
caused
lie.
RRQ to drop a few rounds that maybe they could have otherwise had a better shot at. Ivy out early for that orb.
It's a bad word. Oh, sorry.
Conceded over
That's my
by
bad.
RRQ. It's going to be something that's really curious to kind of keep track of as this goes on is one reason you bring Phoenix into this map is because you can really maintain heavy orb control. But RRQ is playing very cautious.
Yeah, I think that's right,
conservative.
Prodigy. It's been so long that I forgot.
Maybe there's some kind of trap or some kind of explosive
Okay, I like
setup.
the anti-eco from RRQ. They take B control. They're trying to wait for someone to get info over towards Silver, jump peek and punish it with the Marshal. At the same time, they should be trying to stack orbs over towards Monyet, but Kushi's kind of close to Silver ult, so it might change up how they do it.
Gonna let one of his own fly. Gets a ping on it too, though. That's
Yeah,
so
it probably
much
was
info.
Bacon, to be honest.
is.
Yeah, I have no
Salvo's
idea how
tried
to mute
play.
a word.
Thrown.
You're right.
Checking forward here.
1-2 on
Back around
site.
the corner, Jemkin now looking for the entry and up into the smoke. Ivy trying to find
Fast
timing.
flood though.
End up getting that kill. France is
one.
gonna be good for one. Puts Monyet on the floor.
Can they get any more?
There are still 4 players alive and strong as Jemkin.
Whee.
Let's go ahead.
How many
and
did you say you needed
transition.
for the kill
Find
record?
himself a
Because
3K
it's a good
RRQ,
start.
Getting that 2-0.
I mean, honestly, I think NONGSHIM plays this about as well as they can in terms of their macro. It's just
17 and 28.
guns aren't so much in their favor.
Okay, we got
And Jemkin
vastly
still
different
feeling
ones.
it. Still pretty well dialed in. You know, as
I think
exhausting as that
VCT,
map
they
had to be,
scrapped records
Still gotta play one
and
more
started
full.
again fresh in 2020,
And
whenever it was
Good.
formed, right?
good vibes rolling. I mean, we saw it even deep into that overtime.
So
The
I
both
have
teams
no
were still
idea.
pretty loud, pretty vocal, keeping their energy high. It's going to be very, very crucial as this map goes on, especially if you lose a couple rounds in a row. Make sure you're able to keep that focus and attention. Margaret,
Okay.
Fair enough.
that's Jemkin down.
Keeping up that Lotus
Back
form.
Having a hell
Just
of a
spamming
round.
through the smoke.
Great opening kill found here for the side of Nongshim. Just catching him on timing through that smoke. Francis checking forward. Won't be able to get the ping out.
Was
from
it fake smoke? Was it real
a
smoke?
Stealth drone.
Was I coaching Liquid in Fast Strike? Yeah.
Wait this out a little bit. There's that vice wall.
But again, not much we could do.
Use the drone to check.
We were pretty bad back then, though, to be fair.
Clear it with just
We wouldn't have
one,
won
I
anyway.
think, but a couple different guns ring out for RRQ, so information garnered. NONGSHIM now needs to hold the line.
On the corner looking for the catch. Still anticipating some presence coming out from main. This wall goes up to cut off that connector access, but there's going to be a pivot call here from RRQ. Francis on the way. Salvo at the ready. Does he send it? Goes on the jiggle peek grab. Does get set up, but it's going to be late.
Time's kind of low, but they got isolated once.
We'll
Yeah.
just try to go ahead and slow up the approach onto the side. The time.
Yeah, Neon fast, rotate goes in, stun was great. So was the flash also though. 17 seconds.
Going to reinforce this position. The spike still not forward here. Into the side, they have to fight their way through it, but Dambi looks to try to shut the door here in their faces. Money able to find one.
No way.
Watching out onto the ankle.
Wait, does he have time to plant?
The plant needs to come
Oh,
in.
just
Enough time remaining. It's Persia spotting one. Flash dodged away from the up close hold.
Yet. What a beast,
Gets
bro.
RQ
Fair
bonus
play.
conversion.
Oh, it's over towards the site. Managed to get the plant down in time. He got the important kill on Dambi close as well, right?
Stopping the Neon and then stopping the clutch. That was so good.
That's
He
a
had
nice
the ult
one.
there as well to buy just a little bit of extra time to set up Estrella for the kill on the Margaret.
What a round.
That was a beautiful round from Manya.
Yeah, it was a really, really nice round from him.
A little bit of stress there on his face, of course, but he got the job done.
They're still into
Now
the bonus.
RRQ looking to try to really
nightmare
build
for
some
NONGSHIM.
distance between themselves and NONGSHIM.
They come over the top, getting the spot out there onto Dambi. It's forced away
He
here.
did
for the
everything.
moment.
I mean, yeah, he got all the important kills. Do they want to start farming Zol back up again?
Relay Bolt looks to try to shove him back. And
Oops.
bit of whippage from both sides. But it's gonna be Dambi comes away with
that
the
was
kill.
nice in the end.
Ivy, but then Francis gets rid
For
of
the
Moniette.
salvos trading it as well. Over towards B at the moment, they're
This round
discovering the
starts going a bit
vice wall.
sideways here for
There's
RRQ.
2 guns down the middle. So they're going to want to try and get rid of them or hold them for a little bit.
Smoke, but
Not that it's easy to get rid of these guns.
Do have some space cleared. Estrella has gotten pretty far down. I think he's right by that vice wall, waiting
Nice
that
shot.
out. Next Pharaoh big kill. Ooh,
Nice shot back.
Snappy in response is
Yeah,
Francis.
and there's 3 guns here though.
Keeps
They're
in
picking
with the
them
man
all up.
advantage now. Weapons can be recovered. Dambi and Francis can both go ahead and scoop those up as the plant comes in onto the B side.
Yeah, Persia maybe
He's
messed
holding
this up a
close,
bit.
thinking
So
about
I think
going
he has
for
to
the
go.
peak. Does so.
Okay.
Just greeted with his own
Maybe he
demise.
wanted to have the sheriff.
Cushy looking for the clutch. Shock
Honestly,
dart would take
you
down
keep the
Dambi.
sheriff if you're doing that.
kill and he gets the Hunter's Fury.
Here's the rotation. Gets the spot out, finds the first one, finds the second. He's got the Hunter's Fury.
Oh god.
He's gonna go for the shock. Sends out the first one. But the swoop
Holy
out from
hell, dude.
Francis.
It got so
will
close,
be
he
able to make it
really could have
happen.
won it.
A thrifty.
An extra
for
shock
NONGSHIM to get
there
themselves
and
online.
an ult could have been tempting.
Just when
Okay,
you thought
NONGSHIM do win
maybe
one, but they don't
RRQ
get
is gonna be
too
able to
much
build
money
some
in the board. There's still
distance. Nope. Who
4
am I
people they need
kidding?
to rebuy, so
we've had 2
this round
overtime.
is
That's not
still
allowed.
gonna have the same reset
This
effect.
is just a great setup there. I mean, a little bit whiffy, but I'm very okay giving some forgiveness to these players at this point in the match. This is sick from Cushy. Oh, that second on the
It's
Persia.
great, but actually what this is, going for the Hunter's Fury, a bit risky because he knows that the salvo is going to be off cooldown.
That's true.
He'll be pinned in position, and then he'll have to likely go for a cancel. So, I mean,
point.
if he hits the first blast, then maybe, but I think that's going to be the reason why he opts to not go for the ultimate. See when it does come into play
Okay,
here.
I like this from NONGSHIM though. You can tell already there's a lot of heavy priority for them
I
to
don't blame him
take
for
A
what he
main,
did. I
and
think
they
it's-
don't want to let this Phoenix
When you're
farm.
that far pushed forward, I don't think it's worth
Ollie
it.
goes down, forces Margaret into the open.
On
Oi,
fire, but
nice
able to go
though.
ahead
That
and
was,
track Jimkin out of the sky.
yeah, that was sick.
Not too much damage going to be something
Tracking
from him
was
either.
awesome on that.
He's knocked down to 81. Moniette puts up the wall, just needing to get some heals through.
His first kills been really nice for NONGSHIM. Just still very heads up, very aware. You gotta rely on Moniette to clear some space. The drone.
Cleared out. Flash going to be sent in. Margaret
Yeah, that,
collecting one. Estrella fighting
Ooh,
back
I was gonna say the
alongside
Vice
Cushy.
Flash was really good, but this is open sight at the moment.
3v3, Ivy maybe looking for a bit of a timing here. Recon going to be sent out as there's the relay bolt, and Dambi immediately assassinates the enemy Silva.
Good God.
Sparrow on his lonesome. Not ready for Dambi's position. kill comes across, and NONGSHIM get themselves a second round win.
Dude, the neon nerf for the slide stuff, it's still really accurate, to be fair.
Ivy and Donby showing great
You still see a lot of these slides disconnect.
Great first kill for Margaret. Good flash. Set him up for the second. And then this push out with the relay bolt
Still
as well.
broken?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
just
look at that.
nothing that RRQ
Like, when you
can do
see
there.
that, you're like, well, neon's still
Completely
incredible.
Stuck in B-Link. So it's a nice counter move.
Thank God there's only one of them now.
Starting to find these moments to get these
Does
util
break
combos
their
to
money, though,
really
2 in a row.
Give RRQ some grief.
RRQ have a lot of ults, so they need to
find
just
the
make
choke
sure that
points.
they don't get super tempted to use these
Even if
into
they
the
lose a
round
player,
unless it's
just
like
respond
actually
right back with
close.
2 of their own. It's gonna be the Blade Storm for Jemkin.
It's going to be nice as well. 4-4 online. Obviously, Knives goes into this one.
Try to make their way through. See if they can get in. I just don't
Like this still from NONGSHIM, right? Every single round, just aggro over towards A, make sure that they're getting the orb and not the Phoenix. Trying to reduce the amount of Phoenix ults that Monyet gets into the half.
Drift across the updraft. Dash in towards the screen. Jemkin desperately needing that
This
shot,
was
but
sick,
cannot
though.
find it.
This
At the
was
same time, again, comes
Fawns
away with a kill
on the
off back
floor
to
into damage to just make sure that no
Spray
one could
across the
push
Strand,
through.
gonna be taken down.
That combo
And
is
looks like this
deadly,
thrifty
especially
attempt
as they
here
wanted to
from
heavy commit
RRQ.
there, like they
It's not gonna be
tanked
holding water.
damage.
Still thrown, facing forward, will get cleared, but all the info that NONGSHIM need has been garnered. Flash and send spot onto 1. Quick turn from Monyet. And he manages to find
It
one
took him down
Sparrow.
to 3
Also
HP as
puts
well.
up
People are getting,
solid effort there
people are
with the
catching
stinger
up with
in
the
hand.
NA
They take away
players
2
stinger
weapons.
wise.
NONGSHIM get things tied at 3-3.
Looking good.
Well, none of the ults got used other than, of course, Jemkin's Blade Storm, but
8 ults altogether.
everything's built up for both sides. This is a very, very important round in this half. With all of these ultimates available, who's going to be able to come on the better end of that cycle? Could be a difference maker, no doubt about it. And this Tejo, so annoying from Francis. He's so good at piloting it. Ivy's done a great job with the util. Donby's Donby, man. Guy's just all over the map. Able to find a way to shut down this orb control. Does have the overdrive. Felt like popping it. But this time around, RRQ...
This one's going to be pretty nuts because,
up,
so we have the 8 ults anyway, but at the same time, everyone's very aware that RRQ can't buy next if they lose.
Very, very cautious.
So
Sliding on back.
everyone's going to want to use the ult. And Persia went away. This is the first time where NONGSHIM can actually switch their wall over towards A because they don't have to fight A because they got so many ults, so it doesn't matter about the ults.
Yeah, there's the Torrents to try to slow up the approach. So slide forward, and oh my god, Damby just get
Oh,
right
this
up on
wall
him.
is nice when you have this little gap that you can... That's awesome.
Would have expired in all
Min
likelihood
maxing the
anyway,
wall
given
like
that.
that.
The wall was raised and locked him in position.
That's awesome.
This is going to be making RRQ maybe think twice about this, but once again, time starting to tick. 40 seconds remaining. Pivot not really in the cards anymore. Instead, it's going to be a constant divide sent out as the overdrive gets popped from Damby. Steel Garden sent in, as is that Armageddon. Monyet going to be taken down. Ivy still sat back, playing it quietly. And catches Estrella completely unawares. The spike nowhere close to being brought forward here into the site.
Defense-wise, RRQ's comp? No, it's pretty good, to be honest. It's great for fighting over towards A with the Phoenix. You'd be surprised how good the Phoenix actually is on defense in this match.
They have and read it as he played patiently. Well, finds the first one, looks for another. And Francis will deny it away from him. The face forward as Xfero makes it a little bit more costly.
Okay, that's worth
I
though.
don't think NONGSHIM are too concerned about the cash.
Very, very
They now
nice.
have the lead.
Dude, this
4
wall
rounds
owned it
consecutively.
for them though. The wall a little bit
great
further
setups
back, so
again.
there's a gap. So if you do
This time
go
the Vice
close,
Wall in
you
a
can
very
just spam them
unexpected
through it.
position, and it stops the ultimate from Monyet, who was so pivotal in that bonus round win.
Yeah. Dude,
Can't get past
the
that
Vice
wall.
Fawns
And then
are
Steel Guard
the
comes
Vice
through
Fawns
right
are
as they're making their
kind of
execute.
insane.
NONGSHIM just makes quick work of it.
They're giant. They do a lot of damage
Really good
now,
reads.
and they last for a long
Really good
time.
reads, and yeah, I was gonna say, gotta have a timeout here because NONGSHIM is thwarting you at every twist and turn.
Slightly better scoreline than we've seen from the previous 2 maps, where it was 5-2, but it's always been after that 7th round of play here from RRQ, consistently having rocky starts to these maps.
Vice, yeah, Vice
it
feels
really
good.
does feel like
I don't know if the Fawns
some of the
needed a
expectations
buff
they
to
have,
do
some of
more
the
damage.
kind of game planning they do.
Because now you just can't disrespect it at all.
They're really good about
So
making adjustments. They're really good about saying, oh,
So
they're
you
doing
just
this. in this
just
particular
trapped.
moment, it's like, okay,
He's just gonna stay
they're
still.
getting past our front lines. Like, let's give them
They'd
that
slow
little
with
bit of extra
damage.
space
Yeah, it kinda
sometimes,
is.
and then let's use our util to really smother them. We have the Taeho. We have a really good opportunity to bully them at the choke points on the map.
The
We've done
wall
that a
as
couple
well. I mean, the
rounds here.
wall.
This
Yeah, the
time they
wall
use
is so far
Vice
down the stairs
utility
that you're
to do
never
so.
gonna be able to like
And Donby's just
jump.
running all over the place in
and
front of it, just
trigger it.
causing problems. So now you got to really dig deep here for RRQ. Well, what can you do to respond? It's got to be a little bit push and pull. You got to find ways to get that utility out without losing players to it. And because of Taeho, it makes it a lot harder to get that orb control.
Can't disrespect the Killjoy money.
Well aware that
It's a little bit
wanna try to
different.
collect those as
Because
much
you're
as
like,
possible. Second
the
shot's not gonna
disrespect
connect,
is
but Jemkin
different because
already
you have to
dead.
stand still
It's a very
if
good
you're like
start for
caught in it.
NONGSHIM in the anti-eco.
Whereas
Not
Killjoy,
gonna be found.
you want to move away. So like you're
As flash forward, Francis
You're
does get
rewarded
caught
for
by that a
moving.
bit. Turn
But
the
unless you
flash,
gotta
Sparrow desperately
like
trying to win
you're
up this
kind of
fight
locked
here.
into
Bit of damage,
place.
though. Reloads and continues to scale forward, taking some space, but the flank is coming his way. Not quite going to read that. At the same time, though, Manya eventually able to collect his pound of flesh. Francis is going to be taken down. Shot through the wall, however, and IB
Holy, okay,
will
bro.
collect two.
Down A.
Now just leaving a straight
That happened, dude. None of the bullets hit. He dodged every single one.
But it will just be the shorty and a four-piece there from Ivy.
Ivy's out there playing surf maps. It's absolutely incredible. That movement was brilliant. Just made it so Estrella had no hope.
One enemy.
Finding great timings there through that wall. It's been something NONGSHIM has been really doing so well today. Really annoying for RRQ to deal with. They have the timings down.
And now the op comes out, and the
Great
money
senses
from
of
NONGSHIM is
when the RRQ
outrageous.
players want to push through smokes and when they can punish them for
How
it.
much does Danby commit?
Seen just about
too
everybody on the
much.
team get involved. They're gonna leave the fight
Similar
back this
thing
time.
for NONGSHIM as well.
Danby with an
Every
operator.
single time, some kind of pressure over
That
towards
drone
A to just
the
make sure
lead as he
that
gets pinged.
they're not giving out.
It's gonna open up
free
some
orbs.
space here, but again, RRQ waiting this out, taking their time, trying to work the map a little bit more. Especially with that operator there. Gotta be a little bit extra careful. Not sure if they heard the drop down. Trying to use the smoke to obscure that. Monyet's got to be careful, because when that drops, he doesn't get around that corner in time. He just barely does.
Okay, pressure over towards B, but
About a second to spare.
that pressure, in terms of the question marks, just instantly
on
gets
spot, you
deleted
think
with
some
the jump
information
peak
here?
that Danby just did.
As RRQ are going to have to find an opening elsewhere. Looks like Art and A main going to be where they set their sights. Ivy jiggling on the corner. The wall at the ready to push down.
Okay,
He's
mix
not
up with the
quite
wall
prepared
here
for
though.
it. Salvo going to be
And
sent.
Jemkin is very
Gets ahead
isolated.
of it, gets himself positioned on top of the box. Persia, ooh, I believe maybe spotted out the head there. Should suspect that it's going to be somebody tucked away in dugout, especially now that the spray comes through. They have it all confirmed. Shorty in hand, jump up over the top. Right-click spam.
What
Persia
the?
gonna take it down.
Dude, I've
Danby
never seen
eliminated
anyone
moments
actually
before.
make that look that easy.
Plant.
As that's the Steel Garden committed here from Xfero. Weapons out of their
Normally you
hands.
can just kind of turtle up
Wait
and
this
pit.
out.
He's just been wrecked by a double
Think if NONGSHIM pull this
a
off,
double jump, right click.
back-breaking for RRQ. Francis just around the corner. The salvo's coming through. Xfero knows exactly where he's at. Swings
Whoa.
onto the corner. Francis will find 2 kills. 2 more to go. He can find 1. Even then, the death would still give him that Armageddon ultimate.
Honestly, just every kill is important for
Swing
damage
out, the
anyway.
tap's coming through. Finds the head of Jemkin. Starts pushing forward. Has
Oh,
to go
he
for the
fi-
readjust.
Oh, dude,
Isn't
before he
ready for the
killed him.
counter-aggression out from
He's
Estrella.
already
Does
turned
well
into defuse the
to get
spank.
the kill, but that is still a lot of damage suffered
Yeah,
by
he did
RRQ.
great
Barely
damage.
scraping by with the round win
We're
and
gonna
finally
start
breaking
highlighting
the
people
round
that
win
can't buy
streak.
now. I'm pretty sure it'd be 4.
That's 5 in a row for NONGSHIM. Nice. Jumping pistol shots there for Jemkin. Great job by Jemkin. Kind of using that wall against NONGSHIM a little bit. Able to get on top of it initially and then immediately jump
Back
over to
lobby?
the box.
Oh yeah.
They were able to wait that
NONGSHIM
out. There's a
are
bit of a
putting up
combo attempted
great numbers on
by the
defense
side
though,
of
I will say
NONGSHIM
that.
with that wall, using
Got
the Taeho salvos as well.
1-9 loss
Trying to do some
bonus, so
chip
these
damage
3 can't buy next.
to RRQ, but RRQ pretty well prepared for that
Recon
positioning.
again
Also
over
gonna be in the
towards
same
A.
place
They
this
take
round
A for free.
for the side of
NONGSHIM just farming
Now you're looking
A
bit
orbs.
more
Pretty
info.
sure Pudge's probably
this time
picking
the
it up
spike
even
is
though
in hand. Donby behind the
it has
screen.
his ult. Just will have
That
to make sure you
operator,
take it
are they gonna
away.
be ready?
Oh, Jemkin absolutely is.
Yeah, people.
Goes for the peek up. Jemkin takes his head clean off.
Every time this smoke is here and someone goes for this
now
duel,
alone.
I would say I've seen it about 6 times. This guy is always lost every single time. Like when this smoke is up, everyone's just holding for that peak. I'm not sure people can start going for that.
Till that one.
Could get you some info as well for the Hunter's Fury if you try to go for the kill.
And while Monyet's going to go ahead and start storming his way forward, Hunter's Fury does
Well,
come through, immediately snaps it back, looks for the
Guys,
follow-up shots, and Ivy
absolutely
has it
owned
perfection.
him.
Margaret now swooping forward over towards B-Link.
That was incredible.
Taken down. Armageddon opening things up, the red carpet paved here for the side of Cushy, who starts working his way towards the site, spike in
His
hand.
revenge.
And
Ivy
this
gets
does
him
come
back,
the
so that's
unsettled.
kind of
It
sick.
is going to be Persia, last one standing.
Spike planted.
NONGSHIM still have money to buy
Lost out
next.
the first, gets the headshot, but cannot confirm the kill.
This guy probably going to be
Because of
tempted
that,
to
might
save.
just
He's the only one that's low that
Off
would
the
struggle
back away,
slightly.
Go for a save.
Yeah, there's not much left to be done. Already have your ult, so even though there's some money in the rest of your teammates' pockets,
Map is
you
going
don't dip in any
overtime.
further. Great stuff by RRQ. Good diligence, even though Monyet
If NONGSHIM can get 6, that's a
kinda
lot on
read
defense.
on that ultimate, the follow-up plans, the delay on their own. Cushy waiting patiently to get the info on where he can use his to set up the teammates' entry. Be a bit of a bait with that Hunter's Fury for Jemkin and the like to get through and get that kill. So good timeout again for RRQ. He's got them some round wins, has got them working the map really nicely, being really diligent.
Yeah. Tied at 5-5. Commander of NONGSHIM, though, have the money for the buy economy, not yet broken down, but there's that opening shot. As just damn clean from Jemkin in that round. I like the ult from Ivy. Kind of the
Do you think this
Hunter's
kickoff
Fury
schedule
equivalent of
for all the
Victor's,
regions is bad?
knife on screen.
I mean, it's all over the
He
place,
just
but
waited
it's
out
been
the
pretty
ult and was
fun.
ready to just backstab him as soon as it expired.
Yeah.
Breaks it himself, and then it's like, well, I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it's definitely all over the place. I
That
agree
was
with
pretty
you.
cool. I mean, honestly, that's you don't see that every day where you catch the ultimate, the Phoenix ult, and then clean out the player where they were standing. But yeah, it's been again another back and forth. Just these two teams are so evenly matched right now. Now I was kind of wondering about the relative power levels of these two squads. You know, with RRQ falling to Genji, NONGSHIM just barely falling to DRX. You know, DRX then comes through, handles Genji in a 2-0. Granted, the second map was really close, but kind of led me to start thinking as we were running into today. I'm like, man, NONGSHIM.
Watch the China Evolution series?
definitely
Nah, we'll
could
probably
get this
skip
done,
it.
and either team certainly could win this one at this point. It's all gonna just come down to little things.
Endurance,
Yeah,
micro
endurance.
plays, the back and forth. Even here as we get to Pearl, just seeing how neck and neck it is a testament to that exactly.
Let's fly.
Well, A orb control continues.
Dude,
to be
NONGSHIM really
100%
fought
maintained by
after
NONGSHIM.
this timeout.
Pretty interesting that
Surely they create A
So
pressure.
good at reading where RRQ likes to set up, like the
Every single round,
pre-
NONGSHIM fighting over
pre-match
towards A, just
study.
getting orb control.
Really seems to be focused on that,
And we've seen 2
for
Phoenix
NONGSHIM.
swords, that's it.
and it has caused RRQ some problems. They've lost players or taken damage. This push out of the smoke is going to be dangerous if they go for it. Okay. I think they're just going to leave Jemkin.
Here.
That's tough. Arc Rose gets the flash. Ivy gets the
Above it.
reconfirm.
Doesn't get the tag, so no counter swing coming through.
Yeah, it's so nice from
Just get
NONGSHIM though.
back away.
Smoke goes in,
Mark
insta
control.
clear, no one in front of this.
Conceded.
And then go stack this up.
Francis,
Dude, Silver not react wrong here.
lone watcher over here at that B-Link position as Ivy swinging out, still somehow
Shot,
manages
still
to
got
steady
the
it.
kill.
Jemkin, Monyet both going to be taken down. The duelists on the floor. Francis
Nice
looking
shot,
for a bit
man.
more and is
Spike
rewarded
down
for it.
mid.
Camera swap made me think that Cushy was getting the hit, but it was the other way around.
Enemy remaining.
Jeez.
As Ivy finds another, and NONGSHIM look to pull off a flawless here to regain the lead.
6 on defense, lovely. A chance to get 7.
Australia's in trouble.
That he is. There it is. Flawless confirmed. Francis continuing to frag out of control. NONGSHIM, they get themselves up to 6. Potential for another 6-6 half like we saw in the first map. Otherwise, perhaps a 7-5 once more.
Francis has been incredible this year for NONGSHIM. Obviously the IGL, but the fragging as well has been
Oh yeah.
ridiculously
consistently
good in every
fragging.
match
It's
they
true.
played, basically. I mean, you were thinking, you know, Persia, Ivy were kind of the two heavy fraggers for them last year. This year, Francis has really been stepping up. That being said, you're still seeing great moments from Persia and Ivy like we saw on Lotus. But it's been quite a glow up for the IGL of this squad, really leading the charge, both with the weaponry and with the brains.
Same thing for NONGSHIM. Dude, NONGSHIM must have just been like, why are they not fighting as A here?
Ivy's right around the corner this time, completely different position.
So RRQ, they're very wary about a potential position here inside of Art.
I do think the NONGSHIM comp is incredible at taking A though, I said at the beginning, so I can understand why RRQ just backed away pretty early from it.
Coming out. Not going to go for the chase though. He just opts to back away.
The D4
Really
mid,
nice
yeah,
from
they went
RRQ,
for the
diligence, not falling
went for the
any of those
EG
traps
game
that
plan.
NONGSHIM was trying to set up.
But it makes more sense because of
Great time buying as well
how
here for
strong
NONGSHIM.
Yes,
NONGSHIM's comp
absolutely.
is for
Because
A.
pretty soon here, you know that RRQ is going to have to make a move, and you can react a little bit quicker to that. Goodness gracious, Jemkin. Just doing a little check. I thought he might push a little bit further there for a moment, but just seeing if he could catch Ivy.
Okay,
38
question
seconds
mark
remaining.
over here.
Ivy
And that's going to keep
still
2 people,
potential peek in
maybe
from that
even 3
connector.
people you'd imagine watching
Wise
it.
Persia
The A split might
on the
work
side,
well.
Reinforcements from Francis, just tuck back and
Good,
Flowers
Jemkin
starts
can
to
get on
place.
his
The call, the
puff in here.
rotate begins as Downbeat's going to be sprinting his
Got
way
no
through.
dash.
Jemkin up over the top, he's going to be taken out of the skies. Persia's able to find
Sure,
one.
it's at least traded. Francis is going to absolutely send it.
Coming through as there's the ping
Time
reveal.
15
Knows that there's
seconds.
a player up close, but could she finds the timing to go for the peak, finds the
10
elimination.
seconds.
Downbeat now, trying to stave them off. Finds the first. The
Oh,
spike
what
is
is that
planted. Time to play with now
pre-fire?
here.
Dude, that's a crazy
RRQ,
pre-fire.
but everybody is fairly committed. Everyone here within the sight. The double face forward. Margaret finding one. 90 health between the two of them.
Last player standing.
Tommy in with
Ooh.
the last player
Dude,
standing.
that was close.
Cushy in the cage fight will be able to close
Okay,
it out.
honestly,
A 4K
NONGSHIM
for
should be
him.
pretty
We're tied
pumped up
6-6
about
at
6.
the
That's kind of
half.
sick
And
for them.
something that NONGSHIM has done so well today is isolate angles. The way that they don't,
Dude, they almost had
in
this.
these odd number situations, give up spots where they're going to be facing 2 or 3 guns at once. But it's Cushy who's even better. The way he's maneuvering, gets pinged, hides just long enough, and catches Francis as he's kind of looking away momentarily. Huge 4K. Cushy has
Yeah,
been
they got 6 when
a tremendous pickup for RRQ this year.
when
He has
RRQ
been
got pistol.
outrageous.
Absolutely.
If you looked at the VLR ratings, he was the highest rated player in Pacific going into today.
I mean, it's looking like one of the front runners for sure in the region as far as, Rookie of the Year is concerned. And he's playing against a lot of the other candidates here in NONGSHIM REDFORCE. Aside from that, of course, throw the DRX players a little nod as well. But, yeah, he has been
Here we go again.
a huge standout. Already is back an ace.
Yeah, it's set for it.
Big round victory for him to keep things neck and neck. But where do things look from here?
Should you go back and watch the VOD layer? I mean, yeah, if you got a spare hour and a half for map
When it comes
2.
down to those pistols.
A very pivotal one, even though
Watch the whole VOD layer, man. You have to
It's been a long
schedule
day.
4
Yeah,
hours.
dude, it has been. I feel ya. It has been quite the series. I have no idea what time it is, and I'm afraid to look because I don't want to know. Just want to enjoy this match for what it is, because third overtime feels very likely at this point.
Easy trigger like you. Respect. Okay, chat. Here we go. We got that dude.
You had second
What?
overtime,
They
yes.
bought
Yeah,
2,
what about third?
and now they've tripled
Comes
it.
in pints?
Well, not really, but
Gonna need
we
one
got
after this
3.
as well.
Yep.
6-6.
You get what I was going with.
Start the check out into A main.
Triple frenzy.
Nothing spotted. RQ playing quite far back. Star at the ready. Just gonna be grabbing the orb here for Francis.
Razorvine really far back on A site. Can be able to play right around the corner. Monyet as well would have those curveballs, but looks like instead NONGSHIM thinks better of that. Some damage. Looks like
Gonna trade it out. Francis down to 37.
Xfero took the worst of it.
What is the plan here? Because I thought the plan was to
Initially,
cut sound
and Francis took
and
down.
create the question mark. Then they
Well,
they started showing.
looks like they are going to make a go of this A site hit.
They really gonna try XX through
Had
one
a little bit of
pause?
contact.
A little bit
Feel like
rough,
they
but
can kind of overstack this.
it's doable because the
Catch them out
solver's
of
over
timing.
towards the other side as well for sure.
Salvo sent. Dambi ready to lead the charge. Spike in hand here for the Neon, and Margaret able to find one. Monyet going to be taken down over at Secret.
Well, this is kind of interesting.
Sparrow trying to answer back,
Smoke,
but Margaret
smoke,
good
left
too.
side. Path left with the
Now
spike, and
anti-bump,
everyone
Jim
else
can
just
do more than he
watches
can
this
do.
angle, ready
Work
for
his
the
way out of
duel.
Flowers.
For them to
He gets a
swing.
spot out, his stealth drone. I mean, it's chasing in behind Dambi.
Like you're just
He's
splitting the
already
sight
got
in
all the
half,
info
and you
for
want to
you.
duel back sight.
3v5 in the retake. 2 players low on health. RRQ. I mean, they know where this Neon's at. They can hear him. I think that's probably one of the scariest things about it. Peeks out of the smoke, rushes forwards, able to find one. Cushy takes down the enemy Neon,
Okay, very
but Ivy
nice.
will just
But I'm
press up,
pretty sure, not
get the
100%.
kill, ties it
This
as
is
far
obviously
as the pistols
1-1,
are
but I
concerned
think
in
it
this
ended
set.
3-3.
NONGSHIM will gain the lead once more.
Pistols.
Well, even though RRQ had a decent inkling that this might be they're caught at a point where they're kind of backpedaling a little bit, and then they try to challenge that angle, and Margaret wins it. That's
Looks like they want to duel
That's
that
the
angle.
round about done and
I
done
thought it
at
was
that
more
point.
people dueling it though. It
Margaret
was
picks
literally
up
just
those 2
him.
kills towards Secret. And yeah, that's the pivotal moment again. But one of these outplays
The most evenly
team
matched
finds
best of
that
3 series it actually is.
kind of crack in the defenses. It's able to find that big
Overtime,
moment, get that big
overtime.
multi-kill.
2 maps.
A little bit of a spot there onto some of the players of NONGSHIM, but they're just happy to take the orb and move on. That's been another big thing that's really caused
Yeah,
a
nothing
lot of
crazy
grief
for
RRQ
RRQ.
is they're
Just
not
full
able to
eco
really
on this
cycle
one, and
Monyet's ultimates as much as they would
NONGSHIM.
like. They have
You would say they're allowed
less
2
ability
deaths, right?
because of
Doesn't
the
really matter
Tail,
about
because
keeping the
of
marshal.
Neon to control that A orb in stark contrast to how they normally can play because of the Phoenix. The longer range utility that NONGSHIM is able to bring to bear makes it very tricky. Now over towards this A site again. Couple different stars this time. 2 in a row. See how they want to utilize that. Clear the drone. Smoke down.
Close out. Grafwell deferred the delay. RQ just trying to stem the tide here on this
I mean, there's
approach.
4 people here.
There's Margaret flanking out.
Yeah, there goes the
Because
ghost.
she's able to go ahead and collect the kill, pick the ghost, but still is going to be kind of devastated as far as his health is concerned. Fast lane now sent through here from Dambi, but some losses.
Because she has a
suffered.
drone as well.
30 seconds left.
With the Guardian hands, Dambi swoops around the back, ends up falling. Monyet comes away with that elimination.
My
Shot
God,
dart
Shockers on
interrupts
his
the
head.
plant. All of a sudden, it's just Ivy left standing as this is a hell of a reply from
No
RRQ.
way, they got 4 ecos, as in
Winning
legit
out
4
the
eco.
to keep things neck
5
and neck
classics.
and break down the economy. Snowball from NONGSHIM.
That was a
That's a
massive
devastating
win from Cushy and
round.
Art. Completely changes the round dynamic because now you don't have that extra angle for NONGSHIM to create. It's
The
shut
Phoenix
off. The other
flash.
4 members right here.
Munya did pretty
And then
good.
they're
Phoenix
just playing
flash
a
to
little
enable
bit
the
closer
second
to
kill
point
on
of
site.
attack. And they're able to make it work really, really nice. That's something you should have in spades as RRQ is the ability
Should
to
they
play tight
be?
angles. with
Should
the
they be?
curveball.
Should they be wandering into
Time
a
around.
site
It's
that
more
is
of the
full
positioning and
stacked?
the shooting. It's gonna
I'm
get it
not
done.
too sure.
Got some long-range weaponry here.
With their
Outlaw
comp, I'm not too sure about that.
can't find the first shot.
But definitely
Dambi's
could have
able
played
to
this one better.
Buzz past it. See what they can do if they're gonna go for more. Dambi does have that Bucky, but he's got to get.
You said this
close enough
was an
to
attack
use it.
sided map? I mean, it is normally an attack sided
Wall
map.
is here.
But when you
Kind of
don't use any
typical
drones to
B
clear a
mindset
site on
that
your
you'll see.
anti-eco, then
Won't
I
jump
guess
out.
it's
That
not.
second shot does register. Dambi taken down. Stuck
And
here
see, maybe the
in
Vice
corner.
is just so hard to play
Along the
against default
thorns.
over towards B that it does sway it back.
NONGSHIM held at bay, held in
Not even
place,
sure these days.
and mowed down without mercy shown. Flawless round here from RRQ as they take the lead for themselves.
Yeah, and they get their money real good. We got an outlaw that can pop
Run out of
too.
space on the round tracker sheet. So
No
they already
one,
did on the
no
other
one
map.
has to rebuy anything.
I mean, we're
Dude,
already
400
at the point where I
they
think we've
rebuy
played, what,
nothing. No one
15
used anything.
rounds on this map, so it's 70,
No
83
damage,
maps played today.
minimal
rounds
util.
played today.
Rounds. yeah.
That's-
Thank God it's not maps.
That's more than some teams like play in their year. Not really, but
Well,
Look at
Yeah,
this,
tournaments,
300,
guaranteed
200,
there's
500,
probably a team
400.
who's played less
That's
rounds
all they
in
invested.
kickoff
Their
than
money's
These two
outrageous.
teams have played here today, like almost
Oh.
guaranteed.
oh yeah, any of the teams that went out, 0-2.
Yep.
Okay, like we said, NONGSHIM's comp,
But it's been
incredible at taking A main. Done it for pretty much the
such
whole
good
map.
back and forth. So many good reads, so many good counter moves. Every time there's a lot of patience being shown by both teams.
The series,
NONGSHIM or
Sheriff, that
anybody, even
Lotus
RRQ
game
will
was incredible.
every once in a while
Like, it was,
dial up
it was,
some
it
pacey
was
hits.
Unbelievable.
Especially with the Vice
It was
play,
so
you have to be
funny, dude.
Super cautious of where that wall is going to be. And this time, it's been moved over into Art for RRQ. Drone stalled, not cleared, but doesn't really get much info out of that except for somebody
Yeah, I think
shot
so.
at it.
No, it actually did have
Who it was.
everything.
You can guess.
The overtime rounds were so funny.
This time they've got a bit of a trap.
Like
With
we got gifted some
over in
incredible rounds.
towards A link. Although this time they're abandoning
Okay,
it.
but they got the wall here as
Considering
well,
they
and like
hit.
they haven't found this wall, which means that
No,
this
don't
hit,
clear.
everyone can focus over
Can
towards
still
the
be
site,
outlaw.
and then obviously the luck is going to trigger the wall, but until then they can 3-pass and focus site. Ooh, that's good damage though.
Not yet going to be taken down. Salvo's finding that kill. Jemkin.
Wait, did you not see him?
A bit of a rough spot, but I thought that Dambi had noted him. Either way, the shorty comes away with value. I'm just pushing his way up through the smokes.
That's Jemkin surviving for so long.
Maybe we'll shut him down, and now
Planted.
it's just Estrella in a 1v3 to try to stop things from getting tied up.
Nice
He cannot.
shots.
Solid straight
Okay,
map from
against the
Persia.
bonus, they only lose 2.
Stops in place.
Not
Gets
bad.
us back to parity.
Not
8 to
bad.
8.
But again,
Well, this
RRQ's
time
money's
the
great.
util
Dude, I saw it.
deeper than
8-4 here.
RRQ was expecting. Once again, Monyet puts himself behind the box on A site. This time he gets caught by the salvos. That's good
Dambi? I
adjustment
mean, he
from
did great
NONGSHIM.
to
That
get
is
over
something
towards
they
site
gave
and
them
dodge a
a
double
couple rounds ago.
outlaw shot.
So this time they're a lot more diligent about making sure that that space is clear. You know, force Jemkin off the angle, get the kill on him on
Speaking of the outlaw, they get it back.
basically round
Even
over
though
at
they
that
for
point.
sure
Again with a
could have
sniper.
dropped
And he does get a
up.
hit there. Francis taking down to
6.
6. Top of the orb. They really want to try to bait this peak. They narrowly managed to escape.
Just a step late. Was
Jemkin
He's
himself
everywhere.
is a little bit
Every
of a-
corner
he's
they
on a
every corner
reposition.
they swing, he's just here with an outlaw.
In towards mid where Margaret is going to be noted.
As RRQ, you've got firm map control. You have so much idea of what's going on.
Deploying drone.
So there is a ping out right on a cushy. Just got to get out of dodge.
Shock dart sent, not finding too much there. Dambi just
Yeah, and
shrug off the slows here.
Strala has to do a lot to
Salvo
try kill one.
pushes it straight into the corner of the Rayleigh. Bolt will be able to connect. The Thorns, however, keep
Look at Fawns, dude.
keeping the IGL protected here for the moment. They're trying to flush him out. However, Dambi will eventually be able to go ahead.
It's
and
such
collect.
a it's such a weird bit of util. Dambi ended up tanking at the end, goes down to 20, tanked like
Similar
4
situation.
clicks of it.
Manages to find the shock dart kill onto Francis, but not before the
2
spike
people that
be
can get
planted.
one shot at the moment. Astro if they want it also.
Still a chance. If you can break through, get it down to just you versus Persia. Very doable, especially with Dambi so weak. Oh, the timing around that corner.
The exploration. Dambi repeats for the kill.
Oh,
Jim can able to
boy.
find Ivy. Now it's all on Persia. No body block in position there for the gravity well. No hold to half. They get back onto it. Concuss goes across the swing out. Persia finding the first. It's held to half.
half.
It's all down to Jemkin now. Retaps at the time is not on
Nice
his side.
shots.
Persia gets the Red
Dude,
Bull
real
clutch.
calm on it.
As NONGSHIM retake the lead
Really, really
9
calm.
to 8.
The Princess of Clutches is back. He has been so good today for NONGSHIM. Last year, it just seemed like any time Persia was in those scenarios, he was good for it. Well, today again, coming up big when they really need it. It's just a good isolation of players again by NONGSHIM. You know, RRQ is spreading the map to get info, and that is used against them very, very nicely to clear some space, make a good hit.
Okay,
Make
money's still incredibly
Stray's
low.
life a nightmare.
Oh, the RRQ wanna fight this?
Oh my god.
Boy, trying to up the pace
Oh
here,
god,
it
the
would
servo
seem.
could be
Swing
incredible.
on the
Everyone's
corner,
dueling
Jim
at the
can
same
find
time
one.
of it.
Finds a straight back, gets Dambi as well for his troubles.
Did
Brings a
one
weapon
yet
for
tank his
Margaret.
own flash?
Through the smoke, takes down Sparrow.
Someone tanked it. I think maybe he, I think maybe Jemkin tanked
Forward
it.
Ahead of this, Seal Garden invested. Takes away the weapon.
Astro ult to get a lot of space. Surely Jemkin won't go for something crazy. Well, he's stuck here now for a little bit. Everyone's messing up, man. What's going on?
Able to find what could end up being a very critical chip damage.
Okay, 3v3, and obviously have to tap the spike fast because we got a lot of good after plant
Salvo at the
util.
ready.
You got the
RQ
rockets,
needs
you
to
got
get
the
the tap
after
out soon.
plant Astra
There
stack.
it is. Salvos gets sent. Forces them back. Start scaling forward once again, ready to spam through the smoke. Jemkin trying to hold on to the defuse. Estrella able to find one. Margaret going to be taken down, but they're both so very low.
They went for the block and
1
tanked
HP.
so much damage.
Estrella needing to deliver yet another elimination here. The hold, he gets it up to half, but now it's all on
Oh,
Jemkin.
nice
Finds
shot.
a headshot onto Francis, taps it again, tries to bait him forward, but Persia once more
Persia again.
will be standing
The back-to-back.
Cannot escape the blast radius, but NONGSHIM gain a lead of 2 rounds.
2 clutches in a row for Persia. So good in
Yeah,
those
he
situations.
tanked
I thought this
Monet's
one,
ult,
RRQ
flash.
might be able to get something going off the back of finally a successful blade storm for
His
Jemkin.
afterplan stuff is really, really strong. Dude, that's a
Goodness,
crazy
that
shot
is
from
a-
Jemkin.
That's a good shot. That's going to get another timeout as NONGSHIM has found a lead, has found 2 rounds, crucial rounds that they're ahead. And RRQ is gas running out of this tank. Was that Lotus just too much?
You see the positive
you lose in
default
the longest overtime
missiles?
game we've
Was
seen.
it the deep ones they keep
VCT.
doing? It's
And you gotta
towards the
come back
off
and try to
angle.
win on a map that's been very good for both
Wait,
teams.
which off angle do you mean? The one where you
Seems
commit
like right now, NONGSHIM has a better
on the right
feel for
if
the
you're
map
on defense.
control. It seems like their ability to string some of their utility together is just a little bit
I mean the one
more
on the right or the one
impactful
on the
than
left?
RRQ's.
Either way, that's
RRQ
pretty cool.
needs to get some more value out of that Phoenix. They need to find moments when
The one on the
Monyet
left? Oh,
can
okay,
set
real
them up
committed.
to knock some NONGSHIM
that's pretty
players
cool.
down with those curveballs. That's really where you're looking for that extra layer of value. But the Tejo, so oppressive from Francis. So good at clearing angles. Helps when Francis is fragging too.
That it does.
What a round this is.
9.
8-10. For us to get an overtime
Back
game.
Timeout, a very quiet start.
RRQ have to win this round. Pretty much.
They're really
Because there's an eco next for whoever
Absurd
loses
that
this. We'll say RRQ's lost a good amount in the row, so some of these can actually buy, but
make a go
if they
of
go
a
light armor.
explosive play to mid. Just try to set up some kind of crunch, from the double doors. But just kind of a patient setup right now.
Press out onto Cushy. Shots avoided though. Tucks back behind the box.
It's drawing a rotation from Monyet though. Checks. Comes back. They're sending all that util to the other side of the map to set this up, but finally
Yeah, Astra definitely needs to
ruse
stay
has been
alive.
discovered,
The
but
pressure of the
now
Astral is so much.
decides not to pull the trigger on the execute.
This is nice from
Just gonna use
RRQ
the drone
though,
to clear some
right?
space.
Jemkin
God,
holding
they're pushing and
this.
pulling the map so well right
Jemkin
now.
holding all of
Keeping
this and not
so
seeing
much attention over
anyone
towards
is
A.
going to mean that the rotate
Gets
should
back there,
come in at one
Flowers looks like
point.
call to rotate, maybe coming through. Cushy, however, holding over at Link. He's already let the drone go. It has a recon dart.
Yeah, big lean over
looking
towards
approach
B.
here
We're going to have 3 people
from
here,
main,
one watching mid,
especially
and
some
we're going to
shots
have
start breaking
Monyet with
out.
his ult ready to fast send it in.
Sar setting up to try to feel some pressure here, but all ready to flood onto the site. Begins stopping, sliding here into Halls. Finds the first, cannot get the second. Monyet going to be taken away out of his
Wow,
ultimate.
man, look at the
There's no
salvos.
space.
It was
Over
sick
Halls.
on this.
Takes out his
Dude,
Pharaoh. Monyet
NONGSHIM
is
might
dead.
be incredible.
Just Jemkin and Estrella
10 seconds
left to try to play this one out. As NONGSHIM look to get up to 11.
They saved their damage for
Their
after
economy
they found
about
the
to be
info.
in the dumps. What does the call look like? Jemkin's been spotted for Estrella. You just simply have to run away. You have to hold on to this weapon. NONGSHIM with
Yeah,
4
I
left
think, I mean, it's
alive.
theirs to lose now.
Just be 2 steps from taking this series.
Well, we've been here before. So I'm not calling this one over by any
it was a
stretch of the
12-9, right?
imagination.
Below us.
Man, oh man. So
That hurts it.
there's a lot going on that you might not see on your screen unless you're really keyed in on the mini-map, and that's particularly the Tejo utility. They're using some of those guided salvos over on the B side while they're making their way over towards A. So they're pulling rotations over towards B while they're shifting to A, but they still don't feel comfortable with it because Monyet's actually not doing a bad job trying to be in position to be there to shut down the executes. But then when they pulled the rotations to A, when they've gotten all the way to A link, that's when they make the double back towards
Yeah,
B.
they squeeze out a buy.
And it's hard
Everyone
for
with the light
RRQ.
armor,
They're
no one with an
constantly
outlaw
being
to
kept
punish it.
guessing, and they're
Got
going to find ways to get
the judge for the Sova close door.
because they have to play a little bit further back. You have to play some of these tight angles because of Monyet, because of the Phoenix, and because of how cautious they've come into this. They don't have that confidence to take space early. They don't have the ability to take A main control. And that's starting to really cause problems in their ability to create favorable angles, create favorable rotation timings for themselves. Finally, they're going to get a little bit of space. But at what cost? I mean, if Jemkin keeps holding there.
What util do they use for Jemkin? Do they just contact this? They might.
The double doors gets cleared out by Cushy off screen, but the judge, I believe, has been revealed.
The strong off angle.
Dash, not pop. The swing out. He's off the angle. Down, able to collect.
That is everything.
Jemkin's Vandal.
Do they chill?
Moniette trying to get tucked alongside.
Do we have another smoke to refresh this?
We got it set. Try to go ahead and clear out that backside.
Molly was good though.
Entryway, but Moniette and Estrella already going to be taken down.
Yeah, Persia managed to tank it. 17 HP. They got to win a 2v4. And this guy has a judge.
Because she's just waiting for the peek out here. But given that he has a judge,
okay.
Fight with the classic, it does manage to go away with that kill. But they need to do so much more. In a 2v3. Thorns set up Shock to clear that close right position, the gravity well, to pull them off the angle. The
oh my god.
Cushy finding two.
Got Sova.
Ivy, however,
how'd you handle this one?
Fury. They take the fight, they're looking for the timing. Cushy, 5 HP. Taken down, looking for the stick. But Ivy!
Nice, dude. Every single clutch is going their way as well.
He does not let them get to 9.
Big rounds. Persia has 2. Ivy has 1. 1v2, 1v2, 1v1.
I thought maybe Cushy would do something about this, but Jemkin there, just out-dueled by Donby in that moment, and then they are all hands on deck for this execute. Great confidence and great support behind Donby, even though he gets taken down by Moniette, and then Ivy just barely able to best his counterpart in Cushy. Cushy was so weak at that point. I thought that would be a good opportunity to use that Steel Garden. In the back of my head, I was thinking at X-Pharaoh, might as well just throw it. You're in that same situation where you're gonna have to win 4 or 5 rounds.
Did he have a Fawns? Oh, okay.
Into an overtime potentially.
Yeah, Fawns might have saved him.
Gasline sent up the wall, baited out. Now just a cut of the noise. Some slow drifting towards the side of the map from
okay,
RRQ.
4 chances. And
just Estrella lingering back on A.
Obviously whoever loses is done for the year.
Try to scout. Gets a spot on, I believe, at least 2 players there. Maybe just trying to poke and prod here, pull their attention every which way. Molly set. Gabby looking for the relay pull, but Moniette instant with a headshot, does manage to find it. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up, looking for a target. Margaret with a spam
oh god, the judge here. Dude, he thought, but wait, what flash did he think was going to happen?
And he crushes their hopes and dreams.
Because the Vice flash went off ages ago. What flash did he think was going to happen here?
The last one's left, the last hope.
He's forgotten about what comp they have.
To try to stick around in this map, to stay in kickoff.
Sky Flash? Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about the Sky that's on the map.
To try to make it happen. The dash, pop, the swing. Francis shuts him down. A 3rd kill, looking for more. Will not be rewarded with the 4.
Okay, nicely done from NONGSHIM. Dude, what a series this was.
13-8. NONGSHIM.
And
fight tooth and
RRQ probably going to think of every single time that they could have done it in overtime.
And they absolutely strangle RRQ out of kickoff.
Okay, banger best of 3 though.
The hopes and dreams of RRQ fans have been choked out of this one. What a marathon. And just barely NONGSHIMs are the ones that are gonna be able to get over the finish line. Oh my word. That was one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Joe, bro.
Again, this is heartbreaking for RRQ fans because they played so damn well today. The back and forth were incredible. But this NONGSHIM squad, this Ascension team is the real deal. And they are here to show the world. And they certainly have made a statement.
Definitely got a little bit tired at the end there.
Loss.
They absolutely
an anti-flash against the no flashes left is a sign of that, no doubt about it. I want to say that RRQ are looking like RRQ got some good potential. They got some good potential. We'll see what they got for split 1.
I think that there is a very bright future ahead for that team in stage 1, but for NONGSHIM, They came for Boom. They got rid of them. And now
Did
they've gotten rid of
NONGSHIM play
the
Talon,
No
right?
Nation Squad.
That's
They
going to be
stick
a good
around. They'll
game.
be playing against Talon. So let's go ahead and hear from one of our winners as we get ready to send it down to Bella, who's going to be standing by on stage for the Winter's interview.
That one's
We'll
going to be
see
good.
as how much this means to NONGSHIM after a hell of a nail biter.
Dambi, 23 to 16 first kill, first F. He
waited
makes
a long
so
time,
much
and
space
it's
as well.
Dambi.
Like even if he was going even on first kills,
Dambi
first F, it would be worse. But the fact he's getting so far ahead is pretty impressive. He makes incredible space for his team.
All right, it was a long
Like he's so
day.
pivotal
Everyone locked
to how
in,
they play the
and you
game.
guys even surpassed the VCT Pacific most rounds played. And I just want to know right off the bat what is going through your mind. 완전 일단 먼저 너무너무 축하드립니다. 오늘 정말 모든 맵이 손에 땀을 가득 쥐게 하면서 이렇게 경기를 보게 됐는데 또 퍼시픽 최다 라운드 갱신을 또 하셨습니다. 오늘 승리 소감부터 먼저 들어보겠습니다.
오늘 이겨서 너무 좋고 힘들게 이긴 만큼 더 경험도 많이 쌓았다고 생각하기 때문에 내일 리스 탈론 경기도 더 좋은 경기력으로 보답해가지고 한번 소년마다 만들어 보겠습니다.
와, 오늘 경기가 끝나자마자 다음 경기를 생각하고 계시네요. Well, it's definitely nice to win, and you know, I think the rougher the matches were today, I think we can actually take more lessons from it, and I think we can take today's lessons into our next match against Talon. And I told him like, wow, you're done just now and you're already thinking about the next match. That's amazing. All right, and we noticed on Lotus it was one round and one round. You were just so close to losing your place in kickoff, but you guys were smiling and just chatting. So I wanted to ask you, what were you guys talking about? 이제 로터스에서 한 라운드 놓치면 킥오프에서의 그 자리를 이렇게 아쉽게 놓칠 수도 있던 상황이었는데 카메라에서 잡힐 때마다 팀원들이랑 되게 웃으면서 이야기를 하고 계시더라고요. 좀 어떤 이야기를 그때 나누셨을까요?
일단 라운드 진행될 때마다 애들이 웃어가지고 왜 웃냐니까 이 경기가 재밌고 웃기다 해가지고 다 같이 웃었던 것 같아요. 어차피 지더라도 저희는 경험 더 많이 쌓고 이번 경기 이기면은 다음 경기도 더 좋은 경기력이 나올 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 계속 애들이랑 웃으면서 즐기자, 이기자라고 생각했던 것 같습니다.
와, 진짜 즐기는 자가 진짜 무섭네요. Well, I just asked the other guys because they were laughing, like, why are you guys laughing? And they said, you know, this is just fun. We're playing Valorant, and you know, even if we lose, we're still learning. So let's just enjoy this. And they were just killing it out there. And on Fracture, we saw Dambi, and we saw that he earned the nickname Mini Texture with the 4 kills, and we noticed that he has the same Phantom skins. So I wanted to ask him, what are your thoughts on the new nickname, and is Texture actually your role model? Was this intended? 이제 프랙처에서 담비 선수의
Evil British
4킬과
man TMB is
리액션이
right
좀
again.
미니
I think he's doing
텍스처라는
really good on
별명을
his
새로 얻게 만들었어요.
WATCHPARTY
좀 이 별명에 대해서
TMB,
어떻게
I think he's owning it
생각하시는지,
at the
그리고
moment.
평소에 좀 텍스처 선수가 롤 모델일까요?
How's my
텍스처
actual
선수는
pick'ems?
정말 제
Yeah, I'm in a good
롤모델이었고
spot.
지금 같은 리그에서 경쟁하는 것조차
What are we?
저는 너무 좋다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 미니 텍스처라는 말은
Top 8%.
좋긴 한데
And then if
그만큼 에이스도
PRX and
못한다는
T1 do well,
좀
we'll
아쉽긴
probably be
한데
like top 2, top 1%.
이제 다음 경기부터는 미니 텍스처보다는
Pick'ems are good for
텍스처는
EMEA and
텍스처님은 이제 4킬하고
Pacific.
저는 이제
Like
에이스
probably top
해보는
1% at the end
그런
of it.
선수로
If things go well.
그냥 에이스 담비로
America's
이야기를
I'm
나누면
wrecked.
되겠네요.
China are wrecked.
Texture is my role model, and as much as I'm honored that I'm running in the same league as him, it also means that I won't get my aces. So maybe from next time, you know, Texture can, you know, get his 4 kills, and I will be the Dambi with the aces. All right. And we noticed that when times are rough, NONGSHIM REDFORCE, every player comes around, and you know, they come through for the team taking turns. So I want to ask Dambi what he wants to say to his teammates. In fact, 이제 힘들 때마다 번갈아 가면서 해주는 게 농심 레드포스다라고 이제 정영공 캐스터님께서 이렇게 이야기를 해주셨는데 오늘 정말 긴 하루를 보낸 팀원들께도 한마디 좀 부탁드릴게요.
얘들아 오늘 고생했고 오늘 고생한 만큼 내일도 경기 이겨가지고 탑4 안에 들자. 우승까지 해보자. 파이팅!
Guys, you guys all played so well today, and as much as we played today, let's, focus all of that energy and channel that into our next match and make it into the top 4 so that, we win kickoff. That is amazing. And next up, you are facing Talon, as we mentioned before. Do you think that next match with Talon will wrap up faster than today? How confident are you? 다음 경기는 탈론을
Surely.
만나게 되는데 오늘보다는 좀 더 빨리 경기가 이렇게 진행될까요?
오늘보다는 빨리 경기가 진행될 것 같고 2대 0으로 이기고 싶네요.
좋습니다.
너무 힘들어요.
I am just excited for it. I hope that we win it 2-0. It's been a long day, so hopefully we'll get that win. All right, thank you, Dambi, for the interview.
Thank you.
And for all the fans here at the venue, we have NONGSHIM fan meet and greet at the lobby, so make sure you stay and show your support and celebrate their win. 일단 1층에 계신 농심 레드포스 팬미팅이 진행되니까 여기 계신 팬분들 1층에서 팬분 승리 축하해 주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다, 담비 선수.
감사합니다.
And we'll be back in a bit.
감사합니다.
Okay, chat. Let's spam some ads. I'm gonna get some food, so I'll be back in a little bit, but we'll be here before the start of the PRX DFM game.
80 rounds later, NONGSHIM REDFORCE
Watching
finally
Northeast today?
prevail
No.
over RRQ.
I maybe watch
and
the Liquid
this
Academy game
is
tomorrow. It
this
depends
was an amazing
on
series. I mean, to say the
what's
least.
going on.
But what a testament to NONGSHIM REDFORCE, especially after that second map on Lotus with the infinite overtimes, the way they're able to keep up
I'll be
the
back in a bit.
vibes. And you heard it from Dambi in that interview, they were just having fun, and it's really a beautiful
thank you,
thing
Jeff, thank
when
you.
you have a team that is actually able to just keep up the positive vibes. You get results like this.
Yeah, that's the best way to approach it. In those long games, you just got to remember you're playing Valorant. It's fun. It's a video game. This is one of the most fun jobs in the whole world. So if you can find ways to enjoy it, even during that stress, that's the markers of a great team, great players.
You got to remember that these guys have already been kind of forged in the fire of playing that Ascension final with hundreds of fans all screaming at them in an arena for the home team and out for their blood. So when they've been able to deal with that pressure, they've come here into kickoff, even though it is the tier 1. They've already been through those trials and tribulations before, and they've here been able to deal with the pressure and come out ahead in the third map.
Yeah, and you look at these stats over here. It's been really, really crazy, right? It's almost like, I kind of had to orient myself back into being on the desk just because of how intense this series was. And at one point, you weren't even just looking at the numbers. It was just like play after play after play after play. On Pearl, though, we did see RRQ kind of stumble a little bit. This wasn't them on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, this was the map that we were all looking forward to. We felt like these teams were very evenly matched heading into Pearl, but I think NONGSHIM had all the answers today, it felt like. This felt like very good prep. They understood RRQ's game plan, especially on that RRQ attack side, and they managed to handle it very well.
Yeah, initially they did. RRQ made some great adjustments, though, really slowing things down, playing a little bit more of, baiting out the util in the early round, working the map a little bit more, and then being able to actually, break through with the bursts and the contact plays in the mid round. So there were some good adjustments that got RRQ that 6-6. I think it's really their attack side that they had some ideas, but the execution wasn't quite there, and NONGSHIM just had these executes that were impossible to stop. You've seen another oppressive game from Teo there. Francis has been their highest rated player at this tournament so far inside of kickoff, and he's shown us exactly why with that performance on the Teo.
Especially since, you had this composition that was just so ready, so dedicated to just stopping RRQ. It seems like, we were talking earlier about how RRQ was going to anticipate what NONGSHIM did, but NONGSHIM, it seems like we're just so ready for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, look at these setups. You see the utility that NONGSHIM is using to stop a lot of these takes in through art, in through mid doors, the B long pushes. They're constantly moving around their setups, placing the shear in different positions, and you can just see with the slower composition that NONGSHIM has, it's very difficult for RRQ to do what they did against Secret, against DFM, where they just ran it down. They got these 11-1 attack halves where they just bursted sites. They just weren't able to do that today.
Yeah, so in this stylistic matchup, we see the double initiator style come out against double duelist. So double duelist wants to contact and then burst. But when you're playing that double initiator, you need to wash away the util. So the second you see things coming from the attackers, you wash it back with your own util.
I love the double drones as well. You see it down B long, down connector, and then NONGSHIM just turns this into an impossible execute to hold. You've got a relay bolt, multiple salvos backside in B. The A executes were almost impossible for RRQ to hold, and although they came up with a couple of good ideas, a couple of good setups. I particularly liked when they tried to contest A main with the Phoenix Jet and they had the reactive Sova ult, things like that. They had some ideas, but the rounds didn't quite pan out how they needed to, and it just felt like NONGSHIM had a better game plan on attack that they executed much better. Those executes looked almost impossible to stop, and I'm actually interested to see another team take on NONGSHIM when they're playing their attacking side to see who's got the answer for that, because that looked almost impossible for RRQ to deal with.
Where do you stand on the site? There's util everywhere.
You don't. You got to go fight
backside area is just absolutely covered as well.
Oh,
we have
got
to give a shout out.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see
check
this.
up on our friend.
After that game,
yeah,
he's had a rough time. I think he's got the RRQ jersey in the background here with his name on it. That was a rough day at the office for Trevor.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna let him have some rest. Actually, we'll put him away.
He should get some rest. He definitely should. Yeah. I hopped it over to Chobra's watch party, by the way, and like at one point he's cheering, and then another point his head is in his hands, and another point he's like, you know, he basically like went back to the hospital.
Emotional day to be an RRQ.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it always is though, man. Like. Yeah. This is just another series that RRQ unfortunately hasn't been able to close. This was very winnable for them. They played fantastic today. They played fantastic in kickoff and showed their potential again, but just couldn't quite get it across the finish line. And that's got to be very frustrating. Now both of the Indo teams are out, and you know, some of these Southeast Asian teams might have to just hope that PRX comes clutch through the lower bracket, I guess.
That's definitely what we're hoping for. I will speak on behalf of the Southeast Asia fans here. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, the question was always, you know, is it going to be enough this time around? Especially since, you know, RRQ, they did well against Gen G. They've been doing well, but is it enough? And unfortunately, this time, it still isn't. It's very frustrating.
Just so much Korean dominance. Like, the only region that's been able to beat Korea in this tournament is Korea. They haven't lost a game to any other region, guys.
Well, so far, looking at you know, the status so far with our teams, we're seeing.
Jim can try his best.
Good. it's not looking good. I mean, the match MVP for Francis.
Yeah, the match MVP's actually putting me over the top. I think you had the better team here, but you voted Francis the MVP, so it's very honest of you.
He deserved it.
Thank you so much.
He deserved it. I can't take that out, especially on the IGL.
Calling
on the
masterclass, yeah, the Teo to close it out. Yeah. Totally agree.
Thoroughly deserved, as sad as it is for my team here.
Yeah.
So.
And you know what? I guess the casters, well, they need a little bit of a break as well, you know, because especially after that second map, I feel like, you know, we still haven't had enough of a break. So guess what? We're not done yet, Pacific. We are not done yet. We still have one more series to go, and it's going to be between PRX and DFM. So don't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere. Grab some dinner or something, because we're going to be right back.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Can't wait for my surprise. Arms out and close my eyes. Been dreaming about what it could be. Oh yeah, you're good to me. So exciting, so refreshing. Brace myself for all these blessings. Show me now, please no more guessing. I'm ready. Never really done it like this before. No, never really had it like that. But I like it. It's something new. I'm down with the same old stuff. I'm ready to fall in love. I want you to show me something that I never experienced. I'm craving something fresh. Won't settle for anything less. Show up ready to impress. Never really done it like this before. No, never really had it like that. But I like it. It's something new.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. It might have taken a while, but we're finally on to our second match of the day. PRX versus DFM. And hey, this one's exciting because this is a bit of an off-season rematch, and this is also an elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams going head-to-head. We all saw it in the offseason. This is part of the reason why everyone was so high up on DFM, right? They managed to overcome this giant in the offseason, but now can they do it again when it matters?
I think a lot of teams have used PRX's shaky offseason as a bit of a measuring stick for their own hype. In some cases, they've been able to measure up to it. In some cases, they haven't. For PRX, though, down in the lower bracket, a team that has achieved so much excellence already throughout Pacific and even internationally, going out in the lower bracket here is just not an option.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I mean, you know, PRX not in an international. I mean, what is this, right? But granted, it was the off-season, right? And PRX, you know, they were a little experimental that time. You did have Jing on the Sentinel, so I highly doubt that he'll do that again in this match, especially since he's been doing so well on the Raze once again. But DFM at that time were also not playing with GN. So, you know, they were still playing with sets. So there are a lot of things that, you know, the planetary alignment just isn't right now for DFM, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot to prove today in this game, and I do think that victory in the offseason matters to them. Even if we say, you know, the roles were different, the roster was different slightly, you just have that confidence that, you know, in that head-to-head, when you're swinging against that guy, you know you've killed him before. That's the best way I can describe it.
Yes.
And it's like, that's a real mental barrier of, it stops PRX from being on this pedestal of kings of the region.
It gives you confidence. It's
Absolutely.
like, I have killed Forsaken before.
Yeah.
I can do it again.
It's definitely important. And we say so much of it, so much Valorant on the top level is about this mental game. So they need to use that off-season victory to their advantage, really start getting some self-belief, because they have a huge hurdle to overcome today to really get this lower bracket run going for them.
Yeah, totally agree. You need to ride that confidence and believe that a team is beatable, especially when they're a juggernaut like PRX. Even some points to the point of delusion where, you know, you think, I am better. And, you know, May is the perfect example of that. Regardless of the performance of DFM, this man comes up with the goods. He's good for so many plays. He's such a well-rounded duelist player as well. He does well in every part of the round, opening frags, high KPR and ADR, but a lot of clutches as well. He's got some of the most clutches out of any duelist player in this tournament, and you saw that in the GE series when it was getting down to it and they needed to get the series across the line. He was put in some difficult positions. He was able to come up with the goods.
Don't do that, PRX.
I mean, rough. I mean, it might have been a similar story over at the Radiant Invitational. DFM, you see there, upper final, 2-0 against PRX. That was a huge head turner for a lot of teams. You could put this same graphic and say, here we come, Radiant Invitational victory, and then they get slapped by PRX in the grand final.
I mean, yeah, it could definitely happen, especially since, again, you know, you're looking at that confidence coming in for DFM. Made also did say, by the way, that I'm feeling a lot more confident, and that's very important to me, which you mentioned is, you know, especially up against PRX, who have such great individual players, does indeed matter.
It matters a lot. For me, PRX are kind of the boogeyman of this region. For a lot of people, for a lot of the teams here, because they play so differently. They have their own unique style. It's very hard to practice to play against Paper X, and especially this man on the left here, Jing. He's explosive on the race.
He's definitely, that's the face of a boogeyman right there.
Oh, look at that.
Don't want that guy running into you in a dark alley, that's for sure.
Oh no, he's gonna
hands.
raise Satchel all over and he's gonna pop up behind you and everywhere.
100%, yeah. I mean, you're seeing pretty similar statistics across the board. May does play a fair bit of Raze as well. You know, maybe edging him out in the headshot percentage. I mean, May has just got such clean crosshair placement.
Yeah.
You've seen it in some of the rounds where he's holding backside Abyss and he's able to like one-tap 3 people who are coming around a corner because his mechanics are just that good and he's got very patient aim. Whereas Jing, you'll see him just satchel past someone and hold down mouse 1. I mean, he's not interested in clean kills. He's just interested in running it down and being entertaining and causing chaos.
Yeah, I view these as very different styles of duelist in a way, but that makes it fun to watch. Watch them go head-to-head. It's funny how you mentioned before as well about you have to be delusional.
You do.
When you're on these teams, you are delusional.
It's not only that. It's not only
in
about
the best way.
It's not only about you believing you can beat your opponent sometimes, though. It's even like if you see a team struggling, you're like, oh, okay, we could beat these guys.
Yeah.
You know, you see a team struggling in the off season, and even if you haven't played it, you make yourself believe they are a bit shakier than they might be.
Yeah, I just got distracted because I'm looking over at the Korean broadcast and there's some kind of image where it looks like they're PRX and DFM are they like Power Rangers or something?
Okay.
It looks something like that. I don't know.
They've got their memes straightened out.
Yeah. Oh no, they're fantastic.
Once you filter it through 3 layers of language, I no longer get it, and I just don't get the joke anymore. I'm like, that's funny, guys. Like, I love that one.
I mean, while we're on that topic, shout out by the way to the person who makes the thumbnails for the Korean broadcast, because those are so good. They are so funny. But you know, going into this series, we have our map vetoes. Maybe not as funny, especially since we're seeing some favorites come over from the side of DFM. Of course, PRX looking immaculate on Fracture with the way for second place at Teho, but you know, we're seeing Bind ban come in, as well as a Haven for the side of PRX.
I don't know if I like the Bind ban from DFM, although they haven't played it a lot. They did beat Leviathan in the off-season, but PRX looked a little shaky on that map, so a first ban, that feels somewhat wasted to me. Maybe it's just them wanting to get onto a comfortable map pool. Haven's a respect ban, though, coming out from PRX. They did lose that. That's the only map they lost in the grand final of the Radiant Invitational to PRX.
I do think it's interesting that we see DFM pick Abyss. Now, we saw them play it against GE, and you know, they have looked good on it this kickoff.
RRQ as well.
The last time PRX played Abyss was against DFM, and they won the map 13-2.
Slapped them.
So I don't think PRX are going to be too upset about starting on Abyss here.
Yeah, Pearl as well being picked up there by PRX. We saw some shakiness on Pearl already from DFM. They picked the ISO comp up against RRQ and they got absolutely slammed. But then Fracture was a third map as well. PRX have been picking that map this tournament.
Exactly.
Like I'm feeling very confident in PRX seeing this veto. Like they have 3 maps, they should be quite confident they can get a win on. And DFM, not only have they've banned Bind, which I don't know if I've been super convinced by PRX, especially in that T1 series. And then they're picking maps that they got slapped by PRX the last time they played them on it. Like I'm just not feeling this veto again from DFM.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a comfort pick for them at this point. You know, as you mentioned, they have beat 2 teams on it. They're like, okay, well, let's just you know, go with what we feel like, you know, works for us. But it seems as though the DFM hype train stops here. I'm really surprised with like Paper Thin.
Paper Thin.
This is the last station of the train,
wow.
Is it? We get off now. We get off now. Oh, what happened? Wow. Can I quote? DFM is gonna make an international. When was that? That was just weeks ago.
You heard it. He hates Japan. You heard it here first.
You have to respect it, though. You have to respect the bold calls. If no one ever has a hot take, then all takes will be mild, and it won't be entertaining, Mika.
Oh yeah. No. There's so much that we do for content.
But
you know,
I do think with the way the prediction's going, even though a viewer prediction here, this is a David versus Goliath big underdog story.
Yeah.
All the pressure's on PRX to keep moving, and DFM can pull off such a huge upset with the win today.
Yeah.
Hey, but we love those.
Oh, that's why we
love this region. So let's go over to the stage and begin our second series of the day, PRX versus DFM.
VCT Pacific 2025.
It's the rematch of the off-season game that kicked off the DFM hype train versus PRX. But PRX, hey, they're no strangers to the lower bracket. In fact, they even thrive in it, especially when it comes to qualifying for an international event. PRX do not miss these, at least not recently. So despite DFM's recent breakthroughs, just how confident could any team be up against an angry Rex?
Yeah, they are here to crush all Japanese fans' hopes. Zeta already knocked out of the tournament fairly concisely. Now they're here for DFM, who gave them a lot of trouble in the off-season and made people ask questions about PaperX. They're here to silence all those haters.
I mean, we expect a lot from PaperX. Everyone in the region does. They've been on top for such a long time. The fact that when they're battling their way through the lower bracket like this, you know, they've had those shaky performances. I think they need to win the conference. But what?
Oh, busting out the moves.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't seen moves like that. Since what is that?
He's walking the dinosaur.
Oh my god.
Oh, they have their own dinosaur. They have their own Rex.
Wow.
Be respectful to the Rex. He's
got the dinosaur.
They're here to bully PaperX today.
Oh, you just gotta love the vibes. I mean, DFM kind of winning me over with this walkout here.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning a lot of people over with their walkouts, with their flashy plays inside the server, and Mei is a certified national hero in Japan at this point. So
I'll tell you what's won me over the most is Art's Odin. I can't wait to see it again this time. I mean,
another unpopular opinion coming out of Morgan's mouth.
I think it's great.
There you go, fist bump between the coaches. I'm hyped for this match. I think DFM, they're going to know this is a difficult opponent in the lower bracket. They should never have been put in this position in the first place, and they just got to go out there with no pressure and just play the best they possibly can with this roster.
Absolutely. No pressure at all. You know, just never mind that it's elimination. It's okay. It's okay. Never mind that it's PaperX. You've done it before. You can do it again. But, you know, PaperX, again, this is one of the longest standing rosters here in VCT, and it makes me a little uneasy that, yes, they're in the lower bracket and everything, and we're like, oh, they're great, they're fantastic. But why? Why am I not sure if they're qualified for Masters Bangkok?
I mean, we all predicted them for this game, but again, it doesn't really speak to the fact that DFM do have a shot here. You know, we've seen it before. These teams are meeting in the lower bracket, so no more mistakes allowed. I feel like PRX are going to have some doubters, you know, after the last couple of games. I think they still have to prove that they deserve that top spot, that they deserve to go to Bangkok.
I think that I'm feeling a lot better about their prospects in this series when I saw how they dispatched of Zeta, and like I said, they're here to do the same against DFM. It's a biz to kick it off. They already absolutely slammed DFM in the grand finals of an off-season event. PaperX gonna back themselves with the same comp, and DFM a very similar comp. Jinbung's onto the Astra, which he changed a couple of games ago. Yeah. So both teams really backing themselves to run it back.
Yeah, it's still pretty standard across the board. I feel like I'm more surprised by this from PaperX. Yeah, I had to say, this looks suspiciously default. There's only one duelist in there. There isn't some kind of 3% pick agent.
Saving strats?
I mean,
no.
The Jinx Cypher thing is like, okay, so it wasn't just on the off-season? I don't know, it's making my eye twitch over here, so we're going to step right into this and toss it on over to Paperthin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, back once more into the breach we go. An incredible series to start off the day, and we're hoping for just as big of a banger going into this second one. DFM versus PaperX. This could be an incredible one here.
It actually can be. I mean, even though we all ended up predicting for PaperX, DFM has shown us that they have the ability to go toe-to-toe with them. They did it during the offseason. Now, the run back in the grand finals of the Age Invitational didn't look as good. It didn't look as clean.
To see PaperX not fully embrace Teo. I think it could have worked really well for them.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Nicely on potentially. So this is
Zen and Nen. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you. I appreciate that.
They looked so good for that run. Like, they beat EDG, they beat Trace, they beat the two best teams in China, they beat PaperX, and then they beat RRQ before that, and you're thinking these guys could beat anybody. But since then, in my opinion, in kickoff, they've looked a lot sloppier. They haven't looked like they had that confidence, that those reads that I was seeing, the ability to work the map a little bit. They look like they're just not quite as focused here for VCT kickoff.
Okay, PaperX on attack.
That groove.
DFM on
last performances.
defense.
I mean, Jinbung, the ace that he was able to pick up. Art, the Odin, already kind of mentioned there, but Kame, huge performances.
Makes a lot of sense that DFM picked this map.
He's pretty much always showing up. My eyes once again go to GN.
Keep some eyes
How
on
does he look? Because he has been pretty make or break for the
keep some eyes
successes and the
on
failures that we've seen from
Sentinel for
DFM
sure.
thus far.
That's the one thing you can take away from that GE series, above all else, was that GN did look better. He looked like a little more comfortable, was able to get some big clutches underneath his belt. So is that kind of comfort and
pressure over
confidence
towards
going to be
A.
enough
They smoke
for
off the
DFM
one
here
way
today?
to create
It's gonna
pressure like
take
they
better
could have
play
gone to the
calling,
right
in my
side as
opinion.
well.
I'm looking at
So.
Art. I'm looking at his ability to
And then we
move
had a
his
camera
chess
to see
pieces
if
on the board
anyone went
to
aggro.
keep track of PRX. Now, on this map,
With
it'll
the
be a little
pressure
bit
here, they're
different
now going to
because
head over
PRX
towards
isn't
B.
running something
But
off kilter.
honestly,
This is the
DFM should be able to have a good
quick
rotate
execute.
coming.
Jinbung, only one here. He's going to back off into the
Get a
smoke
KO
and try
here
to
if
wait
they want
this
to
out a
fight
little
it.
bit.
Your point catching on to
Ooh,
pretty
that's
much
a nice
everybody on the side of
shotgun.
PRX. I believe it's a 5-man suppress, but
Oh,
swing
that was
ahead of that
fast.
smoke bloom. Something able to find one, but then does get put down. Akame with a nice shot. As Sigan moves up to just go ahead and barrel stuff. Comes away with that elimination, and May will be
Mindfreak
taken
Soman
down.
flash was great.
Gian
Yeah.
and Art now have to try to somehow turn the tides of this pistol. Jing pushing forward.
And
Headshot
Jing didn't
coming
check
across.
his camera here as well, so they might not
Sound the
know
numbers
about
a
the
little bit
person
more.
flank.
Art
And
on the flank, however, this
not sure I
could
would
be
have seen
monstrous.
Art anyway
so far,
in this angle.
unnoted, unchecked. Spots one. There's the kill. Those of the others are going to be still lingering here within the side, but Divine,
No way.
what a timing! It's going to take it down now. It's all on Forsaken.
Okay,
GN will
nicely
be able to
done.
go ahead and find the kill.
DN was the
Diffuse
last
comes
kill.
in,
That's
DFM
one
claim the
for
pistol as their own.
DFM.
That was
And honestly,
crazy close. For a second there,
the flank from
I
Art
was
was
left
awesome.
scratching my head a bit by DFM. Tried to make that push out of B-Link
Definitely the
towards the site, and it was just smothered by
definitely
PRX.
thinking
Those smokes they had
Divine
to work with
probably should
were
have
very
got
much
that.
in their favor. It's a good catch there as
Don't know
well.
how
for
much of it was in
Paranoia.
replay.
But at the end of the day, it's just this late lurk. Art's able to get there just in
Okay,
time.
skipped
GN
it.
able to
Did
come
it
up with a big
nice.
clutch. Again, we said he was doing it against G a bit. Now we're seeing shades of that in the pistol to start. Something is going to grab an outlaw, though.
Okay, they go for the hero outlaw.
From this PRX squad.
No
We saw
armor.
Forsaken on
This is a little
Fracture
bit weird.
when he was
Normally
playing
you get
Sky.
dropped it and you have armor.
They are on the eco.
But he decides
Yes, it is.
to just buy it outright. No armor, so the Marshal could
Force up
one-shot
here
him.
onto this outlaw.
I like the idea
Wants
though, we had a
to find
recon
some
with a
value.
smoke, bottom and mid, so in theory if they are here, they should be
Sent
facing
over the
into the
top.
outlaw.
Quick clear out. I think I'm not going to get any kind of reveal there.
They're going to keep exploring mid, trying to find that opening pick with the outlaw, and seeing if they could scale off the back of that. Maybe take some mid control. Maybe bait out a little bit potentially, but instead something going to be looking in towards B. So far, DFM not really giving up anything. They've been very wary of some kind of
And something,
explosive trap play.
do they just wait for something's contact over towards B?
Now he knows that there's
Or
at
do they
least
go
one
fast?
player quite far forward here in mid. Tugs back, a little bit of reinforcement here from Jinbung, looking to try to set up this split fire. Jing able to overwhelm for one, but Jinbung comes away with three. Now it's just something with that outlaw in hand.
Necron FPS, thank you so much for the 31
Everybody other
months.
than
That's a
Jinbung
lot,
has full
dude. Thank
HP,
you for the tier 1.
Full armor.
Thank you,
Isn't
Necron.
going to get too much here for free. Slow peek, getting ready to come through. Dash at the ready. But May,
Okay, very,
a little
very
bit faster
nicely
on the
handled
draw,
from
will be able to
DFM.
take him down.
They lost a Marshal, that's it.
It's going to be 4 Bulldogs now. Outlaw does get recovered here, carried over. As DFM start things off 2-0.
Yeah, the backup plan from
This is gonna be
PRX,
interesting.
I don't know.
The money for
They got a little bit
PRX to
unlucky
see
because
what they're
obviously
gonna
they
go for.
didn't manage to get anything
Nice
out of the
combined
outlaw,
fire.
but I think
Even
they
though
could have
that
given him
knife gets
more
cleared,
chance. More chances.
still gives you a lot of information on an eco. You got to expect them to be a little balled
Ishiki,
up there.
thank you so much as well. Ishiki, appreciate
Patience,
that.
good
Tier
diligence
1,
shown
thank you for the
from
whole year.
DFM. Even though I don't
So something takes the hit,
Outlaw
because you got the
something
Marshal,
never got revealed
sorry,
until
the
the very
outlaw in
end
the
of the
round
round.
before.
Seemingly they
So
had
our
that in the back of their
entry
minds.
has a
That was revealed in the previous match.
Vector.
They were very, very aware
And
of.
they go fast sight, insert, knife hits 2.
A bit of util to back off Jinbung, but everybody from DFM is stepping into this.
Swing out, Forsaken going to be taken low, and Fly ends up getting taken down. Something does manage to answer one back. Getting rid of that pesky enemy Astra, but May set up here, decent line, is able to find one, but Jing comes away with 2. The Vandal to good use, the shot connects, Jing down to 10.
Super low on this, he just needs to stay
Still
alive.
living,
He
still
could
breathing.
even,
May just
he could
hang
honestly go
around.
for a
Dodges
wrap
it.
around if he wanted.
That shot actually might have connected.
Don't know if he's going to feel like he has enough time, but
Either way, the smoke dissipating, something not going to be noted here. At least not spotted by GM. Swing onto the corner, Forsaken, able to keep himself alive. Would have survived with 1 HP had the Sheriff shot connected. And we put GN under the microscope to see if you can try to make this at least a bit more costly. For the side of PRX, attention is split, still does manage to come away with a kill.
Right,
so only
not
2
bad at
players
all.
surviving. PRX get themselves on the board, stopping the bonus conversion.
Yeah, Jing here doing a great job, finding 2 kills. Just having the confidence to step out of that smoke, knock a couple players down. Hey, dude is so fast. So difficult to deal with. It's a great adjustment there. Forsaken, calm, cool, collected. Ready to make sure they're able to get that round to go through. This course has been a very good map for DFM so far this season, but a lot of their damage gets done on the attacker side. They're coming out the gate swinging, winning 4, 5, 6 in a row.
Dude, just
I like that
more
PRX
more
picked the attacker side to
more
start
B
here.
hits on this one.
Try
We
to
got
see if
the
they can
Odin.
set DFM off kilter
Odin guy
early.
getting his Odin now. We have a nade that
Sometimes as
forces
matches
that.
worn on, it's been
I
trouble.
like
That's
this
a
though,
lot of damage
and it looks like they've done a little bit of fort, having this smoke ready the whole time.
Angle, shotgun at his feet though. Makes it all the easier for something to go ahead and collect.
If they want it, they probably knew the nade goes here, so they give themselves a little bit of space with the smoke that goes there. So I like that.
Strikes him down.
There's at least a good amount of fort for DFM, but they did just get run over towards site.
Seems like they might be thinking about trying to go for a few picks.
Paranoia forces him back, but Mind Freak's
Might
able to
just be seeing
stabilize.
non-stop B hits. I mean, if they can't stop it.
Gets the kill, and now
do
it's all on. GN finding one,
Oh,
finding the other.
nice
Looks for
damage
that
though.
Transfer swap. And my God, had he
Can't
been
really
able to pull
buy
it off,
next,
it would have
but-
been devastating to PRX.
I mean, they
will
can
find
kind of buy
stability
next. You got
as they
3
tie
people
things
sitting
up
at
2-2.
around 3k.
Yeah, that's still nice.
There's 2 people
kills
that
in
can
a
get
way
hero
because
guns.
PRX's economy is still kind of
Yeah, they can keep the
clinging to
econ
life.
pretty low.
But Forsaken, so fast here. Oh, Forsaken.
Yeah, one stage they gotta try sort out
Really good. GN though,
shutting down B.
impact. That's what you're gonna need out of this rookie player, out of this prospect, out of ranked games that they were able to kind of try to
Straight up
find
B
that
hits
diamond in
again,
the rough
same
like
nade that
Gen
goes
G had
towards the
done
back.
with
This
Karan
time we don't
last
have
year.
the smoke to give any kind of space. Knife
fragment
goes in,
out
hits
deep.
3 this time.
Try to clear the back. This time around though, Jinbung
Hey, the
not
cancel.
gonna be sitting.
There is
Mostly
a smoke
Sheriff's
invested though
hero
that
rifle
creates
for
pressure that
May.
they
He's the
could have
sole
lagged.
player over on A.
Kind of over towards
Gonna have
site.
to go
Recon
absolutely
insta clears
nuclear
us. They get the info.
to shut this
And you
down
should
if they
see
keep coming through.
at one point a rotate over
much
towards A,
ambiguity
or at least
about
like one person rotating.
PRX's movements, they stomp around the map.
None whatsoever, so it will be a back pedal. May rotating around towards back site. Ready to go on the approach. Let's push up into the smoke. May able to find one, something dead. So went out. May keeping himself as safe as humanly possible, but does eat a good amount of damage. This Art arriving from behind breaks the trip. 3 players on that rotate. Jing playing
Dude, no
forward.
one watching behind, even though the trip's broken. Someone's got to
Dissipating
start
Cage
looking
there
for
to
it, right?
replace. Fly around the corner. TFM, how do you try to break yourself back into this position?
Oh, GN.
He's up over the top. Art does manage to find one. Classic in hand. Jin pushes out of the smoke, finds the buy. Things starting to get a little bit frazzled here. It all comes down to Jin. He can't find
Can
more
I see that?
impact.
Dude,
It's
I
gonna be
kind of
Mind Freak with
like
3.
this as an
And
idea
PRX the same
though.
on the board.
Because retaking through
big
spawn
round
is
win
really,
for
really
PRX.
hard. So the
Starting to
smoke
finally
here, that
get
means
that
that this is a
economy
one-way and you TP towards
rolling
the
a
top
little
is
bit
really good.
for DFM after saving.
Honestly,
They're gonna
reckon
invest
more
heavily
teams could start
themselves.
doing
It's
that.
an operator and an Odin for Art. God, May so fast off the rip, but not much he can do. Mind Freak coming up huge in this round. Locking those angles down,
Okay.
finding the final one.
Good morning for PRX.
Giving
Let's get the
GN a
buy round
chance
going.
to do any more
And
damage with that cheeky TP.
we got
on top of the box on A.
we got 8 ults and Art is one away from
4
his ult
ults.
as well. Similar start with
Art
the
one away from having that
B
Hunter's
util.
Fury.
This time they wanted to wait to see if there was an insta
Further
knife.
behind, but things can start getting relatively chaotic. It's going to be a TP forward in here from Mind Freak, and he's able to find value right off the rip. Jinbu going to be taken down. Something finds Akame. May's just
They
annihilated.
got to work out a way to
Brett
hold
Jen,
on to
no
this site.
opportunity to really
This one was a
even start to
little,
rotate towards this side of the
I
map.
say a little bit harder. This one was a lot
The
harder
rest of the
because
team just
that
gets
is
swatted to the side.
just
They
a
now
lot
have
of
to try to hold on to
util.
these guns.
Sova ult, KO.
It's one of those blinks and you miss it. Just a great execute from PRX. Lining up with some of their utility, a couple of the ults to really just smother DFM out. Great understanding where they might be positioned. They're starting to roll a little bit here on this attacker's side. Going to be able to keep the Odin at the very least, potentially.
The vibe picking up the op as well.
A hell of a shot.
Blinked, I mean, they just spam 3 ults.
Which we very well know that he is capable of just like that. Another 3K. And the most expensive weapon for DFM.
I mean, it's a strong site here.
Stranded on the floor.
Recon lands at the same time, the Omenal. We had
PRX now.
Sova ult, they're dodging that as well. Two people sending it over towards site. Nade towards the back.
Mindfreak TP's in, all the reveal as well from Forsaken. The Hunter's Fury
it's a really
clean out
bold
the top,
TP.
and just
It's
a good
cool though.
spray down from Mindfreak to find May. Anticipating that somebody would be up in that smoke.
Is it a bold TP? I actually don't think it is. Not many people are going to be
timeout
there.
out of DFM.
It's nice.
Certainly feels like
And PRX are one of the better.
prepared. I mean, not many
PRX are
people
one
are
of the
for PRX,
better
but this is a PRX
teams
playing
at fast
a comp
site
that's
hits.
not
There's always a good
anything
amount of
unusual.
thought behind it.
It's very,
And they thrive in chaos.
yeah, very what most people play on this map.
Which is why we thought they would probably play Teo a lot. But
Yeah, but this
did
is
I
the
see
thing,
the
we haven't
Chobra
really seen this
aftermath?
one from PRX.
What does that mean?
Coming into
What
kickoff.
happened?
So for DFM flying,
You about to tell me he
not
smashed up his
sure,
room or
okay, are
something?
there gonna
Like,
be
what went on?
change-ups to the comp? Are they going to run the same thing that we were seeing from PRX in the offseason?
No, he has the
What
shirt
do they bring
hanging
to
up
the
behind
table?
him.
Whereas
Tell me the
PRX
shirt's alright at
got
least.
to kind of sit back and study this map. A lot of other teams have been looking to, take the Abyss away from DFM because they have been looking so strong on it. But PRX say, we'll float it. We'll know that they pick it, and we're confident that we can shut them down. And so far, it's looking quite good.
Absolutely. I mean, and they have a great
He
read
still
on
has
the
the shirt
positionings
behind
of the
him.
players. I mean, you're seeing
About the shot?
well thought out
What
utility
did
with
he
like the
do?
fragments
He
to
take
clear
it
the
down?
back of sight. In that case, just a great TP into smokes, and then the Hunter's Fury as well to make sure that the screens area in between B-Link and B-Tower is dealt with, and then just understanding where May likes to opt from potentially. Had a great read on it.
He
May's
switched
gonna
to
pop
the
blade.
noodles.
See if Art's going to be able to set him up
The
for
most
something
loyal
explosive.
RRQ fans gone.
Trying to push with this drone, but because everybody's so far back on PRX, there's no real opportunity to get any value of that. Great awareness from PRX. Just anticipating that there might be an aggressive push, something I'm sure was talked about in this timeout.
They're on to spot, but they might not think. Oh my
Ooh.
goodness, the confidence is
Nasty peek there from something.
insane.
Kame not really standing a chance. And now
Yeah,
Chipko
the double
putting
the
away
move
at
they
down
does
62.
on stairs though, they don't get sound cues, so
May slow
you
on
probably
the
only hear him
rotates,
just
trying
as he
to make his way
peeks,
out of 8 man. Something
and
collects
his
another.
confidence
Jinko gonna be taken
really
down.
is through the
Now
roof.
Mindfreak starts getting involved once more, and he's just gonna go ahead and
And
double up.
Mindfreak's out here just TPing as well. They cannot
He's only
hold
made his way across to
the
mid.
B site.
That was a good
Tripwire about to be
They've
in
tried
his
a
way
couple
here.
of things.
Nice
3-person
unintentional
stack.
pun, by the
The 3-person stack was against like what, 3 ults. They tried
Something
going
on the
aggro.
hunt. Swing out.
Still.
May does manage to go ahead and find the elimination. The dash now popped. Jing around the corner. Weapon collected. Tailwinds forward. Knives just kind of flying blind. Finds another. It's going to be back-to-back 3Ks from Mindfreak as PRX now stretched the lead by 3.
He's
Now
just
what?
doing a great job being a
Because they got
pseudo-duelist
they got to
with
talk
this
about
Omen,
B.
finding the right
And
moments to TP in and start
scares me
popping
that
heads.
maybe PRX
Great
were just going to
use
hit
of the
A.
utility from Forsaken as well on the Sova.
He tracked perfectly. When he dashed
The
into the
master of
smoke,
all.
it was impressive. His
Master of
free
all
knives were
agents.
pretty close.
Continues to just show that he has tremendous versatility and value. No matter what the hell he's playing. Something as blades. It's going to be the opt for Divide.
Okay, full spy again.
old
We
classical.
got 3 ults for DFM.
Sometimes
Surely
just
they
give that
can win
thing
this
over to
one. We
Divide,
got
let
recon
him hold
goes
an
in.
angle.
Everyone's dodging the recon. We
It's
got
very
similar
hard to
setup
get
with
a
the
read.
Cypher cam spotting.
Especially when they're on the attack.
He had a little bit of pressure from
Likely to be
middle in
picked
terms
up
of a
and
recon.
Might just end up being a full
Smoke,
5-player
recon.
send into A.
Great. Pressure
pick
over
up here
towards
from
middle.
Jing.
Drone clears
Worry
it, so the
about
2
potential
that were here
forward
to help
pressure there in
the
mid.
jet can now go over towards the sights.
Really pushing these angles.
Considering just another big hit.
But then they just try a full retake. Yeah.
DFM is
I
playing
mean,
so
that's
far
pretty much
back,
what
so
they're planning
scared.
on this
GN
one.
has
Everyone's
to
playing
play
right
for
side side.
retake.
Hunter's Fury going to be sent here from Art to try to go ahead and stave things off on the approach. Something at the same time, though. Already forward
Yeah,
from
they-
my bridge, but GN
They
can
love
find
this
that kill, but
little... Dude,
Mindfreak
Mindfreak is frying
just
them.
continues to
They're loving this little
absolutely
double send.
destroy and dismantle.
Omen
destroyed,
smoke
Art
deep,
tucks
dash
back,
into it.
smoke
Omen
dissipates.
TP into it. They're basically
Will
playing
be
double
noted,
duelist comp
Mindfreak
at the moment with how
out for
Mindfreak's
blood, looking
playing.
for more. A massive hunting squad coming through. Jinbo, however, going to be able to answer back too as Kame gets Jing, and suddenly
It's
Divine
not a
is
great
the last
plant
one
for you.
standing. Time ticking. The spike not planted at all here for him. Does have a fragment and a flash. And Divide pull a rabbit out of a
it's
hat.
fast.
That's the start. Looks to go up and over the top. Tries to go for the quick scope. Tucks back. Still playing with time. Tries to hit the flick. Swaps to the shorty.
What's going
the
on?
classic swap though from Art. Will be able to get
Oh,
it
no
done.
time, right?
Defuse can
Oh, no,
be
he's
held.
fine.
The
He's super
rounds
fine.
can be
I said
won.
the wrong thing.
DFM
Okay, well,
narrowly scraped by.
this
as
was
they get themselves a third victory.
Well,
This
this
was
is one of those
not
rounds where you think
the
it's done, you
cleanest,
think
but-
it's over, and then PaperX gets obliterated.
they win a round
All of a
and
sudden, it's
everyone goes
Divide
down
with an
apart from
encore,
one though, so
guys.
money's really, really low.
Guys?
Yep. Mind Freak's just like, well, I haven't got my 3K yet.
Yeah.
I have to get my 4th in a row.
Guys, come back me up. We're pushing Spawn.
I mean, maybe a bit of a right lap there from the side of DFM,
Okay, well,
but
A
Art
didn't
clearly
work,
still
so
stressing.
maybe back over towards B on this one.
Narrowly got away with
Yeah,
that.
if it was a good plant, he has a better chance, but
Feel bad for the desk.
Classic PaperX.
Yep, classic PaperX. Snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory.
If they're not having fun, nobody is.
That's true. I mean, I'm having fun.
Especially the chat.
No.
That's okay. Quick little jiggle peek out.
let's highlight the money while we're waiting for them to exec
Well, they're just
over towards B.
leaving mid wide
There's
open.
3 people that come by
Just kinda
next,
playing for these
so
big executes. I'd like to see DFM.
would be devastating. And
little
instead
bit
of playing
more
retake
proactive
like
than
they
they
wanted
are.
to the round before, they decided to
Swoosh May up.
fight over towards site.
Swaps over to the
And
shorty
something
and
has
will
pretty
give
much just
out to
headbutted
Jimbo.
him and won the duel with a shorty.
Recon. To try to get
And
that
that
clear,
recon's
and Akame
incredible.
takes an immense amount of damage. Tucks back around to safety. Spike now planted. May
Okay.
doing well to find one.
Dude, look at the
Taking
HPs.
down that
So
Odin,
many
not
low
finding purchase
HPs.
something, however, still finding some value, but May dashing
Oh
forward.
my.
Finds himself a 4th, now on for an ace. Updraft dashes over to the side.
I thought he
Akame
got it.
steals it away.
I thought he got it. Damn,
What
that's
an effort from
impressive, though.
May.
May has just owned this on the
But a fairly
flank.
clean round in response
three
here for
people
DFM where
survived,
they
so the
so
money
desperately need it. They'll
a
make
lot
the
better.
gap shorten now down just to 1 round.
It's just the way.
Oh,
And
mate,
it's
he's just so
exactly what the
talented.
doctor ordered here for DFM. Sending May down mid early to try to get that extra angle. Okay, Jinboon.
How does he win
you
that?
go down to some shorty shenanigans. You shouldn't feel bad. Many have suffered at the head. God, that is disgusting.
The wide swing out as well, utilizing against something. And almost there with the ace.
Yeah. Didn't
Given the
even,
position here from
didn't even
DFM,
comment
I don't
about it.
think May at all concerned
Okay, now it
about
gets a
that
little bit
whatsoever.
scary for
Just
Paper X,
happy to
because
have that
if they lose
allowance
this,
go
they
their
then
way.
have to eco as well. One pass, well, 2 people.
Talent. Just one of the best we have in Pacific.
Oh, Jing. Okay.
Yeah, DFM going
Quite
for an
a risk
aggro
getting
push on
pinched
this.
there. As the cam to go ahead and further note.
Meanwhile, something.
He is in quite deep.
They're going to have no idea. No, they pinged it. They know.
They have
Yeah, I mean, they
sneaky
saw him.
suspicion, and now it's going to be
They saw him
confirmed.
early.
Something quick movements, trying to.
Dude, look how
sell
many
this is
people have
going
to go
be A,
deal with
breaks the
him
door,
though.
and yep, 3
Like
players
look at the mini
swung
map.
across
One
over
person over
towards this
towards
east
middle
side.
causes
Drones
5
meantime,
people
though,
just to start searching,
chasing forward.
and they have a free
Drone's
sight.
going to be taken, Forsaken now 1 off that next Hunter's Fury.
Smoke allows them to
Flash up over
cross.
the top, connecting on a couple different players. The press there as well. Jinbong trying to hold things down at back
Yeah, you
sight.
gotta kill like 2.
Good for 1 thus far. It's back away. Gets the dink through the corner and sprays down for 2.
He did it.
Suddenly just Jing and something.
I wasn't expecting him to do it, but he did it.
Spike stranded back sight. Spot out onto 1. The smoke dissipating the cage there to obfuscate for now. You know, thought available, but the corpse just not quite in range there for Jing to try to use it. Does have the spike and can go for the plant. Paranoia cross connecting
Oh,
on
flash
both.
was
Something
incredible.
drop. Jen goes up
Yeah,
over the
Omen
top.
flash
May
tank
finds
both
another.
of them,
3
man.
players once again surviving. DFM tie things up
Dude.
at 5-5.
That's
this is just
that's
such
pretty
great
big. They're gonna actually put
understanding
up
here
a
from Jinboon. He's had a
great
couple
score on defense here.
kind of questionable.
They got
It's
5
not really his
already.
fault. There's just
That's
been good
normally like
utility
a
from Paper X to flush him out of that
normally like
backside
an alright
position.
half.
And this time he plays it on an angle because he has a little bit more comfort and safety to
Now
do
there's
so
2
that
people for
he
Paper X to come by.
can avoid any utility if it's going to be
What
there.
is that one?
God. And instead, he's just able. Look at this. The way he's playing this angle is so good. He's got that smoke there to cover for him. And that allows him to potentially dodge any util that's going to come and make that fight way more difficult for Paper X.
And I think Forsaken even just kind of counter swinging back in without realizing that he had taken that headshot.
I'm out DFM.
Caught off guard, but timeout call. And
We sure about that?
I believe the graphic is wrong. This should be a Paper X timeout.
Yeah, I was
given
gonna
that we
say
have
this
one
one's
subtraction
showing
from
here. I
both.
don't know which one we believe. Okay, there we go.
You would have to imagine.
It would be.
That
Yeah,
makes,
there we go.
that makes
Updated.
way more sense.
I was gonna say it would be bold to say the very least, and to be kind.
Yeah.
For TFM to call a timeout after that.
I'd probably be pretty irate myself. I might just take the headset off and walk downstairs and go have some words.
How do you say, what are you doing in Japanese?
I don't remember.
Well, for now.
It's nandesu ka? I don't know. What is this? Like,
yeah. A little shake of the
Team
head
huddle
there.
at the start of the game.
Clearly
You're probably just
frustrated
reminding
that
them about like game
these
plan
last
stuff,
3
or
rounds
just like
of
motivational speech normally.
fairly clean from DFM. Things have gotten a bit out of sorts.
Our one would pretty much be
Trying to keep the players
Yampy
calm.
gives some kind of
4
motivational
offense, nearly
speech.
5 ready
I
to
would
be
then
utilized
talk
here for
about like
PRX.
game plan. We would always pre-plan like the
Lives drawn
first
up
5
first and
rounds,
foremost.
to be
Divide.
honest.
If you can get an
And
orb or a
then
kill, we'll have
5 seconds of
that
Yampy barking
ready
to
to go.
get everyone
Jing
pumped up.
pushing up into the smoke. GN up over the
And then
top.
go
With Shorty in
liquid,
hand,
and then
reads it like a book.
you go play the game. Pretty much how it went on.
Something looking for the chase. Can't quite
How long is the huddle? I mean, however long you
on
want.
top of May here fast enough. Who Jiggle peeks back out, spots him even further.
Am I calling Yampy a dog? No, it literally
Divide just goes for the
to get
plan.
people pumped up, we would just make him
Divide will be
bark.
called in from Jinbung as he slowly makes his way across. May, what is that readjustment? Finds something. Divide going to be on the ground. Can be revived potentially, but here comes Art. Mows him down with
Hey,
the Odin.
dude, they're putting up
And that's
good
the Diffuse
numbers
and the
here,
lead
chat.
going the way of
They're putting
DFM.
up good numbers.
oh man, this is just such better patience now from DFM than.
Goodbye.
Oh,
Rip.
I mean,
Congrats, Mind Freak, on the
Last
kill.
round in the half.
why?
he won.
Did he think it was the last round
Did
of the half?
he? Was he
might
one
have.
away from? Oh,
Did he just
oh.
lock you? You just sent Nightfall around 11.
No, but it might have been smart, right? If he's
Either
one
way,
away from ult.
Whatever.
It's a
No,
chat
he
maneuver.
does it on
Yeah,
purpose,
I'll
right?
Give you that.
I mean, this is. I mean, he's so annoying with that.
Yeah, he
Odin.
got the ult point and got
But
his
he
orb.
just-
He's a genius.
My work here is done.
He was one away.
All right then.
All right, he's got it. He's got it. It's round 12. They have the money for it, so you know.
Please tell me you read this time.
Oh my God, GN once more. Out does Jing. Immediately TP's out to safety and May. Beams down
Oh
Mind
boy, they
Freak.
got 5 on attack.
Hunter's Fury opened up Forsaken, gone fishing. Hits the drone, but that doesn't lead to much of anything. They'll find their way forward into
Nice
the
shots.
side, but May. Another great shot, push up into the top and defy. Whip City from him there. 4 players left standing, damn near flawless. DFM will garner a lead at the half of 7-5.
A half of streaks outside of the pistol and the follow-up, 5 for each. And it's just better patience from DFM. They're just kind of letting PRX have the sights. They're not trying to fight during the executes. They're just going to say, you guys come on through.
Not the
That's going to
cleanest
give us
one.
time to make our maneuvers,
I think that's
especially when you're losing Jing
that's safe
early.
to say.
Losing that flank control, it makes things a lot more difficult. I mean, yes, May is kind of hitting players as they're coming through with the op, but
Would he have won it if they hit?
coordination.
Probably not.
kind of criminal there that GN gets away with the exact same maneuver towards Catwalk.
Dude, what a recovery
rounds in
from
a row. It
DFM
is
though.
sometimes.
PRX maybe should have just stuck to the B
I had a
heads.
thought. I
But
took a look back.
Yeah.
Rewound it here on YouTube, and Art on the defuse, one away from Hunter's Fury, had gotten
he
tagged.
may would have slow moed that.
So jumps off the
The
side of the
whiff,
map.
yeah,
The Vault
probably.
Orb goes into the final round of the half with a Hunter's Fury.
Play guys are savages out there.
Calculated as all hell. Sorry for doubting you, Odin King.
He had the money. Might as well.
Can the
then.
coach speak between half times?
Very
Yeah.
smart.
Everyone can speak in half time.
There had to be a reason. Art just doesn't do that.
I was also fully fine with him just being like, yeah, screw it.
Yeah, whatever.
Jumping off the side, don't care.
Makes a lot of sense. That was my first thought. I was like, did he get the Hunter's Fury?
Either way. Great little adaptation, and DFM doing well to come out ahead here on the half. Pivoting now over onto their attack. How will they fare?
I mean, usually the attacker side pretty good on this map, but
No, yeah, that is the
it's
that is the thing.
I'm not
Normally
sure what
this
to
is like a
expect. This is usually
7-5
where
half.
DFM does a lot of damage.
So for
They're
DFM to
really
get 7
scary.
and then go to the attack side is
They're
great.
really well coordinated. They're very aggressive.
Pistol rounds,
They're
1-0.
not like super obsessed.
Wait, is that
with
right?
mid,
Yeah, it is 1-0.
but they do have a lot of smokes to kind of make it difficult to track exactly what they're doing. And it's just really good post-plant protocols and good executes You know, May has zero fear, and he'll push very deep sometimes into your lines and just start cutting you down before you're even really understanding what's going on. So for now, they're taking a peek at mid. They're leaving May towards A lobby. Just kind of keep track of PRX. Just look for those early push outs. PRX is
drone spotting too.
Full on thinking.
The drone puffing is kind of nice, to be fair.
They've got no contact anywhere on the map. They have no
You
mid
always
control.
clear the
There
close.
just isn't a ton of information for PRX to work with. You're just gonna have to settle in and kind
I
of.
mean, something gets good info here now. Something just cleared all of this.
Yeah,
nothing following it. Rotate comes in. There is a question mark over towards middle for sure.
Starting to cheat over towards
But they
mid.
can at least start the
Plays
rotate.
Now,
Kinda.
players starting to storm their way through.
They're so confident they were going heavy mid on this. This Omen Flash is incredible.
Going to be taken down. Spike still stuck here. Trying to
Yeah, I
push
was
their
gonna
way
say,
out.
he's
Jin
gonna
Book
get
able to fight
popped
for
from
one.
sight,
Coming
though.
against the other. Mind Freak and Forsaken both hit the floor. A site now open for the taking. DFM
Double
gets planted
pistol
as they
because
look
this
for another
retake's
pistol win.
nightmare and something just pops heads.
Push up. Jian trying to hold the line.
All that.
It's a falling Akame dead at the same time. Now down to just 2.
They're low HP. May has.
Taps playing ring around
May's
the
flanking
Rosie,
and he's
swinging
got
around the back.
2 people that can get 1 shot.
Gets
Okay,
the head
everyone
shot
else can
on
get
the
body
one,
shot.
The pine shot. I believe they're on the Jing. And something with just no
Holy
HP.
double pistol shot.
Cannot
Dude, May's playing
survive. DFM
incredible
will in
right
fact
now.
take the second pistol. And now move
2
up
and
8
0
to
for
5.
pistols.
Again, May. This is what makes him so tricky. Is he's so aware of the map where he can find space, and he will push angles, and he will find those opportunities to strike you
I
from
mean, he
the
does
back.
react
Not
really
only
well
is his
from
mechanics
again spotting
outrageous,
double.
map awareness
He
is
knows
very,
max
very
there can be
good, too.
1 person holding him. It takes a lot of
Smother
space.
PRX out of this. Great hold from Jinbung. And this map has been so fruitful for DFM so far this year, and seemingly going to be a, on this map 3-0 start. See if PRX can bounce back. They're gonna have some.
They're really trying to pressure
Mate,
this one
Forsaken
out. Jinbung down
is
to 18 HP. Needs the high tail.
holding that W key.
Bailing him out is Jian and Art. It's merely all a ruse. As Jinbung stays alive. PRX losing out on some of their firepower here. Mind Freak slowly trying to drift back.
Like the idea from PRX. You know that there's no Cypher on the other side, so you might have an opportunity to slip the net, get past the flanks of DFM and see if you can find some freebies, but they do a great job of reacting to it there. Jinbung able to hang on by a thread for the reinforcements to get there to bail them out. Now they're just going to line up.
2 on site and Devi has a sheriff. Let's see. Damage is important. If they could get more than 1 kill, then it's guns out of them.
There's a sheriff for Devi. Could do some damage. We know how good he can be.
0 point considered there. Devi now sending it. Not going to be cleared, but doesn't get a catch onto anyone, I believe. They know that there's some presence, but they don't know how many.
Left.
Now Jing just staying put. Just up and over the top. Mind Freak able to find the one. Finds another. Art going to be eliminated.
And Mind Freak's doing
Top
damage, though.
site.
That's the kill that they wanted.
Finds the kill. Jian
They probably
very
only
well
just
aware
that, right?
of Jing's position. Swings back over. And, that's so very close to finding that headshot. But the
Okay,
bullet just
1 gun
did
out of
whiz
them.
right
The bonus
past
is
his
still
ears.
great for DFM. Let's see what PRX has got. Double pistol is always really hard. If they, I mean, they got to string double buy around
On
together.
this map, even against PRX. No big issues for them. All it took was that 1 round where PRX overextended and got punished, and since then it's been all DFM.
When is May not incredible?
And
No,
yeah, there it is.
he's
I was
insanely,
waiting for it. I like how we have a
insanely
microphone
consistent.
in there now, so we can get the sound effects too.
I mean, or that mic was out here in the audience and he just slammed it so loud, so hard that we managed to hear it all the
That
same.
was actually the caster mic, yeah.
Well, something. Dash at the ready,
Oh,
waiting for the
boy.
smoke to dissipate, but ends up getting shot. Tag down to 70.
And nearly got owned,
try
to
to
be
start
honest.
off the
That
anti-bonus.
might have been a, might have been a free sight.
Fortunate to not be taken out of the equation.
This is starting to look pretty dire for PRX.
Dude, something's everywhere. There's no way he's going to push down
weaponry.
middle.
bit
You at least
weaker
wait
on the
until
side of
50
DFM,
seconds,
but they're
right?
So patient.
Oh my goodness.
Every single round has been them just
something walking right into it.
Yeah. And Gen's real patient.
feeling it today.
They're going for the old FPX strat against PRX where you just hold a default
This
for a
is the
long,
DFM
long time.
that I started to believe in. Just making good reads against their opponents. And in this case, all it is just patience. That's something that can really befuddle PaperX. You see with Team Secret all the time, well, they'll just wait them out.
Okay, fake over towards B.
A bunch of util and then
3-person.
Look at this. I love this.
1-person rotate to check over towards middle. Empty site. DFM are absolutely owning with this one.
Yep, DFM able to go ahead and get into a post-plant situation.
30 seconds.
Try to convert this bonus and get themselves
Fake over
up to
towards
10.
B.
Mindfreak first on the scene. Roaring start in that first half.
Man, they're not messing around.
Pull back some of that magic.
How'd you retake this one?
Paranoia sent across the swing onto the corner of the Nebula there to greet May. He's hanging out, jump forward. Mindfreak, Forsaken, Jing, all able to find one apiece. Forsaken now getting himself a second.
How have they done that?
Waiting this out. Should know that they are holding for it. The cage,
Ooh,
another
double
one
cage.
gonna be planted down. The defuse, it's just a body block.
No way, the
Forsaken
double
with the
cage
count
actually
fire.
owned it. That was
Manages to
sick from
find it.
Jing though.
All in all, for a
Cage
bonus,
goes
3
in,
weapons taken out of
got
the hands of
half
PaperX.
extra
Not too
cage,
bad, but for DFM, that was a
extra
very
half on this
winnable
one.
round.
I can't even believe they managed to get onto site and have number advantage. Don't really know how they done it. I will say DFM should have probably had a better crossfire like backers site
PaperX able to
instead of turtling in the
hit 3
smoke.
different
But
players almost simultaneously, and then DFM is just kind of thwarted being able to come through with that round. But still, some work to be done for PaperX. They're going to make a comeback on this. Still a bit away from most of the most impactful ults. Yeah, you've got Mindfreaks. GN one away from
why does he have 2 cages?
from the shadows
I mean,
as well, but
for the retake for that exact situation.
Big of a deal. See if I can eat my own words there. Whenever I say that, I seem to channel somebody doing a crazy TP that works.
Shock Dart not finding a connection there. Art still full HP, wraps around. 5 players set up and ready to attack onto this B site. 0 point gets at least
Not talking about money. We got 2 people. Actually, is that even true? We got 3 people that can't buy for PaperX.
So patient, our DFM.
2 full loss bonus. I mean, they could all buy.
The good news is
armors.
This time for PaperX, you got a little bit more info. Over towards A, you've got something checking. I think the only thing I'm not totally sure about is what Mindfreak saw at mid before he backed out.
Jing spotting hard. And May taking down Jing, swinging around the opposite side of the pillar. Huge value kill to be found. Pops the cyber cage and Art swings right
Yeah, we're
out
looking
into
good.
his
Are we on
crosshair.
top of this mid luck? I feel like we are. We got the info trip. Ooh, info trip goes down because they got hit by the knife.
Goes for the re-peek.
Yeah, dude, nicely done. Okay, this is what PaperX needs. Clean rounds. Money's good. One armor rebuy. That's
running
it.
back the map, closing the gap down.
Do they need
just
to
2
hunt this
rounds.
badly?
Well, now
10 seconds left.
Probably not.
better recognition of the map here for PaperX.
Oh, Kame, okay.
No. Don't.
Oh, Kame.
Don't do it. Don't do it. This time you haven't been hit. You can't get an orb off that.
I thought he was just going to go for the swing and end up dying. Give Forsaken his
yeah.
ultimate there, but Jing being the big boon here.
I miss a
for
great from
PaperX
Jing.
in the round.
Double impact in the round
Started
so
himself
far.
nicely, and that's where the wheels kind of come off a bit in the calling for DFM.
Yeah, and Forsaken there just
In
in a
regen
position where
armor
the
is
Paranoia doesn't
useless.
hit.
It's like okay for snowballing.
Safe. He wasn't exactly sure if anybody would be
There's
coming
very
to vent.
little situations that
double-checking and
regen
found a great timing
armor is
there to
like
pick up
bought
that
for,
double.
to be honest. Just sometimes if you have the money for it, it feels like.
An outlaw.
That's nice.
Boy. Well, that's high value.
Thing
but
is,
Akame
if you hit 5 with the
takes
knife,
out
do you want to keep
Mindfreak on the
going with
peak.
it?
I mean,
Maybe.
Why is he swinging so aggressively, despite them noting all 5 players?
It's at least very. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying.
Great
It's
question.
like, you might want to put a cancel on that.
Kame going to be eliminated. Devi swooping around the smoke is able to find May.
As long as
it
everyone
doesn't matter too
chill.
much.
I can't believe they're
Will stay
still
alive.
taking these duels because in
Rest coming
theory
through,
something
coming
is the
back
person to
into
make
the
the play
fray.
here. Comms go
Something
out
is
there.
swung around
Forsaken's
here
10
from
HP.
behind.
Dude, he's
Forsaken
10 HP,
continues
sits
to
in
hold
exactly the
things
same
down.
spot and he's owned him.
Something now ready to strike and undo all their solid efforts. There it is. Spike on the floor. GN, last one standing, with just no health to really speak of. He's going to try to
Okay, wait for the
make this
double
a little
swing
bit
on
more
this as
bloody,
well.
a little bit more costly for PaperX, but he cannot.
Very
And
nice.
it's another one of these rounds where it feels like DFM
Divide
are in a
did great.
great position early.
Devi really did do
But it just
great though on the
narrowly
site.
gets away from them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, but
Dude, the flash came in late as well, so the peak looked really
ain't having any of it.
questionable.
So
like really,
sturdy,
really
so
questionable.
stalwart, him and Forsaken. Just making sure that B site
We're
is
waiting.
completely
Yeah, no,
unlocked
he
out,
waits for the double swing.
allowing time for something to make that flank. I mean, this is the thing. Even though Mind Freak dies there, the important part is the information, because they know that all five
they
are
did
there,
learn
they
some
know that they're gonna
discipline in
have
the
opportunity to
offseason, no
make
doubt about it.
something
Ooh,
okay.
okay, this is big.
Long drift all
He
the way
updrops
into window,
early
and
before the
Jinbum,
barrier,
they knew he was
so they
there.
don't,
He
so they
gets
don't
cleared
hear
out.
it, and then he just
The
floats
recon,
over there. That's
something
awesome.
just gets the one tap.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
there's a couple of places on
disgusting
this map that you
shots.
can do it. Everyone does it over towards A on defense. I didn't
Starting
really
to come online.
realize that you could do it on B as
They've
well.
lost a bit of map control. They can lean towards A, though, because something hasn't received any more contact. The only big question mark for Paper X is what the heck happened in mid. But as we can see, May has already made his way up into vents. Gonna have to be loud to break that door. Had the Blade Storm popped. Just waiting. The rest of the team to arrive, but it's going to be a bit of
May with
uncomfortable
nice.
execute.
They just use the.
Other players able to tuck back.
They just
There's
use
May
the
on the
knife.
offensive, pushing forward, up and over the top, looking for Ching.
Okay,
But
I
Ching
mean
will
that's
be able to find
that's
the
the main
headshot
person
chance.
shut
Able to
down on
take
this
him
one.
down.
It should
Weapon
be
recovered,
okay
Mind
to
Freak's
clean it
spraying
up.
through.
I was
Almost
interested to
quite
see
a
if
bit of
Devi was
damage here.
going to save his knife for when they 100% work out where May
Spike
was.
now being shifted into position from
30
GN.
seconds
Plan
left.
coming down. Art makes his way up into tower. Peeks down low. Something here on the corner. The swing out.
What a shot.
Art so snappy with it. Finds the headshot. Hunter's Fury is online. Being
What a
into
shot.
disconnected position.
Dude, double.
GN is able to find Mind Freak. Now Forsaken. Needing to be the hero here in a 1v3.
Scanning ahead.
Recon out to main. Ping across. Swings out. It's not
Everyone's
ready
going for
GN.
one
Close on the
taps
box.
after
It's a
it.
thrifty for DFM.
Okay, didn't they
To
manage to
break
pick
the
up
run
3
back.
guns, right? Does Art get one as well?
And keep Paper X
Oh boy.
at a disadvantage.
Who knew that first kills were
Yeah,
actually
May did great, and honestly the idea is pretty good. Yeah, oh, nice
That's the
replay. We
way
actually
this
got it
match has
before
been
the
going.
barrier went down.
What a maneuver here. Insane stuff from
Yeah, it's
something.
so
We're going to be
sick.
seeing that play
One enemy remains.
again and again, I suspect. But again, this is just such a good idea overall. Like the macro picture for Paper X is good.
Op now for something. This is where
Paintings
he
a little
really
sloppy
kind
in the long run.
of comes alive.
Take flight.
See
Got
if
deep
How
recon
they can
going
bounce
over
back a
towards
little
spawn. Is
bit.
going to clear everywhere over towards
DFM
A.
is
And something
comfortable, but still not out of the
something
woods
lost
by
his
any stretch
angle
of
because he wants to
imagination.
rotate, even though he's in charge of just solo holding over towards A.
He'd already been using the drone.
But he does go back to the
Colonel's a little bit more
angle.
presence,
We
though, as
are
Mang tailwinds
we are
forward,
learning.
Swing in, and oh, it's
No
so quick with it.
way.
Finds Art.
There's a
finds May,
nice
but Art
fast trade.
finds him
Forsaken
back.
managed to get one through smoke.
Solid trade, but player advantage
I
still
want
here
to
for
say,
Paper
unless he
X.
just
Looks like
disrespected
they're
the
willing
smoke
to
in
just go ahead
heaven.
and
I'm
give
not
up some
entirely
space and
sure.
Look for the retake. Perhaps a Hunter's Fury from Forsaken to delay.
Forsaken has his ult.
Yep.
Oh, ult for ult.
Hunter's Fury coming out.
Oh,
looking for a little bit
Forsaken
more.
got hit and Devi got hit
Tag on the
too.
one.
Actually got
Hazard
quite a
Divide
lot
now
off
gonna be
of
called
Art's
in.
ult here.
Kame still alone
Mind
here.
Freak, that's
Mind
crazy.
Freak caught, trying to play aggressively, trying to push forward. Divine something, finding a kill apiece. The 2 players remaining. Jinbum finding one. Attempted a caterpillar smoke forward.
He
That
knows.
shorty in
Yeah.
hand.
He knows.
You know, spikes
Cosmic
down.
Divide is not
Insta
gonna last too
rotate
much
over towards
longer here.
heaven. This is nice for him as well.
Wall now expiring. Spike still on the ground. Picked up by Jinbum. How does he decide to play it? Goes for the tap. The knive's going to be popped out. Something. Spotting if they spot each other.
Whoa.
The right click. Not going to connect. Draws out
No
the
way,
shorty.
2 HP.
And in the most something
He's
fashion,
giving it as well.
he will manage
Oh
to
my
find
god,
the
this
kill
one is
as he
close.
slowly drifts down 2 HP.
Okay, so I mean,
The
Mind
difference
Freak's play
maker
looks a little bit questionable, but he
Paper X
is
keep
trying
things
to
so
enable
tight-knit. One
his
round
team to get
separating.
through.
Has tremendous
ult to trade him.
confidence, and Jinbum has a good read.
Spacing was
Catches
a
the
little
TP
bit
in.
off, man. He nearly went down
Big
for
shot from
nothing,
something
but
with the op.
they did get the
Oh,
kills
that
in the
long
end.
angle
Shout
for
out
the
to
Cosmic
something, 2
Divide.
HP though.
But
His decision making
it's
is
hard to play
nuts
it better, but
sometimes.
something just
Oh boy.
can't feel too confident about that one. That was the
No, but
literal narrowest of
it
margins.
did reset them, so you got to start looking at the money. There's
spot
2
there
people
under a
that are
couple
going to
different
have like
players, but
2,000 after
No,
this.
he has the operator.
There's
Unless
going to
he's
be
passed it
similar
over to Divine once
situation
more,
for Paper X as well.
Not as likely at this point.
Yeah.
The real
Nuts
question
is in good. Yeah, sometimes.
Would you have anticipated him to be
Sometimes good.
He has
The drone all the way outside of the map to see if there's anyone close for something to take the angle. And it looks like May's in the only pause that this doesn't reach.
Operator now on the floor. I mean, just an unassisted peek. Not getting much as Art. Oh, pop flash gonna fully connect onto him.
It's a nice trade back. They go proactive over towards middle with literally all
very
four.
much in the hands of PRX.
Recon
was
kind of useless, I'm not gonna lie,
well
but
going
so
to be invested. May goes in on the entry. Spike still being brought forward as Forsaken gets the reveal. Line is in. 3 peeks and manages to find the shots. 3 for him. So now it's all down to May. Tried to be the hero.
Very nice for Forsaken. Holy. This Omen flash was sick though from Mindfreak.
As we get tied up 10 to 10.
Lined them up. Tarway with the tier 1. Dude, 30 months. Thank you so much, Tarway. Thank you. I appreciate
everybody
that.
else is in mid.
And this was the round that they needed though. There's 2 people that are sitting at like 2,500 I think.
On a solo mission, which is very interesting for the Sova IGL to make that attempt. Forsaken though, clean as usual, and that's going to bring out another timeout here. So
the start of it, no, yeah, he stuck the landing. The beginning, I was worried, but
netting
honestly, the Omen flash was so good
DFM, and then they just
he was kind of fine.
Kind of lose out in some of these gun rounds where
10-10 after losing both pistols. Yeah, they're in an incredible spot.
Efficient and just
if I'm going to be kicking themselves if they can't win this.
And it's just like, it's just a waiting game. Like, who can out-patience the other? Who can kind of get ahead of the curve enough where they're going to find that one player who's pushing a little bit too far. And
he's doing like the... He's doing the hard job at the moment. Second entry, but he's like sending it. There's obviously something's always sending it. And then he's always trading him out on attack. And then on defense at the moment, it's a lot of
maybe that's just an
impact flashes. And then obviously he had round before he TP'd to take the hit of the space so everyone else could trade him.
Because that's all I could feel right now is I'm like, oh, you got the first kill, that's cool, you just lost a round. Like, it's happened a lot. But, I don't know, man. This map is so difficult because there's just... It's so hard to...
only 1 buy round.
Kind of, once there's a mistake one way or another, once you find open space...
Jaws, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Really punish your opponent for it, but this one, big push out from PRX, and...
I didn't realize that anything in my America's Pick'ems was still going, to be honest.
Interested in
the G2, I guess.
This time they're maybe going to try that big mid push. Having that many players pushed out, this gives you the opportunity to try to
so these are the 2 players we were talking about that
had
about 2,500.
Drone was...
hello, Pansy. Have you slept yet, or did you just change your t-shirt? I mean, we had like 3-4 hours.
Top mid.
So, I mean, that counts.
See just how cautious they
Why are you trying to call me out?
That much noise being made outside of A, a lot of teams might just opt to go to a little bit of a pacey hit towards B. Instead, oh boy.
Oh, there's a swing out of this time, something. Has the line,
of course he repeaks. And again. And again. Go on. Yeah, probably one more, to be honest, through the smoke.
Recon gets a couple extra pings as Jan teleporting forward.
Oh.
Don't do that to me.
Wire still set up, Jake not getting caught by the 0 point. Paranoia flies across, Cage now gonna go up. And look at the trying to flash out. Oh, just rushes him down.
Okay, this is the guy that people are telling me about.
Numbers evened up.
That's the rank demon.
Weapon in hand, Spike does get planted here on B. With just the classic, but op shot not going to connect, and Kame manages to find the kill. Top flash over the top. Just trying to hold them at bay, contain these PRX players back here into mid. Suppress onto one. Gian desperately backpedals, gets himself out to safety, and Forsaken somehow comes away with an elimination onto Art. Jinbunk trying to tuck back. And that classic.
I was going to say, imagine you can get another here.
Second dead head spotted Dubai.
That was lovely as well.
On the ground. Mind Freak time just not quite there to try to go for the res. Maybe a res just to carry the weapons into the next round. Seems like that's likely to be the case. But DFM, they're going to go ahead and reestablish a lead as they get up to 11.
Very nice. That was, I mean, that was...
Who was the first player?
It was impressive over towards middle. That kill on the Cypher is just insane.
Yeah.
Right here.
Oh,
that's so disgusting, GN. I mean, up close and personal, GN is...
No, he's having a really good game.
Frightening opponent.
And he had a good...
He's been really frustrating.
He had a good map
other teams to get a read on the way he's playing in and around smokes, Using the shorties,
it looks like he's building his
classic
confidence
right
up.
clicks. Got an opt for something again. Then you have to buy down a little bit. Guardian and Bulldog, a couple of the other players. Something trying to find that re-control of the mid space.
This time Drone will go ahead and get the spot out.
No one else there to help him.
Attack is getting ready to come through though, and something
Oh,
just
and that's
swoops
Spike.
around into.
But they have no idea
Yeah,
that
Spike is noted now on
May.
this side
Oh,
of the
okay,
map.
they do now. I was gonna say
They know
they have
that
no
May is
idea
forward.
May was over
They have
towards
given up
Saint.
some space here on the sites. They
If we
still
rotate
can bring this
comes
up.
in.
Cam set up.
Mind Freak's just chilling over
Just on
towards
the-
A because obviously he could have picked up the spike and gone back.
Inside here, the skill jump, expecting a cam toggle here in a moment.
If Jinbun gets a kill, he gets
0
ult, and
points from
same with
Revival.
Forsaken.
Make sure that there's no one holding close. Trying to check on the lead out. Cleared here by May. Recon up forward into the smoke. Something. Kind of bounce up over top of the box here.
Ooh, it's a
That
big play.
shot through, but Art is able to find one. GN plays up into the smoke, finds another. And one by one, they're just getting picked out. There's no vision for anybody.
GN
but
is coming
somehow
alive.
DFM have just massacred everyone. I
GN
need to
is
see
fully
POVs.
coming
I need to see a
alive.
replay.
He looks like a completely different
Were there
player.
pings that I missed?
Dude, do you know what? It's ever since we've been pronouncing his name right.
24 and 11, by the way.
Before we were watching Gien, now we're watching GN, and GN's insane.
Okay, there you go. That's first
Gien,
blood.
Gien just needed the confidence.
No. No info.
Now we got GN, and GN's
Okay,
insane.
saw that one.
Okay.
I don't think any of the other kills had vision.
I think they just were blasted. They just
Okay, 2 chances.
pulled a Danny DeVito there and just started blasting. Sometimes it do be like that. Sometimes it works. Think about this. I mean, DFM, they're really good at this map. And
yeah,
they're showcasing it again against a great opponent in PRX. I want to see them play DRX on this map. That would be the real litmus test.
That sounds like a absolutely sick one, but
and this
a
has
lot
been
of
good.
things need to, it's possible.
Stop
yeah, it
pronouncing
is
names
possible. It
right.
is
That's
possible.
true.
But I need to get through PRX
We
first
just started
and
saying
foremost,
Khan
obviously.
Khan. What's he going to be playing
Scrappy,
like?
which a lot of times you would think plays into PRX's favor, but honestly, this DFM team, they're super patient, and that's seemingly giving PRX some fits. Which
Okay, 2
not the
chances
first
to
team
close
do
it
that to
out.
them.
And PRX have
Certainly won't be the
a
last.
Sova ult to stop
now you
it.
got to buy down to Guardians, a Bulldog, and a
Oh,
Stinger.
and you got a Sova ult to cancel it,
Gotta win
and
out here
Art
just to
pretty
get
much won the
this to overtime for
Sova duel
PRX.
last time.
Why not? Today's the
Flash
day, I guess.
recon
We didn't get it on
smoke to
Pearl.
create pressure
I
over
know.
towards
I'm
middle.
already strapped in.
5 deep
I
as
thought we
well.
were getting it on
That's
Pearl again
pure
for
pressure
sure.
over
I
towards
mean,
middle, and it's
hey.
going to keep someone watching it at the very least.
I'm
And then at
already
1 point,
I'm here.
Yeah.
over towards A,
I'm
they're
not
going to
going
be
anywhere.
scared as
Make it
well.
happen.
Yeah.
They got 1 kill trip, and they got an early cam info. And they got a knife, obviously, that can cancel the Sova
Curious
ult.
smoke.
They just go for a timing ping through this one. So he will wait, confirms heavy presence. Ooh, trying to nail the shot here is May. Putting that pressure in. Jing has to tuck back. But there's Fury. It's a connection. Dart going to be removed. The Kami at the same time.
Oh, what is that?
And
What
somehow
is
May
that,
gets
bro?
it. Going to be taken down. Jing still
That's
lingering.
insane.
Pushes up into the smoke, but Jen
Dude,
draws out the
GN.
shorty and finds the kill. Quickly evacuates over towards
Hello?
the spawn.
Dude,
and
GN's
something
insane,
gets caught off
dude.
guard. It
GN
seemed
and
like he
May
had the
together
read.
is
But now
a
it is all
disgusting
down to
little
Mind
duo.
Freak. He finds the first, gets
They
a weapon
fragged
upgrade
so
with
heavy.
65 HP. 2 TPs of smoke in 7 seconds and a paranoia. He has worked miracles in the past. But this one is a bridge too far.
That was impressive.
GN shows
Okay,
up
double
to
pistol
play,
definitely helped
and
them,
DFM
but
stabilize on their
when we
map
got
pick of
into the
Abyss.
late
They get the
game,
victory 13 to 10.
yeah, 10-10, that timeout just won everything
3
after
wins
it.
in a row on Abyss for DFM.
Yeah, they're good at this, man.
This team has taken a huge level up this year. So far, they've been unbeatable, unflappable on this particular map. The real question is, what the heck are they going to do on Pearl? Because that has been the map where PRX has made the best of the best in the world look silly. Think about their wins over the likes of NRG, EG on that map in the biggest high pressure moments there possibly can be. Certainly you're probably going to see that Jing Phoenix again, and it is a fearsome fearsome composition that PRX brings on Pearl. And meanwhile, DFM did not look good their last time they played it.
I mean, you don't want to lose to PRX on Pearl. Look what happened to those orgs that you named.
Okay, let me upload the
losses.
box.
Yeah, been great the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But we'll see if TFM are going to be able to get it done and what they do have prepared.
Dude, this is a big win
going
for them
into
if they
that
win
one.
this. Yeah, I mean, this is a big win.
Oh, they're so mad.
That's all he spotted, that pixel.
How do you see that?
I don't know, but thank you, observers and replay editors, for getting that one together. But don't come for my throat. You know, don't try to kill me.
Or
everybody.
do,
It's
because
just,
it'll entertain me.
it's just a little bit of banter between the regions. That's all. Either way, GN. We put him under our microscope at the start. We said, how is this guy going to look today? Good God, what performance.
Outrageously good.
27, 11, and
Yeah,
8 at the end.
if
with
he
5
consistently can
points.
look
That
like
is a
this,
hell
then
of a performance. But now
they're gonna be
we take
scary.
a break, we get ready for Pearl, and we get ready to pass things back over onto the analyst desk so they can break down all
Let's
the
see if
action
PRX
from
can
this
get a
opening
pistol
map
as
of
well.
this.
That's definitely something that they got to do. If they win no pistols, they're gonna lose here.
I feel like people should go for Seth Scroll. Yeah.
Okay, Chad, I'll be back on the bit,
That
right?
would be entertaining. I mean, like, not as entertaining as some of the kills that happen on this map in particular. What is happening here? Big time Pilski, what is happening? I cannot have 2 Southeast Asian teams out today. I can't.
This was something we didn't expect. None of us predicted DFM, and I think if you would have asked us, not many of us would have said that they'd win a map even. So this is definitely off script in some ways, but huge for DFM. I felt like they were playing with so much confidence.
You have to give DFM props. They picked a map they just got stomped on. It was a confidence pick, a map that they've won multiple times so far in Kickoff. It feels like a strong map for them. They're backing themselves with GN, who's had some lackluster performances so far across Kickoff, but this is the map he's looked the most convincing on. This is the map that, especially on the defensive half of the last game they played against Global, he played very, very well, and he took it a step further here against PRX. That's the first game of GN that I've seen, and I've been like, this guy is really legit. That was an excellent performance on the Omen. Him together with May really brought them across the line for DFM, and for PRX, I feel like a little bit of complacency almost. I was watching the grand final game that they won 13-2 over at the Radiant Invitational, and they tried to do the exact same thing. They started on attack and they tried to run the exact same strats that worked for them, that allowed them to stomp DFM in that final, and DFM adapted and played better this time.
Yeah, I have to say, maybe this is very hindsight of me, but I just don't love this comp for PRX. I feel like it's so standard. It's not that PRX style, and we saw them, you know, they're trying to push sport and stuff in these post plants, and they're just getting gunned down, because this isn't a comp that's built for this. This is built for fundamental, traditional Valorant, which is not what they're known for.
I really wouldn't be surprised if this is like PRX, not even their actual comp on Abyss, and they won so confidently last time they thought they could run it back and maybe even hide a little bit of what they got prepared on Abyss. That might be giving PRX a more credit.
I mean, that feels risky in a lower bracket game.
It does, but at the same time, they should be very confident they're going to beat DFM. I mean, look at this. This is what I was talking about. The amount of times that PRX just slammed the B site over and over again, and this is how they got a 10-2 half over in that Radiant Invitational Grand Final, and they tried to do the same thing again today, and it was pretty successful. But GN, I mean, the amount of disrespect in this game,
How many times was he able to do this against Jane?
I would hate to be Jing this game. He's just leaping at you. That's all he does. He's just jumping at you with the with shotguns, with the pistols. I mean, that's frustrating to play against, but huge game from this guy to get DFM on the board. I mean, now he's showing why DFM chose to pick him up, why they weren't playing with C's, you know? He's the real deal. Yeah. He showed that today.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous here. I'm getting nervous here for PRX, especially since, you know, you had that composition which was strange, and it feels like they were doubling down on something they were experimenting with in the off-season. But come on, honest opinion here, Jing Cypher.
You know, for me, I would rather hit me on the race.
That pause says volumes. He has no words.
I can't judge. I can't judge. I'm not in the team.
Here are my opinions, okay? Number one, don't play the comp. Number two, if you're going to play the comp, Jing Omen, TP everywhere, make plays, do exciting stuff, put Mindfreak on the Cypher. Number three, do what they did. and it didn't work. But to be fair, the last time they won 13-2. So look, you know, Tactibear, we brought him in. This has been a long day, so we need a third analyst here.
Yeah.
He's also here for emotional support.
Of course.
In case one of us falls asleep.
This is our vibes guy on the desk.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you for being here, Tactibear. Especially since, you know, now that DFM have this win, we're underestimating, like, you know, oh, they look comfortable on Abyss. This is like, you know, their comfort pick, but it's PRX. Suddenly, I'm like, wait, they're PRX.
They're one game away.
It's huge.
Exactly.
We're on the precipice.
Elimination again.
If you can beat them on one map, you can beat them on two maps. You know, it's like that ball is rolling now. It's
happened before. They can do it
That's
again.
how it goes.
This is the level of analysis we're going to. Okay.
I love it. It's unhinged big time right now.
That's how it works. They're
That's what you
backstage now.
said to your team.
It's all about that feeling in your heart of your backstage. You're going, we just beat them on, we just won map 1, so why can't we win map 2? I get it, they're different maps. There's all this detailed strategical analysis, but Valorant at the top level, it's vibes. It's vibes. You have to feel good. And right now, DFM feel good.
I'm not feeling good, Mr. Stark. I am not feeling good at all for PRX here. They are going to Pearl though, and you know, as Paperthin was saying, you know, they do have a big history on this map. This is their map. Fans have known them to be powerhouses on this map. Am I sure they're taking this one? I don't know.
I'm definitely still leaning in that direction. From what we saw from DFM on Pearl, it was not good.
No, look, they did play this in the grand final again of the off-season event, the same one as the Abyss game. PRX played this same comp that RRQ is playing with the double duelist. I mean, they love the double duelist, the Jing Phoenix. It's iconic. This should be a very confident map for them. For DFM, they tried to play double duelist. It was Yoru ISO. It was not good, guys. And they did get stomped by this exact comp that PRX is playing by RRQ. So I'm not feeling so good about Pearl. If DFM win Pearl, I'm going to lose my mind.
I mean, there's an argument that they can have learned from that game against RRQ.
Yeah, but it was a different comp, bro. Pick any of the 4 duelists instead of ISO. Pick something else,
I mean, you know what? If DFM win this map, wouldn't it be the funniest thing if like Paperthin just got off the DFM hype train as soon as they win this map?
Yeah.
And it's like PRX is eliminated. Wait, I did not just jinx that. Oh my god, now I'm getting nervous. I'm knock on wood over here. But I mean, strange things have happened. Like for example, Fnatic aren't making it to Masters Bangkok. There are upsets all around. So I'm getting really.
I mean, look, usually I never back rookies in a lot of different esports titles, but what I've really observed, especially after coming from a different TAC FPS before this one, Valorant is the game where rookies can just come out and make incredible things happen when you least expect it. And you've seen so many different rookie runs over the years. So you always wonder if you're on the precipice of another one.
Yeah, I mean, like, it happens. It's just life, right? Change happens. And if this is the era of DFM, then hey, this is fantastic as well. But again, like I mentioned, you have just players that have this tenure and it just feels so strange to, you know, suddenly have them on one map away from elimination, especially since
we don't see that. We don't see that a lot. Like, I mean, none of us thought we'd be in this situation, right? I'm not even sure how much DFM fans would have believed they were in this situation.
Yeah, I didn't know we were going to get 42 rounds of Lotus today, you know?
I mean, I do think PRX weren't at their best in that map 1. It's really important to give props to DFM. I feel like they played a great game. They just need to carry that momentum through now into that map 2. But it does get harder from here. That was their own map pick. You're going into PRX's map pick. And it's a tougher map, you know. It's a map that we spoke about PRX being very good on in the past. So,
well, hey, you know, you have Pearl and then you have Fracture. This feels like it should be PRX's domain.
But like, equally, even if it is leaning towards PRX from the veto, you know, there is a mental side of it now of DFM are just going to be feeling it. They're going to be feeling over the moon. They're going to be feeling so good right now.
You're making me nervous. You're making me nervous. I cannot be here on desk.
I gotta be honest, Mika, there's nothing to be nervous about, okay? This is a map that DFM just played not well at all. They've got to change what their comp was back to something else. If I see the ISO Yoru again, I'm going to be very surprised.
We're 32 on Abyss against PRX last time.
They lost against PRX last time in the Radiant Invitational. There's no way that PRX goes out here. There is literally zero chance.
I don't agree with you there now. I'm getting more and more nervous for PRX.
I'm not nervous at all, guys. Full faith.
PRX
players.
Well, I think it depends on the compositions that we see picked here.
So PRX, they're going to back themselves. Astra on Mindfreak.
DFM go for a comp comp where you
Duelist,
can
and there
fight
go,
really heavy
DFM
though, so they
gonna
shouldn't be able
double
to
in
pick
it,
up
but
the
instead
orbs
of
as
the
much.
Sova, they are going for the Teo, and we just saw that work really well for NONGSHIM.
Yeah, we literally spoke about this in map 1, right? Of NONGSHIM had that answer on how to shoot down the Phoenix. Now, NONGSHIM did have the Vice, which I do think helps a little bit, but it's that idea of when that double duelist is trying to break into those sites, you dump your util and you slow them
Yeah, I
down,
like
and
this,
they don't
though.
have enough to go a second time.
But DFM are starting attack first, so they got to be the ones
Because
to
normally
you know,
PRX,
start
they're
off
gonna be
the
farming
snowball
orbs onto
on the
Jing,
right foot
but
and deal with PRX's
DFM can
aggression with the
definitely
double duelist on
spam
defense.
Yeah,
A main
I need to
control.
see DRX go forward a little bit more here. We saw in that NONGSHIM game, you can't sit in that backside against Teo. You're gonna get dumped. So go forward, take the fight to PRX, bring back old school.
Well, we are about to
Teo
step
Odin.
into our second
I'm
map
not
for
sure.
this
Well, maybe.
series. Is this going to be DFM's
Could force him out
era,
into the
or
open.
will
Could be
PaperX
playing
start
pit
making their
majority of
comeback?
the time
We're
as
going to toss
well.
it over to Achilles and Paperthin.
He actually probably might use an Odin here.
Thank you very much. Let's
Just
go
seems
ahead
to
and
do
get
it all
into
the
the
time.
action. Pearl.
Where do we get double
Very,
pistol,
very
right?
familiar
Yeah, we
territory
said they need to
for
get a
the likes
pistol.
of PaperX DFM.
We
Showing it now
have
for
5
first
ghosts
time here
against
at
3 ghosts
kickoff.
and 2
Art
sheriffs.
Showing us his 3rd agent pick of the tournament. So far, it's Wiley Binsova with 1 appearance on Sky. Now moves over to the Teo.
Yeah, I really like this changeup for DFM. Put May back into his comfort role of Jet and just kind of try to make a go of this. Obviously, the Teo we saw earlier, pretty effective, potentially.
Yeah,
like
this
Dedesk
is
was
a
pointing
good
out,
sign for PaperX.
against this double duelist
Because
comp,
I don't think they, in theory, should
it's
be
a matter
getting
of
A main
does
controlled
DFM
that
have enough
much
preparation, enough reps to
with
really
the
make a
Teo
go of
comp.
it, a little bit
Or
of
against the Teo comp.
distance from that stealth drone, but that's all just a bit of a ruse. This is something that Tejo is really good at.
A
selling fake,
5-person
because
hit,
You can use those
and they have no
utilities
info
to
here.
go in a different direction, and then your opponent just kind of goes, well, surely they're going to be playing off the back of the Tejo utility. Turns
It's
out
going to
they're
go
not.
into a crossfire.
Oh.
The passive pressure
Ooh,
alone
considering
here
a
should
swing on
mean
the
that it's
corner.
relatively hard for them.
Comes back around A site, open
Poke it
for
off
the
to take
taking here.
side, damage to push them out into the open. It's a nice hit though.
Getting a free
Knife
plant.
clears A main, that's the
Shock
big
dart.
part of this.
Looking for the lob in there. Kame not taking any damage, able to avoid May.
Keep an
Dash
eye on the
already
Astra.
popped.
Oh
Weird secret,
boy.
but everybody else is pushing up through flowers.
Keep
There's
an
a
eye
headshot
on the
goodbye.
Astra.
Down to 12 HP. The swoop forward, tail went into the wall. Something goes out on a wider swing, but in the meantime, Jien still continues to put up
Still
solid
did great
figures.
damage.
Finds 2.
Maybe should have
Something
just
turns back, will
played
find that kill.
the Astra suck though.
Turret set up, shots being exchanged here. Forsaken eating a bit of damage. Does have a bit
That's
of
half. We've got no
exposure
Astra
there.
suck for this. We're
Continues
just
to get
going
worked
for it.
lower and lower, and eventually the kills are going to be flooding through.
Okay.
And that is 3 for
Blood
3.
pistol.
DFM win another pistol.
Goodness.
They're just, it's just a little bit of a fake scent with the stealth drone, and then PaperX has to play full-on retake.
They just didn't even consider the
GN
fast
has
flank, to
already
be honest.
slipped past their defensive lines. It punishes them. They kind of buy as much
even
time
though
as he can.
even though
Just
GN
deep in the post plants.
did overstep,
And oh boy, they're fired up.
he did enough.
Yeah, I would be too. It's just a Marshall, no Outlaw this time for something. See if we can find a little bit more value. Try to play for this corner. Good molly. It's going to allow Jing to get the orb, it looks like. That's kind of a showcase there. We saw RRQ have a really hard time taking control of that A main orb, and PaperX is like, we've been doing this for years. We know what we got to do. A little bit of a deeper molly. Just got to get Jing
Of the timing of
fired
the
up on
drone,
that
they take
Phoenix.
middle, but
even if he doesn't
would have
pump out
had a
the
lot
kills,
here.
he's pumping out the ults. It's important. Ooh, tag.
Shot
Oh,
would
double.
kill May. Instead, we'll go ahead and whittle away Atacami.
Dude, they're all gonna be
Already
here.
PaperX flooding forward here into the side. Tail went forward. May cheats back out of it. Some spray comes across. 0 point. About to connect onto damn near everyone, but Forsaken's able to find one. Jin's going to be taken down. Art pushing forward, tapping
No
the
one
spike
checked the corner.
continuously,
Still
trying to
3
bait
people
them
that are
in,
low.
and mows them down. 3 kills found now on something to see if he can try to take some more weapons out of their
Everyone's
hands.
a one-shot apart from Art. He would have 2
Check on
HP
the
after
corner.
or something.
May
3
has
HP.
the headshot at the ready.
Oof.
2 players
Got
dead.
a
but the
little
lion's
bit
share of the
close.
weapons, expensive ones, going to be carried
Got a
forward as
little
DFM
bit
start things
close.
off 2-0.
They're looking really solid. Able to push far enough
Nice
forward
damage.
there.
Yeah, the damage
Art
is good.
holding the line. It's a great angle for this Bulldog. Poor GN. Just walks right into the back end of sight and gets pummeled by Forsaken. Clean from May. Okay. Now, let's see what the response is going to be. Something is going to go for the Outlaw, so everybody one tap range from DFM of that. May trying to get ahead of this, and he does!
Oh, May! Absolutely
What we
destroying
said, this comp can perma take a main.
Both dead on the floor, the tailwind forward.
May's proven it with the shots as well.
Cannot stabilize that spray. Forsaken does manage to find one, but Art.
Yeah, and PRX wanted to fight it early.
Just mind freaking
Dude,
something.
this is
Who's still
pistol
gonna have to
into
make his way across
bonus.
from B. He's got an outlaw in hand. Everyone would die to one shot, but it seems like the call's being made to save these weapons. Even with the damage dealt, not looking to try to play this out in 2v4 fashion.
A lot of money on the side of
Bonus
DFM
will
here.
be converted here from DFM.
Because none of them really had to rebuy armors because they all
Wisely
had
set up
regen
Jinbo,
armors.
keeping himself covered. And now he's looking to maybe go on the offensive. He says, well, I just have a sheriff! And now he's got an even better gun to scoop up. Says, thank you very much, Mr. Mind Freak. Vandal now in hand. As things are getting out of hand.
Yeah, we need to have to respect this gun and not hunt
curious
him.
to see, do we just get a timeout immediately here from Alex?
It's a good question.
Timeout? Yeah, I
and
mean,
this time there was a response from DFM.
I just don't think they can take A main.
Adjustments on, okay, we know they have
a
set
You have
plan
damage.
They're going to use their utility
Like it's honestly
May just
like
go kill.
4 of the best agents
get ahead of it.
for fighting
he does,
A main.
and he knocks down 2.
Apart from maybe like an ISO or a breach or something.
Unbelievable. May
Yeah,
is,
their A main fight is incredible.
There it is.
Just
I don't think they can
every
contest A
time
main.
I watch him, I just think, how does he keep doing it? He's been so good for so long. You know, this guy is, like the desk was saying, the banner carrier for Japanese Valorant right now. He is world class, and seemingly this organization has been able to put some very potent pieces behind him as well. We've seen with GN, seen it with Akame, we've seen it with Jinboom. You know, Art IGLing can be very, very good at times. Everything seemingly starting to come together for this coaching staff of DFM, and you know, obviously Alex is frustrated. I get it, but Northern and Melifovia just doing a really nice job with this squad so far.
The Sun Loud game is banging.
At least making this
Loud
competitive
way better
against
than
PRX.
F4. Sentinels. Honestly, I still think Sentinels are strong.
Looking like a win in my book for
There's a
DFM.
little bit of hero plays to bring them over the
I'm
edge.
very happy
Then
with what you're seeing
maybe,
here.
I'm not 100% convinced with their split comp, but
in a lot of different ways.
I mean, I don't think it's hyperbolic at all to say that this is the best Japanese Valorant that we've seen in quite some time.
Yep. No, you're absolutely correct.
Even with Zeta being able to qualify over to champs in 23, this is a higher level.
It looks better to me, mostly. I mean, if we could convince Laz to make another go of it here. But honestly, though, this whole team is really well put together, really solid all around for the most part. I mean, they do make me want to scream sometimes when I'm watching them back home, when I'm not on the cast. But definitely they've adjusted here today in a couple different ways. You know, obviously Abyss is their map, but this agent comp difference so far, along with some good strategies, have given PRX
hey,
some
can Jing get
bits.
more than one?
All right, well, Jing trying to hold down.
That is
Double
incredible
doors.
damage.
Find one, does quite a bit of
Doesn't
damage
get
as
more
well.
than one, but the damage is good enough,
Hard
which
tag
means
up
that
to
all of these are
56,
going to be one
something
shot,
now
really.
waiting on
2
this
people that
angle.
can tank it.
But it's going to be flushed out, pushes up in front of the salvo, and manages to get the catch there onto May, but Kame quick to reply.
30 seconds left.
Keeps them in the round. Guardians, however, can still do some damage. As there's the spot out. Mind Freak
Very
trying to
nice.
just get the pinch
How
here.
together they were on
Shock
this.
darts will be lobbed in. Akame repositions.
Yeah, and it's a big distraction for this
Out.
flank.
Forsaken now striking
And
from
then now
behind.
they don't feel comfy to plant, so
Find the
Divine
kill
needs to
time
just stay
starting to
alive.
dwindle. 12 seconds remaining. So now they have to try to go for this stick. Both
Yeah,
players
he's doing good though.
whittled away at.
Seconds needs to make the next play.
His weapon recovered, can do some damage, but he's got to split the targets. And Forsaken is only able
Oh
to find
boy,
one.
it was just a low buy for
Kame
PRX.
still standing.
And I don't know how Divine
the
ended up
event
going
in, is not
down in
allowing.
heaven. He just needed to kind of just stay alive,
That
really.
purchase,
The
that
pressure
buy
was
round
enough.
to come through to fruition. It's going to be a 4-0 start now.
I thought this was looking really nice for PRX. Jing gets one, does a lot of damage, something follows up, and then Divide just, he had a ping out there when he was in the smoke and didn't feel comfortable enough to go for the shot. Not sure if he thought he'd
Okay, now's the
find
buy
right
rounds,
angle or
but
what.
the buy rounds are wild
A
because
little
we
hesitation
got
there.
5 people that are 1 away from their ult. So everyone's talking about A main again.
And again, this Taeho utility is so disruptive, making sure that something can't comfortably plant his feet and be
Look at this.
Just made him have to step
They
out.
didn't
Made
go
that position a lot
aggro
more dangerous for the
A
Jet.
main. They 5 pass and stack B.
Forsaken at B with an Odin. Where have I seen that before? Doesn't
And
seem
they
like
left
DFM
all of this.
necessarily going to look to push into that position as Akame doesn't even have to jiggle out anymore.
Yeah, and they just cleared long with a peek.
It's just a full hard read
So
off
now,
the beginning of this round. For
yeah, now
PRX,
Forsaken has to
saying that
go
they're
back
gonna
and
come
clear
beat
all of this.
We're going to put everything we've got against it.
Oh, but they're actually reading the repositions here decently well. 3 players stacked up.
Okay, then we got a 2-person fake over towards A, and something is going to have to kill everyone over towards B.
As Jinbung and Art just try to sell this.
Oh my,
It's something
melted.
doesn't get the 1-tap. Akame with that Phantom. Takes his head clean off. Mind Freak, however, on a decent lurk spot,
No
but
way, double.
Art still somehow outdoes him.
Double Jaws. Dude, they're going to have to save.
I'm speechless.
It's starting to get a bit bizarre here. Some spray coming through. Forsaken does manage to get one. Jien going to be taken down.
He did so much damage as well to the other.
There's the Armageddon.
Oh, it's right on him.
It's a nice. Oh, if he actually dies here. Okay.
With that ult in hand, and May
Luckily, the ult went past him. I was going to say, if he died really hardly, that ult's going to tank him.
playing on this narrow line, the wall not obfuscating. Crossfire established. Forsaken and Jing now just trying to backpedal, but look at Art. He's creeping his way through sewer. Swing onto the corner, May going to be taken down. Art actually swinging out wider. Wanting to have a better angle of approach here, it would seem. Looks like he might just cut all the way across in towards Secret. Some noise going to be heard here. Noted. Forsaken going to be dealt with. Jing needing to hold on to this weapon. And he cannot. A fantastic readjustment from Art.
No
Takes
gun
everything
saved.
out of the hands of PRX.
And they just had a timeout.
He brought the dinosaur onto the stage with him, and
Can't
he's seemingly
really timeout again.
trying to take them out of the tournament.
I mean, they just lost double Jaws.
Just, they're just reading this so well. I mean, B Hall control means that trying to push out from tower or underneath tower means you're walking into a crossfire, and then they know the situation, and Art is all over this. Just wants to get these guns out of PRX's hands.
8-1 and 3.
Incredible.
Just wait for attack. Yeah, but they got to get some rounds.
Clear if Divide had gotten caught.
Okay, they do stack right on this though.
Set up. Curveball sent May. Basically pre-firing the angle, and Jing swings right into it.
I'm down.
2 players now. Tucked here on main.
Forsaken spots the alarm bot. Could ask something to smoke this off, maybe? He's already on the rotate. It's a great reposition from Mind Freak.
Coming through into Akame. Is able to go ahead and collect 2.
Yeah, and honestly, they're going to be locked in here. But this is really smart, right? Forsaken, sorry, something's going straight over towards spawn, and they're going to Killjoy out the corner. We're going to Killjoy out the corner.
Spike planted. Jinbung able to get some damage. Stabilizes, finds the headshot. Starts playing Ring Around the Rosie.
One way of doing it.
Something will be able to go ahead and take him
I thought
down.
they were going to try and get the
themselves
kill
on
and
the
then...
board here in round 6
Oh, and then he has to
very
push,
narrow
but this one worked out
margins,
pretty well. They ended up
but they do it in thrifty fashion.
pinching. Something did
This time
good
they
here,
gambled
though.
again.
Something was, like,
It was
everywhere.
just a full 5-man stack
It was a
towards
bit of a
A.
nightmare to deal with.
And they're getting a
And
bit
Devi on
aggressive.
site getting the double
the
kill is
flanks pretty
everything. They have
early.
a couple of ults as well.
Instead, they're just going to cut right through Art. Oh my god, he's full flashed. He just had the crosshair right where it needed to be. Great entry by Akame. But that flank, that's what really did it. And there's still good vibes there in the PRX team. Now something can grab an operator. This is where things get pretty scary. You have to assume there's a shorty behind it. May's got one of his own.
Even with the money, just saying like, all right, well, I'll just pop the knives
Let's
here.
actually focus on the money because a
rolling.
reset would be a
Like what
nightmare.
I'm seeing
Even
from
this
the
wouldn't be able
side
to
of
buy.
DFM, or excuse me, from PRX, taking that mid control.
How aggro does something go?
Patiently waiting here.
If he goes up and over, something's gonna have to make the flick of his life.
And last time we had this kind of a standoff, it was there on Abyss.
Yeah,
May
it's
was
a
able to
weird
go ahead
off
and
angle. He's
capitalize.
crouched
Granted,
as well.
It wasn't the knives in hand, it was a Phantom. Something eventually inched his way forward into the crosshair. This time it looks like he's going to be a little bit more squared
Yeah,
away.
very patient on this though.
Settled here behind the box. Giving himself a very narrow window to work with. Is Jing on that peak. Sends out the curveball, swings up the corner, able to find one. Looking for a bit of a trap set up. It's the op shot. Is not going to connect.
Man, the jet off is wild.
Cloudburst thrown down.
I know.
Yeah, he literally knows the other shorty.
He's drawn out. A fantastic little micro game of chess
Astro over
between these two
Astro.
jets.
Dude, what's going on? Everyone's using their Uta at the same time. What a flash.
Someone alone here on the site is going to be flushed out as Akame is able to go ahead and get the kill. Lockdown invested. But it doesn't cover everything. It's very shallow.
Yeah, probably could have waited with a killjoy out.
Knocked down to 29 dead. Devi able to find it. Tap on for the defuse. Jen needing to try to up the
He
pace.
gets a reset.
This wrap around here
Misses
from
the
Mark.
right click.
All knives expended. Shocked out on the corner. Looking to try to whittle away at him, but the spike still not being held.
Astra Star just went on the spike, so you'd imagine. Oh, no suck. That's a stun. Got it half.
Tell him the happy dashes forward, and Mind Freak is down to 2.
Damn, bro, they get reset. They win one, they lose the next. 1-9 loss bonus.
They drop around,
We
but they're
got
right back into the
three,
driver's
kind of
seat.
4 people that come by here. DFM are going to put up numbers on this attack.
Akame and
One
Art
away from a killjoy as well.
are just fragging out of their minds. This looked like that was going to be a great start to the round. The curveball, the Hunter's Fury. Looked like it was going to be DFM completely pinched, but the Hunter's Fury didn't really find too much value. And then you give May the Blade Storm. He's so clean. And they are in the driver's seat. Now May can go for the Outlaw, knowing that it's going to be
and
another
everyone can get one
eco
shot from the Outlaw.
PRX. The economy just cannot get anywhere for them. One away from another ultimate for Jing.
Thinking ahead for the next round though. They will have ult online.
Jinboong as well, close to their ults. So you're not going to have any response. If one of them grabs an orb, plants a spike, gets a kill, gets that lockdown in. Just using the previous round. Util. Oh, yeah.
Go out from Art. Wise to it. Anticipating still some more pressure from the opposite side there at Art. As swing in, Forsaken trying to take the fight, ends up falling.
Now they know it's no good. Crossfire means trying to get out of it. Trying to break out in the mid was just going to be way too difficult. The whole time, something has been sitting over on the other side of the map. He did just get noted by
Cross
a
map
0
knife
point,
as
but
well, and they
as a
dodged the
pooled PRX,
recon.
They're pretty wise that this
There's
is
3 people here. PRX have a good read on this. And they got Jing's gun.
3 players pushing forward here into the site.
But the Outlaw should be able to farm them, but at one point May needs to throw this away and switch
May does
guns.
draw out the shorty. Seems like they do suspect decent amount of presence, and that shock dart confirms a bit of it.
Oh, this is going to be
Back
rough.
screen.
Teo can maybe save it if he speeds up a little bit.
To dash forward, looking for the scope in, sends him at his feet. But he's still alive and he's still chasing, but Jing comes away with 2. Janet May both taken down.
Not again.
And Jing's got nowhere to go.
Oh no. And they lost the Phoenix ult. 7-1. DFM had 3 ults.
Gets gunned down. 7-1.
And PRX
Another buy round here for PRX.
back against the wall. If they lose this, they go to another
But the
eco.
gears need to start turning sooner rather than later.
Great dash there from May. Create an extra angle, make it that much more difficult. They're just shutting them out. They're just smothering PRX right now. This DFM team, the team that we saw in the offseason, seemingly as a reawakened. Jing out there dodging a bunch of utility. Grabwell out in front.
Okay, first time we see like a proper fight A main, but DFM don't actually like put bodies behind it.
Maybe grab the orb. I don't think he got it.
Wait,
Regardless, bunch of ults for DFM.
Bang. So the swing out, looking to try to go ahead and capitalize. Jing is able to go ahead and put
keeps
down Mark
going.
Flash, connecting. Jing
Turret's
on the
chipping
pursuit.
away
The
at
shorty
him.
draw. Shit, I mean, he was basically full blind.
Oh my god. Dude, every single jaw is a middle. And Jinbun is literally 1-1v2 as well to send them down to another eco low buy. Everyone's sitting at 3k money. And
a pause on the timer,
every single death was in the square at middle.
That second timeout call from PRX has to be.
Yeah, they get forced out into the open because of the ult.
It seems like there is no righting of the ship possible.
No. Every twist and
nice
turn, there's just
shots.
that extra layer for DFM. You know, they're able to spread out just enough that some of those curveballs aren't connecting and doing damage, but they're not, PRX isn't able to follow up. They're not really able to have those explosive entries. seemingly some of this double duelist comp
Aggro B
starting to
main
get
is like
figured
the
out
only
on
thing, I
Pearl.
guess, unless they want a
A map
turtle.
that has just been, that was
Just let them take map
otherworldly
control.
for PRX during 2023. They were nigh unbeatable on this map. And now here in 2025, the upstarts of DFM
Roster change? Nah.
completely
I still think you could.
thrown
I still think
all
you can
that
do
out
some
the
stuff with the
window. Just
comps.
forget it.
And right now, I mean, they're looking to run the gauntlet.
You could still
Yeah,
lean heavy
they've
into
been here in
chamber.
this lower
You've always
bracket.
got that. Something chamber
They win.
would be nice.
They have to play Gen G tomorrow.
Yeah.
It doesn't
It's
get any
also-
easier from here.
No.
I feel a bit sorry
But
for
my
like
God, the way that they're playing,
the teams that were like
reads, the
expected to
calls
do
that are
well.
coming
The
from
Teo
Art.
stuff wrecked them a little bit. I'm surprised
They
they didn't lean
absolutely
into the
could make
Teo
it
a little
happen.
bit.
If this carries forward,
Again, I kind of believe in
has
this
this
roster
kind of
still. I
performance
think it
again,
always will. I
but
think they're
Kame-
always just. I know they're incredible players.
Again,
can do this, then good God. The sky is the limit, but PRX, they want to put an end to that.
I will say as well, if
Stuff
this is like a
this is why I was such a
9-3,
believer
this
in
is still
team
pretty
coming into this
doable.
season.
Once again, looking for an aggressive crunch.
They just backpedal.
But, I mean, something just eats immense damage, just blind sprays coming through. So send out the salvas just to go ahead and make sure that no one's continuing to hold forward.
But they're just so ready. They're all in the right position to deal with that play. If PRX commits, that poor drone.
Yeah, he didn't get around the corner.
Poor little guy's
And obviously
trying
it's
to do his
invisible,
job.
so they couldn't see it. While that was going on, they took a
Swing
lot
out
of
from
space from
Forsaken, and
middle.
he has gotten an eyeful
And
there
now they
of,
could literally just turtle,
many
because
DFM
they
players
create
are winning
so
from the
much
opposite side.
pressure around the map that
goes ahead,
you would
peels back.
imagine they kind of just have to clear this with some kind of util when you would hear a Mali.
For PRX, I mean, what do you do from here?
Yeah, this is nice from PRX.
Something set up on a very
They still get
narrow
early
angle, but
mid
no one going to
info.
be drifting into mid towards him.
They need to start putting a little bit more pressure on the map. They've got so much control.
Is he seen on the jump peak? Okay.
They're just kind of
I honestly have
waiting this
no
out
idea how many numbers he
a bit
spawns.
longer. Now that they've got a little bit of contact towards B, Forsaken can start moving out.
Ooh,
May is
there's a
just too
smoke
good.
there.
He just knows.
Yeah, he literally just knows the angle.
He just knows everything.
He's incredible.
The
Recon in the
lockdown keeps them
smoke.
spread back.
Doesn't get anything. We got a big timing, and
From Akame,
GN
keeps them
is
suppressed. Jan trying to hold back here. Wide swings, Forsaken.
good for it.
Plants his feet, finds the headshot.
But I mean, I thought it was good for it with the original pulse, to
And
be
with
honest with you.
something at 21 HP, the call for a
Dude,
save.
look at that perfect timing on that smoke.
Getting
What
closer
the
and
hell?
closer to having to be made. Something does well to find a kill there onto Akame, but there's far more to deal with. It's May. He's backpedaling out of that tower. Two remaining players here on PRX. They're gonna have to call it quits in this round. Two more to be played out in the half, with DFM securing 9. And the economy
God, DFM look good though.
from the rest of PRX still
They're doing good.
absolutely in tatters. Art
9-3
will be
cast.
taken
I
down,
feel like they
but
have
May
to get
looks his
3.
way through sewer, and Defy cannot get out.
Problem is they're
Jinbum
gonna pretty much
will
have to win
strike
an
him
eco.
down. Nothing retained, nothing carried forward, except for the banner of DFM, as they are on an absolute warpath through this map of Pearl.
Right now, it just feels like DFM can tell you what you had for breakfast tomorrow. You know,
They might.
They're just unbelievable with the reads there and the speed and the confidence. And May said it again, going back to his interview. I think about that a lot because he just said, "We
Dude,
just
look
need
at
that
this,
confidence."
and
I
they
mean,
have
you
so much
saw
money
it
that this can be
with
just
the
be
way
backup
that they
guns.
played.
Oh, outlaw.
Outlaw, everyone
They want to
on
punish these half
Paper
bombers.
X. One shot, Divine,
I mean,
no armor.
Sure, there's the loss bonus that PRX can scoop up, you know, some Guardians and some Bulldogs and stuff, but yeah, these Outlaws just are potentially going to just tear this team asunder. There you go.
Dead. The re-swing, May, of course, good for the second shot. Forsaken just hoping, praying that he can catch him on a
pretty much just praying
reposition.
that he's gonna miss.
That maybe he's looking towards a different angle. But May continues to be all-knowing.
They can just wait. This has been their game plan since Abyss. Take time, wait out PRX. They're impatient, punish them for it. And it's mostly been working a treat.
Pound's best right now. May? Oh, for sure.
Particularly here on Pearl, where they have been putting
Insane.
so much
Dude,
mental pressure.
all outlaw
Outlaw
picks.
finding Tally
First
once
3
again.
kills,
Jane gonna be
outlaw
taken down.
picks.
Alt gained in death will have
They
it for the
brought
final
back
round
up
of the half,
outlaws.
but it is going to be PRX trying to claw their way
8
out of a
HP as well.
1-10
Damn,
deficit.
10 to 1 on attack. It is an attack-sided map, but obviously 10 is...
To make it 10-2. At 8 HP. Nothing more to play for aside from survival.
How incredible the step up has been for DFM. And it just took a bit of a comp change on this map, and it's a completely different team. I mean, to be fair, yeah, RRQ's been very good on this map too, but this is PRX's playground. The P in PRX might have stood for Pearl, you thought, till today. They have just... It's a nightmare to deal with this team right now.
DFM fan.
Because on their best day, they're just as good as anybody.
Last round before the switch.
Last round of the half.
Prodigy, thank you so
8
much.
kills, the cap right
Thank
now
you,
for
thank you.
PRX.
Appreciate everything. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the 31 months.
As DFM just continues to tear them asunder. I mean, it's just a sight
Dude,
to behold.
it's such a desperate round, isn't it?
We all came into this knowing, like, yes, this could be a very competitive series.
Yeah.
DFM
Gotta be happy
could
for
walk away
DFM. Oh,
with a win here
dude,
for
this
sure.
is like giant for the
But
team.
this is not the circumstances that we would have anticipated it taking place
No.
in. And that's why we're a little flabbergasted here.
I mean, I'm the biggest DFM believer on the planet, and I still predicted PRX today because the GE match had me concerned that they still hadn't quite gotten their heads on straight. Well, they certainly have today. That dash in is so good.
Yeah,
Up
his
and over the
popping
top
is
here
nice
is
as
May.
well.
Catches out a glimpse of that shoulder. So they can just
Yeah, and they
stave
just
off the
secured a
pressure
good plan
here.
on this
Oh
one.
my God.
And it's
We're
gonna be
just
Jimbo.
mowing to mollies with
The man of
spams on
his own
top.
lobs it into the corner. And Forsaken gets taken down.
Mindfreak has an ult. I mean, they have a good ult to retake.
Something able to get the ball rolling a bit here. Finds one. Art going to be put down. Cosmic Divide getting ready to call in, but May able to find that headshot onto something with the knives. As Jing can't find anything else.
Look where GN is.
Snaps back off the run it back, and as you say, GN pushing out of the
It's
smoke.
unlucky on the timing on
Overzealous
this.
does end up getting taken down. Akame
May still has
pushing
9s.
forward. As May gets ready to go up and over the top. Swoops in. A little bit of damage found. Draws back over. Onto the Phantom. Does manage to go ahead and kill off the diffuser with the
Oh
time.
dear God.
I don't think he has it. So very close, but not close enough. The efforts of
Oh
DFM
my goodness.
ring
Shout out to
true
May. That's an insane
as
round
they are
from
looking
May.
for damn near perfection here on Pearl.
Maybe gave him too much room
11
with
to
the
1
Astro.
on the half.
You would say.
3-0 in pistols thus far.
I'm stunned.
Yeah, 3-0 on the
I am
pistols, so
just
PRX
absolutely
needs to stop
stunned.
that at that.
This is just such
Very
a good
least,
nano.
bro, they're getting wrecked.
Something there, trying to break this open. This Cosmic Divide
Dude,
is
May
good,
is
but
so
as
good.
it's popping, something swings
Do you know the good
out
thing
and
for
May
DFM
punishes
as
him
well
for it, and
is
that
like-
might have been the round.
I mean,
That might
May's
have been that extra
consistently
piece
good,
that
but
PRX
Akame had like a
needed.
quiet first map, but now he's
They
on
are
like
fired
a
up,
big second map. Like they're all
PRX
kind of
has to be
taking
glad
times
that this is
outside of May
halftime
of who's going to help
because,
him out.
That was
And May will consistently just own everyone.
I don't know. I don't know if they are.
maybe not, but just do something to end this because it is all DFM all the time, and Mindfreak, you can see he's a little bit frazzled. I mean, I'm sure you're just scratching your head. You've tried a bunch of different stuff. I mean, you've tried literally 5-man stacking
DFM on
sites
the
that you're
util,
going
the
into.
dude, the
You've
util is
tried
nice. Even that B hit there was like
taking
strong.
mid control. You've tried taking A main control. Honest to God, PRX has
Fake
really
smoke
thrown a
into
lot of
KO
different
flash.
looks at DFM.
Like the side
DFM
hit's good.
just
Like where are you actually meant to
seemingly
stand to
away.
stop
Yeah,
that
just
double
has
smoke
the right
into
answer every
mollies?
time. Has the right protocols built in. Where they just kind of
got everything
know when to give
unlocked.
up space, know when they can take space.
That
You know, May is
Teo
just
damage
so
for
good at
back
breaking
elbow,
through
right?
on angles, and Art and Akame have been
You get forced
absolutely
into the two
incredible
open spots.
following up. Those initiators are getting so much value, seeing so many great flashes. The Teo utility is so annoying, and it gives you plenty of info to boot. Fakes being sold, everything here. This is what you need here
for
as
pistols.
DFM. This is the
3-0.
art that needs to be leading this squad. And they're trying something completely different. A quick push all the way in towards the water.
Something just storming his way through. GN, however, able
What
to
a
find
stun.
first blood. And there is the stun off the back. A second for GN.
Oh,
Push out of the
nice
smoke.
line up
All
for
he
May
does
as
is meet
well.
demise.
4-0 on the
May
pistols.
collects another 2 kills and Devi's the last one standing. Just 30 seconds into the round, DFM robbing them of absolutely everything, including their hope. Jump under the corner, cannot be done. 3 from May, out in front. DFM are 1 round away from eliminating
11
PRX, from
chances.
denying them from an
Did not think I
international
would be right in
event for
that
the
one.
first time since
Dude, they look
Champions
good.
2021.
Who did DFM play, sorry?
They have been ever present on the international stage.
They have to play Gen G.
DFM has
Ooh.
other plans.
I mean,
They
Gen
want that
G
spot
don't
for
look
themselves.
in the best form.
And winning like this against PRX on Pearl, they're looking like they might have been a team that could compete for that. And they are
If
so
they win every
fearless.
pistol,
It has to be a buy-up for PRX, and you have to
they'll
know
do it.
that. As DFM, shotgun in hand for GN.
Straight
Already
up
they're
B hit.
swinging in
DFM
towards
1,
B.
2, 3 here. We got a
No
KO.
breaks on the
On
PRX
flash
train in
to
this
enable his
round.
team if he wants
Spray
to.
through the smoke, a little bit of damage done.
GN looking to be their undoing, playing forward, that judge in hand.
Ooh, I like this smoke.
Fragment to delay,
Hey, this smoke
pushes
is
forward,
nice, dude.
blind
Gives him
through
so
the
much
smoke,
space.
amplifying
The judge
Forsaken
spams
Spike
down
still
the
gets
plant
planted.
into 14
But
HP as
matters
well.
are only getting worse
Dude,
for
they got some
PRX.
nice shooter on this
Something
as well.
able behind one, then taken down. Mind Freak Jing trying to desperately to
Big,
fight back.
dude.
But the
They
judge aforementioned
14-1'd
will be the
them.
thing that seals
Like,
their
this was
fate.
dominant.
13-1.
Yeah,
Where
they had
were
some
you?
awesome stuff.
DFM have eliminated PRX from kickoff. They will not be going
Okay,
forward to
no
play Gen G.
PRX in
They will
Masters.
not be going to Bangkok. Japanese Valorant is back.
The hopes and dreams of a nation.
Give us
DFM
a send in it.
has given them something to believe in once again. Off-season DFM is back, baby. This team is
Damio,
the
thank you
real
so much
deal.
for the
And you
prime.
better
Thank you for
believe
doing that,
it.
dude. Appreciate that.
And the damage dealt up to this point. They can go into the series
many,
versus Gen G
how
tomorrow,
many viewers
play a
did
close
Laz
game,
have?
and lose. Doesn't matter.
They must
The amount of
people
faith
must have been
restored
tuning in for
in
this.
this
That's a big
team, in
result.
this region, like you said, a nation on their backs.
56K,
and by God,
60K.
are they bearing the weight?
Yeah. Dude, I'm surprised there's not
What a
more.
performance.
Such a big win.
More dominant than we could
Okay,
have
PRX, we
ever
don't see him for
anticipated.
5 weeks.
For
Are they going to
PRX,
change up a lot of stuff? I
It'll be a
reckon
hard
so.
pill to swallow, but hopefully, with more time to continue to iterate on strategy, on compositions,
As in comp
we
stuff.
can see
chat.
a return to
Comp
form
stuff.
from them in stage 1. They're not a lazy team. We anticipate that they are going to be taking this on the chin and trying to utilize this to its maximum potential.
Dude, a 2-0.
But for now, we
A 2-0
celebrate
with a giant
these
stomp. Who would
5
think?
players
Like, who
and
would
their
have actually
coaching
have
staff
gone in
for
for that
doing
with
what
what has
so
gone on
many
the other
people thought
matches?
was unlikely, if not impossible.
GN had
no
a
doubt.
big step
They were
up as
big
well.
underdogs, and this is another huge upset
May's just
in
incredible.
VCT for 2025. And it's all the pieces of the puzzle
GN 8-1
that
first
are coming
kills.
together
Yeah,
for DFM.
he played so
that
well.
confidence may be the biggest thing.
That it is. What an incredible day of Valorant here. Not the long series that we were anticipating, but still hype in its own right. DFM, from the moment they stepped onto the stage, we're
Okay,
in the
we'll definitely
spotlight.
stick around
and it
for the
looks like they're
interview,
gonna
and
close
then we
things out in
will-
that same fashion as
He's
our
going
guys
to
are
sleep, yeah, I
rest
mean, he's
here.
on
But for
it,
now,
dude.
let's go ahead and hear from one of our winners as we send it back to Bella once again for an interview from DFM.
But I guarantee, dude, that's actually why it is. No, that explains everything.
We are going to be Jin.
It's
Hello.
too powerful.
안녕하세요. 포스트매치 인터뷰 지엔 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Okay, chat, let me turn this up.
Here you go. Here you go. 와, 오늘 경기 많은 분들이 예상하셨던 거와 반대로 DFM이 업셋을 하며 승리를 가져갔습니다. DFM이 복수를 성공하기도 했는데 좀 더 의미가 달랐을 것 같아요. 먼저 승리 소감부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. That was a surprising match event. That was amazing plays from DFM, and it must have been more meaningful because you got your revenge in a way as well. I'm also joined by our translator Hyuga, and so I'm gonna ask him what's running through his mind. How special is this? And Shori omedetou gozaimasu, QEON 選手。
GN 選手、まずは勝利おめでとうございます。ペーパーレックス相手にオフシーズンの大会もあって今回リベンジを果たした結果になると思うんですけども、今回の試合について簡単に感想をお願いします。
そうですね、ペーパーレックスは正直めちゃめちゃ強いと思っていて、もうパシフィックの中でももう結構上位のチームだと思ってたので、これを機に 自信つけれたかなと思います。
So PRX is a top tier team in the Pacific League, and from this match, from winning this match, I could acquire the confidence.
이제 아무래도 페이퍼렉스가 퍼시픽의 탑2 안에 드는 강팀이다 보니까 오늘 경기를 통해서 자신감을 되게 얻을 수 있었다, 기쁘다라고 이야기를 했습니다. 안 그래도 자신감에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶었는데 메이 선수가 지난 경기 인터뷰에서는 이 자신감, 이 경기의 승리가 지엔 선수의 자신감 덕분이다라고 이야기를 했고 오늘 경기 지엔 선수 자신감이 정말 넘치는 그런 플레이를 보여줬습니다. 오늘 뭔가 보여준 것만으로 자신감을 이렇게 유지할 수 있는 그런 비법을 터득했는지 물어보고 싶어요. May also mentioned that on their last interview with Jen that the reason for your win was because that Jen was really confident. He played super confidently today. Did he figure out a way to maintain that level of confidence?
メイ選手が前回の試合のインタビューでジエン選手が自信を持ってプレーしていたというふうにおっしゃっていたんですけども、今日もプレーを見ていてとても自信を持って終始プレーしていたように見えました。で自信を持ってプレーする上で何か秘訣だったりチームとしてやっていることなど、個人としてやっていることなどはありますか？
そうですね、僕は昨日そのメインのインタビューを見て、いや自信って大事だなと思ったんで今日も自信を持ってたんですけど、もちろん前の試合勝ったっていうのが一番大きいと思いますし、やっぱり最初は自信なかったんですけど1回でも成功体験を積むと自信がつくのかなと思います。
So last time I was watching the May's interview and I figured out that having the confidence is an important thing to have the win. And so from the last time winning experience, that is like the important things from what acquired throughout my journey in the league.
So it was like a motivating factor. 이전 메이 선수의 인터뷰를 자기가 보면서 지엔 선수가 내가 자신 있게 이렇게 플레이하는 게 팀에게 정말 큰 영향을 주는구나. 그래서 그 인터뷰가 되게 동기부여가 됐다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 오늘 지엔 선수가 어비스에서 계속해서 쇼티로 찡 선수를 괴롭히는 그런 모습들이 많이 보였는데 오늘 작전이었는지 아니면 우연의 연속이었던 건지 한번 물어보고 싶어요. We saw that Jian was almost picking on Jing with a shorty on Abyss. Was it part of the plan or was it like a coincidence reoccurring all the time?
アビスでは、ペパレックスのジン選手に対して、ショーティーでキルを獲得するなどして、結構ジン選手に対して、強く当たれてたなというふうに思うんですけども、それはチームとしての作戦だったのか、それとも、作戦の中での結果だったのか、について教えてください。
There's a chance, yeah.
作戦は完全にチームとしての作戦なんですけど、ショーティーは僕がうまいのでやってやったかなと思います。
So that was actually a team plan, but I am good at shorty, so I had a win against Jing.
이게 사실 팀의 작전이었고 그리고 쇼티의 자신 있는 지엔 선수여서 이렇게 찡 선수를 계속해서 괴롭힐 수 있었다고 이야기를 했습니다. 바로 다음 경기 내일 젠지를 만나게 되는데 쇼티로 또 젠지에선 누구를 괴롭힐 계획인지 한번 들어보고 싶어요. Next up tomorrow, in fact, you'll be facing Genji. Who are you planning to pick on with your shorty?
今回の勝利という結果を受けて明日ジェンジーと戦うことになると思うんですけども、ズバリショーティーで誰をキルしたいと思いますか？
そうですね、やっぱりスモーク、最初めちゃめちゃ下手くそで勉強してたのもあって、やっぱりカロン選手をショーティーで倒していきたいかなと思います。
So I was doing the controller smoke role in our team. And I watched a lot of Karon's moves, so I'm gonna pick on Karon with my shorty.
아무래도 오늘 이제 지은 선수가 스모크를 담당하면서 이렇게 오늘 플레이를 했는데 카론 선수를 이렇게 내일 쇼티를 한번 향해 보겠다, 겨눠 보겠다라고 포부를 밝혀줬습니다. DFM의 지엔 선수 통역자 휴가 분과 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Congratulations, Jian. Thank you, Hyuga, for joining us. And that's all from us on the stage.
Very nice.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Big upset. I was not expecting this one. Shout out to DFM. That's a huge win. It's a huge win. They're gonna have a lot of confidence after this. Hey, do you want me to raid Vukashu? That's a good raid. What's his Twitch?
Thank you very much, Bella, for that interview. And PRX once the Giants of Pacific, now overthrown by
Fukashi?
DFM, a
Walk
team
out?
that
Oh, yeah,
only
I
got
had it
that
saved
one
somewhere.
momentous victory last year. Seth called it. Where were you?
check it
Where
out.
were you when PRX fell? And of all to all teams, to DFM.
This is how
What
it
a
starts.
day. I'm in shock to win the conference.
What's happening today?
I am
Busting out the moves.
flabbergasted.
Okay.
I haven't seen moves like that.
What?
What is that?
He's walking a dinosaur.
It's absolute mayhem.
Oh, they have their own dinosaur. They have their own
What
Rex.
is that?
PRX on the other hand,
An inflatable dinosaur. It's kind of sick.
In the cast, attending every international event for the
Dude,
last
they got
3 years.
they got
This
some
is the
they got
first
some
one they'll
confidence
miss out
though.
on
They
in
said
quite a
they like to play with
while.
confidence
Had
there.
some
They got
troubling
it straight away with the
results,
walkout.
some signs of shakiness in the
Bukashi.
off-season. A lot of people have
Look at the
questions
raid and go.
about
Chat, thank
the
you so much.
inherent role
Thank you.
crisis in
I
this team,
appreciate.
and I think it's all come to a
Appreciate you
head,
watching.
unfortunately, here
Thank
at
you so much,
Kickoff.
everyone.
Yeah, and you know,
Do I think there'll be any changes? I don't think any team is going to make
score.
roster changes. I
13
think after split
to
1, when you get
11
proper
first
amount of
blood on
games and you
DFM
can see
against
that
PRX.
the fixes aren't easy to do, then I think that stuff can start like having a conversation.
Have they won
The
a
chat.
duel at all?
It's a double limb when there's a new agent in. Like it's and they had like 10 days before their first game. It's not the deepest thing ever. So don't worry too much about it.
Very uncharacteristic for PRX.
Invalid
They look like a shell
username.
of
What's his
themselves,
Twitch
and
name?
they are a team that thrives on the confidence, thrives on the vibes, and thrives on winning
Kickoff
duels
is hard?
and
Yeah,
making
kickoff
plays.
is
and
really
there
hard.
was just none of that present in this game. They look like a kind of ghost just walking through the server. And
Fukashi? Why did I not
DFM,
want
might I
it?
mention, they did
Try it
start
again.
an attack, or another almost 400 ACS performance from Main,
Okay,
by
there we
the
go.
way. And
That
they
looks better.
did have
Alright, thank you
help
so much, everyone.
today,
Thank you. I
but
appreciate that. Thanks for watching.
you saw
Breaks
DFM
are done.
play
Yeah,
this
they got
RRQ
5 weeks,
comp
and I think they'll change some
on the
stuff up.
opposite sides of the map, and they
Honestly,
got
I would
13-3,
love
and then
to
they
see
come
a
in today,
something
they start
chamber.
attack side instead of on
I think it would
defense, they
fix a
change
lot
their
of their
comp,
stuff.
and they roll PRX.
I think it's something
what a
chamber would really
resurgence
help.
from this team. You never see anything like this.
It fills a couple of the issues that they're missing, just like map dependent though.
The ISO
Maybe they want to lean into a tail to go fast. Who knows?
So well to change, so well to adapt, and realize what's worked from.
I think you've ever seen them on chamber. I don't think I've ever seen them on a chamber, but it should suit him pretty well with how he likes to play. It would just be like finding a right vibe on attack for sure. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. I'm not saying that's the fix that should happen. I'm just saying that's maybe something I would be tempted on some of these maps. Chat, if you're all awake in 8 hours and you want to watch some Americas, we'll be streaming that. I'm gonna go sleep for a little bit, and then if that's not your time zone, we've got Pacific tomorrow as well. And I definitely know what games are being played tomorrow for Pacific. It is. They're not even here. Okay, I'm sure Fukashi would tell you. Talon, NONGSHIM, Gen G, DFM. Lovely. Alright, peace everyone. Peace. I'll see you all then. Alright, peace.
Just take the nameplates off and look at what the comp was and what happened in the
YouTube chat, see you guys later.
If this was a much lower
Peace.
level team,